Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. In the previous episode, after cutting ties, I became a god-tier blacksmith and the nation helped me level up. In the first level of the Flame Kingdom dungeon, Lin Yong and his partner successfully completed the mineral collection mission. Just as they were about to head to the second level hidden copy to collect the burning sky, flowing flame, they encountered an uninvited guest, Lin Yang. He challenged Lin Yong with a piece of equipment he called rubbish, the Pisces armband. Unexpectedly, Lin Yong just waved his hand casually and threw Lin Yong hundreds of meters away. After standing up, Lin Yong stared at Lin Yong and the others with a sinister look in his eyes. At the same time, in the second level hidden copy, a mysterious fiery red figure was quietly watching all this. What kind of trouble will Lin Yong bring? What kind of threat will that mysterious man bring to Lin Yong and the others? After cutting ties, I became a god-tier blacksmith, and the nation helped me level up. Part 2 is coming soon. Come and witness this thrilling confrontation. Lin Yong and his group moved extremely fast and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Lin Yong endured the severe pain all over his body and struggled to crawl out from the burning sand and gravel, his eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? I haven't even fully released my power yet. How come I was blown away by the evil wind? He couldn't understand why he, who was so powerful, became so embarrassed just now. After pondering for a long time, Lin Yong finally came to a conclusion. The more waves, stronger skill he activated in the Kingdom of Flames was suppressed by the rules of the dungeon, resulting in a backlash. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why he was suddenly thrown away by the strong wind. Humph! I was careless and ignored the influence of the dungeon rules. Even the sky-level monster double-winged demon fish was suppressed by the rules, not to mention that I am only level 35. How can I challenge the rules of this dungeon? He snorted coldly, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Lin Yong is lucky this time. Once we get out of this copy, and there is no longer the suppression of the rules, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came into Lin Yang's eyes, and he whispered to himself, since the dungeon rules can affect my entries, then by going to the Red Water Abyss dungeon, can I further enhance the effect of the more waves, the stronger? Suddenly, Lin Yong seemed to be inspired and laughed loudly. This is a really great idea. I decided to enter the Red Water Abyss in advance, and enter the dungeon as soon as it is opened. There I can freely use my skills. By then, everyone will see my invincible power. Lin Yong and his crew have successfully collected enough fiery crystals. With the help of experience potions, each person can gain more than 10 billion experience points every day. So upgrading is no longer a top priority. Their primary task is to quickly collect various resources in the Lost Land. After all, this opportunity is hard to come by, and once missed, it may never come again. There is a second-level dungeon in the Kingdom of Flame called the Land of Falling Stars, which can only be entered by players above level 50. For these level 66 players, entering the Starfall land is almost effortless. However, as the level increases, the amount of experience required also increases exponentially, and the difficulty of upgrading rises sharply. For example, it only takes 1 billion experience points to upgrade from level 66 to level 67, but it takes 2 billion experience points to upgrade from level 67 to level 68, 5 billion experience points to upgrade from level 68 to level 69, and 10 billion experience points to upgrade from level 69 to level 70. The experience required for these 3 short levels already exceeds the total experience required for the previous 67 levels, which is enough to make many players stagnate at level 69 and find it difficult to break through. Because of this, the gap between level 69 and level 70 has become a symbol between the god of war and the warlord, and also indirectly reflects the rarity and power of the warlord. Even if Lin Yong and his friends had the best flame crystals and experience potions, they could still gain 1.3 billion experience points every day, but it would take at least half a month to break through level 70. Of course, if they choose to kill monsters, they will level up faster, but right now their focus is still on resource collection. The purpose of their trip was not only to upgrade, but also to collect Burning Sky Flowing Flame, an important resource that could enhance the properties of fire weapons. Burning Sky Flowing Flame is similar to the Gold Attribute Spirit Stone. It can increase the fire damage of weapons and help players gain the upper hand in battles with monsters of specific attributes. Weapons with different attributes can restrain monsters with different attributes. For example, fire attribute weapons can restrain gold attribute monsters, earth attribute weapons can restrain water attribute monsters, and so on. If a weapon possesses 5 elemental attributes at the same time, it will be able to restrain all types of elemental beasts, and its power is several times stronger than ordinary weapons. The 5 dungeons of the Lost Land correspond exactly to 5 kinds of elemental spirit stones. The Golden Sword Battlefield produces gold attribute spirit stones. The Night Demon Forest produces wood attribute spirit stones. The Red Water Abyss produces water attribute spirit stones. The Fiery Kingdom produces fire attribute spirit stones. And the Underground Ruins produce earth attribute spirit stones. Lin Dong's goal is to take away as many spiritual stones as possible from these copies, use them to create powerful equipment, and arm China's troops. In addition to the spirit stones, there are many other precious resources in the copy, such as the Holy Spring of Life, the Eternal Night Pearl, etc., which he also plans to take away. After entering the land of falling stars, Lin Dong and his companions discovered that the temperature here was far higher than that in the copy of the Kingdom of Flames. The hottest place in the Kingdom of Fire was only 70 or 80 degrees, but the temperature in the land of falling stars easily exceeded 200 degrees. The air was distorted, as if it could be boiled at any time. Fortunately, their levels have reached above level 60, and their tolerance has been greatly enhanced. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the heat as soon as they entered the dungeon. The area of the Starfalling Land is not very large, only about 200 square kilometers. Soon, they found several small burning sky flowing flame veins and quickly began collecting. Lin Dong decided to conduct a carpet search, advancing 1 kilometer at a time to ensure that no piece of burning sky flowing flame was missed. As they advance, the resources accumulated by the Flame Nation for thousands of years are being harvested continuously. Facing the level 60 monsters guarding the mines, they had almost no trouble at all. When they went 50 kilometers deep, they finally discovered a large burning sky flowing flame vein, which was estimated to contain billions of burning sky flowing flame crystals and occupied 1/5 of the area of the falling star land. Just as everyone was rejoicing, suddenly there was a roar that resounded through the sky. The temperature suddenly increased, and the surrounding temperature soared to 800 degrees. Even these strong people felt the tremendous pressure. Bai Ji, who had a weaker constitution, felt uncomfortable first. Her clothes were soaked with sweat and stuck to her slender curves. Finally, she fell to the ground powerlessly, unable to move forward. The temperature is too high. I feel like I'm going to be burned, Bai Ji said in pain. Subsequently, Su Runin also became exhausted and fell on Lin Dong's back, unable to move anymore. The others also felt suffocated, and their health bars dropped rapidly due to the high temperature. Shui Hong couldn't help but complain. What kind of monster is this? It's like putting a person in an oven. My fat is going to be roasted out. Song Tianke glanced at Shui Hong coldly and said with a slight curl of his lips, Old Shui, you still have fat to resist, but my 8-pack abs are almost roasted off. Bai Xingxue and Zhuge Qingfeng remained silent, while Yuan Hong seemed anxious. Only 2 people seemed particularly calm. One was the night elf priest Yao Qingxing, whose recovery ability was particularly valuable in this environment. The other was the fire mage Chui Bingbing, whose hot environment made her feel like she was bathed in a spring breeze and almost enjoy it. Lin Dong knew that there was no time to delay any longer, so he immediately ordered everyone to stop and look for a countermeasure. Qingqi, quickly use the blessing spell to restore everyone's condition. I will try to make some heat-resistant equipment. Yao Qingxing quickly cast a blessing spell to help everyone recover their strength, while Lin Dong hurriedly checked the system store for equipment that could withstand high temperatures. Cold iron armor? It can only withstand 500 degrees. No. Ice armor? It can only withstand 700 degrees at most. Zuan Bingjian? It can withstand 2,000 degrees. This is it. Zuan Bingjian is a high-temperature resistance accessory, suitable for use in this environment, and does not conflict with other equipment. Lin Dong bought 10 forging books and quickly started forging. However, no matter how fast he moved, it would still take 2 minutes for each Zuan Bingjian. Fortunately, Yao Qingxing kept casting spells to help everyone recover. Otherwise, they would have collapsed long ago. However, just as they were busy, a roar even more deafening than the previous one rang out again from deep in the mine. With this roar, the lava deep inside rolled violently, as if an invincible beast was about to break out of the ground. The temperature around them soared again, reaching a terrifying 1,300 degrees. Even Yao Qingxing was already beginning to feel overwhelmed. Brother Lin Dong, have you found a way? I can't hold on any longer. When Lin Dong saw this scene, his heart sank. The ferocious beast before them was obviously no ordinary person. It had forced them into such a situation without even showing its shadow. It was truly too terrifying. And the thing he was most worried about finally happened. The lava splashed violently, and two huge golden wings broke out of the ground, bringing an even more violent heat wave. Lin Dong's heart tightened, and he took a breath of cold air. This is the top-level magical beast of the ancient wild bloodline, the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix. Race, Dark Gold Phoenix, primordial level, HP, 150 million attack, 35,000 defense, 29,000 magic defense, 29,000 evasion, 100%. Deadly high temperature. Wherever the Dark Gold Phoenix goes, the temperature suddenly rises to over 1,800 degrees, scorching all enemies and instantly reducing their defense to 0, causing unbearable pain. Phoenix dances in the sky. The Dark Gold Phoenix can create illusions all over the sky, causing 50,000 points of continuous damage to the target enemy. The duration is up to 120 seconds, and the cooldown time is 600 seconds. Holy Beast Blood Sacrifice. When facing a crisis, the Dark Gold Phoenix will burn its blood for a blood sacrifice, causing its attributes to surge by 100%, and it will be immune to the negative effects of reduced attributes. This lasts for 60 seconds, and the cooldown time is 600 seconds. Endless Nirvana. After encountering a fatal attack, the Dark Gold Phoenix will transform into a scorching sun and enter a state of suspended animation. The scorching sun can withstand 1 billion points of damage. After 5 minutes, the scorching sun revives and the Phoenix is resurrected in full state with no cooldown time. It's actually the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix. When Lin Dong saw this line of information, he couldn't help but take a breath. This breath was not due to surprise, but because the air around him had heated up to 1,500 degrees, and the hot air swept all around without a trace of coolness. The hot air even made him feel difficult to breathe, and his whole body was hot. The appearance of the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix caused a storm in Lin Dong's heart. The reason was not only because of its powerful strength, but also because of its noble bloodline. The strength of Warcraft is not only divided by level, but also by different bloodline levels. The stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying the potential and combat power of the Warcraft. Generally speaking, for legendary monsters of the same level, the strength of their bloodline determines their true combat power. Bloodlines are divided into several levels: ordinary, medium, advanced, ancient, primitive, and chaotic. The difference in strength between ordinary and advanced bloodlines of Warcraft is not obvious, but starting from the ancient bloodline, the strength of Warcraft has entered a completely different realm. Even a sky-level monster with ancient bloodline may far surpass a legendary monster with high-level bloodline and possess the ability to fight across levels. The primordial bloodline and the ancient bloodline were legendary top-level existences, so powerful that it was unimaginable. As for the chaos bloodline, it was so powerful that it had hardly ever appeared. The Dark Gold Divine Phoenix in front of him was none other than the top-level magical beast that possessed the blood of ancient times. Instantly, a thought flashed through Lin Dong's mind, and he thought of the little dragon girl Qingli. Qingli, does she also have the bloodline of the Great Desolate World? She hid it very well at the time, and I didn't notice it at all. At this time, the Dark Gold Phoenix was already galloping from a distance, only 500 meters away from Lin Dong and his group. It suddenly released a fierce flame, and a terrifying heat wave instantly rushed towards Lin Dong and his group, and the temperature soared sharply again. Not good, the primordial bloodline is too powerful. Everyone quickly disperse. If you can't resist, immediately withdraw from the Falling Star Land dungeon. Lin Dong nervously directed the team members. Since he only made one Zuan Bingjian, he couldn't let everyone use it, so he had to decide to go ahead and delay time to buy time for his teammates to evacuate. At this moment, a fiery figure appeared in front of Lin Dong, with an excited and provocative tone. Brother Lin Dong, can you give me a chance? I want to spar with this Dark Gold Phoenix. Lin Dong was stunned. Seeing Chui Bingbing's excited face, he secretly thought something was wrong. Bingbing, stop messing around. This is the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix of the primordial bloodline. Its strength is unimaginable. Brother Lin Dong, I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Chui Bingbing's eyes were firm, her long eyelashes trembling as she looked at Lin Dong, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Brother Lin Dong, please believe me, I will not be in danger. To be honest, after entering the land of falling stars, a certain mysterious power in my body began to revive, as if there was something extremely important hidden here. When I saw the dark gold divine phoenix, I realized that this might be a great opportunity in my destiny. Brother Lin Dong, don't worry, I will deal with it. You concentrate on forging the Zuan Bingjian and leave the rest to me. Before she finished speaking, Chui Bingbing had already swung the fiery thunderstaff in her hand. Her feet left the ground, flew into the air, and rushed towards the billowing column of fire. The fierce flames instantly engulfed her figure. Lin Dong was so nervous that his pupils suddenly shrank, and he was about to spread his wind and thunder wings to go to the rescue. The next moment, a deafening roar came from the blazing flames, as if the heaven and earth were shaken. Burning heaven flames. This is the powerful skill of the raging thunderstaff, burning sky flame. It can create a flaming battlefield with a diameter of 100 meters. In this area, the enemy's defense is reduced by 50%, while the caster's attack power is increased by 50%. The surging column of flames, accompanied by a deafening roar, actually spun in the air like a fire dragon, dancing around Chui Bingbing, extremely agile. This scene deeply shocked Lin Dong's heart. Chui Bingbing is indeed a fire mage, and her fire control ability is so strong that it is astonishing. As expected, only women who play with fire have such strong abilities. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong finally let go of his worries. But Chui Bingbing's actions went far beyond that. She held the fire dragon tightly and began to use her family's inherited fire control skills. Chui's flame secret, first style, raised the fire to burn the sky. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding flames quickly gathered in her hands as if they had spirits and turned into a huge fireball. Chui Bingbing had a confident smile on her face. Our Chui family has received a mysterious inheritance. After years of research on fire, we have created this true fire technique. It has a great suppressive effect on all fire-controlling monsters. Even if you are the dark gold phoenix of the primordial bloodline, you cannot escape its restraint. She closed her eyes slightly, silently chanted the formula, and raised the fireball in her hand high. Under her control, the fireball was like a blooming flaming lotus, with huge flaming petals spreading out in all directions, like a blooming flaming lotus. With the appearance of this flaming lotus, the previous scorching aura was completely isolated, and even Lin Dong felt a cool breath. At this time, Chui Bingbing cast a playful glance at Lin Dong and whispered, "Brother Lin Dong, what's wrong? Am I right?" Don't worry about forging the mysterious ice mirror, and leave the dark gold divine phoenix to me." Lin Dong nodded. With Chui Bingbing around, his pressure was relieved a lot. To be honest, although Lin Dong's attack power was extremely terrifying, he still did not have the confidence when facing the dark gold divine phoenix with the blood of the ancient times. At this moment, he realized that each character had his own unique talent, and the burst of certain skills at critical moments could often reverse the situation. Chui Bingbing's fire talent saved their lives at this time. Lin Dong handed the Zuan Bingjian in his hand to Baiji, and then continued to busy himself with forging the next one. With the protection of Zuan Bingjian, Baiji's complexion recovered a lot. With the assistance of Yao Qingxing, she gradually regained her normal breathing. However, the dark gold phoenix became even angrier when it saw someone blocking its attack. It flapped its huge dark gold wings and quickly released 2 hurricanes of fire, rushing towards Chui Bingbing's flaming lotus, trying to break through her defense. However, Chui Bingbing was not at all flustered, and the excitement in her eyes became more and more obvious. "Just in time! I have never been so excited!" She shouted loudly, and then performed the second move. Chui's flame's secret second move, Heaven and Earth Baking Furnace. Chui Bingbing's control over the flames was as good as her own. Under her clever gestures, the 2 hurricanes of fire turned around and entangled with each other. Even the violent aura of the flames was refined by her power. Lin Dong couldn't help but be shocked. He had never thought that Chui Bingbing's flame secret art could counterattack the dark gold phoenix so easily, almost completely restraining the dark gold phoenix's advantage. The dark gold phoenix was extremely angry at this time. and it even doubled the amount of fire it released in an attempt to destroy the defense. But what it didn't expect was that Shui Bingbing's thin body was actually dancing in the blazing flames, and her affinity for flames was no less than its own. The man and the phoenix were in a stalemate for more than half an hour. The dark gold phoenix's anger had almost reached its peak. It finally couldn't help but launch its strongest skill. Phoenix dances in the sky. With a long cry, the shadow of the dark gold divine phoenix instantly appeared in the air, and countless phoenix feathers flew all over the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The shadows intertwined and quickly pounced on Shui Bingbing, causing her health to drop rapidly. Phoenix dances in the sky can cause 50,000 damage per second. Shui Bingbing's health is only 100,000. Even if she has nearly 30,000 defense points, she can't hold on for too long. Her health dropped rapidly, and the situation became critical. At this moment, Lin Dong finally reacted. He was just watching the show leisurely while forging, and did not expect the situation to suddenly deteriorate. Without any hesitation, he quickly spread his wind and thunder wings and flew up. Invincible! He activated the invincible skill without hesitation. The dark golden light instantly surrounded Shui Bingbing, preventing her from all harm. At this moment, Shui Bingbing was held tightly in Lin Dong's arms. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she whispered shyly, "Please move your 36E away from me. It's affecting my output." Lin Dong was a little confused. He never expected Shui Bingbing to say such a thing. He thought she was just scared and didn't think much about it. The invincible skill only lasts for 1 minute, so Lin Dong dared not be careless. He rushed directly towards the dark gold phoenix, ready to launch a counterattack. Sky-breaking shuttle. Ba Quan. Shadowless fist. Ever since Lin Dong obtained the sky-breaking shuttle, his normal attack damage has soared to 216,000, and he can launch at least 15 attacks per second, which means that his output per second can exceed 3 million, and the damage in 1 minute can even reach 180 million. Under the protection of the Crimson Armor's invincibility attribute, he had every chance of killing the Dark Gold Phoenix instantly. In theory, Lin Dong's output was already strong enough. The problem was only in the actual situation. Just after he had been outputting crazily for more than 10 seconds, Lin Dong's attributes suddenly dropped drastically, and 1/3 of his attributes were drained away. Damn it, at such a critical moment, this brat Wang Rulong actually comes to make trouble again. Obviously, Wang Rulong is borrowing Lin Dong's attributes to fight monsters again. At this time, Lin Dong's normal attack damage has dropped to about 150,000, and the output in the next 40 seconds can only reach less than 100 million damage. Adding the 30 million health points of the Dark Gold Phoenix that was just killed in 1 second, Lin Dong's total output can only reach 130 million in the invincible state. However, the Dark Gold Phoenix's health bar was as high as 150 million, and it had about 30,000 points of defense, which greatly reduced Lin Dong's damage after breaking the defense. Even according to the most conservative estimate, after the invincible state ends, the Dark Gold Phoenix will still have more than 40 million health points left. At the same time, the Dark Gold Phoenix's Phoenix Dances in the Sky skill has not yet ended, and it loses 50,000 HP per second. In the next minute, this damage is enough to kill all of them. Lin Dong was calculating these changes quickly in his mind, and a thin layer of cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. We can't let it have a chance to counterattack. We must completely eliminate it within the invincible time. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and made a quick decision. He had already started planning his next move. It's impossible to rely solely on normal attacks. I must activate the blood-slashing ability of the Flying Knife Blood Gourd. I hope to trigger the Piercing Heart attribute a few more times. In the intervals between attacks, Lin Dong began to control the Flying Knife Blood Gourd, inflicting a percentage of blood-cutting effect on the Dark Gold Phoenix. As the Flying Knife Blood Gourd was upgraded to the legendary level, it could launch a flying knife every 2 seconds, each time cutting 3% of the blood. If nothing unexpected happened, this period of time would be enough for him to kill the Dark Gold Phoenix. However, things always develop unexpectedly. Feeling its health decreasing rapidly, the Dark Gold Phoenix roared in anger in the air. It was shocked that it was this level 65 young man in front of it who had delivered such a violent output that even a level 80 player could not achieve. From this moment on, the Dark Gold Phoenix completely regarded Lin Dong as an equal opponent and prepared to use its innate skills. Blood Sacrifice of the Holy Beast. With a long roar that shook the sky, The dark gold divine phoenix emanated a blood-red light all over its body, and the power of its primordial bloodline burned up all of its essence and blood. With the blessing of the holy beast's blood sacrifice, the dark gold phoenix's health instantly soared to 300 million. Almost all of the damage it had just suffered was restored, and its defense and attack power were increased to twice the original. The most terrifying thing is that the blood sacrifice of the holy beast made it immune to all negative effects of attribute reduction, and Lin Dong's evil gaze could no longer take effect. Then, the dark gold phoenix raised its head proudly, vibrated its wings, and quickly distanced itself from Lin Dong, preparing to fight a guerrilla war and launch a counterattack as soon as the invincibility time was over. Seeing the dark gold phoenix resurrected with full health, Lin Dong's expression became particularly solemn. Even if he held the flying knife blood gourd, the ability of percentage blood cutting could not guarantee that he could kill it next. Just when he was about to fight with all his might, a familiar and elegant figure appeared beside him. Brother Lin, don't always fight alone. I, Zhuge Chengfeng, am also capable of fighting. Lin Dong turned his head and saw Zhuge Chengfeng smiling, flipping through the book of the saint in his hand, and began to recite the forbidden spell silently. Forbidden spell? Wind binding. Forbidden spell? Thunderblade. Forbidden spell? The vast ocean of the universe. The casting of each spell is accompanied by a powerful magic attack. To be frank, Zhuge Chengfeng's output is second only to Lin Dong. His joining instantly turned the tide of the battle. Immediately afterwards, figures appeared on the battlefield one after another. Boss, we are a team. Don't always think about standing in front alone. Yeah, boss, if we cooperate with each other, the dark gold phoenix will be nothing but a punching bag. Brother Lin Dong, you've protected me well enough. Now let's fight together. Song Tianke by Xingxue, Shuehong by Ji, Su Runin, Yuan Hong, and Yao Qingxing all jumped up and launched their strongest attack. Now they're already war god-level figures. Although they cannot fly freely, staying in the air for a short period of time is not a problem at all. With the help of Lin Dong's equipment, their output was like a storm, easily defeating ordinary sky-level monsters. Their combined attack dealt nearly 20 million damage per second. With their joining, the Dark Gold Phoenix's health was reduced by half within a few seconds. Just as the Dark Gold Phoenix was about to flee, a sneer appeared on Lin Dong's lips. "Want to leave? Too late. Time stands still." In an instant, the Dark Gold Phoenix was fixed in place, and Lin Dong and the others launched another attack. Boom! That was a full-strength output of 20 million damage per second, which instantly shattered the Dark Gold Phoenix. In just 10 seconds, the time-stopping barrier suddenly broke, and the Dark Gold Phoenix let out a shrill wail and quickly fell from the sky. However, its powerful vitality made it transform into a scorching sun at the moment of its fall, emitting an astonishing heat. The death of the Dark Gold Phoenix activated its innate Nirvana skill, Endless Nirvana. At this time, the fiery sun can withstand up to 1 billion points of damage within 5 minutes. If it cannot be shattered within 5 minutes, it will revive and return to its prime. It can be said that this skill gives it the ability to be almost immortal. But even so, its opponent is Lin Dong and his team, a powerful team. Even Bai Ji, the weakest member of the team, has a normal attack output of 80,000, and her combat power is comparable to that of a war saint. What's more, the combat power of other team members is even stronger. Facing the impending attack, when everyone was ready to join forces to destroy Lin Yang, Lin Dong suddenly raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. "Wait, this Dark Gold Phoenix can be useful to me," he said. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Although they didn't understand why, they knew that Lin Dong must have his reasons. Lin Dong shrugged, took out the system forging furnace from his arms, and then checked the temporary tasks issued by the system. Ding, the Nirvana form of primitive life is detected. The system issues a temporary task. Please use the Nirvana form of Dark Gold Phoenix to forge the Nirvana Heart Necklace. The forging book has been distributed to the system space. Forging rewards: experience, plus 100,000 proficiency, plus 20 enchantment value, plus 50. The system's forging book is much more powerful than the one Lin Dong bought himself, and the materials required are also very simple, costing almost nothing. Lin Dong threw the scorching sun, the forging book, and the materials into the forging furnace without hesitation, hoping for a miracle to happen. This move made Song Tianke and Shuehong's eyes light up, and they began to calculate their own interests. Shui Hong approached Lin Dong with a smile. Boss, seeing that I don't have enough equipment, are you planning to help me make a piece of equipment? Boss, you are so kind, let me serve you. However, Song Tianke was disdainful and kicked Shui Hong, angrily scolding. Old Shui, are you ashamed? You want to get benefits after just putting in a little effort. You are really good at nothing but stealing things. After scolding Shui Hong, Song Tianke immediately put on a flattering smile and courted Lin Dong. Boss, are you tired? Let me rub your shoulders for you. Don't worry, I'm definitely not attracted by the equipment in the forge. I really want to experience the power of the new equipment, boss. Let me do the rough work. Lin Dong glanced at Song Tianke, and he had already seen through this guy's tricks. The chainmail he lent him last time has not been returned yet. Once this guy gets something, he will never return it. He ignored Song Tianke and turned to look at Chui Bingbing. The most suitable person for this equipment is Chui Bingbing. Before Lin Dong finished speaking, the entire team went into an uproar. Oh my god, is Chui Bingbing going to be promoted? Fighting together with Big Brother. I don't think Big Brother will be tempted, right? The equipment that Big Brother forges must be ridiculously powerful. I really envy him. This is a sky-level monster with prehistoric bloodline. The strength of the equipment forged from it is simply unimaginable. These thoughts flashed through the team members' minds, and everyone looked at Chui Bingbing with envy. Even Chui Bingbing herself couldn't help feeling a little shy. Brother Lin Dong, I really didn't do anything, why? She said at a loss. Lin Dong waved his hand, signaling her to stop talking. Then he cleared his throat and looked around. Today's battle gave me a lot of new insights. First, some special professional talents have huge advantages when facing monsters. Second, the power of a team far exceeds that of a single soldier, and everyone's cooperation is the key. He paused for a moment and said firmly, from now on, I will create exclusive equipment for everyone. But this time, the most suitable person for the Nirvana Heart Necklace is Chui Bingbing. Lin Dong's gaze fell on Chui Bingbing again, his eyes full of encouragement and trust. Only those who possess fire-attributed skills can truly unleash the powerful effect of the Heart of Nirvana Necklace. As he said this, he personally put the Heart of Nirvana Necklace on Chui Bingbing's neck. Chui Bingbing was stunned for a moment. Then she felt a surge of heat on her face. Her whole face instantly turned red, and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. She had experienced countless high temperatures, but she had never felt such a heat and shock. This scene immediately aroused the vigilance of Su Runin and Yao Qingxing, and their eyes were full of doubt and vigilance. Su Runin thought to herself, Lin Dong must have done this for the future of the team. Yao Qingxing muttered to himself, this Chui Bingbing seems to be another strong competitor. Both of them have their own thoughts, but they both regard Chui Bingbing as a considerable threat. However, Chui Bingbing was immersed in great happiness and excitement at the moment. The powerful power of the Heart of Nirvana Necklace made her feel as if she had reached a new peak. The effect of the equipment was unparalleled. Equipment: Heart of Nirvana Necklace, no level, life, plus 65,000. Deadly high temperature, active skill, releases flaming high temperature airflow. The temperature within a radius of 300 meters will rise to over 1,800 degrees, causing continuous damage to the target enemy, reducing health by 50 points per second, and reducing the opponent's defense by 100% within the flame range. It lasts for 60 seconds, and the cooling time is 600 seconds. Phoenix dances in the sky, an active skill that summons a sky full of dark gold phoenix illusions, causing 50,000 points of continuous damage to the target enemy. The duration is 120 seconds, and the cooldown time is 600 seconds. Endless Nirvana. When the wearer encounters a fatal attack, he will turn into a scorching sun and enter a state of suspended animation. The scorching sun can withstand 1 billion points of damage and will recover to full state after 5 minutes with no cooldown time. Although this piece of equipment did not have any other basic attribute bonuses, the 65,000 health points alone were incredible. The improvement brought by this necklace made Chui Bingbing's health almost comparable to Lin Dong's. Although the Heart of Nirvana Necklace did not replicate the blood sacrifice ability of the Dark Gold Phoenix, the perfect replica of the other 3 skills made this equipment extremely powerful. Such equipment even made Shui Hong and Song Tianke salivate. Shui Hong couldn't help but smile, and he came close to Lin Dong and said with a smile, Boss, I am of Earth attribute, and I'm mainly focused on defense. Take a look. How about killing an Earth attribute prehistoric monster and refining some equipment for me? Song Tianke was not to be outdone and followed closely behind, his eyes flashing with flattery. Brother, I am the output role in the team. You see, this Yuan Hong has a sneaky look in his eyes. I guess he is not a good guy, especially since he is a gold-attributed magic beast. How about I refine a treasure for him and improve my combat power? Yuan Hongbin was standing by with his head down. When he heard this, he immediately pricked up his ears and became alert. Song Tianke had set his sights on it again. Along the way, Song Tianke had been secretly coveting its Dinghe Shenzhen. Fortunately, it was alert enough, otherwise it would have been taken down by this guy long ago. Now, Song Tianke is already level 65, his strength has skyrocketed, and he can easily take the Dinghe Shenzhen. If that thing falls into his hands, I'm afraid there will be no turning back. But now, Song Tiang's target has turned from Dinghai Shenzhen to it, which makes Yuan Hong feel a chill in his heart. He glared at Song Tianke, his eyes almost spewing fire. Humph, if my master Lin Dong wasn't here, I would let this hairless monkey taste my power. Song Tianke didn't seem to be afraid at all. Instead, he glared back at me. What? You stinky monkey, you dare challenge me? If you have the guts, challenge me in a one-on-one duel. I'll kill you and turn you into equipment. Yuan Hong had a bad temper. He clenched the Dinghai Shenzhen tightly and turned the weapon in his hand, as if he was ready to fight with Song Tianke at any time. Shui Hong was watching the fun from the sidelines, adding fuel to the fire. Old Song, don't give him face, just raise your knife and do it. Let this monkey see who is the boss. Old Yuan, we must beat this guy down today. I have disliked Old Song for a long time. Everyone around was stunned. They had never expected the situation to be so heated. Zhuge Chengfeng coughed lightly and turned his gaze to Bai Xingxue with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Xiao Bai, are all the people in your team so hot-tempered? Bai Xingxue was slightly embarrassed and didn't know how to answer, so he could only smile helplessly and said, Brother Chengfeng, Lao Shui and Lao Song have always been not quite right in their heads, so don't bother with them. Zhuge Chengfeng nodded, then silently observed the situation in front of him. When the girls saw the scene in front of them, they unconsciously gathered around Lin Dong, chattering excitedly. Bai Ji was waving a colorful flag that she got from somewhere, and she started cheering for Song Tianke and Yuan Hong. Great! I thought everyone had nothing to do after killing the Dark Gold Phoenix, but I didn't expect a new excitement to come. Yao Qingxing was even more exaggerated. He took out a drum set and started beating it with a clanging sound, full of rhythm. Chui Bingbing was not to be outdone and threw out a cluster of sparks, instantly creating a festive atmosphere at the scene. Only Su Runin stared at Lin Dong with her big, sparkling eyes. When she saw his expression gradually becoming more interesting, she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Lin Dong, I've discovered that our Ares Academy is truly warmongering. When they heard about a fight, no one tried to stop us. Instead, they were all super excited. Lin Dong held his forehead helplessly, feeling that he had really underestimated these guys' ability to cause trouble, especially Song Tianke. He had been too rampant recently, and it was time to teach him a lesson. So Lin Dong turned to Yuan Hong and said seriously, Yuan Hong, don't show mercy later. Beat him up hard. If you lose, I will refine you into equipment. Yuan Hong couldn't wait any longer. After hearing Lin Dong's words, he exerted force with his feet, leaped up, raised the Dinghai Shenzhen, and smashed it hard at Song Tianke. Song Dedeo, come and have a taste of this stick from me. Old ape. Song Tianke didn't take Yuan Hong seriously and was leisurely picking his teeth with a toothpick. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but the blood-crying sword in his hand was already a legendary weapon, while Yuan Hong's Dinghai Shenzhen was only gold level. The gap between the two was not small, and the blood-crying sword was even slightly better. Seeing Yuan Hong's stick coming at him, Song Tianke immediately threw away the toothpick with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Good timing. I've been wanting to taste the monkey brain soup for a long time. So, the two men and the monkey started fighting back and forth with great momentum. Yuan Hong relied on his high level and powerful strength, coupled with his ground-walking skills, to be as agile as a ghost. Song Tianke, on the other hand, was very aggressive, with his swordsmanship as fierce as a storm, swallowing thousands of miles, and capable of both offense and defense. For a while, the battle was extremely stalemate, and it was hard to tell who would win. An hour passed, and it was still unclear who would win. The crowd that was originally watching gradually lost interest and turned to go to the burning sky, flowing flame mine to mine. After all, mining was the focus of this mission. Lin Dong looked at the pile of burning sky, flowing flames in front of him, and couldn't help but forge a few more large storage rings. Hey, what a great harvest. I'm running out of rings. However, while some are happy, others are sad. While Lin Dong was happily busy, the situation of other teams was not so optimistic. The members of Hualong Academy and Heilong Academy withdrew from the Golden Sword battlefield in disappointment, with disappointment on their faces, and they were obviously in a bad mood. A team member from the Black Dragon Academy couldn't help but complain. Captain, have you been bewitched by Choi Hyunya? We've been here for so long and gained nothing. Our level has only increased by 2 levels. We are definitely far behind other academies. Yes, Captain, if you still insist on your wrongdoing, we will have to elect a new captain. That's right, Captain. Chen Woody has already entered the prayer temple for several days. There is no news from him. He might have died in there. Why are we still wasting time waiting for him? When Xiao Wenlong, the captain of the Black Dragon Academy, heard the indignation of his team members, he knew that if he didn't calm everyone down, the situation would get out of control. So he gave the nervous Choi Hyuna a reassuring look, as if to say, "Trust me, I can solve this problem." Choi Hyuna was indeed a little nervous, because if something really happened to her brother Choi Woody, she, as an outsider, would probably be abandoned by the Hualong Academy and the Black Dragon Academy, and left alone in this dangerous lost land. Wouldn't that be courting death? Fortunately, there is Xiao Wenlong, a suck-up. If not for him, Choi Hyuna really doesn't know how to deal with it. Xiao Wenlong stood up and angrily rebuked the complaining team members in a loud voice. What did you guys say just now? You want to abandon brother Choi Woody. You really don't know what's good for you. Choi Woody is the most outstanding talent of the Choi family's younger generation, the pride of the Choi family in Beijing, a family of war masters, one war master in each generation. How can you compare to him? Believe me, brother Choi must have found a great opportunity in the prayer temple. When he comes out, we can quickly upgrade together and sweep across the world without any problem. Just as Xiao Wenlong was giving an inspiring speech, suddenly, a hearty laugh came from the prayer temple. Ha, brother Wenlong is right. It's worth making friends with you. Ha, I Choi Woody am back. If Grandpa hadn't left me a weapon that can kill legendary monsters, I might have really stayed in there. As Choi Woody's voice rang out, a powerful aura swept over instantly, and everyone present felt suffocated. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind suddenly swept past, and a figure quickly appeared in front of everyone. It was Choi Woody. At this moment, he was in tatters with blood and clothes intertwined, looking miserable. However, the aura he exuded had already reached the level of a great warrior, which was chilling. Choi Hyuna was so excited when she saw her brother coming back that she almost lost control. She rushed to Choi Woody without hesitation, not caring about the dirt on him. After all, in the days without Choi Woody, she, a member of the God of War Academy, was almost isolated in the team, and her life and death were uncertain. Now, Choi Woody is finally back, and Choi Hyunya is so excited that she can't express it in words. Even her purple hair is flying up to the sky because of her excitement. Brother, you are finally back. I was really scared when you were not here. Choi Woody smiled brightly, gently held her in his arms, and patted her on the back. Don't be afraid, sister. With your brother here, no one can bully you. Xiao Wenlong saw this with sharp eyes, and immediately realized that Choi Woody had been promoted to a level 42 warrior, with powerful equipment and a completely different aura. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and was glad that he had just said a few good words about Choi Woody. Otherwise, he might really be unlucky today. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he quickly lowered his posture, approached Choi Woody in a flattering manner, and congratulated him. Brother Choi, congratulations on your promotion to a great warrior. With you here, no one in this forsaken land will be able to defeat us. Choi Woody was very proud when he heard this. He looked around and his aura became stronger and stronger, just like a king descending. Ha, Brother Wenlong, I am really touched to hear you say that. I will definitely help you with your matter with my sister. Brother, Choi Hyuna couldn't help pouting when she heard this, as if she was disgusted with Choi Woody's one-man show. She looked down on Xiao Wenlong, a licker, and thought to herself, he's worse than Lin Dong, that bastard. When thinking of Lin Dong, Choi Hyuna's face turned red unconsciously. Hate it. Why do you think of that bastard at this time? When Xiao Wenlong saw the expression on Choi Hyunya's face, he was stunned, his eyes full of obsession. So beautiful! If a beauty like this were in bed. Countless ambiguous images instantly emerged in his mind. However, when Choi Hyuna looked up and saw Xiao Wenlong's wretched appearance, she immediately felt disgusted, stamped her feet, turned around, and ran to the back of the team. Brother, look at him, his thoughts are all written on his face. Chen Woody laughed, not caring at all, in a good mood. His strength has greatly increased now. It's time to win people's hearts, so he deliberately raised his voice and said, Hey, since ancient times, heroes have been paired with beauties. Sister, you are so beautiful, and Brother Wenlong is so brave. It's a match made in heaven. Choi Hyunik couldn't bear to hear these words and ran to the back of the team angrily. Hey, Hyuna, we could take it slow. I can wait. Xiao Wenlong felt uneasy when he saw Choi Hyuna leaving, fearing that Choi Woody's words would upset her. Choi Woody glanced at his sister, then looked at Xiao Wenlong and laughed. Brother Wenlong, don't worry, girls are shy. Don't worry. I'm her brother. She has always listened to me since she was a child. Leave this matter to me. There will be absolutely no problem. Hearing Choi Woody's promise, Xiao Wenlong was overjoyed. He continued to flatter him and expressed his loyalty at the same time. He looked back at the Black Dragon Academy members who were still trembling with fear and snorted coldly. You short-sighted people, hurry up and apologize to Brother Choi. Brother Choi is generous and will not bother with you. But next time, if you speak without restraint again, you will have to experience the majesty of the great warrior yourself. The members of the Black Dragon Academy shuddered and walked up to Choi Woody, congratulating him on his promotion to a great warrior and apologizing again and again. In order to build up his team, Choi Woody deliberately acted magnanimous, and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and cheerful. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. When someone asked him about his experience in the prayer temple, Choi Woody immediately started showing off. Haha, guess what? After I entered the prayer temple, I obtained an epic skill and was directly upgraded to level 10. Hearing this, all the team members' eyes lit up instantly, and their jealousy and envy were beyond words. No wonder Choi Woody spent so much money to buy our golden sacred grass. It turns out that the prayer temple is so magical. Some people have already started to regret their decision, secretly sighing. It's a pity that each person can only enter the Golden Sword battlefield once. If I had waited a few more days to collect some golden holy grass, I would probably have been able to directly upgrade to level 10. Choi Woody obviously didn't care about his teammates' reactions. His strength had greatly increased now, and his words were full of boastful confidence. You may not know that as soon as I entered the arena, I encountered a level 60 legendary monster, the giant horned antelope. This monster was so powerful that it almost tore me into pieces. Fortunately, our Choi family has the ancestral swift step, otherwise I would have been torn into pieces by it. He continued proudly. This is a monster that even the god of war finds difficult to deal with. As a great warrior, I fought it for more than half an hour and finally escaped without being killed by it. Choi Woody's saliva flew as he spoke, and the scene he described was so tense that the air almost froze. The members of Hualong Academy and Heilong Academy were stunned and shocked, not knowing what to do. After all, it was a level 60 legendary monster. If it were them, they would have probably been frightened to the point of their legs going limp and pissing their pants. But Choi Woody was able to escape from this ferocious monster for half an hour and remain safe and sound. He is simply a mythical existence. In their eyes, being able to hold out for so long under the pursuit of a level 60 legendary monster is not only not shameful, it is a great miracle. Xiao Wenlong was also listening with great interest. When he saw Choi Woody stop to drink water, he couldn't help but ask impatiently, Brother Choi, this is really a dead end. How did you escape in the end? Choi Woody had obviously been waiting for this sentence. He looked at Xiao Wenlong with satisfaction, thinking that this brother-in-law was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Haha, this is to mention the vision of my grandfather Cui Taiyang. He invited Mei Zushi, the only legendary blacksmith in China, to forge a pair of gloves for me and my sister. These gloves are extraordinary. They can store and accumulate damage. They contain thousands of my grandfather's strongest attacks. The damage has already exceeded 20 million points. I was in crisis and had no choice but to take out these gloves. With these gloves, level 60 legendary monsters are no problem at all. Chen Woody proudly showed off the glory of his grandfather, the warlord. Without his grandfather, the power of the gloves would never have been possible. These words undoubtedly made all the players present feel extremely envious, and they even unconsciously wanted to get closer to Chen Woody. After all, a strong family background is always an enviable fortune. A family without a war master is destined to rely on a more powerful force. Seeing the admiring eyes of the people around him, Chen Woody was in high spirits and felt that he was the center of attention. However, he was not satisfied and planned to show off his talent again. So, he took out a short sword from his bosom and showed it to everyone proudly. Look, this 10-point sword is a precious item equipment that dropped when I killed a level 60 monster. This action once again attracted everyone's attention, and everyone stared at the sword with wide eyes. Equipment: 10-point sword, platinum level, attack, plus 4,500 defense, plus 150 magic defense, plus 150 attack speed, plus 15% the invincible one. When attacking the target, by collecting the meanness value, you can increase the normal attack of the weapon by a percentage. For example, if you shout "I am a bitch" loudly, you can get 10 bitch points. By consuming these points, the damage of weapon attacks will increase by 10%. The maximum increase in normal attacks is 100%. Although the way this sword was amplified was a bit weird, in their eyes it was still too powerful to be ignored. A 100% increase, whether for 5 seconds or longer, will cause a blow to the enemy that cannot be ignored, especially for warriors. Increasing the damage of ordinary attacks is something they are extremely eager to do, and such equipment is extremely precious. I didn't expect Chen Woody to be so lucky to get such powerful equipment. Everyone was filled with admiration and couldn't help but flatter him in unison. Captain Chui is indeed a child of destiny. His luck is so much better than ours. Even the heavens are blessing him. This is not luck, this is destiny. Captain Chui is undoubtedly the son of destiny chosen by God. Yes, Captain Chui is very lucky. If we follow him, we will definitely make a fortune. Chen Woody enjoyed everyone's flattery and was a little too proud of himself. Well, this trip to the Golden Sword battlefield has ended perfectly. Next, we will go to the Night Demon Forest to collect some healing medicine and then upgrade our level. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed Chen Woody to the Night Demon Forest. However, just as they arrived at the entrance to the dungeon, they unexpectedly ran into Lin Yang, who was waiting for the dungeon to open. Chen Woody's eyebrows suddenly raised, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that you didn't die, and even made it to level 35. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Lin Yang's eyes were as sharp as a sword, and he responded coldly. Chen Woody, I am no longer the Wu Xiaomon of the past. Today I was just about to seek justice for the humiliation I suffered that day. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own. It saved me a lot of effort. In Lin Yang's mind, Chen Woody had already been sentenced to death, and his hostility towards him was second only to Lin Dong. In addition, he had recently had an adventure, and he was so inflated that he could not recognize himself. When he saw Chen Woody, his face was filled with arrogance, and he wanted to tear Chen Woody into pieces. Okay. Since you came to me, today I will make you regret coming to this world. Haha, who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Chen Woody seemed to have heard a huge joke. He dug out the earwax with disdain, flicked it into the air, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. Then, he turned to the members of the Black Dragon Academy and began to brag. Have you seen this lost dog? I kicked him out of the Hualong Academy. Haha, I can't believe he's actually the younger brother of that shitty blacksmith Lin Dong. Back in the Hualong Academy special training camp, I trained him to be more obedient than a dog. He washed his underwear when he washed his underwear, and licked his shoes when he licked his shoes. As soon as the voice fell, the members of the Black Dragon Academy and the Hualong Academy couldn't help laughing. They never took the children of these small families seriously and could trample on their dignity at will. Moreover, Lin Yang was Lin Dong's younger brother. Lin Dong had offended Chen Woody before, so Lin Yang naturally became his target. When Xiao Wenlong saw this scene, he thought about how to show off in front of Chen Woody, so he volunteered, Brother Chui, hand this piece of trash to me. I will definitely teach this dog who dared to bare his fangs to his master a lesson. Chen Woody nodded. He knew Xiao Wenlong's strength. Although this guy was 3 levels lower than Lin Yang, he was definitely a master, and there was no problem in teaching Lin Yang a lesson. So, he also warned him, "Be careful, don't kill this dog, I will play with him later. Don't worry, I will leave him a chance to breathe." Qiu Wenlong's eyes were cold, and he sneered. With his special steel wrist, he walked towards Lin Yang, ready to kill him. Lin Yang's eyes turned cold. He narrowed his eyes slightly and observed Qiu Wenlong carefully. Name: Qiu Wenlong, HP 16,000 attack, 3450 defense, 300 magic defense, 300 dodge, 3% movement speed, 115% attack speed, 106%. These attributes are definitely top-notch among gold-level warriors, especially the 16,000 health points, which is simply a highlight. But for Lin Yong, such strength is really not worth mentioning. He smiled confidently. Even if he attacked Qiu Wenlong twice, Qiu Wenlong would not last more than 3 moves. After all, he now has the Pisces armband, and his normal attack can reach 9,300 points. If he activates the skill of More Waves Stronger, his attack power will directly exceed 10,000, which is enough to easily crush Qiu Wenlong. Qiu Wenlong approached, and Lin Yang knocked him away with a casual wave of his hand. Qiu Wenlong spit out blood, looked at him in shock, and hurriedly took a large amount of blood-restoring drugs. "Lin Yang, you actually dare to plot against me?" Qiu Wenlong shouted in disbelief. Lin Yang sneered, his eyes sharp as knives. "You are just a small minion. Do I need to plot against you? For a chosen one like me, fair and square means are enough to defeat you. You are not worthy to fight against me. Tell Chen Woody to come up and die." Qiu Wenlong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and wanted to continue rushing forward, but suddenly felt his shoulder being grabbed. "Wenlong, step back. You are no match for him." Chen Woody walked out, staring at Lin Yang with a gloomy look, revealing a strong, murderous intent in his eyes. "I didn't expect that you, a dog, would have such a fortuitous encounter that your equipment and combat power could be improved to the same level as mine." Chen Woody sneered, "Especially your Pisces armband, I like it very much. If I kill you, the thing will be mine." Lin Yang looked at Chen Woody coldly, with an uninhibited smile on his face. "Want it? Come and get it. That's exactly what I meant." Chen Woody waved the 10-point sword in his hand, and the sword flowers flew. He began to mutter to himself, his tone full of sarcasm. "I'm so cheap. I'm so cheap. I'm so cheap." Lin Yang was stunned for a moment, his eyes blank, thinking, is this guy crazy? He actually made fun of himself in front of me and said what I wanted to say? However, just as he was puzzled, Chen Woody suddenly laughed. "Haha, the bitch value has reached 30. The attribute is increasing too fast. I am lowly and shameless. I am so lowly. The lowest thing in the world is pure joy. The lowliest people are invincible." While making fun of himself, Chen Woody quickly raised his shit value. When the value reached 100, he converted it into a 100% attribute increase without hesitation. In an instant, his attack power soared to 15,000. At this moment, Lin Yang's health points were only 21,000, but Chen Woody was confident that he could easily kill Lin Yang with just 2 swords. However, facing this sudden change, Lin Yang's eyes flashed with vigilance. He tightly grasped the Pisces armband and took a firm step. The more waves, the stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, a salty and humid sea breeze suddenly swept past, and then the shadows of waves began to condense rapidly, sweeping towards Chen Woody and his teammates like a torrent. And behind this wave, waves surged one after another, growing stronger and stronger, as if to swallow up the entire battlefield. Choi Hyun-ae stared at the battle situation anxiously, her heart beating faster and her face full of tension. "What's going on? I haven't seen Lin Yang for just a few days. How come he has suddenly become so powerful? He was only in his teens, but in just a few days he has risen to level 35, and his combat power is beyond the norm. How can I be at ease?" Qiu Wenlong whispered to comfort her, but his tone was obviously flattering. He got close to Choi Hyun-ya, but didn't dare to get too close. "Hyun-ah, don't worry. Brother Choi is already a great warrior, and he suppresses Lin Yang in terms of level. Moreover, he is holding that powerful weapon, so there is no way he can lose." Choi Hyun-ae was still worried. She ruffled her fluffy purple hair and said in a trembling voice, "But I always feel something is wrong. Maybe they will both lose." At the same time, Chen Woody felt Lin Yang's aura continue to increase, and the tension in his heart turned into determination in an instant. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth secretly. There are only 5 seconds of increase. I must take advantage of these few seconds to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, everything will be too late. Lin Yang's mood was the same as Chen Woody. He only had 5 seconds to explode. He knew that the opportunity was fleeting and he had to seize it. The two men roared loudly almost at the same time, bursting out with their strongest power and rushing towards each other. Boom! With a loud noise, smoke and dust rose in the field, and the huge shock wave shocked everyone present. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe the scene before their eyes. Oh my god, Lin Yong can actually fight on equal terms with Captain Shui, who is at the Great Warrior level. Is he really only at the gold level? Look, Captain Shui and Lin Yong are both vomiting blood. The power of this attack is so amazing. If I were standing here, I would have been blown away. This is truly a battle that shakes the world. I may never see such a shocking duel in my entire life. The audience held their breath and clenched their fists tightly, as if every bit of their strength was being invested in this fierce battle. However, the scene a few hundred meters above the ground was completely different. Lin Dong and the others were leisurely eating melon seeds and watching the changes on the battlefield. Shui Hong curled his lips casually and even yawned. This kind of battle is too boring. There is nothing to watch. It's really boring. Song Tianke ate the melon while wiping the juice from the corner of his mouth. Yes, it's just a children's game. There is no depth. Zhuge Chengfeng blinked. Don't mention it, it's quite interesting. One of them is the cheaper is invincible, and the other is the more you wave, the stronger. The names are quite compatible. The members of the Ares Academy all laughed, but Lin Dong's gaze turned to the sky, where a meteor streaked across the night sky. Let's go. The beacon has appeared, and the Night Demon Forest dungeon has been opened. We must hurry to collect what attributes spirit stones and burial soil agarwood. The Lost Land has been open for 10 days. We can't waste any more time. We must clear all the low-level hidden dungeons as soon as possible. Everyone nodded in agreement and quickly turned into meteors, flying towards the entrance of the Night Demon Forest. The spectators on the ground were unaware and were still immersed in the life-and-death battle between Chen Woody and Lin Yang. This is the second time Captain Shui has vomited blood. His condition doesn't look optimistic. Humph, Lin Yang is not much better. He should be proud of being able to withstand 2 attacks from Captain Shui. Isn't this guy the archetype of a villain? As long as he survives, he'll get stronger the more he's beaten. How about we attack him together and take advantage of the opportunity to finish him off? Great idea. This is our chance to show off. Let's all come together. Seeing that the two were almost evenly matched, the members of Hualong Academy and Heilong Academy quickly took action to besiege Lin Yang. Chen Woody was also deeply shocked at this time, and a strong determination emerged in his heart. At this time, the sudden joining of the team members gave him courage. Haha, Lin Yang, I admit that you have some strength, but fighting does not rely solely on individuals. Teamwork is king. Today, I will let you see what real strength is. 138, Lin Dong kills Platinum with one finger. Choi Hyuna regrets it. Seeing the enemies rushing towards him, Lin Yang's face suddenly changed. At this time, the effect of his 5-second real manliness, where he becomes stronger the more he reckless, is about to end, but even Chen Woody cannot completely defeat him. If we are surrounded by this group of wolves, we will be in great danger. His mind raced as Lin Yang looked towards the entrance of the Night Demon Forest with a sly look in his eyes. At this time, the beacon has appeared, and the gate to the Night Demon Forest is wide open. So he feinted a shot and forced Chen Woody to retreat. Then he ran into the Night Demon Forest without any hesitation. In the Night Demon Forest, there are towering trees that stretch as far as the eye can see. There is no light on the ground, and it is as dark as midnight. After Lin Yang entered, he suddenly disappeared. After Chen Woody and others chased into the Night Demon Forest, they still couldn't find any trace of Lin Yang. Looking at the pitch-dark Night Demon Forest filled with ghostly shadows, Chen Woody couldn't help but spit on the ground. Damn it, Lin Yang got away. Next time I see him, I must kill him. Qiu Wenlong stood beside him and also sneered. This Night Demon Forest is full of unpredictable dangers. He is alone in there. I am afraid that he will be eaten by the poisonous insects and monsters here without us having to take any action. Chen Woody nodded, expressing his deep agreement. After all, if you don't have a complete map in your hand, entering the Night Demon Forest means basically death. Listen to my orders. Take out your flashlights and searchlights, walk in pairs, back to back, and call for help in case of danger. This time, our goal is to collect the two treasures, the healing nectar and the burial agarwood. Chen Woody made all the arrangements, and the team members quickly moved forward according to his instructions. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but in the end, only Choi Hyun-ae and Cheo Wen-long were left without forming a team. Cheo Wen-long's eyes flickered, and he came to Choi Hyun-ae with a smile. Sister Hyun-ae, there are only two of us left. It seems that we have to team up. Let it go. I will protect you. Choi Hyun-ae frowned. To be honest, she really didn't want to team up with Cheo Wen-long. This guy, whenever he looked at her, his eyes were always lustful, and he often glanced at her breasts. It was obvious that he had ulterior motives. I don't know what's wrong with my brother. Why did he arrange me and him together? Choi Hyun-ae, pouting, accepted her fate helplessly. After all, the Night Demon Forest was extremely dangerous, and if no one protected her back, she would easily be attacked by monsters. Although she accepted this fact, when Cheo Wen-long approached her with a look of triumph on his face, Choi Hyun-ae couldn't help but twist her body and keep a certain distance from him to avoid direct physical contact. Cheo Wen-long was not in a hurry, but there was a hint of subtle malice in his eyes. He tightened his storage ring, which contained a white powder that could make people temporarily lose consciousness and obey his commands. He was planning to find an opportunity to leave the team after going deeper into the Night Demon Forest, and then use this medicine to play a game with Choi Hyun-ae called the King of Heaven and the Tiger Pagoda to suppress the river monster. With this in mind, Cheo Wen-long walked slower and slower, and soon he had opened up a distance from the large group in front. Choi Hyun-ae grumbled at him in dissatisfaction. Why are you dawdling like this? We're so far behind. Be careful not to get separated from the main group. Cheo Wen-long deliberately made up an excuse to respond to Choi Hyun-ae's questions. Don't be impatient, Hyun-ae sister. There are many good things in this Night Demon Forest. If you leave too hastily, you may miss them. As he spoke, he walked up to a strange plant, took out a flashlight, pointed at the dewdrops on the stamens, and explained to Choi Hyun-ae. See? The condensation on the pistil of this plant is the healing nectar we are looking for. It can bring back the dead and instantly restore blood. It is better than the blood-recovering medicine we carry with us. Then Cheo Wen-long took out a container and carefully collected the healing nectar, but he wasted a lot of time. He glanced at the team in front of him and found that there was almost no light, and a smile appeared on his lips. Sister Hyun-ae, I will now demonstrate to you the miraculous effects of this healing nectar to open your eyes. As he spoke, Cheo Wen-long used a small knife to cut his arm, and a large amount of blood immediately oozed out. But Cheo Wen-long was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled and sprinkled a drop of healing nectar on the wound, and even tried to explain to Choi Hyun-ae. Hyun-ae, see, this healing nectar is quickly repairing my skin. As he spoke, he moved closer to Choi Hyun-ae, the white powder tightly grasped in his hand, ready to be used. But what puzzled him was that Choi Hyun-ae's expression suddenly became terrified, and her face was full of anxiety. What's wrong, Sister Hyun-ae? He couldn't help but ask. Run! Behind you! Before Choi Hyun-ae could finish her words, she turned around and ran away in panic, like a frightened deer. Cheo Wen-long turned his head in confusion and looked behind him. What's wrong? You're so mysterious, but there's nothing here. Let me think. Hyun-ae isn't trying to play hide-and-seek with me. That's really romantic. Just when Cheo Wen-long was thinking that everything was fine, a huge snake head suddenly stretched out from the darkness above his head, bending its body irregularly and slowly wrapping around Cheo Wen-long's body. This is a platinum magical beast, the Jade Python, that is several dozen feet long. On the tree trunk where it is coiled, there are more than a dozen eerie white bones. It can be seen that this Jade Python has killed many geniuses who entered the Night Demon Forest. As it approached Cheo Wen-long, its scarlet tongue couldn't help but twitch rapidly, and a drop of saliva couldn't help but fall down. This drop of saliva just dripped onto Cheo Wen-long's head. Feeling the wetness on his head, Cheo Wen-long looked up curiously, only to see a bloody mouth suddenly swallowing him. The fishy breath and huge fangs made Cheo Wen-long couldn't help but scream out, but before he could resist, he was swallowed by the Jade Python. Then, with a dangerous look flashing in the eyes of the Jade Python, it swam in the direction where Choi Hyun-ae had sneaked away. Choi Hyun-ae ran so fast that her little leather boots fell off. If it weren't for the soft armor on her body, she would have been stabbed by the sharp bushes along the way. But even so, there were still many small cuts on her delicate face. But as an archer, She was alert and realized that the danger had not disappeared, but was getting closer. At this moment, she suddenly found a flickering fire in front of the forest and could even faintly hear the sound of people talking and laughing. Could it be my brother and the others? A hint of joy flashed in Choi Hyunya's eyes, and she rushed quickly towards the direction of the fire. However, the Jade Python behind her obviously also noticed this situation, and it sped up its speed, trying to swallow Choi Hyunya into its stomach before she reached the fire. In panic, Choi Hyunya shot several arrows at the Jade Python, but her arrows could not even break through the Jade Python's defense and fell directly to the ground. Choi Hyunya saw that it was futile to stop the python and that it was getting closer and closer. So she shouted for help. "Help, help, brother, save me!" She shouted for help and ran towards the fire at full speed. Just as she ran closer to the fire, she was suddenly tripped by a sharp stone and stumbled towards a person in front of her. When she was in that man's chest, a heavy breath suddenly enveloped her, making her feel unprecedented sense of security. "Brother, brother, is that you?" Choi Hyunya raised her head, and her eyes gradually changed from surprise to horror. Because the person she was hugging now was none other than Lin Dong, the person she hated to the core. Lin Dong looked down at her expressionlessly, seeming to be very disgusted. "Please don't call me brother. I don't have a sister like you. Also, I don't like the feeling of having 3060 pressed against my chest, so you'd better take it away." Choi Hyunya let go of Lin Dong in shame and anger, not knowing what to do. This damn Lin Dong really doesn't give girls any face at all. However, the danger was not over. The Jade Python that fell behind her had already rushed nearby and opened its bloody mouth to bite Choi Hyunya and Lin Dong. Choi Hyunya looked back in horror, her face pale with fright. She knew that her life might end here, but she couldn't help but feel unwilling that she would die with that bastard Lin Dong. Just when she was about to close her eyes and accept her fate, a hand gently reached out from behind her. I saw the hand slowly closing, leaving only one finger. This finger seemed to have some kind of magic power. In an instant, it produced hundreds of phantoms, which finally all overlapped on the forehead of the Jade Python. The Jade Python didn't even understand what was happening before it fell straight to the ground without even having time to close its eyes. Choi Hyunya looked at the horrible monster falling in front of her and couldn't help swallowing. What kind of strength does it take to be able to kill a platinum-level monster with just one finger? That's a platinum monster with tens of millions of health bars. It would take a group of people several hours to kill it. But now, it was destroyed in an instant by just a finger? Is it so magical? Just when Choi Hyunya's worldview collapsed, she heard Lin Dong's damn voice coming from behind her again. The voice was still lazy and careless, but it sounded terrifying when you thought about it carefully. Lin Dong said, "This Jade Python skin is quite good. It would be perfect for making a belt." What? Lin Dong used such precious platinum material to make a belt that has no combat significance? He is crazy. How can he be so wasteful? But the next moment, she seemed to realize something incredible. The one who just killed the Jade Python was actually Lin Dong. Killing the Jade Python with one finger. I'm afraid even her grandfather couldn't do it. How terrifying is Lin Dong now? Choi Hyunya turned around and looked at Lin Dong in shock, feeling a little regretful. If she had not looked down on Lin Dong so much in the beginning, perhaps the situation would be different now. At the very least, she will be like Su Runin, Yao Qingxing, and others, and have a full set of equipment. But now, is there still a chance to make amends? 139 Lin Dong. Don't go too far. It was the damn Lin Dong who saved me. How come he is so powerful now? Choi Hyunya stared at Lin Dong in a daze. The words thank you were on the tip of her tongue, but she just couldn't say them. From childhood to adulthood, she has been spoiled by her family. She never needs to be nice to anyone, and she takes it for granted what others do for her. It is almost impossible to get her to admit her mistakes or thank others. So Choi Hyunya's face flushed red, and she puffed out her cheeks and looked at Lin Dong without blinking. Lin Dong, Lin Dong glanced at Choi Hyunya, whose face had turned crimson purple, and waved the snake skin he had just pulled off in his hand nonchalantly. "Oh, don't be so conceited. I killed this Jade Python purely because I liked its skin. It would be nice to make a belt out of it." Lin Dong's words instantly wiped out the slight good impression that Choi Hyunya had just had. She stamped her feet angrily, raised her face, and glared at Lin Dong stubbornly. Perhaps it was her self-esteem, or perhaps it was because she was out of danger, but she started to act like a spoiled brat again. Humph, Lin Dong, I knew you weren't that kind. Who told you to kill the Jade Python first? I finally lured it here to kill it, but you got it in the way. Here, this snake skin should be mine. Lin Dong glanced at her calmly and smiled gently, not caring at all. Oh, sorry, I was the first one to kill the Jade Python, so the snake skin is naturally mine. If you want, you can go kill another one yourself. Kill him if you want. What's the big deal? Choi Hyun-ae said angrily. But she didn't dare to move at all, because behind her was the pitch-black night demon forest, where she could encounter all kinds of dangers at any time. Lin Dong and the others in front of him had already created a huge safe zone with torches. Although he didn't know what these people were doing, it was better to stay here than to go to the night devil forest alone to die. So she racked her brains to think of a reason to stay here. But her dignity as a young lady made her too embarrassed to speak, so she could only stand there and stare at Lin Dong. Lin Dong raised the snakeskin in his hand and threw it into the system's forging furnace. Within a minute, a golden belt was taken out. Equipment: Dragon Return Belt, no level. Toughness, plus 100. Endurance, plus 100. Innate Essence: Nourish the root and consolidate yang. Nourish the innate kidney chi and transform chi into essence. Unyielding: Active skill, increases the user's endurance. When Choi Hyun-ae saw the properties of the belt, her face immediately turned red. Bah, you pervert, what kind of damn property is this? It actually replenishes kidney energy? There really is nothing good in Lin Dong's mind. Hearing Choi Hyun-ae's complaints, Lin Dong raised his eyelids indifferently and looked at the aggressive Choi Hyun-ae. Hey, why don't you leave? Didn't you say you were going to kill another Jade Python? Choi Hyun-ae was embarrassed by Lin Dong's question, and her face turned red again with shame and anger. This damn Lin Dong, he really brings up all sorts of issues. If she could kill the Jade Python, would she still be hiding here? But Lin Dong obviously had no intention of keeping Choi Hyun-ae here, but kindly persuaded her to leave. Okay, Miss Choi, don't let us interfere with your plan to kill the Jade Python. Go and do your work. We have to start working too. After saying that, Lin Dong, under Choi Hyun-ae's gaze, swaggered back to the center of the safe zone created by the flames and started doing something mysteriously with Shui Hong and the others. Choi Hyun-ae was provoked by Lin Dong and immediately became furious. Her strong sense of dignity made her unwilling to stay here for another second. Let's go if we want to. Lin Dong, why are you so arrogant? Can I survive if I leave here? Do you think I am willing to stay here? She threw her sleeves angrily, turned around, and walked into the darkness of the night demon forest. But after taking just a dozen steps, her heart began to pound, because in front of her, countless pairs of dark green eyes appeared, staring at her without blinking, waiting for her to come over. Oh my God, they are bloodthirsty forest wolves. There are so many of them. It's so scary. These bloodthirsty forest wolves are pack monsters. Some of them are at the silver level, while most are at the gold level. The leader is even at the platinum level. Not to mention Choi Hyun-ae. Even if her brother Chen Woody came here, he would be eaten up by the group attack. Before Choi Hyun-ae could make any move, the leader of the bloodthirsty forest wolves suddenly howled and led the pack of wolves to charge at her. At this moment, Choi Hyun-ae no longer had the temper of a young lady, and her so-called dignity had long been thrown to the wind. He was so scared that he turned around and ran, fearing that if he ran too slowly, he would be killed by the bloodthirsty forest wolf. It's all Lin Dong's fault. If he hadn't started such a big fire, how could these bloodthirsty forest wolves be attracted here? It's all her fault. Although she thought so in her heart, she was very honest in her words, because she knew that the only one who could save her now was Lin Dong. Lin Dong, help! There are so many wolves, it's so scary. Lin Dong frowned when he heard the noise and looked outside the safe zone. Choi Hyun-ae's skirt fell off, her little face turned red, and her feet were making shadows. Behind her were dozens of bloodthirsty forest wolves, who were not aware of their own life or death, and were chasing Choi Hyun-ae with their bloody mouths wide open. To be honest, Lin Dong didn't want to care at all. What did Choi Hyun-ae's life or death have to do with him? Besides, he was now studying with his team members how to mine the earth-attributed spiritual stone burial agarwood here, and had no time to deal with Choi Hyun-ae. But the next second, Choi Hyun-ae, who was confused by the bloodthirsty forest wolf, opened her arms and jumped on a Lin Dong, hugged Lin Dong tightly, and even buried her head in Lin Dong's arms. Lin Dong, save me. There are so many bloodthirsty forest wolves. Lin Dong was almost unable to breathe because of Choi Hyunya's grip on his neck. He was planning to take Choi Hyunya off his body, but when he reached out to touch Choi Hyunya's thigh, he felt a delicate and smooth feeling. He suddenly pulled his hand away, looking embarrassed. Choi Hyunya, get off me quickly. Otherwise, I will be rude. I won't. Not until you kill those timber wolves. But you're gone. Ah, Lin Dong, you pervert, where did you touch me just now? How shameless. Su Runin, Yao Qingxing, Bai Ji, and Chui Bingbing, who were standing aside and looked at Choi Hyunya, were all girls. They all frowned, put down their work, and looked at her with a hint of hostility. In the end, it was Yao Qingxing who was kind enough to go over and put a piece of clothing on Choi Hyunya. After all, Choi Hyunya is also a member of the Ares Academy, and they were close teammates before, so Yao Qingxing felt a little sympathetic towards her. Hyunya, come down first. There will be no danger in the safe zone. Those bloodthirsty forest wolves won't dare to come over. When Choi Hyunya saw Yao Qingxing's kind eyes, she reluctantly let go of Lin Dong's neck and was pulled aside by Yao Qingxing. Lin Dong placed his hands on the fire to warm them and dry them. Why does the wind in the night demon forest smell like the salty sea breeze? Those bloodthirsty forest wolves howled and wandered around the periphery of the fire safety zone, not daring to break in for a while. In their opinion, the prey just now escaped into the fire, but there was a dangerous aura in the fire which made them stop forward. The wolf leader hesitated and circled back and forth a few times, but ultimately failed to suppress his bloodthirsty desire. Ouch! The leader wolf roared to the sky, and then led the pack of wolves into the fire safety zone. The frightened Choi Hyunya immediately raised her head vigilantly and looked at the wolves in horror. Oh no! Those bloodthirsty forest wolves are rushing in. Choi Hyunya sat next to her, handed her a pack of biscuits, and smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry about it. It's just some small things that can be easily solved. Feeling the confidence in Yao Qingxing's words, Choi Hyunya couldn't help but be shocked. Once upon a time, Yao Qingxing was just an auxiliary in the team, but now he speaks so arrogantly. He is one of the most terrifying hunters in the night demon forest. Even diamond monsters would retreat when faced with a group of bloodthirsty forest wolves. But Yao Qingxing said it so nonchalantly, as if he didn't care at all. At this moment, a scene that made Choi Hyunya even more difficult to understand appeared, because she found that no one in this team seemed to take the bloodthirsty timber wolves seriously. For example, Song Tianke, who was studying the or with a hoe, even took out a big pot excitedly and shouted loudly, "Wow! Game delivered to our door. We have dinner." As he said that, Song Tianke threw away his hoe and jumped up with his bare hands, looking very excited. For example, Shui Hong, who used to be only a meat shield, also twisted his fat butt and ran forward happily. "Old Song, slow down. Leave some for me. I want to eat the sweet and sour Wolf King spare ribs." But these two men were not bragging. They were truly extremely brave. In less than a minute, they eliminated the entire wolf pack. This kind of terrifying fighting power is chilling. Choi Hyunya carefully observed everyone in the team and felt that she was so weak that she was no different from an ant. How long has it been? Just 10 days. Have these people become so scary? Her eyes moved around and finally met Lin Dong's. Lin Dong still had that pissed-off look on his face, and he put on a deadly face towards her. "Choi Hyunya, the bloodthirsty forest wolf has been dealt with. This time, you should lead." "Lin Dong, this is an order to expel you." Yao Qingxing, Song Tianke, Shui Hong, Bai Xingxue and others couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw the helplessness in their eyes. To be honest, Choi Hyunya was originally a member of their team. It's really hard to bear to let her fend for herself. But now the boss has spoken, and they can't stop him. When Choi Hyunya was provoked by Lin Dong, her temper as a spoiled young lady suddenly came up again. "Lin Dong, I'm telling you, don't go too far. Do you really think I can't live without you? Just leave if you wanna." 140 Lin Dong, you're pitying me? Choi Hyunya was about to leave angrily. Her former teammates all looked at her with regret, but no one spoke for her. Choi Hyunya felt her nose getting sore, and tears of grievance fell down. Even if she was wrong before, would these people be so heartless? Could it be that the friendship of many years is so fragile under Lin Dong's tyranny? She cried as she walked, and later she even started to sob. She felt really wronged. She felt that no one understood her, and she felt that these people were so cold and heartless. I'm so disappointed in you guys. What did I do wrong that you would treat me like this? Can't we have a little tolerance and a little love? Even if what I did before was wrong, I have been punished now. Why are you still so persistent? She really didn't want to leave here. One reason was because she was afraid of death. The other was because she felt a little regretful. Seeing her former teammates become so powerful, her pride and self-esteem were all shattered. She felt like an abandoned chess piece and a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Zhuge Chengfeng, who had been silent, seemed to be unable to bear it any longer and could not help but look at Lin Dong. Brother Lin, why don't you give Choi Hyuna a chance to reform? I saw her when she was a child, and she was spoiled by her family. Although she is a little naughty, she is not a bad person by nature. The Zhuge family and the Chui family are old friends. Moreover, when Choi Hyuna was young, she often followed Zhuge Chengfeng around, so they had some friendship. Otherwise, Zhuge Chengfeng would not have risked making Lin Dong angry by saying these words to Lin Dong. Actually, Lin Dong didn't intend to do anything to Choi Hyuna at first. He just couldn't stand her spoiled princess temper and wanted to punish her. But he always felt that Choi Hyuna was a black sheep, and he was still hesitant about whether to keep her. So Lin Dong didn't say anything, but pondered. When Choi Hyuna saw that Lin Dong did not answer, she looked at Zhuge Chengfeng gratefully and bit her lip. Thank you, Brother Chengfeng. You don't have to beg Lin Dong. He is a man with a heart of stone. You can't change his mind. I'd better leave. Although she said this, Choi Hyuna stood there motionless, as if waiting for someone to plead for her. Although she has a bad temper and is stubborn, she is not stupid. Staying in the Ares Academy team would obviously be safer, and most importantly, if Lin Dong forgave her, she could become as powerful as others. So she turned her gaze to Chui Bingbing, a member of the Chui family branch, with great ambition in her eyes. Chui Bingbing certainly knew what Choi Hyuna was thinking, but her relationship with Choi Hyuna was really average. Moreover, when she was young, Choi Hyuna bullied her a lot, so asking her for help now is impossible. So Chui Bingbing puffed out her chest, pretended to look up at the sky, and ignored it completely. Humph, I won't make Brother Lin Dong angry because of you. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. When Choi Hyuna saw that Choi Bingbing ignored her, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Why? Why can Chui Bingbing, who is from other academies, stay here, but the elites of her Ares Academy are forced to leave? Are these people so heartless just because she joined his brother Chen Woody's team? Why? Choi Hyuna was screaming in her heart. She couldn't figure out where she had gone wrong. Even if she made the wrong choice at that time, she really wants to come back now. Just when she was feeling a little desperate, Su Runin sighed, stood up, walked to Lin Dong's side, and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Lin Dong, just give Choi Hyuna a chance. The Night Devil Forest is so dangerous. If you let her go out alone, she will die. Among these people, the only one who could influence Lin Dong's decision was probably Su Runin. When Choi Hyuna heard Su Runin pleading for her, she immediately looked up in surprise, and her eyes lit up again. Yao Qingxing also reminded Choi Hyuna in time to be more sensible. Hyuna quickly apologized to Brother Lin Dong and stopped putting on airs like a young lady. Brother Lin Dong is approachable and magnanimous, and he will definitely forgive you. Zhuge Chengfeng also nodded, thinking that what Yao Qingxing said made sense. Yes, Hyuna, if you do something wrong, you should have the courage to admit your mistake and have a confession attitude. Don't be petty anymore. Choi Hyuna opened her mouth. She also wanted to say sorry to Lin Dong, but she couldn't say it, as if a fishbone was stuck in her throat. Lin Dong looked at Choi Hyuna's arrogant look and was too lazy to argue with her. Forget it. I don't have the blessing to accept Miss Chui's apology. You want to keep her? I don't care, but I want to make it clear that if she does anything that affects the overall interests of the team again, I will kick her out immediately. After saying that, Lin Dong spread his wind and thunder wings and flew over the night demon forest. This place is a bit barren. It's considered a low-quality mineral vein. You guys should collect it here first. I'll go somewhere else to explore if there are any high-quality mineral veins of burial soil agarwood. After saying that, Lin Dong left without looking back. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, wondering if Lin Dong was angry about this matter. Fortunately, Lin Dong did not force Choi Hyuna to leave, which means there is still hope for the situation. But Choi Hyuna looked at the direction where Lin Dong left with some annoyance, her eyes full of stubbornness. You bastard Lin Dong, are you feeling sorry for me? When did I ever ask for your pity? It's all your fault. You bastard Lin Dong. If it weren't for you, how could I have become like this today? Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes, and her purple hair fluttered in the firelight. She looked so beautiful and indescribable. This kind of look makes everyone feel pity for him. Shui Hong was the first to break the silence. He shook his big head and spoke in a muffled voice. Choi Hyuna, you have to cherish this opportunity. We all know the boss temper. He is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. As long as you understand the rules, he will not drive you away again. Bai Xingxue nodded gently at the side. He was usually taciturn, so this was the first time he said something extra. It is the greatest virtue to correct one's mistakes. As they got closer, Song Tianke, Su Runin, and Yao Qingxing all tried to persuade her, which made Chui Hyunya's head buzz. Choi Hyuna lowered her head, looking like a child who had made a mistake. But deep down, she was secretly rebellious. Why are you all like this? Why are you asking Lin Dong and I to admit our mistakes? He is such a petty person. Can the fault be mine alone? After a brief exchange, everyone continued to collect minerals enthusiastically. Choi Hyuna followed the crowd at a loss, not knowing what to do. Choi Hyuna also knew something about this earth-attributed spiritual stone burial agarwood. But this was the first time she had seen such a large mine. Seeing that everyone was busy, she didn't want to just stand aside and watch, so she clumsily stepped forward to help collect. But when she lifted a brick-sized piece of burial soil and agarwood, she was surprised by the huge gravity. She lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. Her purple hair and fair face were all stained black by the burial soil and agarwood. She struggled to sit up on the ground and kicked the burial soil agarwood angrily. As a result, her toes immediately became swollen and she howled in pain. Oh my, why are these broken stones so hard? I really don't know what you were doing collecting these broken stones. Woo woo woo. In fact, it is not Choi Hyuna's fault, because the burial agarwood is too heavy. A piece of it is the size of a brick and weighs 5 or 6,000 kilograms. With her strength of level 32, it is difficult to lift it. Everyone looked at Choi Hyuna, who was crying and making a fuss, and couldn't help but shake their heads. This young lady has a temper that is really hard to please. Su Runin looked at the distressed Choi Hyuna, stopped collecting or came to her side and extended a hand. When she saw the white hand extended to her, Choi Hyuna's expression froze for a moment. If she remembered correctly, Su Runin had also been ridiculed by her at that time, but this was the second time Su Runin had helped her. She bit her lip a little embarrassedly. Su Runin, thank you. Su Runin smiled slightly, grabbed Choi Hyuna's hand, and pulled her out of the pile of ore. Choi Hyuna lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. Although she has always refused to admit her mistakes, it is not that she cannot distinguish right from wrong. It is just that her self-esteem is getting in the way. Now seeing Su Runin taking the initiative to show kindness, her heart melted for a moment. Su Runin, I'm sorry for what happened before. Su Runin smiled and squeezed Choi Hyuna's dirty palm. You're not sorry to me. The one you should say sorry to is Lin Dong. Okay, your level is too low now, so you can't do many things. Let's increase your level experience first. As Su Runin spoke, she took out experience potions and top-grade flame crystals from her storage ring, placed them in Choi Hyuna's hands, and told her how to use them. Choi Hyuna was immediately stunned by these experience potions and top-grade flame crystals. Holding up a piece of top-grade flame crystal, she couldn't help but repeat Su Runin's words. One piece can increase 100,000 experience points. If you can take 1,000 pieces a day, that's 100 million experience points. Then she picked up the experience potions, the Jotty Deer Antler Cream and the Shirkwan Dabu Pill, and looked at them one by one. 6 flavors Emperor Pill, triple experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours, can be used in combination with other potions. 9 tripods Deer Antler Cream, quadruple experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours, can be used in combination with other potions. 10-fold tonic pill, 5 times the experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours, can be used in combination with other potions. Oh my god! Add to that the triple experience bonus from the Lost Land itself, and you can actually increase your experience by a terrifying 15 times in one day. If used with the Blazing Crystal, an extremely horrifying discovery made Choi Hyuna stunned on the spot. 15 times the experience. 1.5 billion experience points a day. 141 The second prayer temple appears. Choi Hyuna feels like the world has gone crazy. Can you get 1.5 billion experience points in one day? Did she not learn math well in elementary school? How could she calculate such an outrageous number? But what surprised her was that even though she counted it several times with her fingers, she found that it was still the same number. So she picked up the experience potions again with trembling fingers. This time, her mood was completely different from the calmness just now. She looked at Su Runin in disbelief and pointed at her nose. You mean, these are all for me? Su Runin nodded, as if she had done something ordinary. Well, these are for 1 week. If you want more, you can go buy some with other people. This is all I can give you. Take it quickly and catch up in level so that you can play a role in the team. Otherwise, Lin Dong will never keep a burden like you around. At this moment, Choi Hyun-ae was like an ignorant bumpkin and nodded in fear and trepidation, because she was really shocked by what she just heard. At the same time, she also became curious about what level Su Runin and others had reached now. Level 50? Level 60? Or level 70? This is 1.5 billion experience points a day. After she eats it at level 32, she can directly reach level 44. As for Su Runin and others, no one knows how long they have been taking it, so their experience must have been very horrible. So she looked at Su Runin with some trepidation and asked cautiously, Runin, have you been taking experience potions? What level have you reached now? There was no way. Su Runin was wearing a necklace that concealed her aura, and Choi Hyun-ae had no way of seeing the other party's true level. Su Runin, who usually had a kind face, now had a frosty and cold look on her face. She didn't even smile at Choi Hyun-ae, but just took off the necklace that concealed her breath. When Choi Hyun-ae saw Su Runin's level, she was so scared that she jumped up to the ground. Level 69? Oh my god! You have actually reached the level of Quasi-Warlord. This is too terrifying. At the same time, Choi Hyun-ae felt a little scared. So she has been throwing tantrums with a group of Quasi-Warlord level characters for the past half day? You know, now the strength of Su Runin and others is no weaker than her grandfather Choi Taihang. The things she was proud of were nothing but commonplace in front of Su Runin and others. Su Runin looked at Choi Hyun-ae, whose mouth was so surprised that an egg could fit in, and gently stroked her hair. Before level 65, it is relatively easy to level up. Don't be discouraged. After taking these potions, your experience will catch up quickly. Choi Hyun-ae looked at the experience potion and the top-grade flame crystal in her hand and started taking them without hesitation. Her level began to rise rapidly like a rocket. Level 33, level 34, level 40, level 44. The experience bar stopped only when it reached about 90% of level 44. In less than 10 minutes, she completed the transformation from a golden warrior to a great warrior. At the same time, her combat power also increased significantly. Thank you, Su Runin. You are so kind to me. As she said that, she smacked Su Runin on the cheek. Stop, stop, stop. If you keep doing this, I'll leave. I actually hate you, but someone asked me and Lin Dong to plead for you, and I didn't do it. I just feel guilty. Su Runin wiped the saliva left by Choi Hyun-ae on her face, and she was serious and even a little disgusted. Who? Who asked you to ask for favors? Choi Hyun-ae opened her eyes wide, as if she was amazed that someone in the team actually spoke for her. Su Runin glanced at Zhuge Chengfeng in the distance without answering, and then pointed to the burial soil and agarwood were on the ground. Now try again. Choi Hyun-ae was disappointed and nodded. Then she stretched out her hands and grabbed the brick-sized piece of burial agarwood with force. But this time, she used too much force and fell flat on her back while holding the burial soil agarwood. This miserable appearance really ruined her image as a young lady. But Choi Hyun-ae was not angry. Instead, she laughed happily. Ha ha ha, I moved it. Su Runin nodded in approval. At level 44, the basic strength can reach about 10,000 gene, so it shouldn't be a problem to make 1 or 2 pieces of burial soil agarwood. Well, you should also quickly collect some burial soil agarwood. These 5-element minerals will be of great use in the future. In this night, demon forest, perhaps only Lin Dong dares to fly recklessly. The monsters here, even the second mutated ones, were only about level 50. When they sensed Lin Dong flying overhead, they were trembling with fear and didn't dare to move at all. Therefore, Lin Dong moved at a very fast speed along the way and did not encounter any obstacles at all. However, the night demon forest is extremely large, and his career was hindered, so Lin Dong also took a lot of detours. Lin Dong originally planned to look for a top-grade burial agarwood mine, but at this moment, The jade stone with the coordinates of the blessing temple in his arms suddenly jumped. The jade at the coordinates of the blessing temple has responded. Is there something weird here? This jade stone with the coordinates of the blessing temple was the reward he got when he was in the holy arena. He could use it to find the second blessing temple. According to the description of Zilongnu Qingli, this coordinate jade is equivalent to a key. When he reaches the vicinity of the second blessing temple, the coordinate will be automatically activated, causing the blessing temple to appear. However, the coordinates of the second prayer temple recorded in the jade have always been in an inactivated state, so Lin Dong has never been able to go there. But now this piece of jade actually moved. Could it be that a second prayer temple is about to appear here? Lin Dong slowed down and flew in the direction that caused the jade stone of the prayer temple coordinates to change. From a distance, Lin Dong spotted a faint light ahead and even heard the sound of gurgling water. After flying forward for about 20 kilometers, I suddenly felt that the road had turned into a bright one. Lin Dong only felt that the darkness suddenly disappeared, and there was a bright light before his eyes. Hundreds of kilometers away from him, a huge and majestic circular volcano appeared before him. In front of this volcano, human beings seemed so small. At the top of the circular volcano, there seems to be an extremely huge spring, from which spring water is constantly flowing out, forming huge rivers that meander to various places in the night demon forest. Could this be the holy spring of life? According to the records on the map given by Marshal Shao, this should be the entrance to the second-level dungeon of the night demon forest, the holy spring of life. This holy spring of life is a healing elixir that is purer than healing nectar. With this spring water, it is almost like having a second life. In China's virtual trading market, it can be sold at almost sky-high prices. But who could have imagined that such a precious holy spring of life would be everywhere here, like a rushing river? So shocking. To Lin Dong, this kind of scene seemed unreasonably luxurious. However, Lin Dong was not in a hurry to collect the holy spring of life, but continued to move towards the location indicated by the jade coordinates of the blessing temple. When he reached the top of the crater, an open island in the spring attracted his attention. It seems that the location of the prayer temple is right there. As he landed on the island, the jade stone with the coordinates of the blessing temple in his arms had become scorching hot, as if it would melt at any time. Lin Dong gently took out the jade stone of the coordinates of the blessing temple and placed it between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the jade stone at the coordinates of the blessing temple melted into a cloud of mist, and a transparent area opened up in the misty water vapor ahead. As the fog squirmed, a portal with traces of time gradually appeared in Lin Dong's vision. At the entrance of the portal, the stone statue of the flying general still stands. He was still leaning on the sword with both hands, his eyes looking into the depths of the void, with a complex expression of determination and loneliness on his face. Below the stone statue, there is a line of words engraved that automatically reflects into the spirit. Hidden Dungeon, Second Prayer Temple. Entry conditions. 100,000 top-grade burial soil agarwood spirit stones must be paid. Entry level, level 50. Copy introduction. Prayer Temple. Those who meet the requirements will receive the blessing of the goddess, including a lot of experience and props. Tomb of Heroes. You can obtain the Stone of Heroes by influencing the heroes. The Lich King's Death Game. The great Lich King created a powerful witch magic. By passing the Death Game level test he set, you can obtain the coordinates of the third blessing temple. Lin Dong stood in front of the stone statue of the flying general for a long time before he spread his wings and flew away. He doesn't have 100,000 top-grade burial agarwood spirit stones, so he can only go mining first. Fortunately, around the crater where the holy spring of life is located, there are several huge veins of top-grade burial agarwood. As for the burial agarwood from other places in the night demon forest, almost all of it flows out along the river here. No wonder the burial agarwood mines seen on the outskirts are so poor. It turns out that the best ones are all here. Thinking of this, Lin Dong directly released the mining machine and excavator he had forged before and started mining here. However, he couldn't handle it all by himself, so he planned to go back and bring everyone from the Ares Academy here. After Lin Dong returned to the camp, he found Choi Hyunya digging diligently, panting from exhaustion. Her clothes and equipment were torn in many places, and her face and hair were all black. But she never complained or felt tired, and persisted with all her might, which was very different from her former image as a young lady. After taking a look, Lin Dong curled his lips. He's already level 44, but he's still wearing shabby, ordinary gold equipment. It's really shabby. So Lin Dong casually threw 2 bronze speed-up gloves over and said calmly, "Use these and work faster." Originally, when Choi Hyunya saw Lin Dong throwing 2 bronze-level equipment to her, she was not very happy. But when she saw the attributes and entries clearly, she immediately grunted and swallowed. Is this bronze-level equipment? How come it looks 100 times better than her gold-level equipment? She hurriedly put it on her hand, and there was no way she could take it off. "Thanks. Stop. I'm just afraid that you'll affect the progress of the work and hold everyone back. I hope you don't misunderstand me." "Damn you, Lin Dong. Can't you stop being so stingy? People have already said thank you. What else do you want?" 142, promoted to Warlord. Meet Moon Spirit's daughter again. When Choi Hyun-ae raised her head while cursing, she found that Lin Dong had already walked away. It seemed that she had never had any place in Lin Dong's heart. For some reason, Choi Hyun-ae suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. Am I really that annoying? Why are you always unwilling to look me in the eye? However, this loss was soon replaced by the huge improvement brought by the acceleration gloves. With the acceleration gloves, her work efficiency increased threefold. When she was about to fill up the storage ring, Lin Dong's voice floated over from afar. "Hurry up and pack up. Get ready to assemble. What are you so proud of? You are giving orders to others without thinking. Can't you see that the burial soil and agarwood have not been collected yet?" Choi Hyun-ae raised her head and couldn't help but punch Lin Dong's back twice in hatred. She was busy collecting burial agarwood, so she did not immediately follow Lin Dong's instructions to gather, but greedily kept moving and collecting burial agarwood spirit stones. But for some reason, the surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet, without even the sound of talking. Choi Hyunya looked around in confusion and found Lin Dong looking at her with a frown. Behind Lin Dong were Su Runin and others who were ready to go. "Everyone is gathered. What are you still doing here?" Lin Dong's merciless questioning made Choi Hyunya blush. She couldn't help but raise her neck, feeling very unconvinced. "I'm collecting burial soil, agarwood, and spirit stones. Isn't this the task you assigned me? What? Is it wrong for me to work so hard?" Lin Dong curled his lips and hit Choi Hyunya hard on the forehead 3 times. "You are so stupid. I told you to gather together. You must have found a better spiritual stone mine than this one. It would be a waste of time to collect this garbage burial soil agarwood. Can't you understand such a simple thing?" Choi Hyun's forehead hurt from Lin Dong's hit, and she responded stubbornly with tears in her eyes. "You didn't explain it clearly, so how can you blame others for not understanding? You are the one who is wrong anyway. Why are you mad at me?" Seeing Choi Hyun's unconvinced look, Lin Dong had lost interest. "I was originally planning to take you with me, but since you don't repent, you should stay here and collect these junk spirit stones by yourself. Let's go." After saying that, Lin Dong spread his wind and thunder wings and was already dozens of meters away. The others shook their heads helplessly and stood up to follow Lin Dong's direction. Only Zhuge Chengfeng stretched out his hand towards Choi Hyunya with a hint of pain appearing on his pretty face. "Sister Hyunya, I have to tell you a fact. Never question Lin Dong's decision." "Why can't I question him? He's so headstrong, so independent, and so stingy. Why should I listen to him?" Choi Hyunya wiped away her tears, looked at the direction where Lin Dong and the others left, and stomped her feet hard, obviously having no place to vent her anger. Looking at this young lady's behavior, Zhuge Chengfeng sighed. "Hyunya, do you know how much of a good opportunity you missed because of your temper? In this life, it is a great blessing for all of us to be able to meet someone like Lin Dong. Not only do you not appreciate your blessings, but you actually push them away. It's really, alas. If the Chui family and the Zhuge family were not old friends, Zhuge Chengfeng really would not bother to care about Choi Hyunya. This kid really doesn't know how to advance or retreat." But Zhuge Chengfeng's words made Choi Hyunya couldn't help but widen her eyes. "What? Brother Chengfeng? Did I hear you right? Even you think meeting Lin Dong is a blessing? You are a level 79 peak war master, almost a war saint. In our China, you are second only to Marshal Xiao. How can you bow down to Lin Dong?" In Choi Hyunya's heart, Zhuge Chengfeng is the leader of the younger generation and can be said to be one of the top people in China. How could such a person be willing to be Lin Dong's vassal? She couldn't understand it no matter how hard she tried. Zhuge Chengfeng just smiled faintly in response to her doubts. My achievements are nothing compared to Lin Dong. Just like an ant competing with the bright moon. You will understand what I mean in the future. Okay, hurry up and follow me, or you'll miss out on the team. Then Zhuge Chengfeng took Choi Hyunya's hand and took her flying in the air. But Zhuge Chengfeng was obviously being modest. It didn't take them long to catch up with Lin Dong and the others. He is a genuine warlord who can truly fly in the air. He is many times stronger than Su Runin and others who are quasi-warlords who can only stay in the air for a short time. Lin Dong led the team and spent more than half a day before finally arriving at the location of the Holy Spring of Life. The vast and magnificent sight of the Holy Fountain of Life immediately attracted everyone's amazement. Song Tianke directly transformed himself into a poet and couldn't help but nitpick on every word. The mountains end with the plains, and the river flows into the wilderness. The royal sister wears black stockings, and the eunuch goes to the brothel. When Xue Hong heard that he had recited the poem incorrectly, he immediately burst into laughter and ridiculed him. Old song, your cultural and physical education teacher taught you this, right? How could you recite this wrong? The last two lines are clearly, the moon is under the flying mirror, and the river makes people sad. In the future, you should learn more from me and stop embarrassing yourself. Song Tianke touched his nose with his fingers and felt something was right, but also something was wrong. The people behind them could only shake their heads in response. Song Tianke and Xue Hong were a perfect pair. When they arrived near the ring-shaped mountain range, they realized that the rivers they had just seen were simply not worth mentioning. In the pass of the crater, there is as much water as the ocean, and a huge spring standing between heaven and earth is gurgling with spring water. This is not ordinary water, but the water from the Holy Spring of Life that can instantly restore a large amount of health and has no side effects. I didn't expect that here. Such precious things are everywhere, just like free cabbage. Xue Hong couldn't help but scoop up a handful of water, sprinkle it down his throat, and drink it down with a gulp. The refreshing feeling that was so refreshing that it refreshed his heart, and lungs instantly made him intoxicated. Everyone hurry up and try it. This Holy Spring of Life water is so delicious. But when he looked back, he found that Su Runin, Yao Qingxing, and other women had already changed into bikinis and went swimming. Oh my God, using the Holy Spring of Life water as a swimming pool is too luxurious. When he turned his head to look at Lin Dong, he found that Lin Dong had forged a wine storage gourd at some point, and it sucked the Holy Spring of Life water violently, causing the water level to drop by several centimeters visibly. These few centimeters are nothing to the Holy Spring of Life, which is thousands of feet deep, but the capacity is already exaggerated. To put it bluntly, if this wine gourd were released into the outside world, it would definitely form a huge artificial lake. Lin Dong had no intention of stopping there. After filling one wine gourd, he took out another one, wishing he could put all the Holy Spring of Life into it. Finally, Lin Dong looked at the dry valley bottom of the crater and stopped with a sense of unfulfilled desire. The spring of the Holy Spring of Life had shrunk by tens of thousands of times. When it saw Lin Dong approaching, it trembled and dared not spray. It really had never seen such a ruthless person. He was so damn good at pretending. Lin Dong squatted down and looked at the trembling spring. After hesitating for a long time, he gave up the idea of taking it away. Forget it. This is a spiritual creature that was born and raised by nature. If I take it away, people will have no fountain of life to collect in the future. Let's leave it here and let it recover slowly. Next, with the help of excavation machinery, Lin Dong and his team dug the crater into pieces within 3 days, and they took possession of more than a dozen huge veins of top-grade burial soil agarwood. Theoretically speaking, this trip to the Night Demon Forest can be considered a complete success. Choi Hyunya finally understood why Lin Dong was talking about the mineral garbage outside. Compared with the ones here, the burial soil and agarwood outside are just scraps, and it's an exaggeration to say that they are scraps. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Dong led everyone, paid the full amount of top-grade burial soil agarwood spirit stones, and entered the second blessing temple. Just like last time, as soon as everyone entered, a loud noise was heard, and then beams of colorful light flew out from the statue of the moon goddess and enveloped everyone. Zhuge Chengfeng meets the conditions for God's blessing and obtains a volume of epic forbidden spellcaster skills. Gain 1 billion experience. Lin Dong, you meet the conditions for God's blessing and receive a volume of the epic blacksmith manual. You get 1 billion experience points. Su Runin meets the conditions for God's blessing and obtains a volume of the epic Holy War Emperor's Heart Sutra. Gain 1 billion experience points. Bai Xingxue meets the conditions for God's blessing and obtains a volume of the epic Sword Emperor's Sword Path Enlightenment. Gain 1 billion experience points. Song Tianke meets the conditions for God's blessing and obtains a volume of the epic Sword Emperor's Peerless Sword Technique. Gain 1 billion experience points. Yao Qingxing meets the conditions for God's blessing and obtains a volume of epic Night Elf Priest skills. Gain 1 billion experience. Chui Bingbing, you meet the conditions for God's blessing and obtain an epic Phoenix Spirit Fire. You get 1 billion experience points. Bai Ji, meet the conditions for God's blessing. Obtain a volume of the epic Sword Emperor Sword Dao Technique. Obtain 1 billion experience points. Shui Hong meets the conditions for God's blessing and obtains a volume of the epic Shield Emperor's skills. Gain 1 billion experience points. Yuan Hong, you have met the conditions for God's blessing and have obtained a volume of the epic Magic Ape Technique. You have obtained 1 billion experience points. Choi Hyuna meets the conditions for God's blessing and obtains a volume of epic archer skills. Gain 1 billion experience. Although these people from the Ares Academy are also at level 69, they are far behind Lin Dong in terms of experience. Among these people, Lin Dong was the one closest to the Battle Lord. After the goddess blessed him with 1 billion experience points, Lin Dong's body flashed with brilliance, and he finally broke through the shackles and was successfully promoted to the Battle Lord level. The promotion of every warlord will cause a huge reaction between heaven and earth. However, the reaction Lin Dong caused was a bit outrageous. In just a moment, the entire night demon forest was covered by dark thunderclouds, and there were even lightning and thunder in many places, as if it was the end of the world. The entire night demon forest was engulfed in flames by the lightning strike, causing this huge copy to begin to shake and seem to be about to disintegrate at any time. When Lin Yang, Chen Woody, and others saw this scene, they thought that some powerful monster had appeared and were so scared that they dared not breathe. Only the people in the prayer temple understood that Lin Dong had broken through to the War Lord realm. However, the momentum created by Lin Dong was not ordinary big. It was probably many times greater than the scene when Shen Jiangnan and others were promoted to War Lord. Even the statue of the moon goddess was aware of something. A curtain of light shot out from the statue's eyes, illuminating a virtual world. In that image, a goddess dressed in noble queen clothing was looking at Lin Dong with interest. Her servant gently picked up a peeled grape with his hands and put it into her mouth for her to enjoy. She was sitting with her legs crossed, her snow-white and delicate calves swaying, looking very comfortable. However, her eyes were always on Lin Dong. "Little guy, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. I haven't seen you for just a few days, but you've already reached the sky level, and this promotion caused such a big fuss. I have only seen one person who could cause such a commotion, and that is the great Lord of Lulan. So, who arranged this backup for you?" 143 Lich King's Death Game, Bloodstained Mirror. The Moon Spirit daughter looked at Lin Dong curiously, as if she wanted to discover something from him. But no matter how she observed, there was nothing too surprising about Lin Dong. He was not even a combat profession, but just an auxiliary blacksmith. Interesting. Things are getting more and more interesting. The Moon Spirit daughter muttered to herself and threw another grape into her mouth. Her white throat moved, and every movement was full of charm. Lin Dong stared at the daughter of Yu Ling thoughtfully, and a question slowly emerged from the bottom of his heart. This was the second time that the Moon Spirit daughter had said something similar. Was there really someone controlling him in secret? Was everything he had experienced arranged by someone else? So he bowed to the Moon Spirit daughter, showing great respect. "Goddess Yu Ling, what do you mean? Can you explain it to me?" The Moon Spirit girl smiled frivolously, as if she was amused that Lin Dong dared to ask her a question. But she did not answer Lin Dong's question, but left a piece of advice. "You are still too weak. When you are qualified to talk to me one day, come and find me again." As the words fell, the virtual world where the Moon Spirit girl existed gradually dissipated. Before she left, she waved her hand gently, and the thunderclouds that were about to cause the night demon forest to collapse completely dissipated, along with the incense burner in the center of the prayer temple. Lin Dong looked at the direction where Yu Ling's daughter disappeared and stood there in silence for a long while. He knew that as he grew up, he seemed to have fallen into the calculations of others. This feeling made him very unhappy, but now he had no way to find out who was behind it. After a long time, he finally let out a long sigh. Only strength is the hard truth. If you want to avoid being controlled by others, you can only break through by growing up early. Then, Lin Dong called Yuan Hong and pointed at one of the incense burners. Yuan Hong understood and immediately used his magical power to start moving the incense burner. According to the previous experience, the incense burner on the left is the Tomb of Heroes, where the Stone of Heroes can be obtained. So Lin Dong and Yuan Hong entered with ease and arrived at the Dark Tomb. In the Tomb of Heroes, there is also an ancient bronze coffin and 2 tomb guardian beasts. Yuan Hong defeated the tomb guardian beast as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, and opened the ancient bronze coffin according to Lin Dong's instructions. As soon as the phantom of the heroic spirit appeared inside, Lin Dong immediately stepped forward and started talking to it. While describing the precarious situation of the human race, he took out the hero's stone obtained from the first blessing temple, which stunned the hero. In the end, the heroic spirit was conquered and moved by Lin Dong's words, and turned into a heroic spirit stone. This trip was extremely smooth and there was no fighting. After coming out of the Tomb of Heroes, Lin Dong discovered that everyone else from the Ares Academy had disappeared. He blinked in confusion. Then he realized that the incense burner on the right had been moved and the teleportation array had appeared. It seems that these guys can't wait and go straight into the Lich King's copy. After all, they had gained huge benefits in the Holy Arena last time, and now their strength has greatly increased, so it is normal for them to want to gain some more benefits. These guys didn't even wait for me. Hey! Lin Dong cursed with a smile and took Yuan Hong into the teleportation array. He also wanted to see what was so special about this copy of the Lich King. As soon as I entered, the copy information was transmitted into my mind. Current instance: Lich King's death game, Bloodstained Mirror. Copy rules. After entering the dungeon, each challenger's equipment, including storage rings, and profession will be sealed and will be at level 1. When the challenger's blood drips into the Bloodstained Mirror, he or she will gain a special ability that can be used to save himself or others. Each challenger has one and only one chance to use his ability. Challengers killed by special abilities will not be able to be resurrected and will become sacrifices to the Lich King. All challengers must use the abilities granted by the Bloodstained Mirror. Challengers who do not use their abilities will not be able to pass the level. Anyone who kills his own kind will be cursed by the Lich King, and his luck value will be -100. One of the above rules is false. Instance reward: Jade coordinates of the 3rd prayer temple. These rules seem weird. Before Lin Dong had time to think about it, he and Yuan Hong had already entered the dungeon. After landing, I found that this copy was just a hall similar to the prayer temple, but this hall had no statues, only a huge mirror. There were strange runes engraved on the mirror, which kept flashing with an unsettling aura. As soon as Lin Dong landed, he was attracted by the mirror. But Yuan Hong, who was standing aside, had his hair standing on end and a look of fear on his face. Master, look, they have all become 2 people. What's the meaning? Lin Dong didn't understand what Yuan Hong said for a moment, but when he looked in the direction of Yuan Hong's finger, his pupils couldn't help but shrink sharply. Because in his field of vision, there appeared 2 Su Runin, 2 Bai Xingxue, and 2 Song Tianke. Everyone seemed to have a twin, with the same appearance and movements. And in order to prove that they are real, they have been fighting each other 2 by 2. It's just that the abilities and items are sealed here, so they can only fight in the most primitive way, which looks very funny. Lin Dong's mind moved, and he tried out his various equipment items to see if they had any effect. But he was surprised to find that these entries could not be activated here, as if they were really sealed. So Lin Dong cleared his throat and shouted at these people. Can someone tell me what's going on? How come you all have an identical twin? This isn't mentioned in the dungeon rules. When these people saw that it was Lin Dong, they immediately stopped fighting and started complaining. Su Runin spoke first. Lin Dong, I'm real and she's fake. The other Su Runin immediately retorted. Nonsense, you are the fake one, Lin Dong. Don't believe her. I'm the real one. Then, these people started arguing and seemed extremely angry. There were only 2 Zhuge Qingfeng, looking at each other silently without saying a word. Lin Dong was so annoyed by their quarrel that he couldn't tell who was real. So he pointed his finger at the talkative Shui Hong and called him over. Shui Hong, Come here and tell me what's going on. The two Shuehangs ran in unison and spoke almost at the same time. Brother, when you want to get the heroic soulstone just now, we planned to come in first to explore the way. But after we came in, when we dripped blood on the bloodstained mirror according to the rules of the dungeon to gain special abilities, an identical counterfeiter suddenly appeared. Then we fought to prove that we were the real ones. Brother, you have to take charge for me and kill this fake one. The two Shuehangs accused each other, and even their words were almost the same. If Lin Dong hadn't been here, they would probably have started fighting again. Lin Dong looked at the two Shuehangs in front of him curiously, and even pinched the two Shuehangs' chubby faces with his hands. The feel was the same, and it was impossible to tell the real one from the fake one. Huh. Now Lin Dong was even more confused. The two Shuehangs were exactly the same. Wasn't this a true and false Monkey King plot? But how can we tell who is real and who is fake? Lin Dong stroked his chin and thought for a while before asking again. You mean, after you used the bloodstained mirror to gain special abilities, an impostor suddenly appeared? The two Shuehangs nodded at the same time, agreeing on this point. Lin Dong's heart moved. It seemed that this counterfeiter was suffering from the side effects of using the bloodstained mirror. However, the copy rules also state that if you do not use the bloodstained mirror, you will not be able to pass the level, so the bloodstained mirror must be used. In other words, the purpose of this level is to use the special abilities granted by the bloodstained mirror to distinguish between the real person and the imposter. Only in this way can you pass the level successfully. After figuring out this key point, Lin Dong became confident. He then asked with great interest, "What special ability did you obtain from the bloodstained mirror, Shuehong?" The two Shuehong scratched their heads at the same time, looking very stupid. "The ability I gained is..." The two Shuehongs looked at each other and looked at each other warily. Lin Dong instantly understood the other party's concerns, so he called them both to his side and let them talk privately. The first one, Shuehong, walked forward with a wink and whispered anxiously in Lin Dong's ear. "Brother, I am real. I am the real one. You must believe me." Lin Dong smiled slightly and did not comment. "Tell me about the abilities you gained first." "Brother, the abilities I gained are useless. Just say what you're told to say. Why are you talking so much nonsense? What abilities do you have?" Well, the ability I gained is, I can drink beer through my nostrils." Hearing about this weird ability, Lin Dong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This was undoubtedly a useless ability. He waved his hand, asked Shuehong to go down, and then called another Shuehong over. "Tell me, what is your ability?" Shuehong also whispered carefully in Lin Dong's ear. "Brother, don't believe what the counterfeiter said just now. Our abilities are the same. My ability is to walk with my feet turned outward." Well, Lin Dong almost laughed out loud. This crappy ability was no different from drinking through one's nostrils. But Lin Dong also extracted a key piece of information from it. That is, the special skills of the imposter and the real one are different. 144, a hodgepodge of weird abilities. The Lich King is a funny guy. Lin Dong raised his brows slightly and began to analyze all the information he had obtained. Through whispering with the two Shuehongs, it can be proved that the counterfeiter and the real body are not thinking in sync, which means that the counterfeiter can only grasp the information before the creation of the bloodstained mirror. Once these imitators are created, they will not be able to perceive the words spoken and thoughts produced by the original. Therefore, the counterfeiter can only act and speak in the same way as the original. In order to distinguish whether they are real or fake, Lin Dong can only make a judgment based on his past understanding of them. At this time, everyone else in the hall had an impersonator, except Lin Dong and Yuan Hong. At least Lin Dong still has a pet that he can completely trust, which may be the key to solving the problem. At this time, Shuehong beside him, with a flattering face, kept muttering to Lin Dong in a low voice. "Brother, I'm the real one. You have a keen eye and must have seen through the fake one. Brother, don't hesitate. Kill the fake one immediately. Brother, why don't you say anything? I'm really worried to death." Lin Dong couldn't stand him anymore and waved his hand to let him go. However, his eyes fell on Shuehong's feet. Sure enough, when Shuehong walked, his feet were in an outward-facing CS shape. Lin Dong touched his chin with his hand, recalling the way Shuehong walked in the past, comparing the two movements. He found that apart from walking with his feet turned outward, this Shuehong was no different from the previous Shuehong. Therefore, it is impossible to determine who the real Shuehong is based on this special ability alone. As for Shuehong's other ability to drink through his nostrils, Lin Dong was too lazy to verify it because both abilities were useless. So Lin Dong turned his gaze to other people again, and this time he chose Su Runin. Su Runin is one of the closest people to him and knows her the best. He wants to see if he can find a breakthrough in Su Runin. When Su Runin first came to Lin Dong, she immediately stared at Lin Dong closely. Lin Dong, you must have a way to tell which of us are real or fake, right? When we were in high school, we cleared experience dungeons together, sold equipment together, and were admitted to the God of War Academy together. You even used experience potions to help my father become a war master. You know all these things. Before Su Runin could finish her words, Lin Dong made a stop gesture to her. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about the abilities you gained first. In Lin Dong's opinion, the counterfeiter was created from his own blood drops, and the counterfeiter must know this information, so there is no value in saying this. After all, the rule of the copy is to pass it with the help of the abilities of all challengers, and there is no other way to pass it, so he must now know what abilities each person has obtained. After hearing Lin Dong's question, Su Runin suddenly became a little embarrassed. Lin Dong, this ability is really a bit weird. I can't quite put it into words. It's okay, just lie down and whisper in my ear, so no one else can hear it. Lin Dong comforted Su Runin softly, and then glared at the two Song Tianke and the two Shuehong who were trying to eavesdrop furtively. From this performance, we can also see that the counterfeiter can make his past habits consistent with the genuine one. Su Runin's voice was soft and thin, and she blew gently into Lin Dong's ear. My ability is to make a random person have their period. Puff! Lin Dong almost burst out laughing when he heard this. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, let a random person have their period? Even a man? Su Runin's neck turned red and her face was burning hot. She really didn't want to talk about such an embarrassing thing. But since Lin Dong asked, she had to answer. Yes, men can do it too. Oh, this ability is a bit weird. Although I don't know what it is used for now, it is an active skill after all, and is much stronger than Shuehong's ability. Lin Dong nodded, let this Su Runin go down first, and then called the other Su Runin up. This Su Runin had the same expression as the previous one, and was also looking at Lin Dong lovingly. Right away, he started talking about the time when they met and what happened. Lin Dong also stopped her and simply asked her to talk about the abilities she had gained. Su Runin also hesitated for a moment, and then leaned over to Lin Dong's ear. My ability is to make anyone's shadow tell the truth. Hearing this ability, Lin Dong raised his head abruptly. This was the most useful ability he had heard of so far, because as long as the shadow tells the truth, it can be determined whether one of them is real or fake, and it can also be determined who is the imposter. But unfortunately, the hall was filled with light on all sides, and they couldn't see any shadows at all. This Su Runin then whispered in Lin Dong's ear. Lin Dong, as long as you can find a way to create the fake Su Runin shadow, I can make her shadow speak, and you will know that what I said is true. Originally, Lin Dong really wanted to try this skill of making the shadow tell the truth, but when he heard Su Runin being so anxious, he calmed down a little. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong, because what Su Runin said might not necessarily be true. Before you can tell who is the counterfeiter, you can't trust either of them easily. What if Su Runin's true ability is the opposite, such as making anyone's shadow lie? Wouldn't I be misled into making the wrong choice? So Lin Dong looked at Su Runin calmly and asked her to return to her original position. Then, Lin Dong waved towards Bai Xingxue again. Both Bai Xingxue took a step forward with solemn expressions, neither giving in, and both wanted to contact Lin Dong first. Lin Dong smiled slightly. Bai Xingxue's cold and arrogant personality was always like a sharp sword. He first waved to Bai Xingxue on the left. You go first. Bai Xingxue on the left suddenly stepped as fast as a shooting star and came close to Lin Dong. Lin Dong looked him up and down and found that Bai Xingxue was not in a hurry to speak, so he had to speak first. Tell me what abilities you have gained. My ability is that when everyone else falls asleep, I will definitely wake up. Oh, Lin Dong blinked. This ability might be very useful. Their current levels have been forcibly downgraded to level 1, which makes them no different from normal people. They must rest and cannot go without sleep for days and nights like before. So when you wake up when everyone is asleep, you can do a lot of things, even kill everyone. After waving his hand and letting Bai Xingxue go down, Lin Dong called up another Bai Xingxue. Tell me about the abilities you gained. This by Xingxue also had a cool expression, but was very respectful to Lin Dong. Boss, my ability is to create a specific type of food. Creating a specific food? Lin Dong took note of it carefully. He felt that everyone's abilities could perhaps be utilized in conjunction with each other. Song Tianke, the one on the left, come over here first. When Song Tianke heard someone calling him, he immediately screamed with excitement. Oh, boss, I thought we had such a good relationship that you would call me first, but I didn't expect that I would be the fourth one. I am so heartbroken. Lin Dong looked at Song Tian's playful expression and glared at him. Don't waste time. Tell me about the abilities you've gained. Song Tianke was not as secretive as the others, but directly announced his abilities to the public, and at the same time issued a challenge to the other Song Tianke. Boss, my ability is to unlock a designated person's profession, and the ability of that guy pretending to be me is that the first thing he says is fart. As soon as he said this, the other Song Tianke rushed up to refute him. Bullshit. If that bitch Chui Bingbing hadn't used her ability to speak crisply on me, would I have said bullshit as my first sentence? Boss, don't believe him. This bullshit catchphrase was imposed on me by Chui Bingbing. The ability I gained is not this at all. My ability is that when someone lies, they must be killed. After hearing what Song Tianke said, Lin Dong's heart was moved. If what he said was true, then the first killing ability in the whole venue appeared. According to the rules, if the previous person had told a lie, he must have been killed by him. In other words, the abilities that everyone talked about before were all real. And with his ability, what everyone says after him must be the truth. This provided great help to Lin Dong's analysis and judgment. There is also the ability to unlock professions, which is also very useful. If he can help Lin Dong unlock the blacksmith profession, he can forge some auxiliary items, which may help to find the counterfeiter. As for Chui Bingbing, who had already used her skills, Lin Dong waved his hand and asked the two of them to come over. Is what he said true? One of them, Chui Bingbing, nodded, looking a little helpless. Brother Lin Dong, I was curious when I gained the skill, so I used it once. I never thought that it would give Song Tianke an extra catchphrase. Now I can't use this ability anymore. Lin Dong chuckled, let her come closer, and suddenly grabbed her wrist, which made Chui Bingbing look shocked, but was immediately suppressed by Lin Dong's warm smile. It's okay. I've used it before. Everyone has curiosity. Besides, you used this skill very well. Lin Dong held Chui Bingbing's hand and patted it gently to comfort her, but his eyes were looking at the other Chui Bingbing. Then the expression on his face suddenly changed, as cold as the coldest month of winter. Yuan Hong, kill her. 145 Anthropomorphic Soul Beast, a spy among humans. When Yuan Hong received the order from his master, he immediately shook his body, his strong chest muscles stretched, and all the hair on his body exploded. Roar! Yuan Hong rushed towards Chui Bingbing, who had not yet reached Lin Dong, at an extremely terrifying speed. Due to the restrictions of the copy rules, all of them are now at level 1, and Yuan Hong's advantage as a warcraft is fully demonstrated. It belongs to the King Kong clan and has immense strength. Even if it does not practice, it has the ability to move mountains and fill the sea when it grows up. At this moment, facing Chui Bingbing, who was only level 1, was like a tiger catching a sheep, and it was effortless at all. Chui Bingbing was quick-witted and realized something was wrong, so she immediately pleaded loudly to Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong, you didn't even ask me what ability I gained. Why are you so cruel to kill me? I still admire you so much. But Lin Dong grabbed Chui Bingbing's hand and looked at the one who was speaking with a calm face. Because there's no need to ask. You can conclude that you're an impostor. When Chui Bingbing used the ability to gain it for the first time, you hadn't appeared yet, so I just need to determine which one used the ability first, and the other one is definitely an impostor. Such a simple thing. Do you still need to think about it? Yuan Hong, don't hold back, just kill her. After hearing Lin Dong's explanation, the fake Chui Bingbing took 2 steps back. She didn't expect that such an obvious flaw was overlooked by her. But now, it's too late to say anything because Yuan Hong has already approached. Yuan Hong growled at the imitation Chui Bingbing, revealing his huge navy blue fangs, and bit her shoulder. Sizzle. The arm that imitated Chui Bingbing was torn off directly by Yuan Hong. The counterfeit Chui Bingbing felt pain and let out a heart-wrenching cry. You stupid monkey. You are a fellow monster, but you actually help humans. You are a traitor to us monsters. You are a disgrace to us monsters. This counterfeit Chui Bingbing twisted his body while speaking and turned into a strange monster that was extremely thin and dry. Its face was like a ghost, and you could barely make out the eyes and nose, but its lower body was like a shaved cat, giving people a strong feeling of discomfort. The moment he saw the appearance of this monster, Lin Dong suddenly became alert. He had seen this monster in his previous life. It was a spy of the monster army, an anthropomorphic soul beast. This kind of magical beast has a special ability. It can use the essence and blood of humans to extract the memory information and completely transform into the appearance of that human. Whether it is the voice, appearance, or daily habits, they can all be imitated so vividly that even relatives find it difficult to tell the real from the fake. Although they do not have any powerful combat power, they can blend in with humans, provide intelligence to the Warcraft army, and become spies planted by Warcraft among humans. In the previous life, many important human figures were replaced by anthropomorphic soul beasts, which led to the complete crushing of humans by monsters. However, anthropomorphic soul beasts are particularly cunning and difficult for ordinary people to detect, so their legends have been circulating, but few people have seen their true selves. In his previous life, Lin Dong was able to see him by chance when he attended a confidential meeting. Because at that meeting, when a human traitor was being executed, the traitor suddenly transformed and escaped, which left a deep impression on Lin Dong. I didn't expect the same thing to happen again today. So Lin Dong didn't even think about it, and just gave the order. Yuan Hong, don't let it escape. Kill it. When Yuan Hong received the order, he rushed forward and grabbed the anthropomorphic soul beast that was about to escape. He suddenly tore off a thigh, put it in his mouth and chewed it, and blood flowed down its fangs. The anthropomorphic soul beast had not expected Yuan Hong to be so ferocious, and immediately began to kneel and beg. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm pretending to be Chui Bingbing. This is all arranged by the Lich King. You have already exposed me and completed the task. There is no point in killing me. But it stopped abruptly before it could finish its words, because its entire body was ruthlessly torn apart by Yuan Hong. Blood was splattered everywhere in the hall, and the scene was extremely bloody. This scene made many people present shudder. Looking at Yuan Hong chewing the remains, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lin Dong looked around, taking in everyone's performance, and sneered in his heart. This shocking scene was deliberately arranged by Lin Dong. His purpose was to see everyone's reaction. Now seeing everyone's expression, he has made a certain judgment on who is real and who is fake. However, he did not expose it immediately. Instead, he waved his hand and called Bai Ji, who had a terrified look in her eyes, to come closer. Bai Ji, come here. Ah, Lin Dong Geijai, are you calling me? Bai Ji looked at Lin Dong with some fear, as if she was afraid that Lin Dong would eat her. The other Bai Ji also looked nervous and took a step back in shock. Obviously, the two Baises were frightened by the bloody scene of Yuan Hong eating the monster alive. After all, they are all suppressed to level 1 now. Facing a powerful monster like Yuan Hong, their lives are not guaranteed at all. Lin Dong smiled slightly and said in a gentle tone, Yes, I'm calling you. Bai Ji took 2 steps forward timidly, but still kept a certain distance from Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I am the real Bai Ji. Please make sure you can tell me apart. Don't kill me. Lin Dong looked at the frightened Bai Ji, let go of Chui Bingbing's hand, and extended his hand to her in a friendly manner. Of course I know you're real. Otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to come over. Seeing that what Lin Dong said was sincere, Bai Ji hesitated and was about to step forward, but the other Bai Ji screamed in fear. Lin Dong Geijai, I'm the real one. I'm the real one. You are wrong. I wanted I would. Hearing Bai Ji crying, she stopped immediately and looked at Lin Dong with a look of surprise and doubt. At this moment, Lin Dong's eyes became extremely cold. Oops! Bai Ji was shocked. She knew that Lin Dong had murderous intentions towards her. It was a close call. I was almost fooled by you. Bai Ji took a step back and looked at Lin Dong in disbelief. I haven't done anything this whole time. How did you tell that I'm a fake? Lin Dong chuckled, put his hands behind his back, and walked towards her with mockery in his eyes. I wasn't sure at first, but now I am sure. I just wanted to trick you, but I didn't expect you to fall for it. Bai Ji felt very annoyed when she heard what Lin Dong said. If she had known this would happen, she would have just pretended to the end. Now, she has betrayed herself. After hearing what Lin Dong said, some of the others also rolled their eyes. realizing that they had been tricked by Lin Dong and were almost deceived by this seemingly harmless guy. Those counterfeiters who were transformed from anthropomorphic soul beasts all had secret plans. Therefore, Lin Dong's trick can only be used this time. If he uses it again, no one will be fooled. However, Lin Dong was able to find 2 anthropomorphic soul beasts in an instant, and he was very satisfied. This had greatly reduced the risk, and at least he had 2 more teammates he could trust. But Bai Ji, who was discovered by Lin Dong, didn't think so. I never thought that you humans are so cunning and have no morals at all. As expected, a treacherous race like you should be exterminated. Bai Ji changed her shape and transformed into an anthropomorphic soul beast, preparing to escape into the blood-stained mirror. But Lin Dong waved his hand and gave the order directly. Yuan Hong, what are you waiting for? Get started. Roar! Yuan Hong got on all fours and jumped directly onto the back of the anthropomorphic soul beast. Snap! The sound of breaking bones was heard immediately, followed by the crunching sound of teeth chewing bones and minced meat, which was creepy. After resolving all of this, Lin Dong turned his gaze to the 2 Yao Kingsings who were glaring at each other, the 2 Choi Hyunyas with conflicted faces, and the 2 Zhuge Chengfengs who had been standing silently in the back. When he saw Zhuge Chengfeng, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown. He always felt that Zhuge Chengfeng looked a little weird. How to put it? The 2 Zhuge Chengfeng were staring at each other. It was neither hostile nor friendly. It was as if they were performing some kind of ceremony. Lin Dong finally turned his gaze to Choi Hyun-ae. He really looked down upon this young lady. In the spirit of solidarity with his teammates, he pinched his nose and shouted to the 2 Choi Hyun-aes, "Hey, it's your turn, come over here." But the 2 Choi Hyun-ae put their hands on their hips almost at the same time and sneered at Lin Dong's words. "You told me to come over, so I'll go." "Why? I can handle my own affairs. I don't need you at all." The 2 people's voices and movements are almost identical, and it is impossible to tell the real one from the fake one. It can be seen how similar the anthropomorphic soul beast is to its true body. But their words did not cause the slightest ripple on Lin Dong's face. Lin Dong said calmly, "If that's the case, Yuan Hong, just kill one of them at random. It doesn't matter which one you keep. As for their abilities, I'm too lazy to ask." Yuan Hong nodded, and with a murderous look on his face, he strode towards the 2 Choi Hyun-ae. When they saw Yuan Hong coming, they both couldn't help but take a step back with nervous expressions, and it was obvious that they were very afraid of death. Yuan Hong had now recovered his several zhonglong body, looking like a small mountain. He licked his bloody lips with his tongue and stretched out his big hairy fingers. "Call the soldiers and generals, and eat whoever you call." Yuan Hong pointed his fingers here and there in a serious manner, which scared the 2 Choi Hyunyas so much that they almost died. "I know that you, Lin Dong, are not good-hearted. You are deliberately trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife, right? I won't play with you anymore." As they spoke, the 2 Choi Hyunyas ran off in 2 different directions. But no matter how fast they were not faster than Yuan Hong. It stretched out its 2 big hands and grabbed the 2 Choi Hyunyas. 146 I am a man, and I have my period. I feel a little embarrassed. Shui Hong grabbed the 2 Choi Hyunyas, one in each hand, and then sniffed their scents, as if trying to distinguish them. When its big nose approached the 2 Choi Hyunyas, they both showed extremely disgusted expressions. It was obvious that they could not tolerate Yuan Hong, a guy with bad breath. Yuan Hong shook his head and asked Lin Dong for instructions. "Master, we can't tell which one is the anthropomorphic soul beast by smell. What should we do next?" Lin Dong waved his hand nonchalantly. "Didn't I tell you to pick anyone to eat? Hurry up!" Yuan Hong swallowed his saliva, feeling that this was a fatal question, so he asked again tentatively. "But what if he really eats it?" Lin Dong curled his lips, looked up at the 2 Choi Hyunyas, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He planned to let them suffer a little first. Anyway, there is nothing likable about Choi Hyun-ae. If she suffers a little, maybe she will be more honest. So Lin Dong still looked nonchalant and urged Yuan Hong to move faster. "It doesn't matter. Just eat it." Well, Yuan Hong was a little hesitant. If he really hurt friendly forces by mistake, he was really afraid that he could not bear the consequences. After all, he still had the tight hoop on his head. Taking advantage of this gap in time, Choi Hyunya in Yuan Hong's left hand yelled at Lin Dong, looking scared, cowardly, and stubborn. "Lin Dong, you are a man who seeks revenge for personal gain. Tell Yuan Hong to let me go. I will never scold you again, okay?" At the same time, Choi Hyun-ae and Yuan Hong's right hand also looked both arrogant and timid. Lin Dong, I was wrong. Let me go first. I promise not to cause you any trouble in the future. Obviously, this time the intimidation did not fool the anthropomorphic soul beast, the impostor. The opponent was determined to fight to the end and was ready to die together with his real body. Seeing that Lin Dong was really indifferent, Yuan Hong finally made up his mind, opened his bloody mouth, and bit Choi Hyun-ae on his left hand. Choi Hyun-ae on the left hand was so nervous that her lips turned purple. Suddenly, she thought quickly and began to use the ability she gained from the bloodstained mirror. Use your ability. Make the other person shut up unconditionally. Click. Yuan Hong's bloody mouth closed instantly, and he almost bit his tongue. But no matter how hard Yuan Hong tried, he couldn't open his mouth. Escape from death. Choi Hyun-ae was breathing heavily, her body soaked with sweat. She almost lost her life just now. Obviously, Choi Hyun-ae's ability saved her life. Lin Dong looked over here curiously. He didn't expect that the special ability could have such a wonderful use. He glanced at Choi Hyun-ae, who was held in Shui Hong's right hand, and asked with interest. Her ability is to make the other person shut up unconditionally. What is your ability? It can't be to make people open their mouths unconditionally. Choi Hyun-ae on the right raised her chin proudly when she heard Lin Dong ask this. I won't tell you unless you let me go first. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the two of them for a long time, but he stopped letting Yuan Hong take action. These two Choi Hyun-ae are basically the same in temperament and even the way they speak. This made Lin Dong feel a little troubled. He was really not sure who was the real one. Is it necessary to use the special abilities gained from the bloodstained mirror to distinguish the real and fake bodies of everyone? But these special abilities are so weird and illogical. The Lich King who set these rules seems to be a fool. For example, one of Song Tiang's skills is that if someone lies, they will definitely die. There is actually a trick to this ability. In this ability, it is said that people will die if they lie, but the anthropomorphic soul beast is a beast, not a human, so they will not die if they lie. At the beginning, Lin Dong wanted to use this ability, but now it seems that this ability is actually more beneficial to the anthropomorphic soul beast. Regardless of whether the anthropomorphic soul beast tells the truth or a lie, it will not be punished, but it restricts people to only tell the truth. Ding! The host's current condition has been detected. The system has issued a temporary task. Please forge the fire eyes and golden pupils for Yuan Hong to distinguish between real and fake teammates. The system forging book has been issued. Forging rewards. Experience points. Plus 10,000. Proficiency. Plus 10. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Dong had a vague feeling that something was a little wrong. If we use the system to forge items to distinguish between real and fake ones, wouldn't that violate the rule that you must use abilities to gain abilities to pass the dungeon? But since the system can give such a prompt, it means that the system will definitely not make mistakes. In that case, there is only one truth. That's the rule. Maybe it's fake. Boom! A sudden enlightenment emerged in Lin Dong's mind. It seems that he has been led astray by the copy rules since he started studying everyone's abilities. Because the copy rules might be false, and what these anthropomorphic soul beasts said might not be true, which had been affecting his judgment. These abilities may not be the key to clearing the dungeon. Thinking of this, Lin Dong couldn't help but re-examine the rules of the copy. After entering the dungeon, each challenger's equipment, including storage rings, and profession will be sealed and will be at level 1. When the challenger's blood drips into the bloodstained mirror, he or she will gain a special ability that can be used to save himself or others. Each challenger has one and only one chance to use his ability. Challengers killed by special abilities will not be able to be resurrected and will become sacrifices to the Lich King. All challengers must use the abilities granted by the bloodstained mirror. Challengers who do not use their abilities will not be able to pass the level. Anyone who kills his own kind will be cursed by the Lich King, and his luck value will be minus 100. One of the above rules is false. The first 3 have been verified and are definitely true. But the last 4 are not necessarily the case, especially the 7th one, which can prove the 3 rules. One of them must be false. Lin Dong examined the 5th rule, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. A bold guess has emerged in his mind. If this one is false, that makes sense. All these rules seem to be designed to limit the abilities of challengers entering the dungeon, thereby creating room for the anthropomorphic soul beasts to operate. In other words, the key to clearing this dungeon is not to use abilities, but but to kill all anthropomorphic soul beasts. The purpose of the bloodstained mirror, using everyone's blood essence to create anthropomorphic soul beasts, is to increase the difficulty of passing the level. If you accidentally kill a teammate, the mission will end in failure. So this level actually tests the team's ability to cooperate or the familiarity with teammates. This also reminded Lin Yong that he did not fully understand the members of his team, otherwise it would not be so difficult to distinguish them today. Not only him, but others are like this as well. Such a team will be fine if it does not encounter internal resistance. Once it encounters internal resistance, it is bound to fall apart. This Lich King's death game actually taught Lin Yong a vivid lesson, which is that if you want to control the overall situation, you must be able to keep a close eye on all your opponents. At this moment, Lin Yong suddenly had a flash of enlightenment. For him, knowing everyone's abilities was no longer a major issue, because he was sure that the fifth rule was a false rule. The real purpose of this copy is to increase mutual understanding among teammates and kill the anthropomorphic soul beast. In that case, Lin Yong turned his gaze towards Song Tianke, the one who had unlocked his professional abilities. You, help me unlock my profession first. Lin Yong's gaze, like a sword, fell on him. Lin Yong was not afraid of any tricks that Song Tianke might play. Anyway, as long as you don't help him unlock his profession, it must be an anthropomorphic soul beast in disguise. However, Song Tianke was particularly cooperative. Upon hearing Lin Yong's instructions, he immediately ran up to Lin Yong with a fawning look on his face. Brother, is my ability useful? It's useful. Hurry up. Okay, big brother, put your palms up and give me a high five. Lin Yong followed Song Tianke's instructions and high-fived him. Sure enough, the next second, his profession was unblocked. Lin Yong did not hesitate at all and directly took out the forging book of fiery eyes and golden pupils. At this moment, Lin Yong's brain short-circuited. Fire eyes and golden pupils forging materials. Menstrual blood plus dragon fruit plus fire eyes and golden pupils forging book +1 enchantment value. This is the introduction to the system forging book. So weird? But the next moment, Lin Yong understood that the system was asking him to use local materials. After entering the copy, the storage ring is in a sealed state, and there is no way to take out the materials, so the system uses everyone's abilities to obtain materials on site. So Lin Yong, instructed by Xing Xue, who had the ability to create food, and Su Runin, who could randomly make people have their periods, Old Bai, create a dragon fruit for me. Runin, use your ability to make people have their periods. Both of them knew that Lin Yong would definitely be useful, and they began to use their abilities without hesitation. Bai Xing Xue can create designated food, so it is not difficult for him to create a dragon fruit. But after Su Runin used her ability, the scene became a little weird. Everyone looked at their lower bodies nervously, fearing that blood would suddenly spurt out, and even Lin Yong was no exception. Just when everyone was nervous, suddenly, Xue Hong, who was watching the show with great interest, covered his lower abdomen and started screaming. Sister-in-law, how could you do this? Is it really appropriate for me, a grown man, to have my period? 147 forging fiery eyes and golden pupils to kill humanoid soul beasts in seconds. Xue Hong covered her lower abdomen and screamed. Her pants were wet. It was obvious that the feeling of having her period was very painful. Lin Yong suppressed a smile and winked at Su Runin. Runin, are you sure your ability is only effective on humans? Su Runin nodded, curious about why Lin Yong asked this. That should be it. That's how it was introduced when I acquired the skill. Lin Yong smiled slightly. His smile was meaningful. Now, even without his eagle eyes, he could tell who was the counterfeit Xue Hong. He could even point out which one was an imitation of Bai Xing Xue, which one was an imitation of Su Runin, and which one was an imitation of Song Tianke. In fact, the method of distinguishing is very simple, and it can be judged from the abilities acquired. Because some abilities are beneficial to anthropomorphic soul beasts, but for challengers like them, they are like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. For example, you can make anyone's shadow tell the truth. For example, when everyone falls asleep, I must wake up. For example, when someone lies, he will be killed. These skills are obviously designed for humans and are ineffective against anthropomorphic soul beasts. This is beneficial to the ability of the anthropomorphic soul beast. It is absolutely impossible without some trickery. However, to be on the safe side, Lin Dong still planned to forge the fiery eyes and golden pupils to avoid mistakes. So he pointed at Yuan Hong and ordered, "Go, get some of Shui Hong's aunt's blood. I'll forge something good for you later." When Yuan Hong heard that he was going to be given something good again, he immediately became energetic and walked towards Shui Hong with his chest puffed out. Shui Hong suddenly felt something was wrong. He held his stomach and took a few steps back, his eyes full of pain. "Stinky monkey, I'm warning you not to mess around. Be gentle." Before Shui Hong could finish his words, Yuan Hong lifted him up by his legs. Then Yuan Hong pinched his nose with one hand and held up a pair of blood-stained underwear with the other hand and threw it in front of Lin Dong. Shui Hong was crying in the back, like a bullied young wife. "It's over. I'm not clean anymore. How can I face this dark history when I become an invincible strong man in the future?" But to Shui Hong's surprise, everyone was laughing with their hands covering their mouths, and Song Tianke even laughed out loud. He glared with his green eyes angrily and bared his teeth at everyone. "You guys, do you have any compassion at all? I'm in this state, and you're still laughing. I'm really pissed off." However, the more Shui Hong struggled, the more excited the others became. Song Tianke even borrowed a sanitary napkin from Chui Bingbing in a serious manner, intending to comfort Shui Hong, but this ended up completely angering Shui Hong, and the two of them started fighting. Lin Dong shook his head. He was really impressed by this pair of funny guys. Throw the materials into the system forging furnace, and in about a minute, the fiery eyes and golden eyes will be forged. After taking it out, Lin Dong called Yuan Hong over. "Come on, I promised you something good." Yuan Hong looked carefully and was immediately overjoyed. Equipment, fiery eyes and golden pupils, no level, not equipment, can be directly integrated into the eyes, not restricted by rules. Fire eyes and golden pupils. Ignore changes, distinguish true from false, and see through the source. Although the introduction is simple, it is really useful in the current environment. As long as he can see through the true forms of these anthropomorphic soul beasts, Yuan Hong can kill everyone present in seconds. After all, they're all level 1 now, and Yuan Hong is a gold-type monster with strength as the main output, so he has the best timing and location. So the moment Lin Dong put the fiery eyes on Yuan Hong, it began to explode completely. Roar! Yuan Hong, who had huge teeth and fangs, let out a long roar, and a foul-smelling wind blew out of his mouth, making everyone feel cold in their hearts. The two Choi Hyunyas in its hands were both frightened and pale with fear. Yuan Hong just took a look and threw away Choi Hyun-a in his left hand, and threw Choi Hyun-a in his right hand directly into his mouth. Crack! Crack! The sound of teeth crunching bones sends chills down one's spine. This Yuan Hong is too cruel. From then on, these guys from the Ares Academy had a psychological shadow towards Yuan Hong. But this was just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, Yuan Hong landed on all fours with his nimble limbs, leaped up, and pounced directly at the nearest imitator, Shui Hong. The imitator was swallowed into his mouth before he could even make a sound. The other counterfeiters sensed that things were not going well and knew that the situation was hopeless, and they could no longer continue to deceive others. So they all prepared to escape into the blood-stained mirror. Their original purpose was to use human blood essence to transform into human appearance, blend in among these humans, and then leave this copy and return to the human world. No one expected that Lin Dong could forge such a magical thing as the fiery eyes and golden pupils, which could immediately expose their disguises. So now, there is no need for them to disguise themselves at all. They can just flee back to the bloodstained mirror and wait for new challengers to enter before making plans. It's just that they move fast, but Yuan Hong moves even faster. Yuan Hong was as fast as lightning, and every time he stretched out his hand, he would catch an anthropomorphic soul beast just like catching a chick, and then there would be a crunching sound, and the food tasted so delicious. It is said that what you eat can replenish what you lack. The IQ of this anthropomorphic soul beast is extremely high. After eating a few of them, Yuan Hong felt that he was going to grow brains again. Great stuff, chicken flavor, crunchy, and can help you grow your brain. It's wonderful. It even stood directly in front of the blood-stained mirror, catching all the anthropomorphic soul beasts that wanted to enter, and then sending them into its mouth. After eating heartily, he looked at the anthropomorphic soul beast next to Zhuge Chengfeng with some reluctance, and couldn't help but lick his bloody lips with his tongue. There's one more. Once you eat them all, you're done. As he spoke, Yuan Hong strode towards the anthropomorphic soul beast. But Zhuge Chengfeng raised his eyes, looked at Yuan Hong, and stopped it from killing the anthropomorphic soul beast. Leave this anthropomorphic soul beast here. I have transformed it into a clone and erased its consciousness. Hearing Zhuge Chengfeng's words, everyone looked at him curiously. Other people's professions and abilities have been banned, so how did Zhuge Chengfeng still have his professional abilities? Seeing everyone's confusion, Zhuge Chengfeng smiled slightly. You may have forgotten that I don't have an awakened profession at all. I am a natural forbidden spellcaster, and many of my abilities are innate magical powers. Therefore, the rules can only limit professional abilities, but cannot limit my talents. I have the innate magical power of rebirth through a drop of blood, so I have the ability to control every drop of my blood. This anthropomorphic soul beast devoured my blood and wanted to become like me. It's ridiculous. So I just took advantage of its trick and turned it into a clone with the ability to change. Maybe it can be of great use in the future. After hearing this explanation, everyone couldn't help but feel envious. People like Zhuge Chengfeng, who are born much stronger than others, are really incomparable. They can find loopholes everywhere. In fact, only Lin Dong knew that Zhuge Chengfeng loved to study bugs. As long as there was a bug, he had to try it. Unexpectedly, in this Lich King's death game copy, he was asked to pretend to be Boyi again. But now, a new problem is placed before Lin Dong. Now that all the anthropomorphic soul beasts have been dealt with, why is there a hint that the level has not been cleared yet? Could it be because he and Yuan Hong have not yet used the Bloodstained Mirror? But what if a Yuan Hong was created in the Bloodstained Mirror? With Yuan Hong's fighting power, wouldn't everyone present suffer heavy casualties? After understanding Lin Dong's concerns, Zhuge Chengfeng burst into laughter. Brother Lin Dong, we all know that anthropomorphic spirit beasts have the ability to copy their own body information, so we can use their tricks against them. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Dong didn't understand what Zhuge Chengfeng meant for a moment, so he asked humbly. Zhuge Chengfeng waved his hand and called his anthropomorphic soul beast clone to his side. Before Yuan Hong drips his blood into the bloodstained mirror, you can first use a drop of his blood to feed this clone of mine. In this way, my clone will also have the ability to transform into Yuan Hong. By then, even if the bloodstained mirror creates another Yuan Hong, he will not be our opponent in a 2-on-1 situation. After listening to this, Lin Dong suddenly understood. This idea is brilliant. Brother Zhuge, you are indeed the king of bugs. You can think of every possible bug. It's amazing. Lin Dong was just wondering what the use of this clone was, but he didn't expect it to come in handy right away, which made Lin Dong want to create a clone as well. It's a pity that he doesn't have the ability to be reborn by dripping blood, so he can only sigh in despair. Next, after Zhuge Chengfeng's some cool operations, his clone successfully transformed into the appearance of Yuan Hong and also possessed Yuan Hong's combat power. Then, two Yuan Hong stood in front of the bloodstained mirror, ready to give a heavy blow to the counterfeiter it created. Just after Yuan Hong dripped blood into the bloodstained mirror according to the method, the bloodstained mirror suddenly changed. In the mirror, a lifelike Yuan Hong quickly took shape. He stretched his arms and twisted his head in the bloodstained mirror, ready to walk out. However, before it could figure out what was going on, two apes grabbed its arms from both sides and started biting them. It can be said that this anthropomorphic soul beast has become a feast before it even has a chance to show its power. Yuan Hong's real body burped, looking very satisfied. This time, he really enjoyed the meal. In the end, only Lin Dong was left. Lin Dong is now at level 1, and the abilities of his equipment are all sealed, so even if he is imitated by an anthropomorphic soul beast, he will not pose much of a threat. He also asked Yuan Hong to stay by his side, so that as soon as the anthropomorphic soul beast appeared, he would launch a fatal attack on it. So after Lin Dong dripped his blood into the blood-stained mirror, the poor anthropomorphic soul beast was grabbed out by Yuan Hong and stuffed into his stomach before it could fully transform. Mission accomplished. The copy settlement information has been transmitted to everyone's mind. Current instance: Lich King's death game, Bloodstained Mirror. The instance has been cleared. Each challenger has 1 billion experience points, and the team reward, which spirit code is obtained, and the team reward is the 3rd blessing temple coordinate Jade. The copy scene is being transferred, and you are about to leave the current copy. Transmission interrupted. Interference from scheduled instance activity. Data refreshing. The transmission coordinates have been updated and are being transmitted to the Lich King's death game, the 10,000 Races Trade Fair. 148 The 10,000 Races Trade Fair, the bloodthirsty Lich King. Lin Yong and others were shocked. Can this be temporarily transferred to a new copy? This Lich King is a bit funny, but the transmission has already begun, and they have no way to interrupt it, so they can only bite the bullet and enter the new copy. As the scene changed, everyone was thrown into a new copy. The amount of information in this copy was so huge that everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Global Time Dungeon. Lich King's Death Game. 10,000 Races Trade Fair. Copy Introduction. The Trade Fair of all races is an interstellar copy created by the Lich King. It opens every 300 years. Only human challengers who are in the fragments of the Gyurem continent can participate. At the Trade Fair, the Lich King will exhibit various exquisite works of art and powerful equipment for challengers to choose from. After the challengers have selected the items, they must pay the trading materials randomly required by the Lich King before they can take away the desired equipment. If they cannot produce the trading materials required by the Lich King will directly kill the challengers. This instance is a mandatory invitation system. No challenger has the right to withdraw. Those who challenge the rules of the Lich King will be directly made into specimens by the Lich King using powerful spells and exhibited in front of the 10,000 Races Trade Fair. After the trade fair ends, only challengers who successfully hold the trade items can be successfully teleported back to the original copy. Challengers who do not have the trade items will also be made into specimens by the Lich King. The 10,000 Races Trade Fair lasts for 3 days. Fighting is not prohibited during the trade fair. As long as the items are successfully traded with the Lich King, all challengers can use force to redistribute ownership. Instance Reward. Challengers who successfully leave the 10,000 Races Trade Fair will be rewarded with a mysterious gift box from the Lich King and 1 billion experience points. Everyone was teleported directly to a large conference hall, and there were reserved seats under their buttocks. The surroundings were pitch black, and almost nothing could be seen, which added a certain sense of mystery to this copy. What the hell? There are still copies that require a mandatory invitation. If you don't agree, you will be directly wiped out. Shui Hong's eyes widened at that time. This was too unreasonable. They were simply being treated like pigs. Song Tianke also smacked his lips, looking very unconvinced. That's not all. This dungeon also forces trading. Not only is it forced, but the trade must be successful. If the trade fails, you will die. Even if the trade succeeds, it's not safe because those who fail the trade can steal your traded items. Damn it. Why does it feel like there are landmines everywhere? No wonder the two of them complained. Even Lin Dong felt that the dungeon rules set by the Lich King were too weird. It seems that this Lich King is a powerful figure who enjoys killing. After all, being able to forcibly teleport all challengers from the dungeon to this trading ground for all races was enough to prove that the Lich King had great magical powers. Otherwise, he would not be able to do this at all. A strong person who can have such ability must at least be an epic level strong person, or even more advanced, reaching the mythical level. Lin Dong was secretly guessing and couldn't help but feel curious about this mysterious Lich King. At this time, the 10,000 Races Trade Fair was still in darkness, but all kinds of shouting and cursing began to rise one after another. Obviously, more and more challengers were teleported into this 10,000 Races Trade Fair. Each of these people cursed more harshly than the other, and Lin Dong laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. So they took out melon seeds and ate them while listening to others yelling and cursing. Song Tianke pulled Shui Hong's sleeve and laughed. Old Shui, listen over there. There's a boy crying, shouting that she's heartbroken and wants to go home right away. Tisk, that's nothing. Listen over there. There's actually a little fox demon with magical beast blood that was teleported in. Haha, it's being chased by some rough guys from India. Lin Dong, who was originally just watching a show, suddenly felt something was wrong when he heard Shui Hong's words. How could these people from India get in here? Do they also have a copy similar to the Lost Land of China? According to the information in the introduction of the 10,000 Races Trade Fair copy, the Lost Land should be the fragments and ruins of the Gyurem continent, which means that there should be a lot of continental fragments like the Lost Land. Then it doesn't seem surprising that India has a secret place similar to the Lost Land. Lin Dong touched his chin, extremely shocked by this new discovery. According to this speculation, was the explosive development of the Western powers and the powerful war masters in the past few years also caused by the fragments and ruins of the Gyurem continent? If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Sure enough, Shui Hong's next words confirmed his guess. Shui Hong is a very gossipy guy. As long as there is gossip, his ears are sharper than a dog's nose. All I heard was Shui Hong laughing loudly, as if he had discovered something new. Old song, it's more interesting over there. Several paladins from the Western Temple were eaten alive by the savages from the Centaur Galaxy. Ha ha ha, it's really refreshing. There really were people from the Western Temple coming in here, and even people from other galaxies such as the Centaurus Galaxy and the Andromeda Galaxy. Without exception, these galaxies seem to have been invaded by World of Warcraft, and the war is very fierce. Just as Lin Yong was constantly collecting information about other challengers, the Wanzhou trading market finally saw a new movement. Suddenly, a sinister and terrifying voice sounded in the front exhibition hall, which made people get goosebumps all over their body. The boss is here. Let's start the 10,000 Races trade fair you've been waiting for. As the words fell, the lights in the exhibition hall of the 10,000 Races trade fair suddenly brightened, and a table covered with red cloth appeared in the front. Behind the table stood an old man who looked haggard and like a skeleton. Before the old man could speak again, someone stood up and pointed at him and cursed. "You old fool, I was about to kill a diamond-level monster by myself just now, but you teleported me to this damn place. What is your intention? Hurry up and compensate me for the materials and teleport me back." This is a young and powerful man from the M18 galaxy. He was very proud when he said this, because it has only been half a month since he entered the ruins of the Giram continent. He has already grown to level 50. With the help of equipment, he can even kill diamond-level monsters. Looking at the entire trade fair, he is a very remarkable existence. So after he finished speaking, exclamations suddenly rang out in the audience. "Oh my god, this guy looks even smaller than me, but he's actually strong enough to kill a diamond monster? That's a diamond-level monster. Our team may not be able to take it down even after 3 days and 3 nights, but he was able to kill it alone. It's too scary. We must put him on the list of people who should not be provoked." This 10,000 Races trade fair is indeed full of experts. It seems that we in the Chiron Galaxy need to keep a low profile to avoid offending others and leaving this damn place. Naturally, the young man also heard the discussions. He puffed out his chest with pride and found these words very helpful. Then he continued to point at the old man in the exhibition hall and gave orders in a domineering manner. "Did you hear me, you damned old man? Send me back immediately, or you will offend the powerful my school of our M18 galaxy. I don't want to repeat my words a second time." The old man had a creepy smile on his skull-like face. "He great? Is there anyone else who wants to go back to their own planet like him? Let me introduce myself first. I am the creator of this dungeon, the Lich King Sudries." The Lich King's 2 eyes, like black holes, looked around at the tens of thousands of people in the 10,000 Races trade fair with a warning. As soon as he finished speaking, someone else stood up. This person was dressed very noble. Her clothes were all made of the fur of sky-level monsters. She was covered in jewels and precious stones. At first glance, she was obviously a favored daughter of heaven from a big family in a big galaxy. "I, Melon Barrel, the daughter of the Wind and Frost Emperor of the Renkin Galaxy, order you to teleport me back to the Flame Battlefield dungeon immediately. I am digging for the treasures left behind by a legendary strongman. Do you know that you have delayed my opportunity?" Lin Yong looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that this Melon Bell was extremely beautiful, with eyes as dazzling as stars and glowing with golden light. Moreover, the level has reached 65. Obviously, they can obtain more growth resources in the copy of their galaxy. The Lich King, Sudries, continued to sneer when he saw this new provocateur. "Besides her, do you have anyone else who wants to challenge the rules I set?" His words were no longer just a warning, but carried a cold meaning. These challengers heard a chilling, murderous intent in his words. Those challengers who originally wanted to go back and collect treasures, seeing that the Lich King was already angry, suppressed their thoughts and wanted to see what he would do next. As a result, the entire trade fair became silent. You know, the Lich King is at least an epic-level warrior, and challenging his majesty could have serious consequences. Only the descendants of the big families in the M18 and Renkin galaxies would dare to disregard the majesty of the Lich King. The Lich King became very satisfied when he saw the meeting place became quiet. He casually reached into the void, and the young man from the M18 galaxy was immediately grabbed by him in midair. Slurp. The Lich King sucked the young man's blood dry, turning him into a skinny, mummified specimen, and then threw him at the entrance of the trade fair. This is what happens when you challenge my rules. This scene immediately frightened Melon Bell of the Renkin Galaxy, and she revealed her parents with some fear. Lich King, if you dare to touch me, you will be destroyed. My father, the Wind and Frost Emperor, is also an epic warrior. However, before Melon Bell could finish her words, her beautiful body was grabbed by the Lich King in midair and sucked into a mummy specimen. Then the Lich King snapped his fingers and hung it at the entrance of the 10,000 Races trade fair. This clean and efficient approach silenced all challengers. This is too cruel. It's a pity for such a beauty. Who says it's not true? It would be better for such a gifted girl to stay and be a maid. What a waste. Shoo, keep your voice down and don't provoke this old pervert again. The Lich King ignored the whispered discussions and opened his mouth in a sinister smile, revealing a mouthful of pitch-black teeth. Now, no one will challenge the rules I set, right? You think you can bring up a small, epic-level shrimp to scare me? That's ridiculous. 149 The Eye of Jotty appears. The Eye of Punishment moves. Alas, every time we hold a trade fair, there are always a few people who don't know how to live or die and are made into specimens. Why bother? The Lich King's words contained great terror. All the challengers present were silent and frightened. Even Lin Yong lowered his body and hid himself in a low-key manner. Although he is now a war master, he still has no chance of winning against a pervert who is beyond the epic level. The Lich King, seeing that no one dared to resist his rules, nodded with satisfaction. Since the bosses have no other opinions, let's start today's trade fair. Haha, I found a lot of new things in the past 300 years. The Lich King's words immediately made these challengers who were forced to come here feel resentful. Opinions. Who dares to have opinions? Those who have opinions will be killed. However, the Lich King's words also revealed an important piece of information. That means he should be at least over 300 years old. You know, the lifespan of a legendary war saint will not exceed 200 years. To reach the age of 300, one must be at least an epic-level war emperor. This was obviously not the first time the Lich King had held a trade fair, as trade fairs only happen once every 300 years. Even if he only held 2 trade fairs, the Lich King must be at least 600 years old. This shows that the Lich King has at least the strength of a mythical war emperor. A living great war emperor. It's terrifying just to think about it. This kind of strength, if placed in any galaxy, would probably be able to directly destroy all living things on the planet. Everyone thought about it and felt terrified. They looked at the Lich King with even more fear. The Lich King, on the other hand, found a bag full of patches from somewhere and began to put things out one by one from inside it. The first thing he took out was a purple clay teapot of inferior color and quality. It looked as if it was made of yellow mud that had not been dried yet. The Lich King held this item in his hand and seemed reluctant to let it go. Boss, please allow me to introduce this first exhibit, the top-grade Lin Yang purple clay teapot. Please see the big screen for its properties. As the light flickered on the big screen, everyone's originally disdainful eyes suddenly became hot. Equipment. Top-grade Lin Yang purple clay teapot. Introduction to the origin of the equipment. 3,000 years ago, the Gurum continent's peak war emperor Fancial used a special teapot to brew tea. It was once rinsed with the supreme treasure Wudao tea leaves and contains a special breath of rules. Life, plus 25,000. Attack, plus 1,100. Defense, plus 300. Comprehension, plus 30. Twice the result with half the effort. Carrying this teapot, any settlement reward you receive will increase your income by plus 100%. Although it was a daily item and did not have many attribute bonuses other than life, this entry still made everyone present excited. The originally quiet trade fair became noisy again. This is an item equipment. It is so rare, especially this item that can achieve twice the result with half the effort. It is simply a magic weapon for clearing the dungeon. Of course, as long as you wear this teapot, the experience, materials, and props you get from clearing dungeons will be doubled. It's really a delight. Damn it, I just discovered a huge vein of top-grade sea blue ice marrow before I came here. If I had this teapot, wouldn't it be possible to double my money? Except for Lin Yong and his friends from the God of War Academy, all the challengers couldn't help but be tempted. After all, item equipment is hard to come by, and if I come across it today, I must get it no matter what. So some people plucked up the courage to start asking the Lich King. Your Majesty, the respected Lich King, I would like to know, if we want to trade this top-grade Lin Yang purple clay teapot with you, what will it cost us? The Lich King did not get angry, but put this top-quality Lin Yang purple clay teapot on the shelf. If you want to trade this purple clay teapot, you only need 1 million top-grade blazing crystals. I will put the specific trading materials directly on the shelf. Remember, there is a fixed price. Whoever wants to trade, wait until I have displayed all the items, then bring enough materials and come to me to trade. As he spoke, the Lich King took out another small gadget which looked like 2 fingers. The information appeared on the big screen again. Equipment. Invincible brain collapse. Sky-level accessory. Can carry other weapons at the same time. Introduction to the origin of the equipment. This is the work of Master Gung, an epic forger from the Gyurem continent 3,000 years ago. It has extremely strong attack power and control effects, and is the supreme weapon that warriors dream of. Attack, plus 11,000. Attack speed, plus 50%. Armor break, plus 300. Reversal. When hitting the target's head, there is a 1% chance of causing the opponent to be dizzy for 3 seconds. When hitting the target's head and the target's health is less than 15%, there is a 1% chance of a critical hit. This equipment was also displayed by the Lich King and then placed on the shelf. The item required for the transaction is a pair of gloves with an attack speed of more than 150%. After seeing this equipment, many children of big families present became restless again. Another item of equipment, and it's also the most scarce offensive accessory for the warrior class. Where did this Lich King find so many good things? Haha, I'm so ignorant. The Gyurem continent had a brilliant civilization. Although it has now fallen into decline after being attacked by monsters, it created a lot of good things back then. These equipments are proof of that. Haha, this equipment is great. My long family in the Centaur galaxy wants it. It just so happens that I'm about to break through to the Battle Master level. This strike level invincible brain shatter is very suitable as a gift for my promotion to the Battle Master. Humph. Didn't you see clearly what the Lich King wanted to trade? He wanted gloves with an attack speed of 150%. Gloves with an attack speed of more than 50% are rare. I'm afraid you can't get them even if you want them. These challengers were chatting animatedly with each other. It was obvious that this invincible brain-blasting item had completely aroused their interest, and they all wanted to possess it for themselves. Some smart people have already started buying gloves. If you have gloves that increase attack speed by 150%, make your bids now. Even if you get equipment like the Invincible Brain Blast, you won't be able to keep it, and we might snatch it away in the end. So, why not sell it now and make a good profit? That's right, good equipment belongs to the virtuous. Don't lose the big picture for the sake of small things, or you may lose your life because of greed for equipment. I'm also buying the gloves with attack speed plus 150, and the asking price is 100,000 pieces of top-grade Force Yellow Mud. The guys from the Ares Academy looked at each other in bewilderment, totally unaware of what the other challengers were so excited about. Are they crazy? They actually offered such a high price for such rubbish equipment. I really don't understand. Shuehong grinned and laughed. Anyone could hear the pride in his voice. After all, they have Lin Dong, the god-level blacksmith, and the equipment on him is incredible. The probability of triggering all the items is basically no less than 20%. To be honest, in their eyes, the equipment that the Lich King took out was no different from garbage. Only Lin Dong, listening to these discussions, had a smile on his face, because a way to make money suddenly flashed through my mind, and I had a rough idea of it. According to the Lich King's trading requirements, Lin could use the simplest materials to forge some garbage and exchange it for a large amount of information from these challengers. In this way, the materials in his ring might be able to make thousands of times the profit by taking advantage of this opportunity. If it can be operated, then this 10,000 races trade fair will be the place where Lin Dong makes his fortune. So Lin Dong silently threw some low-level equipment for forging bronze acceleration gloves into the system forging furnace, preparing to forge a pair of gloves with an attack speed plus 150%. So every time the Lich King displayed an item, Lin Dong quietly forged a piece of equipment. In less than 4 hours, Lin Dong had forged more than 300 pieces of equipment, just waiting for the Lich King to announce free trade so that we can start making huge profits. Just when Lin Dong was dreaming of getting rich, a piece of equipment appeared, which made Lin Dong couldn't help but squint his eyes and take a few more glances. It was a blood red eye that was red with blood. The white of the eye was stained with countless blood threads. In the center of the eye, there was a drop of blood like amber, which looked extremely hideous. Equipment: Eye of Jotty's gold level. Introduction to the origin of the equipment. 3,000 years ago in the Giram continent, when the Supreme War Emperor Morwa was not yet famous, this was forged from the left eye of his first wife, Jotty's. It was a beloved item of Morwa Supreme in remembrance of his deceased wife. It has lost some of its spirituality due to being infected by the ominous blood of the monster. Attack, plus 8,500. Defense, plus 300. Magic defense, plus 300. Gaze of appreciation. After being gazed at by the eyes, all attributes of the target will be increased by 50%, lasting for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. This entry has been invalidated because the equipment has been contaminated by ominous blood. Command: This equipment has hidden attributes and can only be activated after obtaining the Eye of Moro. As soon as this equipment was taken out, countless people sighed. From the moment the Lich King displayed his equipment, the Eye of Jotty's was definitely the most eye-catching item, as it boosted all attributes by 50%. Unfortunately, this entry is no longer valid. As for the so-called hidden attributes, where can we find another Eye of Moro? Therefore, this equipment can only be regarded as a gold equipment without attributes. But even so, there are still many gold warrior level challengers and some unusual movements. After all, even if it is just a piece of gold equipment, its attack attribute is quite high. However, the trading materials for this equipment are daunting, requiring the entire corpse of a sky-level centaur monster. Seeing this transaction material, many challengers who wanted the Eye of Jotty's immediately wailed. "Your Majesty, Lich King, you're asking too much. I want to exchange a gold equipment with broken attributes for a sky-level centaur corpse. Isn't that a bit too much? Yeah, I think the legendary level is enough. Even the diamond level is more than enough. Yes, Lord Lich King, please give me a reasonable price." Unexpectedly, after the Lich King heard these people bargaining, a trace of displeasure suddenly appeared on his face, which was as thin as a skeleton. "Stop making noise. I've already said it before. One price. Only one price. If you violate my rules again, you will all be hung at the door as specimens." Humph. If the Eye of Jotty's wasn't damaged and there was no way to repair it, do you think I would have taken it out to exchange for materials? Just because the Lich King couldn't find a way to repair himself didn't mean that Lin Dong couldn't find it either. Lin Dong's heart was in his throat now. He was determined to get the Eye of Jotty's. At the same time, the eye of punishment on his forehead began to twitch automatically, as if it sensed the breath of the Eye of Jotty's. Lin Dong's heart suddenly moved. According to what the Moon's spirit daughter said at that time, my Eye of Punishment is the so-called Eye of Mora. Could it be that? 150 boss, please go down and calm down. Ding, equipment with a bond effect with the host's equipment has been detected. The system has issued a temporary task to repair the damaged Eye of Jotty's. The book of repairing the Eye of Jotty's has been issued to the system space. Task reward, experience value, plus 10,000, quantity, plus 10, enchantment value, plus 100. Lin Dong's heart sank severely. Now that the system's temporary tasks have arrived, he is even more certain of his guess. What the Moon Spirit Daughter said is true. The Eye of Punishment is also the Eye of Morwa, and it is a necessary condition for activating the hidden attributes of the Eye of Jotty's. It seems that I am determined to get the Eye of Jotty's. It just so happens that I have the intact body of the Sky-class centaur that I killed in the Holy Arena. It's like it was planned. Once Lin Dong obtains the Eye of Jotty's, if combined with the Eye of Moro, there will definitely be a powerful combination effect. His Eye of Moro was forged by Lin Dong using the forging book that was a daily reward from the system forging book store. This system, whether it is a forging book awarded as a reward or a forging book given as a temporary task, generally only has one copy, unlike the forging books in the forging book store, which can be purchased repeatedly. Therefore, as long as the system gives Lin Dong equipment in the forging book, he usually cannot forge a second piece. They are still unique pieces. This is also the fundamental reason why the Eye of Moro has such powerful attributes. Now, another Eye of Jotty's that has a bond effect with the Eye of Moro has been born. It would be a lie for Lin Dong to say that he is not excited. As a god-level blacksmith with a system, Lin Dong can easily repair the damaged entries. As long as he could get the Eye of Jotty's, Lin Dong believed that his combat power could be greatly improved again. As for the ominous blood on the Eye of Jotty's, Lin Dong could completely purify it with a purifying handkerchief. It was very easy. Just as Lin Dong was concentrating on looking at the eye of Jotty's on the shelf in the exhibition stand, a figure suddenly blocked Lin Dong's sight. Lin Dong couldn't help but tilt his head and continue looking at the booth, but the figure seemed to do it on purpose and blocked Lin Dong's way again. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Lin Dong raised his head and looked at the figure, only to find that it was Wang Rulong, whom he had not seen for a long time. Wang Rulong had changed into girlish attire at this time, and his stern face now had a hint of bright vitality. Because this copy of the 10,000 Races Trade Fair requires a global mandatory invitation, Wang Rulong and the members of their hunter guild were all teleported here. Not only him, but Chen Woody, Lin Yang, and others were also scattered in various corners of the trade fair, concentrating on studying the trading items. After coming here, Wang Rulong unconsciously looked for Lin Dong everywhere, wanted to see if Lin Dong had come. Unexpectedly, she really found him. Before she came here today, when she was killing monsters, she couldn't borrow any attributes from Lin Dong when she used the faith of the bloodlocked helm, which led to her being almost killed by a legendary monster. If she hadn't been quick-witted and turned invisible, she might not have escaped. So she thought that this was Lin Dong's deliberate trick and wanted to ask Lin Dong for an explanation. But she didn't know that Lin Dong was in the bloodstained mirror copy at that time, and his attributes were suppressed to 0 by the rules, so she couldn't borrow the attributes. At this moment, she glared at Lin Dong with her eyes wide open, clearly very dissatisfied with him. Lin Dong, why can't I borrow your attributes today? You need to apologize to me. Apologize? What are you apologizing for? This woman is totally unreasonable. You can borrow your property whenever you want. Really? Lin Dong was complaining in his heart when the system notification sound suddenly rang. Ding! It is detected that Wang Rulong has used Faith Drain 59 times recently, and the host is within 50 meters of him, returning 2,950 points of enchantment value to the host. Cough cough! A hint of smile suddenly appeared on Lin Dong's face, which was originally full of impatience. This Wang Rulong is simply the god of wealth. Here are some enchantment points for him. This 2,950 enchantment value really made him feel very happy. It was another good day for harvest. So he deliberately winked and teased Wang Rulong, trying to amuse her. Apologizing is out of the question. You dare to cause trouble for me? Do you want to eat Dabadoo again? Lin Dong originally thought that Wang Rulong would be furious after hearing this, but he didn't expect Wang Rulong's face to turn red in an instant. He even looked a little surprised. Lin Dong was really shocked. What was going on? She offered it to him to brush up the enchantment value. Although the Happy Big Pocket can only increase the enchantment value by 10 points every day, Lin Dong is used to being frugal, so 10 points is not too little for him. So Lin Dong unconsciously took the happy bag in his hand, ready to give Wang Rulong a very enjoyable experience. But Wang Rulong quickly covered his face and pleaded with Lin Dong. Lin Dong, can you find a place where there is no one around and give me a big competition? There are a lot of people at the trade fair. Can you please consider the girl's dignity? Lin Dong always felt that there was something wrong with Wang Rulong today. He asked suspiciously, Wang Rulong, you are cooperating like this. Don't you have any other purpose? Wang Rulong was discovered by Lin Dong, but he did not shy away and responded openly. After you beat me up this time, can you forge me another piece of equipment? I've been having a hard time killing legendary monsters lately, and I'm almost out of control. Lin Dong curled his lips. Did anyone really think he was a philanthropist? After making people happy, he even gave them forging equipment? Not interested. You should see how to trade equipment with the Lich King. You can't leave here if you don't trade with him. Wang Rulong crossed his arms and snorted coldly, obviously not satisfied with Lin Dong's perfunctory response. Do you think I'd be interested in those pieces of junk equipment? The attributes are just too bad, and they're far inferior to what you forged. Wang Rulong finally said something that Lin Dong could understand. Lin Dong couldn't help but raise his eyelids and secretly calculated something in his heart. Wow, I couldn't tell. This Wang Rulong doesn't look very smart, but his taste is really good, and he knows which equipment is good and which is bad. It's just a pity that the system does not issue temporary tasks, and Lin Dong really has no motivation to forge equipment for Wang Rulong. Ding! The host is eager to forge equipment for Wang Rulong. The system has issued a temporary task. Please forge soft hedgehog shoulder straps for Wang Rulong. The soft hedgehog forging manual has been distributed to the system space. Forging reward. experience, plus 100,000 proficiency, plus 10 enchantment value, plus 100. Well, Lin Dong was also convinced by the system's cool operation. When did he show his eagerness to forge equipment for Wang Rulong? Isn't this just a lie? But for the sake of these 100 points of enchantment value, Lin Dong decided to endure it. In fact, he was still secretly happy in his heart. Having an enemy bond effect is actually pretty good. After all, you can brush up on enchantment points anytime and anywhere. Of course, before that, I'll use Happy Bidu to gain 10 points of enchantment first. So Lin Dong pulled Wang Rulong and came to the outside of the trade fair gate. It was a desolate square with no people or buildings in sight. Wang Rulong knew that she couldn't escape this disaster, and she looked at Lin Dong with a flushed face. Lin Dong, I'm ready. Can you be gentler? I'm afraid of pain. Ah, so cool. Cool. It's so cool. After more than a dozen times of pleasure, Wang Rulong's face became even redder, and her big watery eyes looked at Lin Dong again. You can forge the equipment you promised me now. Lin Dong hummed softly, took out the forging book of Soft Hedgehog manual, threw it into the system forging furnace along with the materials, and began to forge equipment for Wang Rulong. Wang Rulong, on the other hand, was waiting with great anticipation on her face. She knew that after today, her fighting power would increase again. 5 minutes later, Lin Dong threw a piece of equipment to her and returned to the trade fair whistling. But Wang Rulong was ecstatic holding the pair of Soft Hedgehog briefs. Equipment. Soft Hedgehog shoulder badge, gold level, current attribute, is the combined value of both. Life, plus 16,000. Attack, plus 19,200. Defense, plus 1,500. Magic defense, plus 1,500. Counter paralysis. When attacked, there is a 5% chance that the target will be paralyzed for 5 seconds. Nightmare coil. Active skill causes the target to fall into a deep sleep and cannot wake up, causing an additional damage of 3,000 points for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. It was no wonder that Wang Rulong lost her composure, because Lin Dong's equipment just made up for her shortcomings. Just 5 minutes ago, she was still praying that the equipment forged by Lin Dong would have a control attribute. Unexpectedly, after forging, it actually had 2 control attributes, one active and one passive, which simply complemented each other. Because of the appearance of this equipment, Wang Rulong's opinion of Lin Dong has changed a lot. I suddenly feel that Lin Dong isn't that annoying after all. Even when he slapped someone, his movements were quite gentle. As soon as Lin Dong returned to the trade fair, he found that it was extremely lively. It turned out that the Lich King had already displayed all the items for this round and was ready to start the transaction. His figure was surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside, and there was no way out. Lin Dong was determined to obtain the Eye of Jotties. In order to avoid being overtaken by others, he had to display his powerful aura of War Master before he could squeeze close to the Lich King. At this time, a burly young man from the Andromeda Galaxy was trading a diamond-level hero vestment with the Lich King. The young man was holding a pair of jade pendants with toughness plus 30 in his hands, begging the Lich King desperately. Your Majesty, the diamond-grade jade pendant with toughness plus 50 that you mentioned is really hard to find. Please exchange your hero's vestments for me. I will give you a pair of diamond-grade jade pendants with toughness plus 30. Isn't that enough? The Lich King shook his head lightly and knocked on the sign beside him with a pipe in his hand. 1 price. No more words will help. And your jade pendant doesn't open the door very well. Go down and calm down, little boss. But? What but? Do you want to die? The Lich King's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he took a deep breath at the young man. The young man was immediately sucked dry and thrown to the door by the Lich King and hung there. You are so young, yet you are so long-winded. If you want to be a specimen, just say so. 151 I sell whatever you need, focusing on supply on demand. The Lich King's move immediately silenced those who wanted to bargain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Dong quickly took out the corpse of the Sky-class centaur and traded the Eye of Jotties with the Lich King. The Lich King looked at the intact body of the Sky-level centaur beauty, nodded with satisfaction, took the Eye of Jotties and handed it to Lin Dong. Boy, this body is well preserved and meets my requirements. I can trade with you. Finally, the Lich King did not forget to give another instruction. Boy, you know you've made a fortune. If the Eye of Jotties can be repaired, it will definitely give you a huge boost in combat power. Lin Dong smiled respectfully, took the eye of Jotty's, and left everyone's sight. The other challengers all shook their heads secretly when they saw that Lin Yong actually used the corpse of a sky-level monster to exchange for a damaged equipment. Hey, this guy is such a fool. The complete corpse of a sky-level monster can be used to refine puppets. It's enough to even exchange for legendary-level equipment. I didn't expect there would be such a sucker. When the eye of Jotty's was taken out, I was wondering which unlucky person would choose this thing. I didn't expect it to be him. But this guy is pretty smart. No one competed with him for this kind of rubbish equipment. Maybe he can leave the 10,000 races trade fair safely. Now that you mention it, I'd like to go grab some. I can't gather all the materials for the deal anyway, so it might as well be a bargain. Ridiculous. Don't you look at his level? He's a level 70 warlord. You wouldn't be stupid enough to steal his things, would you? Do you think your life is too long? These challengers discussed the matter at great length, but few of them succeeded in making a deal. Because the Lich King's demands were so demanding, they were basically unable to trade for the items they desired. How can I make a successful deal with the Lich King like Lin Yong did? This question lingers in the mind of every challenger. Suddenly, a voice was heard in a corner of the trade fair. For sale is a legendary jade pendant with toughness plus 50, priced at 100,000 top-grade blazing crystals. This shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. The person who set up the stall to sell goods was Lin Yong. Behind Lin Yong, Zhuge Chengfeng and the others were emitting a powerful aura surrounding him. Obviously, if you want to get the items in Lin Yong's hand by robbing him, it will definitely not work. Lin Yong's force can almost be said to be the strongest among all the challengers. Moreover, the price of Lin Yong is not that high, but within a reasonable range, which makes many people think about it. The top-grade flame crystal, a spiritual stone that can increase experience, can be said to be the hard currency of all galaxies. There are abundant outputs in the major fragments and ruins of the Giram continent, and these challengers have a lot of these things in their hands. What Lin Yong was aiming at was the flame crystals in their hands. No matter how much of these things there were, they could be used up, so he had to stockpile more. As Lin Yong shouted out his wares, many challengers who wanted to get a bargain came to his stall. But they were not in a hurry to buy, but kept bargaining with Lin Yong. At this moment, Lin Yong finally understood why the Lich King had set a rule of not bargaining. It turned out that these people were just trying to take advantage of the bargain, which was really annoying. So Lin Yong followed suit and put up a sign saying no bargaining there. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the Lich King. He narrowed his sunken eye sockets slightly and ignored Lin Yong. He dares to do business in my territory. Should I say he is smart? Or brave? Interesting. The Lich King continued to close his eyes and wait for the traitor to appear. However, his place was deserted, with more people looking than buying. After all, the things the Lich King wanted were very tricky and rare, and ordinary people could not afford them. Compared to the Lich King, Lin Yong's side was already in full swing and was surrounded by enemies. Someone took the opportunity to put pressure on Lin Yong, wanting him to lower the price. Brother, your jade pendant is nice, but it's too expensive. We are all challengers here. Aren't you afraid of causing public outrage by asking such a high price? Yes, brother, please make it cheaper. This way, you can make some money and gain the friendship of many of our big families. Why not? Yes. As long as you are willing to sell me 20,000 fiery crystals, our Wuhuan family in the Gamma Galaxy will definitely become your ally. In response, Lin Yong remained calm and didn't even bother to respond. I'm here just to make money. Do you dare ask me to lower the price? As for this nonsense about friendship, even a child would not believe it. If you leave the 10,000 races auction, where can you find these guys? It's complete nonsense to fool people. Lin Yong had already made up his mind. This was a one-time deal, and he must not be lenient. To be honest, there were people who wanted to take this diamond-grade jade pendant with toughness plus 50 by force, but before they could make any move, Zhuge Chengfeng snorted coldly, and the aura of a quasi-war saint level instantly spread out, causing all the onlookers to shrink their pupils. A quasi-war saint at level 79? Oh my god! Is this really the younger generation that participated in the secret realm? How can they be so powerful? This group of people is too scary. The worst of them are all level 69 quasi-warlords. And there is also a level 70 King Kong Demon Ape War Pet. What galaxy are these freaks from? Looking at their attire, they should be from the Milky Way. But the other Milky Way challengers I've seen are only level 40 at most. It's a completely barren place. How did they become so powerful? At this moment, A blond boy with a high-nose bridge and blue eyes squeezed in front of Lin Dong's stall with a licking face. Brother, are you from the Milky Way too? I am from the Milky Way too. Let me introduce myself. I am the night chef from the Western Temple of the Blue Water Star. I wonder which planet in the Milky Way you are from? Oh. Lin Dong opened his eyes and looked at the blond young man, who was actually level 46. It was obvious that he had some adventures in the secret realm. Unexpectedly, someone from the Western Temple really came here, which also confirmed his guess. Sure enough, not only China has a copy of the Lost Land, many countries and forces on the Blue Water Star have such hidden copies. Lin Dong nodded towards Xie and responded simply, "Oh, half a fellow countryman." Seeing Lin Dong's response, Zieft immediately smiled happily. "Brother, since we are from the same hometown, let's—" "No bargaining. Don't even ask for bargaining." Lin Dong choked Xiefit with just one sentence, without giving him any face at all. But Chef was not angry and still had a smiling face. "Oh, brother, you misunderstood. What I meant was that since we are all from the Milky Way, could you give us priority in selling your goods? We are willing to buy them at a normal price. You are the first person to successfully trade with the Lich King. Now you can even take out other trading materials. From this, I know that you should have some other treasures that can be traded with the Lich King. Brother, what I want to say is that as long as you are willing to sell other materials that can be traded with the Lich King to our Knights of the Western Temple at the same price, I don't mind helping you open a business first." Zieft is betting on Lin Dong. He is betting that Lin Dong has other trading materials. If the bet is right, then he can successfully take all his team members away from the trade fair. After all, according to the rules of the Lich King, people who do not trade supplies cannot leave here. Even if the bet was wrong, it didn't matter. After all, I still got a piece of material that could be traded with the Lich King. Xiefit's words did make Lin Dong somewhat interested. He looked at Chef formally and felt that this guy was a talented person. He would have to pay close attention to him after returning to the Blue Water Star. But now he really needs to have a good start and have good luck. So Lin Dong nodded, agreeing with what Zieft said. Zieft was overjoyed and took out a storage ring and placed it on Lin Dong's desk. "These are 100,000 top-grade flame crystals. Check the number, brother. And this jade pendant with toughness plus 50 is mine now." Lin Dong took the storage ring, scanned the information inside, and completed the transaction with Chef after checking that it was correct. Seeing that this diamond-grade jade pendant had been traded, the other challengers prepared to leave, and some even set their sights on Chef, wanting to snatch it away. Because none of them thought that Lin Dong, who had already taken out 2 items that could be traded with the Lich King, could still come up with other items for trading. But the next second, a clear and loud hawking voice broke their cognition. "For sale, bronze-level acceleration gloves with attack speed plus 150%, priced at 100,000 fiery crystals." What? There's still one? At this moment, all the challengers couldn't help but turn around again and gathered in front of Lin Dong's stall. At the same time, the way they looked at Lin Dong changed. How come this guy has so many goodies? Could he be a spy arranged by the Lich King? Lin Dong grinned brightly, playing with the acceleration gloves that increased his attack speed by 150% in his hands, and leisurely and rhythmically tapping the table. "Whatever you need, I have it. We focus on supplying on demand. Boss, stop looking at me. There is only one of each item. Be quick or late. Opportunity waits for no one." To be honest, the acceleration gloves with attack speed plus 150% can be traded with the Lich King for invincibility and brain-shattering effect. Moreover, this speed-up glove also has an entry for the Shadowless Fist, which is also a rare magic weapon. 100,000 top-grade flame crystals in exchange. It is definitely a big profit. After a moment's hesitation, many challengers began to make crazy bids. "I want this speed glove. You must sell this speed-up glove to me. I'll pay twice the price. 200,000 top-grade blazing crystals. Humph, 300,000. 300,000 top-grade fiery crystals. No one can snatch them from the Bampo family of the Renkin Galaxy. Otherwise, you will be our enemy." 152 business is booming. Even the Lich King is jealous. The emergence of acceleration gloves has directly pushed the purchasing enthusiasm of many challengers to a small climax. Although the grade of the acceleration gloves is only bronze, it is a powerful equipment. Even the God of War will be unable to move when seeing it. Even if you don't exchange it with the Lich King in the end, you will definitely not suffer any loss. Chef, who originally wanted to buy the acceleration gloves, had no choice but to give up his plan to buy them after seeing such a hot price increase scene. After all, He only has the right of first refusal if others offer the same price. Now the price has increased several times, and he has given up the idea of buying it. Finally, the descendants of the Banpo family from the Rankin Galaxy got their wish in exchange for the acceleration gloves. When the Banpo family member got the acceleration gloves, he felt like he had found a treasure. He turned them over and over, cherishing them so much that he didn't even plan to exchange them with the Lich King for his invincibility. However, he felt a little regretful and couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if I had a pair of these speed-up gloves. It would be worth it even if I had to spend another 300,000 fiery crystals. Shaking his head, he was about to leave, but Lin Dong called him. Hey brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. As the saying goes, treasures wait for wise masters and are given to wise people. Brother, you are so wise. I have to make an exception and take out another speed-up glove. The attack speed of this one didn't reach plus 150%, so I didn't take it out at the time. I plan to keep it for myself. Now that my brother wants it, I have no choice but to give it up. As he spoke, Lin Dong took out a pair of acceleration gloves from the ring and demonstrated them in front of this Banpo disciple. This Banpo disciple from the Rankin Galaxy took one look and his eyes widened. There really is another speed glove. Brother, you are not waiting for me here on purpose, are you? He carefully looked at the properties of the acceleration gloves, and a look of surprise slowly appeared on his face. Equipment. Speed up gloves, silver level. Attack plus 120. Attack speed plus 120%. Defense plus 100. Movement speed plus 20. Suppress blood recovery. For targets with less than 30% health, suppress any form of blood recovery ability. It turns out that it is an entry attribute that suppresses the target's ability to recover health. This is a magical skill. Those monsters with blood recovery skills are very difficult to deal with and often take a long time to kill. If you have these acceleration gloves, you can greatly improve your efficiency in killing monsters. Even if you encounter a human opponent, if you take out this acceleration glove, the opponent will flee in panic. Brother, I want this one too. It costs 300,000. I'll give you another 300,000 top-grade blazing crystals. Ah, God is helping me. With a pair of speed-up gloves like these, I don't need any more brain damage. This Banpo fellow is really a spendthrift. He didn't care how many flame crystals he spent, as long as he could get the acceleration gloves. Lin Dong likes big clients like this, and decides to grab them without any conscience. Opportunities don't come every year, so you have to grab them when they come. So the two parties happily completed the transaction again. This time, Bamposi was ready to leave contentedly, but Lin Dong stopped him again. Brother, we are very interested. If you are willing to pay me another 300,000 fiery crystals, I am willing to sell you a pair of gold-level Swift Wind gloves with an attack speed of over 150%. It just has no attribute, but you can trade it with the Lich King for invincibility. Oh, there's more. The Banpo disciple turned around again and looked at the Gale gloves that Lin Dong took out. Equipment. Wine gloves, gold level. Attack, plus 1,500. Attack speed, plus 180%. Resistance, plus 10. Although it has no attributes, just based on the attack speed, it is also a very rare treasure. With this pair of acceleration gloves, he can keep the two acceleration gloves in his hand, and can also exchange them for the Lich King's invincible brain explosion, which is a very cost-effective thing. So this Banpo disciple did not hesitate, and just waved his hand, and a ring containing 300,000 top-grade flame crystals was placed directly on Lin Dong's desk. Take your money and get out of my gauntlet. Okay, take care, boss. Lin Dong bid farewell to this generous Banpo boy with a big smile on his face, and his heart was filled with joy. It was so easy to make money from the fiery crystals. It was much faster than the hard work of mining. That Banpo disciple took the wind gloves to exchange for invincibility with the Lich King, and his brain exploded. The Lich King looked at the equipment he brought, his eyes flashing with a strange light, and he didn't speak for a long time. Banpo disciples asked with some concern, "Your Majesty the Lich King, is it that these swift wind gloves do not meet your requirements?" The Lich King shook his head, thoughtfully. "If you meet the requirements, I can exchange you for the invincible brain collapse. I just want to know, where did you get this Gale glove? This is obviously a newly forged piece of equipment, and it's still warm." When Banpo disciple heard the Lich King asking questions, he immediately told the origin of the wind gloves tremblingly. Even though he was a level 60 god of war, he did not dare to act rashly in front of the Lich King. I bought this glove from the guy who was selling things over there for 300,000 top-grade blazing crystals. Oh. The Lich King glanced at Lin Dong's stall and became curious. It's this little fellow again, quite interesting. He waved his hand and sent the Bampo disciples away, but he couldn't help but pay some attention to Lin Dong's stall. The Bampo disciples felt relieved and ran away happily with their invincible brains. Lin Dong, on his side, was showing the challengers an equipment, a wind-fixing bead that had a blocking effect. Equipment, wind-fixing bead, gold level. Attack, plus 2,700. Defense, plus 150. Magic defense, plus 150. Block, when attacking, there is a 5% chance to immobilize the target for 3 seconds, with an additional 1,500 damage per second. Lin Dong asked Yuan Hong to stand in front and demonstrated the effect of the wind-fixing bead. Sure enough, every 20 or so attacks will trigger a blocking effect. This control effect is simply amazing. Such equipment with control attributes immediately made many challengers jealous again. Lin Dong took a sip of tea leisurely and made an offer slowly. This wind-fixing bead can be exchanged with the Lich King for the legendary item Thundercloud Boots. You can take it for 300,000 top-grade fiery crystals. It's better to act than to be tempted. Bosses, hurry up and make a move. These challengers were all very excited and wanted to take the wind-fixing pearl for themselves. Because the value of this wind-fixing bead is no less than that of the Thundercloud Boots. This was the result of Lin Dong deliberately forging the attributes too low. If it was too high, I'm afraid no one would be willing to exchange this wind-fixing bead for the Lich King's equipment. Why do I feel that the equipment this guy brought out is better than the Lich King's? If it weren't for the poor basic attributes, I would have suspected that he was here to destroy the Lich King's reputation. I really don't know where he got all these good things. Did he dig up the graves of dozens of epic masters? Otherwise, why would every piece he took out be such a masterpiece? Brothers, 300,000 is really not expensive. Hurry up and buy it. I'm really afraid that idiot will raise the price, and then we won't have a chance to buy it. Challengers from various galaxies made bids one after another, and the scene was extremely heated. Even the Lich King, who had been observing this place, couldn't help but be a little interested in this wind-fixing bead. After all, who would complain about having too much control equipment? However, among the crowd, there was a pair of resentful eyes that were looking angrily towards Lin Dong. It was none other than Lin Dong's younger brother, Lin Yang. He was also forcibly invited to this trade fair and had been quietly studying the trading items, but he had no extra materials, so he was unable to trade these powerful equipment. He even thought about selling the wind-fixing beads on his body in exchange for some trading supplies. He had already negotiated the price with a guy from the M18 galaxy and was preparing to make the transaction. But before he could start, Lin Dong had already started hawking his wares, attracting everyone over. But what he never expected was that Lin Dong also had a wind-fixing bead in his hand, and its properties were much better than his. The trader took a look at Lin Dong's wind-fixing bead, then at Lin Yang's, and immediately sneered. "Brother, you should just throw this piece of trash into the grass pit instead of embarrassing yourself here. Compared to that guy with the wind-fixing bead, you're nothing but trash among trash." After saying that, the trader turned around and walked towards Lin Dong, directly raising the price to buy the wind-fixing pearl. 350,000. I'll give you 350,000 top-grade blazing crystals. Lin Yang's teeth were about to break. He really didn't expect that Lin Dong could intercept him like this. Damn it, Lin Dong. Why are you everywhere? Lin Yang stared at Lin Dong angrily and almost crushed the wind-fixing bead in his hand. Equipment. Wind-fixing bead, bronze level. Attack, plus 15. Defense, plus 1. Immobilization. 1% chance to immobilize the target for 3 seconds with 100 damage. Although 1% and 5% may not seem to be much different, in actual combat, the effects are many times different. If it weren't for Lin Dong's wind-fixing bead, his wind-fixing bead would have been considered a treasure, but now it seemed as rubbish as it could be. Furthermore, if Lin Dong's wind-fixing bead was bought by someone and used to trade with the Lich King, the value of his wind-fixing bead would decline. So Lin Yang wanted to get there first and find the Lich King to make a deal in advance. He came close to the Lich King, took out his wind-fixing bead, and said carefully, "Your Majesty, Lich King, I would like to use this wind-fixing bead to exchange for your Thundercloud Boots." The Lich King withdrew his gaze from Lin Dong, looked at the wind-fixing bead, and curled his lips. "Before I get angry, you'd better disappear from my sight." I hate seeing garbage the most. 153. Get rich by picking up corpses. Lin Yang is here to ruin things. Seeing the Lich King's face gradually darken, Lin Yong immediately packed up his things and turned to leave. Haven't you seen that those idiots who were yelling at the Lich King earlier have been hung at the entrance of the trade fair like mummies? So at this time, you must not try to be stubborn. Although I am unwilling, there is nothing I can do. Damn Lin Dong, if he hadn't displayed the wind-fixing bead with stronger properties there, maybe I would have had a chance to successfully trade with the Lich King, but now. The more Lin Yong thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt that it was all Lin Dong's fault that he ended up in this situation. He originally had a life where he could win without doing anything. If Lin Dong hadn't severed the twin bond between him and him, he wouldn't have ended up doing everything by himself. It can be said that the higher Lin Dong's achievements, the angrier he becomes, because he could have relied on the twin bonds to gain double the achievements, but now he is nothing. But the Lich King looked at Lin Yang's departing back and narrowed his eyes slightly. This little guy is narrow-minded and vengeful. I sense a strong resentment in him. Although it is not directed at me, in order to avoid being implicated, should I take action to root it out? After hesitating for a while, the Lich King finally did not take action. Lin Yang himself didn't know that he had just been to the gates of hell and was still thinking about how to deal with Lin Dong. He was so absorbed in walking that he accidentally bumped into a mummy specimen hanging at the door. A dry face appeared in front of him, which scared him. What bad luck, Ba! Just as he was about to change direction and leave, he unexpectedly saw a storage ring slip off the arm of the mummy specimen. Ding dong! The sound of the rain falling to the ground was crisp, but it seemed so small because of the noisy voices around it. When Lin Yang saw the storage ring, he was overjoyed and hurriedly picked it up from the ground. After looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he carefully checked the items in the storage ring. When he saw it, he almost screamed and immediately covered his mouth. Damn it, I got rich. Are you so arrogant? He tremblingly put the ring on his hand, unable to hide the ecstasy on his face. This mummy specimen was none other than Melon Bell, the daughter of the Wind and Frost Emperor of the Renkin Galaxy. Her father was a powerful man of epic level. One can imagine how many treasures are contained in the storage ring of the child of an epic level powerful person. There are 3 million top-grade flame crystals in there alone that can increase experience. There are also spirit stones of various other attributes, warcraft materials, as well as replenishing medicines and replacement equipment. It is simply a small mobile treasure house. But now, all these things belong to him, Lin Yang. Lin Yang grinned, smiling brightly. No wonder this silly woman dared to challenge the Lich King. The things in here are the basis for her arrogance. But now, these things will become the capital for my rise. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Lin Yang turned his attention to other specimens. There are dozens of specimens at the door, both male and female. Some have been weathered beyond recognition and look like they are hundreds of years old. And on most of these specimens, there are remnants of storage rings. This discovery really made Lin Yang overjoyed. As for why no one has taken the storage rings of these mummy specimens, the reason is actually very simple. Those with powerful family backgrounds disdain to take it, while those with weak strength are intimidated by the Lich King's power and dare not take it. So these specimens have been hanging here for hundreds of years, and no one has ever touched them. But now, he met the daring Lin Yang. He unceremoniously took all the storage rings on the dozens of specimens. After checking the harvest, my whole body started to swell. After all, the specimens that can be hung here by the Lich King are no ordinary people. They come from powerful families and have storage rings that are extremely rich. Lin Yang, who became rich overnight, suddenly became proud again and decided to find trouble with Lin Dong. He swaggered into the crowd surrounding Lin Dong's stall with a hint of sarcasm on his face. The equipment that Lin Dong is currently showing off is a pair of gold-level phase boots. Even though the quality of this phase boots is not high, the movement speed is really fast, and it is exactly the trading item that the Lich King needs. Equipment: phase boots, gold level. Attack: plus 1,700. Defense: plus 150. Magic defense: plus 150. Movement speed: plus 500%. This piece of equipment doesn't even have an entry. You say it's rubbish. It is indeed rubbish. However, the movement speed is as high as 500%, which just meets the requirements of the Lich King. But for such a piece of equipment, Lin Dong offered a price of 200,000 top-grade flame crystals, which made all the challengers smack their teeth. A gold-level equipment, no matter how fast it moves, is not worth the price. After all, in real combat, movement speed cannot determine victory or defeat. It can only provide a certain advantage. So these challengers are waiting and watching, and are not bidding easily. But this doesn't matter to Lin Dong at all. He believed that it wouldn't be long before someone would buy it. Although this pair of phase boots is not very good, it can be exchanged for the item Netherworld Snuff Bottle in the hands of the Lich King. This Netherworld Snuff Bottle can cure stubborn diseases and prolong life. It can increase the lifespan of people below the level of War Saint by at least 10 years. This is an extremely huge temptation for many dying people who cannot break through to the level of War Saint. Therefore, Lin Dong was not worried at all that his phase boots would not be able to sell. What he needs to do is to make the biggest difference with the lowest cost. Although he dared to sell this phase boots for 200,000 top-grade flame crystals, his cost was low. For example, this pair of phase boots was made from the most useless golden monster fur, and the total cost was no more than 1 top-grade flame crystal. After all, only when you lose your conscience can you earn more. He had no friendship with these challengers from other galaxies. This was just a one-time deal, and it would be unreasonable for him not to take advantage of the opportunity to make some money. Sheft, the Western Templar, stared at the phase boots with sharp eyes. After making sure that no other challengers had made a bid, he prepared to take the phase boots. With these phase boots, you can exchange them for a Netherworld Snuff Bottle, which can increase your lifespan by 10 years. Their Western Temple has always been supported by the powerful War Saint, the Emperor of Pope. But the Emperor of Pope is nearly 195 years old and will not live more than 5 years. Once the Pope falls, it means that their Western Temple will lose its top-level combat power and may fall apart immediately. If he got the Netherworld Snuff Bottle and presented it to the Emperor of the Temple after returning, the Emperor would definitely be very happy. Maybe he will be rewarded by the French Emperor and directly become the leader of a knightly order. After confirming again that no one was bidding to compete with him for the purchase, Sheft finally decided to make a move to buy the phase boots. He bowed towards Lin Dong, took out a storage ring from his arms, and smiled. "Brother, if no one bids, then I'll take these phase boots." Before he could finish his words, Lin Yang, who was behind him, squeezed to the front and rushed forward without paying any attention to anyone. "Lin Dong, I really like this phase boots. Give it to me right away." Lin Dong glanced at Lin Yang out of the corner of his eye. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and disgust suddenly appeared on his face. Why should I give it to you?" However, Lin Yang pointed at Lin Dong with his finger and spoke in a commanding tone. "Lin Dong, I'm giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. As long as you give me all the good things you get like before, I will still treat you as a member of the Lin family. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends entirely on whether you understand things. You may not know that I, Lin Yong, am now a high-flying phoenix, and every pore of my body is rich. In the future, I will reward you with whatever I want, and you will live a good life." Lin Yang's words immediately attracted the attention of the challengers around him. Some people looked at Lin Yang with ill intentions, but when they saw that his 10 fingers were full of high-level storage rings, they all smiled meaningfully. This idiot actually dared to show off his wealth in public in such an occasion. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Let's find a place where no one is around and teach him some lessons. Let him know that the world is dangerous. It is impossible for a warrior who is not even level 40 to control such wealth. Let me do more work and get more. Obviously, in their eyes, Lin Yang is a fat sheep. But Lin Yang was unaware of anything and was still looking at Lin Dong smugly. In order to prove his financial strength, he took out 200,000 top-grade flame crystals from his storage ring and threw them on the ground. Suddenly, the flame crystals that were as big as a hill made the challengers around hold their breath. If you just hear the number, you may not have any idea about 200,000 flame crystals, but once you put it in front of your eyes and make this number concrete, it will attract countless people. And Lin Yang wanted exactly this effect. He was showing off his financial resources to Lin Dong at this moment just to make himself proud of him. Lin Dong, don't you just want money? I have plenty of fiery crystals. Why don't you roll over here and lie on the ground and continue to be my dog? If I'm in a good mood, even a little bit of it between my fingers will be enough for you to struggle for a lifetime. Originally, Lin Yang thought that after taking out these flame crystals, Lin Dong would turn into a pug in a second. But to his disappointment, The impatient expression on Lin Dong's face became even more obvious. Lin Dong didn't even talk to him, but turned his head to look at the Western Templar Knight chef beside him. According to our previous agreement, you have the right of first refusal at the same price. I decide to sell this phase boot to you. Zyphid had originally been worried that he would not be able to buy the phase boots when he saw a Cheng Yao Jin appear out of nowhere. But now that he had received Lin Dong's promise, he was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Lin. I, Sief Fut, will regard you as my most sincere friend from now on. If you have time to visit our Blue Water Star, you must come to our Western Temple to find me and let me do my best to be a good host. Lin Dong smiled slightly, responding to Chef's invitation politely. But this scene made Lin Yong go crazy. You are such a jerk, Lin Dong. As a Chinese, you actually colluded with the Western Holy Temple. This is simply treason. I will report this to the Chinese leaders after I return. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. 154 unwarranted accusations. Lin Yang's despicable tactics. Lin Yong raised the video device in his hand, indicating that he had recorded everything that had just happened, looking as if he was sure of victory. After all, the relationship between China and the Western Temple is delicate. Over the past thousands of years, they have been in a state of hostility for more than half of the time. If Lin Yong hands over the video, even if Lin Dong is Marshal Zhao's disciple, he will have to go to the military court to explain. Western Knights Templar like Chef were also extremely shocked. They never expected that the person they were trading with was also from the Blue Water Planet and was a Chinese. Is there such a young war master in China? Moreover, behind Lin Dong, there is a group of young war gods. If this were to be made known, it would probably completely shock the Western Temple. It seems that China's strength is not as simple as it seems on the surface. After I go back, I must report to the French Emperor and ask him not to start a war easily. We must thoroughly understand China's hidden strength. As he made up his mind secretly, beads of sweat began to appear on Chef's palms. Because the Western Temple has been planning a war against China for decades. In order to better divide China, they even reached some kind of agreement with the leader of World of Warcraft. With a trembling look in his eyes, Chef memorized Lin Dong's appearance and listed Lin Dong as the #1 assassination target. Because if such a young warlord grows up in the future, he will definitely be the biggest threat to the Western Temple. And at this moment, Lin Yong began to provoke Lin Dong again. Lin Dong, why are you silent? You can no longer hide the fact that you colluded with the Western Knights Templar. But if you kneel down and kowtow to me now and admit your mistake, and give me the equipment in your hand, I will forgive you because you are a member of the Lin family and will not report this matter. Otherwise, there's no guarantee that the video in my hand will end up in anyone's hands, ha? Lin Dong frowned and couldn't help but teach Lin Yong, the annoying fly, a lesson. In his opinion, Lin Yong was here purely to cause trouble. He does business here in exchange for precious experience, ores, and flame crystals. Also that the Chinese warriors can level up quickly. But Lin Yong actually turned the tables and tried to slander him for treason and collaborating with the enemy. This is simply outrageous. Besides, Lin Dong was not afraid of such threats at all. He used rubbish equipment to steal a large amount of supplies from the Knights Templar. This was completely like borrowing arrows from the enemy with a straw boat. He was getting the enemy's supplies to strengthen himself. I believe that Marshal Zhao would wake up laughing after hearing these things. Lin Yong could think this way because he had no idea what position Lin Dong held in Marshal Zhao's heart, nor did he know how much Lin Dong had contributed to China. Just by donating the experience potion to China, Lin Dong has cultivated a large number of warlords for China. This contribution cannot be offset by a small thing. So Lin Dong didn't take Lin Yang's threats seriously at all, but waved his hand impatiently. You can give the video to whoever you want, but if you disturb my business again, I will be rude. After saying that, Lin Dong signaled to Chef with his eyes and asked, if we are going to trade, please do it quickly and don't let this guy affect our deal. Chef hesitated for a moment, suppressed the thoughts in his mind, and continued to pretend to be friendly. He plans to kill someone by borrowing a knife. If he and Lin Dong act extremely close, it might confirm the claim that Lin Dong is colluding with their Western Temple. By that time, Lin Dong might be directly strangled by the Chinese top leaders. The Western Temple is best at this trick of making the other camp rebel. So he stepped forward enthusiastically, shook Lin Dong's hand, and even took out 2 storage rings. I didn't expect that Brother Lin is also from the Blue Water Planet, and is now in a foreign land. We can be said to be a family. We in the Western Temple have always attached great importance to etiquette. Since we are both from the Blue Water Planet, I, Chef, am also willing to make friends with you, Brother Lin. So, I decided to buy this pair of phase boots at the price of 400,000 top-grade flame crystals as a token of my sincerity as a brother. How could Lin Dong not see through this guy's true thoughts? But in the face of true strength, all conspiracies and tricks are false. So Lin Dong was not afraid at all, and acted as if he didn't understand the deeper meaning of the other party's words. Instead, he took the 2 storage rings with a smile and put the phase boots in his chef's hands with a happy face. Brother Chef is really generous. I can already feel your sincerity in raising the price. I will keep your priority purchase condition for you. Seeing that Lin Dong was not panicking at all, and was even chatting and laughing with Siafut while making deals, Lin Yang sneered in his heart. Moreover, Lin Yang discovered that there were many familiar faces in the crowd, all of whom were frowning and observing everything. These people were none other than the Academy members who entered the Lost Land together, including Chen Woody, Hu Tianying, Wang Rulong, Yin Jueming, and others. Obviously, they didn't quite understand the deal between Lin Dong and Zieft. In their opinion, Lin Dong should put the overall interests of China first and directly sever all ties with Siafut. This is what a Chinese should do. But how could Lin Dong throw these things away and start a deal with Siafut while chatting and laughing? Is it true, as Lin Yang said, that Lin Dong is a traitor who collaborates with the enemy? Even Chen Woody, who had always disliked Lin Yang, couldn't help but stand on Lin Yang's side at this moment, looking at Lin Dong with contempt. This Lin Dong is simply a scum of our Chinese people. How shameful! Has he forgotten the shame of our Chinese people being trampled and ravaged by Western powers hundreds of years ago? Wang Rulong's eyes were also filled with disappointment. She didn't expect that just when she had formed a good impression of Lin Dong, this image collapsed so quickly. As expected, you can only judge a person by his appearance, but not by his heart. From now on, I must use my faith to absorb and borrow his attributes. I must not be soft-hearted when dealing with such scum. Yin Jueming, the captain of Juzhou College, had his eyes half open and half closed, looking like an old monk in meditation. But in his heart, his opinion of Lin Dong plummeted. Perhaps Lin Dong has other purposes. However, no matter what the purpose is, colluding with the Western Holy Temple is wrong. Lin Yang took note of the performance of these people. He knew that his chance to take off had come. If he took this opportunity to denounce Lin Dong and establish his own character, it would surely attract everyone's praise. His heart was already blossoming with joy. Lin Dong, should I say you were smart or stupid? As expected, you only relied on your cleverness to get ahead in the past. And in the end, you are just an ordinary person who is greedy for money. Unlike me, I don't have a big vision and ambition. But this is also good. Today I can take advantage of Lin Dong's stupidity and establish a patriotic personality for me. Lin Dong. Maybe after this trade fair, my reputation will be at its peak. So Lin Dong took a step forward and spoke in a resounding voice, as if he was the embodiment of justice. He pointed his finger at Lin Dong's nose and started swearing. This righteous look completely shows that he is standing on the moral high ground. At this point, Lin Dong still dares to pretend to be calm and unrepentant. He really doesn't know how to live or die. You, including everything on you, belong to China. If you do this, you are committing treason and collaborating with the enemy. In order to prevent our Chinese treasures from falling into the hands of the Western Holy Temple, I, Lin Yang, must sacrifice my relatives for the greater good today. As he said that, Lin Yang was about to attack Lin Dong. Lin Dong raised his eyelids, looked at Lin Yang, who refused to change despite repeated admonitions, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of murderous intent. This fierce look immediately made Lin Yang take a few steps back. He just woke up at this time and realized that Lin Dong opposite him was already a war master, completely crushing him. There is a gap of 3 major realms between them. In Lin Dong's eyes, his strength is like that of an ant. So he broke out in a cold sweat at that moment, and it was too late to run away. It was not until this moment that he felt somewhat regretful for his recklessness. But the arrow has been put on the string and has to be shot. Even if there is danger, he has to finish the act. What he was betting on was that Lin Dong wouldn't dare to attack him in public. Lin Dong, I am your biological brother. Are you going to attack me? Do you still want to survive in our country of etiquette like China when you are such a disrespectful person to your relatives and friends? I admit that I can't beat you, but if you kill me, you will only be charged with being brutal, bloodthirsty, and inhumane. You better think carefully. Also, Lin Dong, don't you just want money? I have money. Today, whatever this Templar Knight wants to buy, I, Lin Yang, will pay double the price. This is to prevent our Chinese treasures from falling into the hands of the enemy and becoming a weapon against us. As he spoke, Lin Yong continued to take out 3 small hills of top-grade flame crystals from his storage ring. 800,000 top-grade flame crystals, and the phase boots are mine. I have to say that Lin Yong played this move very beautifully and very shockingly. These top-grade flame crystals, emitting magical light, made everyone feel suffocated the moment they were placed in front of everyone. This Lin Yong is really too rich. He can spend so much money at any time, but the focus of everyone's attention is not just these top-grade flame crystals, but Lin Yang's spirit of fearless sacrifice. Not to mention that Chen Woody, Wang Rulong, and others had changed their eyes when looking at Lin Yong. Even among the challengers from other galaxies, there were many people who supported Lin Yong. In our M18 galaxy, any traitor who betrays his country will be hanged. People like Lin Dong simply don't deserve to die. What a man who values friendship and loyalty in his country. People like Lin Yong are the ones who can clearly distinguish right from wrong and have a broad perspective. In comparison, Lin Dong is a traitor who sells out his country for personal gain. Humph, I actually bought a piece of equipment from him just now. Now I feel ashamed. Doing business with such a person has become a stain on my life. Brother Lin Yong, we are all on your side today. If you need us, we will attack him together. Even if he is a war master, he will not be a match for us. As for the good things in his ring, let's divide them equally. Hearing more and more voices of support, Lin Yong became complacent. Dare to fight him? Can Lin Dong be his opponent? So he hugged his shoulders, wanting to see if Lin Dong had any other way to save himself. 155, adding fuel to the fire. Lin Dong becomes increasingly passive. There was a lot of discussion around, so Lin Dong naturally couldn't just ignore it. This familiar scene before his eyes made Lin Dong's anger level rise rapidly. I remember that in his previous life, Lin Yang used such means many times to make people around him isolate and exclude him. Unexpectedly, a similar scene would appear again in this life. This was really beyond Lin Dong's expectations. He originally thought that after severing the twin bonds, Lin Yang would become a useless salted fish and would no longer be able to persecute him. So he had no plans to deal with Lin Yang. Who would have thought that Lin Yang, this insignificant guy, would have some adventures again and grow up slowly? Even at this time, he was once again presented with a drama of confusing right and wrong. Lin Dong really didn't want to cooperate with him anymore. He now had an idea, which was to crush this damn guy to death. Lin Yang sensed something was wrong and immediately slid back several meters, putting some distance between him and Lin Dong while talking nonsense. Lin Dong, are you planning to attack me? If you really want to risk the world's condemnation, I believe that the righteous people present here will tear you into pieces. If you want to save your life, just hand over all the treasures and equipment in your hands to me. Then I might be able to plead for you and ask Marshal Xiao to show some leniency to you. Hearing Lin Yang's words that went against Tian Gang, Lin Dong almost laughed out of anger. Are these phase boots with rubbish attributes considered treasures? Does Lin Yang have the opportunity to get in touch with Marshal Xiao? He is really brave and dares to say anything. But just because Lin Dong doesn't believe it doesn't mean others don't believe it. Chen Woody also stepped out of the crowd and stood beside Lin Yang. Lin Yang, although I have always looked down on you, you did the right thing in this matter. If Lin Dong dares to touch a hair on your head today, he must step over my body. If he survives, I will definitely tell my grandfather about what Lin Dong did after I go back, and let him meet Marshal Xiao in person to punish this scum Lin Dong. Hua Tianying, the captain of Shenlong Academy, also squeezed out from the crowd and stood beside Lin Yang, protecting Lin Yang with Chen Woody on the left and right. As soon as Hua Tianying appeared, he started cursing at Lin Dong. Humph, when we were at the top of Kunlun Mountain, I already disliked you, a hypocritical hypocrite. Today, you really showed your true colors. I, Hua Tianying, will eliminate this evil for China today. Even if I can't beat you, I will kill you. If you dare to resist, you will be a sinner of China. Hua Tianying's words were spoken with great righteousness, and he even stood on the commanding heights of national justice and performed PUA on Lin Dong. That means he can kill Lin Dong, but if Lin Dong fights back, he will be a sinner of China. This powerful logic actually made all the challengers present agree with it. Some challengers also joined in the booing, and the scene became very noisy. Did everyone hear that? These brothers are great, true patriots. We should all learn from them. Everyone who loves his or her country deserves respect. I suggest that we all just go ahead and kill Lin Dong. Then we can divide his property equally. Maybe we can get a good harvest. Yes, even if we don't kill him, we can't buy anything from him. We can never trade with such a scum. We're afraid of dirtying our hands when buying things from him. After being encouraged by these challengers, Hua Tianning unknowingly became more powerful. He picked up the sword in his hand and rushed towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong, prepare to die. Only death can clear your name. But before Hua Tianning could rush to Lin Dong, a loud slap shocked the whole audience. The damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. Bang! Ah, so cool. This familiar voice made Wang Rulong cover his mouth and watch secretly. Hua Tianning, who was so aggressive just now rushed towards the team of Chen Woody and others like a cannonball and crashed into them. Damn it, Lin Dong, you actually dared to fight back. Hua Tianning crawled up from the ground, covering the left side of his face, looking at Lin Dong in disbelief. But he did not dare to move forward, because he knew that once Lin Dong got angry, he would really be killed without a complete body. After all, he was a warlord. Lin Dong's actions once again aroused the anger of the people at the scene, forcing the other college teams that were originally watching to make a choice. The teams from Tunglong Academy, Hualong Academy, Aolong Academy, Philong Academy, Heilong Academy, and Shenlong Academy all gather behind Lin Yang. Judging from the posture, it seems that he is going to start a life-and-death battle with Lin Dong regarding honor and disgrace. Moreover, their eyes were also turned to the captain of Juzhou College, Yin Jiweming, and the captain of the Hunter Guild, Wang Rulong, who had not made a decision yet. Juzhou College's captain Yin Jiweming sighed, moved, and came behind Lin Yang. Lin Dong, I have no intention of being your enemy, but you really did something wrong today, so I can only choose the right side. Yin Jiweming made the decision, and all the pressure was put on Wang Rulong's side. Wang Rulong felt as if he was being watched with a thorn in his back. He looked at Lin Dong, then at Lin Yang, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. At the same time, Lin Yang and Lin Dong also looked at her, wanting to see what choice she would make. The members of the Hunter Guild were all very anxious. They were afraid that Wang Rulong would make the wrong choice and implicate them. Captain, choose Lin Yang. It's right to choose Lin Yang. We must stand on the side of national justice. That's right, Captain. Don't hesitate. Although Lin Dong has helped us, that was definitely a sugar-coated bullet to corrupt us. We can't be fooled. Captain, it's okay to be fussy about big things. Now is not the time to be fussy. Don't you see that so many challengers from different galaxies are angry? Even the gods can't save Lin Dong now. Wang Rulong listened to his teammates' words, took a deep breath, and finally made a decision. I choose. She first looked at Lin Dong, then at Lin Yang, and finally closed her eyes, as if waiting for the judgment of fate. I choose to remain neutral. Without knowing the full story, we cannot comment. Whether Lin Dong is a traitor or not has not yet been determined, so we cannot speculate. Moreover, our Hunter Guild does not get involved in the affairs of your 8 academies. We remain neutral on this matter. After saying these words, Wang Rulong felt relieved and stepped aside with the members of the Hunter Guild. Before leaving, she looked at Lin Dong deeply. This was the greatest support she could give to Lin Dong. Although she was extremely disappointed with Lin Dong's behavior, she still didn't believe that Lin Dong was such a person. So this was also the reason why she chose to remain neutral. When Lin Yang saw that the 7 major colleges all supported him, he felt that victory was certain and that he would definitely win this time. Lin Dong, didn't you disobey my orders? How are you now? Do you regret it? Haha, it's a pity that there is no regret medicine in this world. You, Lin Dong, have always been a stepping stone for me, Lin Yang, and you were and are still. Now, Lin Yang doesn't even need to speak. Chen Woody and others have taken over his role. And he became the object that the 7 major academies tried their best to protect, to prevent Lin Dong from suddenly attacking and hurting others. Chen Woody and Hua Tianning kept yelling at Lin Dong, and every word they said was heart-wrenching. Lin Dong, now that things have come to this, won't you explain? Lin Dong, I advise you not to make the same mistake over and over again. Just surrender immediately. Maybe we will show you mercy and give you a lighter sentence. Chinese students from the God of War Academy, are you going to accompany Lin Dong in making mistakes? Haven't you seen through Lin Dong's true face yet? Hyunya, come back quickly, come back to your brother. I know you must have been threatened by Lin Dong. Don't be afraid, your brother will protect you. Bai Ji, Cui Bingbing, you two scums of Shenlong Academy. Are you still going to be stubborn? You still have a chance to redeem yourself. Hurry up and kill Lin Dong, and we won't hold you responsible. These words were simply murderous and heartbreaking. Not only did they want to deal with Lin Dong, they even wanted to make the War God Academy rebel. However, Chen Woody and others underestimated Lin Dong's status in the hearts of the people in the God of War Academy. These people united tightly behind Lin Dong, working together as one, with an extremely frightening momentum. Shui Hong couldn't help but muttered, I'm so anxious. The boss has been wronged like this, but he doesn't allow us to resist. What kind of logic is this? Are we just going to watch them slander us? Song Tianke glared and knocked Shui Hong on the head. Old Shui, are you stupid? Big Brother has never made a wrong decision. We just need to listen to his arrangements. Zhuge Chengfeng smiled slightly and explained the doubts to them both. As the saying goes, it's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. At this point, even if we make excuses, it will be useless. What we need to do now is to wait and see. After we return to China, with Brother Lin's contributions to China, the Chinese leaders will know the truth at a glance. However, just as they were discussing in a low voice, the situation on the field changed again. The Western Templar Knight chef sensed something unusual in the fight between Lin Yang and Lin Dong, which led him to discover a new opportunity. These Chinese idiots actually pushed away such a powerful fighter like Lin Dong. They are really stupid. If our Western Holy Temple extends a helping hand at this time, wouldn't Lin Dong be grateful and sincerely submit to us? By that time, Lin Dong and the top war gods behind him will all belong to our Western Holy Temple. I, Chef, have done another great deed. Even if we can't recruit Lin Dong, it will make China lose trust in Lin Dong. It's a win-win situation, no matter what we do. Thinking of this, Zieft gathered together the team from the Western Temple that was participating in the training, and then stood in front of Lin Dong, confronting Lin Yang and others in a fierce confrontation. Brother Lin, don't be afraid. The Chinese people don't know how precious you are. We in the Western Temple have always valued talents and will never let these Chinese people hurt you. My knights and I swear to protect your safety until our death. This fire set by Zieft directly confirmed the accusation that Lin Dong was colluding with the Western Temple. Lin Yong sneered at this and thought to himself that God is really helping me. Lin Dong, what else do you have to say? 156 Lin Dong's invincible appearance overwhelms many challengers. Lin Yang took advantage of the situation to the extreme. When he saw Chef and others coming forward, he immediately raised his arms and shouted, Did you see this, challengers? If Lin Dong had not colluded with Zyfit and the others, why would Zyfit and the others protect him? Please help us stop Sief Fut and his men, so that we can deal with the traitor Lin Dong. I, Lin Yong, promise you that once Lin Dong is liquidated, all the treasures on him that can be used to trade with the Lich King will be divided equally among everyone. Of course, the key point is the last sentence. Lin Yang's words aroused greed among many challengers. They had long been fed up with the fact that Lin Dong was making a fortune here by selling supplies that could be traded with the Lich King. If he could defeat Lin Dong, he would have gone up to snatch it long ago. And now, there is an opportunity to unite and deal with Lin Dong, and they no longer hide their inner intentions. Brother Lin Yang, just deal with Lin Dong. Leave the guys like Shaft to us. If they dare to protect Lin Dong, we challengers will tear them into pieces. They're just a bunch of level 40 trash. Any war god from our galaxies can beat them to a pulp. Although these challengers have not taken action yet, these deterrent words alone have made Chef retreat. He looked at these challengers who were eyeing him eagerly, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Oh, fellow challengers, this is all a misunderstanding. I was reckless just now. How China handles traitors is their own business. We should not interfere. Let's step aside and stop interfering. After saying that, Chef swallowed his saliva and led the Knights Templar to retreat to a corner in disgrace. His goal had been achieved anyway, and there was nothing left for him to do. Although it looked extremely embarrassing, Westerners were shameless, and he could no longer suppress the smile. I, chef, am truly a genius. Huh, now let's just watch the Chinese kill each other. Seeing that he had successfully made the people from the Western temple retreat, Lin Yang's confidence swelled again. He is now the embodiment of justice. Anyone who dares to question him or offend him will be tied to the pillar of shame. These challengers from other galaxies are no exception. So he struck while the iron was hot and continued to impose accusations on Lin Dong. Lin Dong, do you know your mistake? Now that things have come to this, you should not be stubborn and surrender immediately, or you will be torn into pieces by the army of challengers. Lin Yong held his chin high, like a victorious rooster, acting like a big boss who could make things happen with a wave of his hand. It has to be said that Lin Yang's mood expanded very quickly. Now he was so arrogant and majestic, as if he was the boss of the 7 colleges. Although Chen Woody, Yin Jueming, and others were unhappy with Lin Yang's attitude, since it concerned the overall situation, they were tactful enough not to say anything. Lin Yong also began to take the opportunity to attack Chen Woody, intending to use this opportunity to establish his authority. Chen Woody, how come your sister Chui Hyunya and cousin Chui Bingbing have joined Lin Dong's team? Could it be that your Chui family is also related to Lin Dong, a traitor who collaborates with the enemy? Chen Woody was furious when he saw that this guy, whom he had previously stepped on, dared to boss him around. But the next second, he calmed down again. He knew that to confront Lin Yang now would be to seek his own death, and he might not be able to survive in China in the future. So he could only swallow his anger and listen to Lin Yang's lecture. My sister must have been threatened by Lin Dong and had no choice but to do this. I will call her back now. Chen Woody has no feelings for Chui Bingbing. But Chui Hyunya is his biological sister, so he has to save her if he can. So he shouted loudly to Chui Hyunya again. Hyuna, if you were forced, just blink. I know you are in danger now, but please believe me. I will definitely rescue you. My brother will attack him soon. Seize the opportunity and run away. But Chui Hyunya shook her head and stood firmly behind Lin Dong. Brother, I'm not threatened. I'm staying in Ares Academy voluntarily. Humph, you are really threatened. Brother is here to save you. Chen Woody gritted his teeth and rushed towards Lin Dong, shouting loudly as he walked. I'm a cheap bone. I'm such a slut. I am the most despicable person in the world. I am invincible. I am vile and shameless. I'm such a jerk. This scene stunned all the onlookers. What's wrong with Chen Woody? He actually scolds himself. What's strange is that the more he scolds, the happier he becomes. He even laughs at himself. The world is so big and full of wonders. At this moment, Chen Woody suddenly took out his 10-point sword. This weapon with an entry has appeared, and immediately everyone's eyes light up. Wow, this is an entry for the invincible bitch. As long as you collect bitch points, you can temporarily increase your attributes by 100%. What a treasure. Seeing this 10-point sword, many challengers no longer think that Chen Woody is cheap. With such a treasure, what's the harm in being a little cheap? However, before Chen Woody could get close to Lin Dong, he was greeted with another slap. Bang! Ah, so cool. Whoosh! Chen Woody flew back like a cannonball and crashed into the Hualong Academy team, splashing up a cloud of dust. Damn it, Lin Dong. If you have the guts to stop holding that happy competition bag, do you dare to fight me with real swords and guns? Are you sure? Lin Dong glanced at Chen Woody with a sneer. He uses the happy big by pocket just because he doesn't want to kill Chinese people. It doesn't mean he won't kill. If he took out his weapon, no matter it was the sky-breaking shuttle, the flying knife and blood gourd, or the underworld bee-soul furnace, any strike would be enough to send Chen Woody to heaven and travel to the west. Even in such an environment, Lin Dong did not take them seriously. He decided to deter these people from their arrogance. If we don't show our skills and scare the villains, who knows what they will do? What a bunch of rabble. I'm not just talking about you. I'm also talking about these challengers from other galaxies. Anyway, after Lin Yang's actions, the business couldn't continue. Lin Dong simply collected all the equipment and supplies, including the 800,000 top-grade fiery crystals that Lin Yang had taken out. After all, it would be a waste. Then Lin Dong directly took off the aura-hiding necklace on his body and revealed a set of powerful equipment. Suddenly, the dazzling light made all the challengers gasp. Then, a feeling of fear arose in their hearts. Oh my God! I was planning to denounce Lin Dong just now. This Lin Dong's fighting power may have almost surpassed that of the War Saint. The attack of this equipment is really too exaggerated. I feel like if he just moves his fingers, all of us will die. Luckily, I didn't say anything just now. I'd better stay away from him now. He can be said to be the strongest person in the trade fair except for the Lich King. No wonder these guys were shocked. Lin Dong's attributes could be described as explosive. Name, Lin Dong. Occupation, blacksmith. Level, 70. Life, 299,999. Attack, 270,000. Gold damage increase, 56,000. Earth element damage increase, 48,000. Fire damage increase, 32,000. Defense, 135,000. Magic defense, 135,000. Magic resistance, 65,000. Attack speed, 2,000%. Movement speed, 800. Dodge, 500. Healing, 3,000%. Evil gaze, eye of punishment, the target being gazed at falls into fear, and all attributes are reduced by 50%. Corrosive beam, eye of punishment active skill. When exposed to the eye's light, the body will rot, causing 3,000 damage over 15 seconds. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. Time stands still, eye of punishment active skill that puts the target in a state of time, standing still for 10 seconds. During this period, damage incurred is accumulated. After the effect ends, the target directly suffers all accumulated damage within 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. Retaliation, red armor 30% chance to rebound all types of damage. Invincible, red armor active skill. After activation, you will be invincible for 60 seconds and immune to any damage. Rejuvenation, red armor when HP is below 30%. There is a 50% chance to increase HP to full at once. Double experience, red armor when killing monsters. You can get twice the normal experience value. 1,000-mile speedy steps, light speed cloud boots active skill, movement speed plus 1,000, last 30 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Sonic boom, light speed cloud boots 10% chance of causing sonic boom damage, making the opponent unconscious and unable to lock onto the target for 3 seconds. Tai Chi Liang formation. Tai Chi Yin Yang robe produces a suppressive effect on the target, causing the target to lose 3,000 HP per second. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Dragon Elephant Prajna belt, for every 10,000 points of HP reduced, defense increases by 10,000. Shadowless Fist. Silver Gale gloves every 60 seconds. Release 100 fist shadows with attack plus 500. Explosive Flash. Silver Gale gloves every 3 seconds. You can tear the space in front of you and make an instant jump of 300 meters. Thunder in every step level 3. Underworld Beast Soul Furnace within a radius of 100 meters. Continuously release 30 Earth Core lightning bolts with a damage of 1,500 points to the target. Soul Capture. Underworld Beast Soul Furnace every time you collect a monster corpse. Your attack increases by 1 point, up to a maximum of 30,000 points. Wind and Thunder Sprint. Wind and Thunder Wings instant speed increase up to 300%. While flying, it will deal continuous damage with the Wind and Thunder dual elements, reducing the target's health by 300 per second. Flying Knife. Flying Knife Blood Gourd each kill will reduce the target's health by 3%, cooling time 2 seconds. Piercing the Heart. Flying Knife Blood Gourd, there is a 3% chance to trigger the Piercing the Heart effect, generating an additional damage of 10% of the blood cut. Turning danger into ease. Stone of the Heroic Spirit increases the wearer's luck by 100, offsets potential disasters, increases the monster spawn rate, and influences things to develop in a direction that is beneficial to the wearer. Let alone anything else. Just the health bar of nearly 300,000 and the attack of 270,000 are enough to make people feel cold. A normal warlord has 50,000 to 100,000 health points and 20,000 to 40,000 attacks. Even for a war saint, his health bar will not exceed 200,000, and his attacks will be at most 100,000. But Lin Dong, with the attributes of a warlord, has completely crushed the war saint. It's really crazy. Coupled with Lin Dong's row of skills with incredible attributes. Even if the Lich King wanted to deal with Lin Dong, he probably wouldn't be able to kill him with one blow. Lin Dong's actions also attracted the attention of the Lich King. Huh, interesting. This little guy seems to be very similar to the little guy from 300 years ago. That little guy was also a blacksmith. What was his name? It seems his name is Mei Changsheng. 157. You dare to cause trouble in my territory? Are you overthinking it? The Mei Changsheng mentioned by the Lich King is a well-known figure in China. Mei Changsheng, the most outstanding blacksmith in Chinese history, who emerged 300 years ago. He was affectionately called Master Mei by the blacksmiths of later generations. It once led China, successfully repelled the Warcraft, and even made China the top country on the blue water planet. It can be said that the weapons of the only remaining war saints and warlords in China were all forged by Mei Changsheng. And one less per use, it is extremely precious. It was not until more than 100 years later, when Mei Changsheng passed away, that the profession of blacksmith in China declined and there was no one to succeed him. Because among the existing blacksmiths in China, the highest level ones, such as Moizi, are only over level 60 and can only forge legendary equipment. Of course, after Lin Yong appeared, it was a completely different scene. Now, most of the challengers in the entire trade fair have been attracted to the two brothers Lin Yong and Lin Yang. The Lich King had nothing to do, so he took a Warcraft rib and watched the show while picking his teeth to pass the time. TSK. After hundreds of years of boredom, finally there's something fun to watch. But this little fellow named Lin Yong seems to be a little better than that little fellow named Mei Changsheng. After all, Mei Changsheng can't forge such exaggerated equipment. I'm so tempted by it that I want to go up and hit him with a club. Oh, should I go or not? The Lich King turned his dry skull-like head and held his chin in thought. The eye on Lin Yong's forehead that exuded an evil aura immediately attracted the Lich King's attention. He finally understood why Lin Yong wanted to trade the damaged eye of Jotty's with him. It turned out that Lin Yong had the eye of Moro in his hand, which complemented it perfectly. In addition, Lin Yong also had the sky-smashing shuttle and the flying knife blood gourd in his hands, which made the Lich King jealous. Even he, the Lich King, did not have such powerful offensive weapons. He looked at his own skull scepter with his sunken eye sockets and felt disgusted and wanted to throw it away. Look at the weapon in this kid's hand. That's a real weapon. What kind of rubbish am I holding? A mythical weapon, but it doesn't even have any attributes. What's even more annoying is that its attributes are only slightly higher than this kid's weapon. Oh, my heart aches. After sighing, the Lich King shook his head. But after a moment, he suddenly raised his head, and two rays of light shot out from his deep eye sockets. Because just now, an extremely absurd idea was born in the Lich King's mind. What if I asked this little guy to forge a piece of equipment for me? Yes, as a legendary boss, he actually had the urge to ask Lin Yong to forge equipment for him. It's fine as long as the attributes are similar. The key is to create 2 or 3 entries as cool as Lin Yong. Once this idea came into being, it became more and more intense, and even unstoppable. The Lich King stood up suddenly and strode towards Lin Yong. At this moment, all the things about the 10,000 races auction and the rules of the game were thrown out of his mind. Anyway, the rules of these games were made by him. At worst, he could add another clause at the end of the rules. The Lich King can modify the above rules at will. At this time, Lin Yong intimidated all the challengers present with his own strength. After seeing Lin Yong's attributes, these people were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. Even if their ancestor came, he might not be able to defeat Lin Yong, let alone these small fry like them. At this moment, everyone listed Lin Yong as someone who should not be provoked. The so-called elephant being bitten to death by ants must be an old elephant in its twilight years, not an elephant as energetic as Lin Yong. Lin Yang on the opposite side was so scared that he peed his pants. He thought that Lin Yong might be very strong, but he never thought that Lin Yong would be so strong. This was totally unreasonable. Based on the attributes of this equipment, I'm afraid he can destroy an entire country by himself. He suddenly felt a little regretful for offending Lin Yong so much just now. If Lin Yong were to kill him now, no one would probably come forward to help. He moved his throat, feeling extremely thirsty, and could hardly utter a word. At this moment, a voice that could make one's soul shudder rang out. "You are so brave to cause trouble on my territory. You will all be punished for violating the rules of my 10,000 races trade fair." As the words fell, the Lich King, wearing a black cloak and a dazzling crown, walked into the center of the crowd. Every time his skull scepter struck the ground, everyone's heart would beat violently as if it was about to explode. The enormous pressure made everyone feel the fear of facing death. Those who stood in the way of the Lich King were blown away by the powerful halo and scattered around like duckweed. Many challengers were frightened and retreated in a hurry, automatically leaving a wide continent for the Lich King. Lin Yang, Chen Woody, and others also took the opportunity to hide in the crowd and dared not show their heads. Of course, Lin Dong also realized that the situation was not good. Although he looked so majestic just now, he was now trying to restrain his breath to avoid being discovered by the Lich King. The Lich King looked at Lin Dong, who turned around and wanted to run, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "Kid, it's you. Don't run. Come with me. Otherwise, I will kill everyone who has anything to do with you, including those challengers you saved by selling the trading supplies." As soon as these words came out, those challengers who had traded supplies with Lin Dong felt like the sky was falling. I originally thought I bought a life-saving artifact, but I never expected it to be such a hot potato. So they all stared at Lin Dong closely, fearing that he would run away. "Mr. Lin, please be kind. If you die, thousands of families will be happy. Please don't harm them." "Yes, Lin Zhanzuan, all of this is caused by you. You really can't just walk away. Otherwise, we won't be able to give an explanation to His Majesty the Lich King." "Lin Dong, do you really want to kill all the challengers here? No wonder all of you Chinese are targeting you. It turns out you are a shameless person. These people never look for problems in themselves, but only in others. Moreover, they will accuse you from the moral high ground, trying to use the advantage of numbers to tell you that you are wrong." Lin Dong really experienced this unique human charm. But Lin Dong had now been targeted by the Lich King, and it was too late for him to escape. So Lin Dong had no choice but to bite the bullet, turn around, and be as docile as a little lamb. "Hee, Your Majesty the Lich King, you are so busy with all kinds of things. How could you care about these trivial matters?" As he spoke, Lin Dong placed the top-grade fiery crystals he had just obtained into his storage ring and presented them with both hands. "I saw that you, the Lich King, were working so hard to hold the trade fair, so I helped you out by preparing some supplies. I originally wanted to present them to you after the trade fair was over, but I didn't expect that you, the Lich King, would come in person. I am really flattered." Lin Dong said this, but his heart was bleeding. These top-grade flame crystals were what he had worked so hard to earn. But now the situation is stronger than the person. If he makes the Lich King unhappy, he might still be able to fight back, but the people behind him might really not be able to resist. Lin Dong really doesn't want to try to figure out how abnormal a mythical strongman can be. The Lich King looked at Lin Dong with a respectful look, and a hint of mockery appeared in his sunken eye sockets. "Really? Thank you so much. You're doing business in my territory, so I have no business to do, right? People are flocking to you. I really have a lot of free time." Although the Lich King's words sounded harsh, they did not contain the slightest murderous intent. Instead, they sounded like an elder teaching a naughty younger generation a lesson. Lin Dong was unsure of what the Lich King meant for a moment, but he also understood that the other party meant that they could talk. "Since we can talk, but I don't accept his gift, what does it mean?" Just when Lin Dong was feeling doubtful and didn't know how to deal with the next step, the Lich King finally spoke. "Don't think that I can't see that you want to save some challengers here by selling equipment. But do you know that you are challenging the rules set by me? Since you like to forge equipment, I will give you a chance. As long as you can forge the equipment I want, I will let you go and give you a chance to live. If it can't be forged, The Lich King did not say the following words, but what they meant was self-evident. But this made Lin Yang, who was watching all these changes from the side, very happy. He curled his lips and sneered, thinking that Lin Dong was doomed this time. Some people only know how to show off and don't know how to be low-key. Now, they have finally offended someone they cannot afford to offend. Let's see how you, Lin Dong, will end this time. Lin Yang really hoped that Lin Dong would be embarrassed and then be killed by the Lich King. In fact, there are many people who have this idea. After all, they have just offended Lin Dong. If Lin Dong escapes, it may be disadvantageous to them. Therefore, many people hope that Lin Dong will fail in forging and become a sacrifice to the Lich King. Even Zhuge Chengfeng and others who were familiar with Lin Dong's abilities couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. They all knew that Lin Dong could forge gold-level equipment and could even improve the quality of the equipment through enchantment. But now Lin Dong's limit is to upgrade his equipment to the legendary level. It is still unknown whether Lin Dong can succeed if he goes higher. After all, there is no such precedent in front of him. The equipment required by the Lich King is most likely of mythical level. That's a myth, a super existence that has never appeared in the entire history of the blue water planet. Lin Dong, can you really do it? Even Lin Dong himself was a little unsure. However, the arrow had been put on the string and had to be shot, so Lin Dong could only bite the bullet and ask, "Well, I'll do my best. I wonder what kind of equipment you would like to forge, Your Majesty the Lich King." Seeing that Lin Dong finally fell into the trap, the Lich King grinned with a mouthful of yellow teeth and laughed loudly. It's simple. 158 myth exclusive, seal and domain. The Lich King tried his best to force a smile on his face, trying to appear more friendly. But this smile appeared on his skull-like face, making it look even more eerie and terrifying. The Lich King cleared his throat and accidentally coughed out a baby's finger bone. This scene frightened many challengers so much that their calves cramped. Even though they were geniuses in their respective galaxies, they could not bear such terrifying psychological pressure. Many people even began to hold their heads and sob quietly, regretting taking part in the secret trial. Now, they can't go back even if they want to. Of course, the Lich King doesn't care about these people's feelings at all. Now in the Lich King's eyes, there is only Lin Dong. It's very simple. Boy, as long as you can forge a mythical weapon suitable for my witch wizard to use, I will let you and your friends go. As soon as these words were spoken, all the challengers present immediately sentenced Lin Dong to death. They simply didn't believe that Lin Dong, a warlord, could forge a weapon of mythical caliber. Because in every world, there is the profession of blacksmith, and most of them are life support type professions. Moreover, the level of the blacksmith basically corresponds to the actual experience level. For example, levels 30 to 40 are gold blacksmiths, who can forge gold equipment. Level 40-50 is a platinum forger, who can forge platinum equipment. Level 50-60 is a diamond blacksmith who can forge diamond equipment. Level 60-70 is a legendary blacksmith, who can forge legendary equipment. For example, Moizi, Peng Hualong, Li Shijun, and others are all at the level of legendary blacksmiths. Going further up, level 70-80 is the sky blacksmith level, which can forge sky-level equipment. Level 80-90 is a legendary blacksmith who can forge legendary equipment. For example, the Chinese deified master Mei Chongqing is at this level. Going further up, there are epic blacksmiths and mythical blacksmiths. However, generally speaking, the legendary level is the limit for a blacksmith. After all, there are very few people in living professions who can break through to level 90 or above. To reach level 90 or above, the amount of experience required is simply enormous. Even the warrior profession finds it difficult to reach that level, let alone the life profession. Therefore, blacksmiths above the epic level only exist in legends. And now, the Lich King actually wants Lin Dong to forge a mythical equipment. Isn't this funny? Not to mention that he is now a war master. Even if Lin Dong is a legend, it would probably be difficult to forge it. Because the higher the level of the equipment, the more demanding the materials required and the lower the probability of success. This is a consensus that everyone knows. Therefore, in the eyes of these challengers, the Lich King simply wanted to take Lin Dong's life, but he didn't say it directly and had to take a roundabout way. This Lin Dong, if we only consider his talent, he is definitely an amazing person. What a pity, he was born at the wrong time. Who says it's not true? If we let him grow up, maybe one day he will really be able to break through to an unimaginable level. But there are no ifs in this world. A scum like Lin Dong deserves death. The higher his talent, the more bad things he will do. The Lich King has done a great thing. The challengers were talking about it, and no one was optimistic about Lin Dong because no one thought that Lin Dong could break the rules. But among these challengers, there was one person whose beautiful eyes sparkled. She felt that Lin Dong might really be able to create a miracle. This person is none other than Wang Rulong, the captain of the Hunter Guild. She had experienced Lin Dong's unpredictable methods, so when her teammates thought that Lin Dong was facing a dead end, she gently scolded him. "Shut up if you don't understand. Lin Dong, maybe he can really create a miracle." After she finished speaking, she turned her head and looked at Lin Dong, but unexpectedly, her gaze met with the gaze behind Lin Dong. This gaze belonged to Su Runin. Her gaze was firm and full of faith, full of trust in Lin Dong, without a trace of panic. When the two people's eyes met, sparks flew in the air. They both saw some hostility in each other's eyes. Su Runin wrinkled her nose, looked away, and couldn't help pouting. Lin Dong, you are such a playboy. How come so many girls like you secretly? I don't know how long you can keep being nice to me. Humph. Lin Dong had no idea that Su Runin was still thinking about these weird things at this time. He is now sweating all over and is unsure whether to agree to the Lich King. After all, he had hardly forged even legendary equipment, let alone mythical equipment. The amount of enchantment required for mythical equipment must be terrifying. Just thinking about it gives him a headache. He doesn't know if the 3,000 plus enchantment points he just accumulated will be enough. Seeing Lin Dong hesitate, the Lich King snorted angrily, and suddenly black magic began to cover the entire trade fair, as if it was ready to destroy these challengers at any time. Why? Do you want to reject my request? Very good. Then you and these challengers will become my sacrifice together. The Lich King cast his death spell, and all the challengers present felt as if their souls were being pulled out of their bodies. Many low-level people even fainted on the ground, their faces filled with fear even after fainting. In just a moment, half of the tens of thousands of challengers fell. The power of the Lich King is clearly evident. Those challengers who had not yet fallen vented their anger on Lin Dong. Damn it, everything we've endured was caused by you, Lin Dong. If it weren't for you, how could we have endured the wrath of His Majesty, the Lich King? Lin Dong, even if I become a ghost, I will still haunt you and make you never rest in peace. No, I don't want to die. I beg you, Lin Dong, please agree to the Lich King's request. In that case, only you will die. Lin Dong naturally wouldn't care about the words of these cowards, but he knew how strange the Lich King's temper was. If you don't follow the Lich King's wishes, he might really commit an unimaginable tragedy. Feeling the pressure from the Lich King, he could only nod his head. Since the Lich King thinks highly of me, I will give it a try. Please lend me your scepter, so that I can forge a weapon for you later. This is exactly what the Lich King intended. Just a simple operation just now made Lin Dong compromise. And it didn't cost a dime. It was a huge profit. Besides, even if he gave the weapon to Lin Dong would not be able to use it due to his level. So he was not worried at all that Lin Dong would do anything weird. So he generously handed the skeleton scepter in his hand to Lin Dong. Here, take it. I want to see how capable you are. But don't try to do anything with my skeleton scepter. I'm just lending it to you for a try. You have to return it to me later and forge a new mythical equipment for me to pass the test. Mythical weapons are precious, and the Lich King was reluctant to let Lin Dong mess around with them. So he gave a very solemn instruction. Lin Dong took over the skeleton scepter, and his heart was beating fast. However, it was the first time he saw a mythical weapon, and he felt a hidden excitement. Equipment, skeleton scepter, mythical level. Binding status found. Owner, Lich King Sudries. Life, plus 114,200. Attack, plus 115,000. Magic power, plus 296,000. Magic value, plus 98,000. Defense, plus 15,000. Magic defense, plus 15,000. Attack speed, plus 100%. Exorcism, plus 11,000. Holy Seal, plus 30%. Holy Seal is the level suppression percentage, representing the attribute suppression effect of the previous level on the next level within the domain. Only weapons above the War Saint level have this effect. Field range, plus 10,000 m. Lin Dong carefully observed the skeleton scepter, as if thinking about something. What was different from the equipment he had seen before was that the mythical level weapon possessed two basic attributes, Holy Seal and Domain Range. Moreover, the Holy Seal can only exert the effect of level suppression within a domain, which has broadened his horizons. However, when he started the system and looked at the enchantment value required to improve the quality, he was still shocked. Holy crap! A mythical weapon enchantment actually requires 30 enchantment points each time? How cruel! Lin Dong kept calculating in his mind how much enchantment value was needed to upgrade a piece of equipment to the mythical level. After all, Lin Dong's situation is special. Although he has reached level 70, his proficiency as a blacksmith is still stuck at the gold level. Although he is about to break through to platinum, it is of no use. So if he wants to forge a piece of mythical equipment, he must first forge a piece of gold equipment, and then continuously use the enchantment value to improve the quality. Just when Lin Dong was thinking hard, the Lich King asked impatiently, "Boy, Have you finished reading? If you don't start forging, I will kill you. Lin Yong nodded, indicating that he had made up his mind, and then reluctantly returned the skeleton scepter to the Lich King. He then took out the forge and placed it on the open space in front of him. In the system forging bookstore, I picked out a gold-level weapon suitable for the Witch Spirit Mage profession, the Witch Spirit Magic Umbrella. Forging this kind of equipment does not require too many materials, so Lin Yong only took 4 minutes to forge it. Just when everyone thought that Lin Yong had forged a mythical weapon, Lin Yong gently took out the Wu Ling Magic Umbrella, which immediately caused these challengers to boo. I thought he was playing tricks and really forged a mythical weapon, but he turned out to be a golden weapon. Huh, I am dying of laughter. Sure enough, I guessed it right. This Lin Yong is just a paper tiger. I don't know where he stole all these equipment with attributes. Look at this Wu Ling Magic Umbrella that he forged himself. It doesn't even have an attribute. Yes, this Witch Magic Umbrella has no entries. This was the first time that the enchantment value failed when Lin Yong was forging equipment. And when the Lich King Sudries saw the magic umbrella, his eyes turned unfriendly. Boy, are you kidding me? You know, there are few people in this world who can withstand the wrath of me, the Lich King. 159, is it Shio? Lin Yong, you are so amazing. No wonder the Lich King was so angry, because the weapon in Lin Yong's hand was too bad. Apart from the attributes, everything else is totally useless. Lin Yong was not in a hurry. He just held up the Wu Ling Magic Umbrella high in front of everyone. Bang! He pushed open the Witch Magic Umbrella with force. Equipment: Wu Ling Magic Umbrella, gold level. Life, plus 8,000. Attack, plus 6,900. Magic power, plus 17,000. Magic value, plus 18,500. Defense, plus 7,500. Magic defense, plus 7,500. He even displayed this attribute in front of everyone, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't see it. Just when the Lich King was about to lose his temper, the properties of the Witch Demon Umbrella suddenly began to change gorgeously, immediately shocked everyone present. Equipment: Fa Luo Umbrella, platinum level. Life, plus 11,000. Attack, plus 8,700. Magic power, plus 22,000. Magic value, plus 19,500. Defense, plus 8,500. Magic defense, plus 8,500. Undead soul absorption. All creatures killed by the magical umbrella will have a portion of their life force absorbed. For each creature killed, the magic power will increase by 1 point, and the upper limit of absorption is 10,000. No one could see clearly how Lin Yong turned a gold-level equipment into a platinum level one. The most important thing was that a powerful skill entry also appeared. This show-off technique made all the challengers exclaim in amazement. Impossible! It was clearly gold-level equipment just now. How did it become platinum level in the blink of an eye? Is he performing magic? Fuck your magic tricks. Didn't you see that His Majesty, the Lich King, didn't question it? This means that Lin Yong might have some magical means that we don't know about. But this is too incredible. How on earth can he improve the quality of the equipment without the help of materials? It has to be said that Lin Yong's operation really burned up their cups. They had never seen such a magical thing before. Even the Lich King, who was about to get angry, blinked in surprise, stunned by Lin Yong's miraculous technique. So he kept silent, wanting to see what Lin Yong was trying to do. Lin Yong was concentrating and paying no attention to anything around him. Now, he had only one thought in his mind, which was that he must make a piece of mythical equipment. This is not only a way to save yourself, but you may also gain the friendship of the Lich King. Therefore, Lin Yong's enchantment value is like free of charge, and he works hard to improve the quality of his equipment. Ding, enchantment failed, this time consuming 5 enchantment points. Ding, enchantment failed, this time consuming 5 enchantment points. Ding, enchantment failed, this time consuming 5 enchantment points. Ding, enchantment successful. The Fa Luo umbrella successfully upgraded to the Diamond Equipment Great Witch's Veil. The efficiency of enchantment value consumption was so high that Lin Yong's heart was bleeding. Just to upgrade from platinum level to diamond level consumes nearly 45 points of enchantment value, which is really too luxurious. But all this was too unbelievable in the eyes of the onlookers. In just a few seconds, a platinum equipment turned into diamond equipment. This is too exaggerated. Equipment: Great Witch's Curtain, diamond level. Life, plus 16,000. Attack, plus 10,500. Magic power, plus 29,000. Magic value, plus 23,500. Defense, plus 10,500. Magic defense, plus 10,500. Undead soul absorption. All creatures killed by the Great Witch's Veil will have a portion of their life force absorbed. For each creature killed, the magic power increases by 1 point, and the upper limit of absorption is 20,000. Amazing! This Lin Yong is truly amazing. Could it be that he can create things out of thin air? How can he change the attributes of a piece of equipment at will? I have seen many inexplicable things, but those things are nothing compared to what I witnessed today. This Lin Yong is simply an out-and-out monster. Do you think he can really forge a piece of mythical equipment? If he can really do it, he will probably be treated as a guest of honor no matter which galaxy he goes to. Compared to the horror of these challengers, the people from the Ares Academy were used to it. Shui Hong raised his chin miraculously, as if these people were praising him instead of Lin Yong. TSK, you are surprised by what you have never seen before. I thought people from other galaxies were so great, but after seeing them today, I realized they're just frogs in a well. Song Tianke will not miss this opportunity to show his face. He also shook his head arrogantly, expressing his agreement with Shui Hong's words. Old Shui, although I always like to refute you, what you said today really leaves me with no way to refute it. It's so damn right. I say you two should have some self-awareness, okay? If it weren't for Brother Lin Yong providing you with such an awesome platform, you wouldn't have the chance to act so pretentiously. Yao Qingxing curled her lips and sneered at the words of these two clowns. This is completely a case of the fox taking advantage of the tiger's power. The tiger didn't say anything, but the fox started to show off first. In response, everyone else smiled, and the atmosphere became a little more lively, not as dull as before. However, the next second, those challengers who had never seen the world exclaimed again, "Oh my God! Unbelievable! The quality has been improved again and reached the legendary level. Oh my God! There's one more item. It's actually a double item equipment. This is incredible." Song Tianke and others looked in the direction of the sound and found that the equipment in Lin Yong's hand had changed again. The powerful aura made Song Tianke feel itchy again. Humph, if this equipment wasn't custom-made by the Lich King, I would have taken it over with my brother to play with it. However, before he finished his words, the equipment in Lin Yong's hand changed again and directly turned into sky-level equipment. Equipment, Witch's Mantle, Sky Level. Life, plus 25,000. Attack, plus 21,000. Magic power, plus 89,000. Magic value, plus 65,000. Defense, plus 19,500. Magic defense, plus 19,500. Undead soul absorption. All creatures killed by the Witch's Mantle will have a portion of their life force absorbed. For each creature killed, the magic power increases by 1 point, with an upper limit of 40,000. Soul Elegy. Create a soul force field within a range of 500 meters. Anyone killed by the Witch's Mantle will receive a death summons and become a skeleton warrior with 30% of their attributes in life. They will disappear after they die again. The upper limit of the summons is 500. The dead above the sky level will not be summoned. Once the equipment reaches the sky level, even the Lich King cannot ignore it. Although this attribute is not as good as his skeleton staff, with the addition of these two attributes, it is not inferior to his skeleton staff at all, especially the entry elegy of the soul. It's simply perverted. Summon dead creatures as skeleton warriors, and they will have 30% of their attributes when they were alive. Then he can summon an army of skeletons anytime and anywhere. Moreover, the Lich King also wanted to see if the summoning level of Soul Elegy would also rise if Lin Yong upgraded the attributes of his equipment again. However, this time, it took Lin Yong a long time to upgrade his equipment from sky level to legendary level. It's not that Lin Yong didn't want to improve quickly, but because he just consumed 300 points of enchantment value to improve the quality of this equipment. Lin Yong's luck was not good today, and the enchantment value dropped sharply. Seeing that the enchantment value was less than 2,500 points, Lin Yong couldn't help but feel a little panicked. If this continues, I'm afraid the difficulty of upgrading to epic and mythical levels will increase again. Lin Yong frowned and said nothing here, but the onlookers were shocked beyond words. Because it is a legendary equipment, the attributes are so explosive. Equipment. Saint's Tent, Legendary. Life, plus 60,000. Attack, plus 59,000. Magic Power, plus 179,000. Magic Value, plus 85,000. Defense, plus 35,000. Magic Defense, plus 35,000. Holy Seal, plus 1. Field Range, plus 5,000. Undead Soul Absorption. All creatures killed by the Saint's Tent will have a portion of their life force absorbed. For each creature killed, the magic power increases by 1 point, with an upper limit of 60,000. Soul Elegy. Create a summoning field within a range of 1,000 meters. Anyone killed by the Witch's Mantle will receive a death summons and become a skeleton centurion with 35% of their attributes in life. They will disappear after they die again. The upper limit of the summons is 1,000. The dead above the legendary level will not be summoned. Seeing that this weapon was upgraded to this level, even the Lich King couldn't remain calm. He kept moving his eyes back and forth, comparing the skeleton scepter and the Saint's Tent in his hand, as if he no longer thought much of the weapon in his hand. But this is only the legendary level upgrade. How terrifying will the attributes be when it reaches the epic or mythical level? The Lich King felt his throat getting dry, and he could no longer guess. Being able to make a powerful person of legendary level be moved, Lin Yong has enough to be proud of. This is still the Lich King. As for those challengers, they could no longer suppress the shock in their hearts. I cried. This is probably the best weapon I have ever seen in my life. It was really worth the trip, not to mention this life. I'm afraid I won't be able to see such a powerful weapon in my next life. It's simply a treasure that will be passed down through the ages. Perhaps from today on, the name Lin Yong will spread throughout all galaxies, and all the powerful people will be proud to have Lin Yong forge a piece of equipment. However, Lin Yong turned a deaf ear to all this. Now he is using the enchantment value with all his strength to improve the quality of this equipment. But reality seemed to be against him. The more anxious he was, the more often he failed. Ding, enchantment failed, this time consuming 11 enchantment points. Ding, enchantment failed, this time consuming 11 enchantment points. Ding, enchantment failed, this time consuming 11 enchantment points. Call! After failing hundreds of times in a row, Lin Yong let out a breath of foul air. Looking at the enchantment value of only 1,500 points, Lin Yong forced himself to calm down. No, if my mentality is not stable, my efficiency will be reduced. I must keep my mentality stable. Lin Yong was adjusting his breathing here, and the onlookers were all scratching their heads anxiously. Each of them was extremely anxious. Why is it so slow this time? Is the legendary level the limit of this equipment? Or is it the limit of Lin Yong's forging ability? Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't disturb Master Lin Yong from forging the equipment. If the equipment fails because of your loud talking, all of us challengers will kill you. Look, it's done. Master Lin Yong did it. Epic equipment. Oh my god, it's really epic equipment. The appearance of epic equipment made the world shake, even though it was suppressed by the Lich King's rules. Outside the trade fair, thunderclouds quickly formed, emitting roaring sounds. But the Lich King blew gently and blew away all the thunderclouds. It was so easy and carefree, as if he had done something casually. And his attention is all on this equipment. This is really epic. It's beyond my expectations. 160 the limit is raised, and the mythical weapon 10,000 Souls banner is born. Epic equipment. Lin Yong spent nearly 2,000 enchantment points to improve the quality of this masterpiece. Yes, this is definitely the most satisfying work Lin Yong has ever completed. Equipment, Great Tao Sutra Streamer, epic level. Life, plus 80,000. Attack, plus 99,000. Magic Power, plus 320,000. Magic Value, plus 125,000. Defense, plus 60,000. Magic Defense, plus 60,000. Attack Speed, plus 200%. Seal, plus 2. Field Range, plus 15,000. Soul Absorption. All the creatures killed by the Great Tao Sutra banner will have a portion of their life force absorbed. For each creature killed, the magic power will increase by 1 point, and the upper limit of absorption is 80,000. Soul Elegy. Create a summoning field within a range of 5,000 meters. Anyone killed by the Great Tao Sutra banner will receive a death summons and become a skeleton 1000 captain with 40% of their attributes in life. They will disappear after they die again. The upper limit of the summons is 3000. Dead people above the epic level will not be summoned. At this point, Lin Yong was no longer just forging equipment. He also wanted to test his own limits. I don't know if the remaining 1,500 enchantment points are enough. With 30 enchantment points consumed each time, I'm afraid I can only test it 50 times. But as a god-level blacksmith, it would be a great pity if I had never forged a piece of mythical equipment. And with this experience, I will have a better control over weapons of this level in the future. I'll do it even if I use up all the enchantment points this time. I have to verify the conjecture in my mind. Anyway, if I run out of enchantment points, I can still ask Wang Rulong and Su Runin to brush them. I can also complete the task of collecting the heroic soul stone and obtain it. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yong decided to continue improving the quality of the Great Tao Sutra banner. Ding! Enchantment failed. This time consumes 30 points of enchantment value. Ding! Enchantment failed. This time consumes 30 points of enchantment value. Ding! Enchantment failed. This time consumes 30 points of enchantment value. Every time the failure notification sounded, Lin Yong's heart bleed, but he still did not hesitate. Because now, he is defending his honor as a god-level blacksmith, and also to verify a horrifying conjecture in his heart. Lin Yong came up with this guess when he touched the Lich King's skeleton scepter, because at that moment, Lin Yong felt that there seemed to be a sleeping soul in the skeleton scepter. It was very weak, but he could feel it. This feeling was very strange. That is, Lin Yong felt that the skeleton staff was alive, but the breath of life was very weak. Since then, Lin Yong has begun to doubt. He suspected that when the equipment was upgraded to a certain level, life would be born. This was the so-called weapon spirit in the legend. Although this conjecture was extremely absurd, Lin Yong still decided to give it a try. Because once successful, it will give him a new understanding of the entire forging process. If that were the case, the equipment he forged would not just be equipment, but life that could be infused with the soul. Only Lin Yong dared to try such a conjecture that overturned common sense. After all, he had the capital to do so. Seeing that Lin Yong was concentrating on improving the quality of his equipment, the Lich King, on the opposite side, showed a moved expression for the first time. Because the Great Tao Sutra banner that Lin Yong is holding in his hand has completely crushed the skeleton scepter in his hand in terms of both attributes and entries. Even if it was an epic weapon, it already made him extremely satisfied. The Lich King, who originally had a miserly character, had already decided to reward Lin Yong with a treasure after he completed the forging, and would no longer pursue the matter of Lin Yong causing trouble here. But he still wanted to see if Lin Yong could create another miracle. Being able to make a mythical strong man hold his breath and watch intently. Perhaps only Lin Yong can do it. However, Lin Yong was also under great pressure at this time. As the number of failures increased, the enchantment value was being consumed rapidly. In the end, only 65 points of enchantment value were left. In other words, Lin Yong still has 2 chances to try. As for whether it would succeed, Lin Yong couldn't guarantee it. Seeing Lin Yong stop, the Lich King asked softly, "What's wrong? Are you tired? I have 1,000-year-old enlightenment tea here. Would you like to have a cup before continuing?" Upon hearing the Lich King's gentle words, the challengers present immediately cast envious glances at Lin Yong. Since they arrived at the 10,000 Races trade fair, it was the first time that the Lich King showed a friendly attitude toward someone, and he even considerately asked Lin Yong if he was tired. Obviously, Lin Yong has completely conquered the Lich King with his outstanding talent. Even if Lin Yong has not upgraded his equipment to the mythical level now, the Lich King will not pursue it anymore. You know, the Lich King is a powerful being of mythical level. Even during the period of the Lord of Lulan, when powerful men emerged in large numbers, he was still a hegemon. Being able to gain the friendship of such a strong man, you can imagine how strong Lin Yong's backbone will be in the future. However, Lin Yong, who was warmly invited by the Lich King, smiled slightly and simply shook his head. He decided to make one last attempt. Seeing Lin Yong's stubbornness, the Lich King gave a rare word of comfort. "If you find it difficult, it doesn't matter if you can't forge it to the mythical level. I'm already very satisfied with this epic equipment. You don't have to worry about others being killed by me. Anyway, I set the rules here, and I can modify them at any time." The Lich King's words really surprised these challengers. Although they didn't have to die this time, they still started to complain crazily in their hearts. No, brother. You are a mythical strong man. How can you do things so casually? Can you change the rules just like that? Sure enough, Lin Dong's excellence has completely conquered the Lich King, and he even did not hesitate to ask him to change the rules. If I were as excellent as Lin Dong, Suehua probably wouldn't abandon me. The Lich King lowered his standards for Lin Dong. He obviously realized Lin Dong's potential and even wanted to cultivate him. I wonder if Lin Dong can seize this opportunity. The eyes of these challengers looking at Lin Dong no longer had hostility, but were full of awe. There was even a kind of flattery and fawning. Lin Dong, who can stand on equal footing with the mythical level strongmen, has such qualifications. Now, they all wish they were Lin Dong, standing opposite the Lich King and enjoying the Lich King's hospitality. But Lin Dong is always Lin Dong, and he once again rejected the Lich King's kindness. Your Majesty the Lich King, I want to try again. Even though I may fail in the end, I don't want to give up this last chance. Seeing Lin Dong's determination, the Lich King nodded and stopped talking. But he already regarded Lin Dong as a friend he could interact with, and showed due respect to Lin Dong. This is a proud blacksmith. His perseverance and determination are admirable. Lin Dong was not shooting at random, but had thought of a new solution. In ancient Chinese legends, if one wanted to forge a peerless magical weapon, one would often have to resort to blood sacrifice in order to achieve it. For example, Gan Jiang and Mo Yi, who are famous in the list of magical weapons, are made of human blood. But Lin Dong wouldn't be stupid enough to try this with his own blood. Anyway, his ring was filled with corpses of high-level monsters, so he could just use them directly. The corpse that Lin Dong chose this time was the sky-level Warcraft Tempered Poison Scorpion. As Lin Dong raised his hands, the body of the Tempered Poison Scorpion was instantly absorbed by the Great Tao Sutra streamer and turned into forging material. Lin Dong seized the opportunity and used the enchantment value to improve the quality once again. However, the cold prompt tone of the system still poured a bucket of cold water on him. Ding! Enchantment failed. This time consumes 30 points of enchantment value. Call! Lin Dong exhaled a breath of foul air. He only had one chance left. The challengers, including the Lich King, were all nervous. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to be more upset than if they had failed themselves. Oh, why did I fail again? It's such a pity. I'm really going to die of anxiety. Although I don't know what method Lin Dong used, I know he must have paid a huge price, and it's one that we can't even imagine. We can tell from the intact corpse of the sky-level monster he just joined. It really hurts for him to keep failing like this. Lin Dong is my idol now. I cannot bear to see my idol fail. Let's cheer for Lin Dong. Come on, Lin Dong. As the cheers rang out, the emotions in the entire trade fair were instantly ignited. Except for Lin Yang and Chen Woody, everyone started cheering. Even the Lich King was no exception. Lin Dong, come on! Lin Dong, come on! Feeling this encouragement, Lin Dong made up his mind. Success or failure depends on this one. But this time, Lin Dong held 2 heroic soul stones, intending to increase his luck value and see if the enchantment could be successful. 1 hero's soul stone can increase your luck by 100%, and 2 can increase it by 200%. I just don't know if it will have any effect on enchantment. Lin Dong activated the stone of heroic soul, then closed his eyes and started enchanting. Ding! Enchantment successful. The Great Tao Sutra banner successfully upgraded to the Mythical Equipment 10,000 Souls banner. Ding! Forging mythical equipment for the first time. Reward experience. Plus 100 million. Proficiency. Plus 500 enchantment value. Plus 1,000. As the prompt sounded, an extremely enthusiastic wave of sound erupted at the scene, and each wave was stronger than the last. Too awesome. Lin Dong, you are truly awesome. A mythical blacksmith. A living mythical blacksmith. Lin Dong, I love you. I am Princess Yun Qianqian of the Lorenz Empire in the Gamma Galaxy. If you don't mind, we can have a baby right now. Master Lin Dong, we, the Andromeda Galaxy's Tianqing Saint Clan, sincerely invite you to visit our galaxy. We hope you can give us a favor. We will offer you benefits that you cannot refuse. There is no other way. Lin Dong's achievement of forging a mythical piece of equipment was too shocking. It was impossible for these people not to go crazy. Even the Lich King couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Lin Dong, you are the most talented blacksmith I have ever seen, bar none. From today on, you are my Lich King's most distinguished friend. If anyone wants to touch you, I will travel thousands of miles across the world to hunt him down." Amid the noise, Lin Yong slowly opened his eyes and looked at the equipment in his hand. 161 The friendship boat came. Lin Yong stood up. Just by taking a look, Lin Yong couldn't help but feel shocked, because he saw the hidden attributes of this equipment. After all, it was the equipment he forged, and he could see through all the secrets of this equipment, unlike the skeleton scepter, where he could only see a general idea. Sure enough, when it reaches the mythical level, a weapon spirit will really be born. My guess is true. Equipment, 10,000 souls banner, mythical level. Sound effect 1 when appearing. Brother, come and visit the Wanhun banner. Sound effect 2 when appearing. All living things are suffering. Why not save yourself? Sound effect 3 when it comes out. Heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs. Life, plus 100,000. Attack, plus 210,000. Magic power, plus 380,000. Magic value, plus 200,000. Defense, plus 100,000. Magic defense, plus 100,000. Attack speed, plus 300%. Seal, plus 3. Field range, plus 30,000. Spirit of the instrument, hidden attribute, visible to the user and creator fetal light stage. The spirit of the instrument is in the process of being conceived and needs to be recognized as the master by the user before it can be activated and manifested. Soul absorption. All the creatures killed by the 10,000 souls banner will have a portion of their life force absorbed. For each creature killed, the magic power will increase by 1 point, and the upper limit of absorption is 100,000. Soul elegy. Create a summoning field within a range of 10,000 meters. Anyone killed by the 10,000 souls banner will receive a death summons and become a skeleton general with 45% of their attributes in life. They will disappear after they die again. The upper limit of the summoning is 5,000. The dead above the myth level will not be summoned. Lock blood covetousness. Ability to lock blood for 60 seconds on all friendly units, including yourself, making them immune to all damage during this period. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. It must be said that this is the first time that everyone has seen equipment with built-in sound effects. In comparison, the newly emerged blood-locking coveted entry was ruthlessly ignored by everyone. The Lich King looked at this ridiculously powerful equipment and was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. If he holds the 10,000 souls banner in his hand, his normal attack can even exceed 600,000 points. If you want, you can summon an army of up to 5,000 skeletons anytime and anywhere, which is enough to kill all enemies. After all, there are countless Warcraft corpses stored in the Lich King's ring, so there is no need to worry about not having enough corpses. Just when the Lich King was unable to control himself, Lin Yong gently placed the 10,000 souls banner in his hand. "I succeeded by chance, and did not disappoint your majesty the Lich King." Luck? How the hell is this considered a luck? Lin Yong was originally speaking the truth, but everyone mistakenly thought he was showing off. You have to know that for a blacksmith, there is a success rate for forging any item. The higher the level of the equipment, the lower the success rate. For equipment of mythical level, the success rate is as low as an outrageous 0.1%. In other words, even a true mythical blacksmith would have to forge a piece of equipment thousands of times before he could succeed, and the attributes could not be controlled. If you continuously upgrade and forge a piece of equipment, not to mention whether the equipment material can withstand so many times of forging, the probability of the equipment breaking alone will affect the possibility of continuous upgrading of the equipment. That's right, if you want to upgrade low-level equipment to a high level, there is a chance that it will break. Therefore, a rigorous blacksmith would never improve the quality level by level like Lin Yong did. This will certainly attract a lot of attention, but once it is broken, it will not be worth it. It is better to honestly forge equipment of a fixed level. But Lin Yong did not play by the rules at all. Not only did he upgrade his equipment from a low level to a mythical level step by step, he also kept increasing the attributes rapidly and prevented the equipment from breaking. How could such superb forging ability be a fluke? This is just a show off. So even the Lich King had an expression that said, "I understand. Master Lin, there's no need to be so modest. Your achievements are obvious to all. They have opened my eyes. I will take you to my treasure house in a moment. You can pick whatever you like. Also, I will give you one of my communication Jade talismans. If you are in danger, you can contact me directly through the Jade talisman. No matter what secret realm or dangerous place you are in, I can directly open a teleportation array to reach you. This is the confidence of me as a mythical strong man. These words really made the challengers envious. The promise of a mythical strong man is equivalent to giving Lin Dong a death-free token, which is too safe. Lin Yang, who was hiding in the crowd, was gritting his teeth in anger. He didn't know why Lin Dong could turn the tide in such a situation. This shouldn't happen. This really shouldn't happen. He's only at the Battle Lord level. How could he forge mythical equipment? This doesn't make sense. A strong man from the Centaur Galaxy beside him saw Lin Dong's doubts and enthusiastically helped him explain. Young man, you are still too young and your knowledge is too shallow. Common sense is for ordinary people like us. Geniuses like Master Lin have abilities that we cannot fathom. Breaking common sense is just their basic operation. So don't be discouraged and don't compare yourself with geniuses. You are still great. This enthusiastic audience member just said it casually. He didn't look at Lin Yang at all, but was staring at Lin Dong in front of him. If he was willing to take a look, he would definitely recognize that Lin Yang was Lin Dong's younger brother. After all, Lin Yang was looking for trouble with Lin Dong just now, and all the challengers had witnessed it. But Lin Yang didn't think so. This strong contrast made Lin Yang suddenly feel a strong resentment. Never before had he felt so humiliated. Why? 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 Why can Lin Dong always turn the tide against all odds? Why can he always win the love of others? Why is my glory always so fleeting? All of this was caused by Lin Dong. If he hadn't severed the twin bond, I could have doubled everything he had. Jealousy has completely changed Lin Yang. He can no longer see himself clearly, and has always been thinking about competing with Lin Dong. However, the huge gap made it impossible for him to start. He could only roar madly in his heart, and even the expression on his face began to become distorted. In comparison, Chen Woody is much more sensible. He dared to yell at Lin Dong before, because his grandfather Cui Taiyang was a war master, which gave him the confidence to look down on his peers. But now Lin Dong's strength was far beyond his expectations. Even his grandfather was as small as dust in front of Lin Dong. All his arrogance seemed so ridiculous in front of Lin Dong. Therefore, Chen Woody quickly adjusted his mindset and understood what was the right thing to do. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he turned into a bootlicker and cheered for Lin Dong crazily. Lin Dong, you are the pride of our China. We were blind before and didn't know how great you are. Now we realize our mistakes. Please forgive us. Lin Dong, whether you accept it or not, I will kneel down for you first. As long as you don't forgive me, I will not get up from my knees. Hyenya Bing Bing, I just realized how wise your choice was. Please beg me to forgive Lin Dong. I promise that our Chui family will follow Lin Dong and obey his orders from now on. Not only Chen Woody, but even Hu Tianying, the captain of the Shimlong Academy, who was somewhat hostile to Lin Dong, knelt on the ground and cried, hoping to get Lin Dong's forgiveness. Because they knew that if they could not obtain Lin Dong's forgiveness, with Lin Dong's current strength and prestige, he would return to China and crush them to death like a stink bug. It would be too easy. Relatively speaking, Yin Jueming from Jiuzhou College was not so despicable. He watched all this coldly and chose to protect himself. Wang Rulong from the Hunter Guild smiled with joy, because the scene she had imagined finally appeared. Lin Dong, I knew you could do it, and you didn't let me down. It seems like I'll have to take a few more slaps from you in the future, so that you can forge a few more pieces of equipment for me, so that you don't have to hide anything. Humph! As for the people from the God of War Academy, they have always firmly believed in Lin Dong. Now, seeing Lin Dong dominating the entire audience, they are all happy from the bottom of their hearts. Brother, you are awesome. Today we will reveal everything. Boss, you are my pride. I, Shuehong, will hang your portrait on the wall when I return, and I will worship it every day. Brother Lin Dong, you are so awesome. I really want to scream for you, ah. Of course, those challengers were not willing to be outdone, and their displays of goodwill were extremely blatant. Everyone wanted to seize this opportunity and ask Lin Dong to forge a suitable piece of equipment for them. The scene was in chaos. The fanaticism of star chasing made the situation out of control at one point. Even if the Lich King was still standing here, he couldn't stop the enthusiasm of these people. The Lich King took a look at the crowd and smiled. It seems that Master Lin, your achievements have completely conquered the challengers who came here. I'll give you 5 minutes. You can deal with these fanatical fans first, talk to them, and then come to my palace and explain to me in detail the wonders of this 10,000 souls banner." After saying this, the Lich King left holding the banner of 10,000 souls lovingly. His joy made his steps much lighter. Lin Yong took this opportunity to communicate with these challengers who wanted to make friends with him, and promised that he would use the rest of the trade fair to forge suitable equipment for these challengers as much as possible. Although the exchange was brief, Lin Yong still gained thousands of storage rings, which contain a large amount of precious materials. These are the deposits they gave to Lin Yong. They were even the benefits of bribing Lin Yong. After the greetings, Lin Yong came to the Lich King's palace in high spirits. The Lich King was sipping tea at this time. He warmly invited Lin Yong to sit down and personally poured Lin Yong a cup of tea made from Wudao tea leaves. "Tell me, what is so wonderful about this 10,000 souls banner?" Lin Yong smiled slightly and didn't keep anyone in suspense. "Your Majesty the Lich King, have you ever heard of weapon spirits?" Spirit of the weapon? When the Lich King heard these two words, he suddenly sat up from his seat, his face full of horror. 162 only eats item equipment? I can't afford to support this equipment spirit. Spirit of the weapon? This word is really too shocking. The Lich King couldn't help but be moved. He had also heard of the legend about the spirit of the weapon. He had even seen one. For example, the daughter of Yu Ling, the owner of the secret blessing temple where Lin Yong and his friends trained, is the daughter of Yu Ling, the spirit of the weapon, and the Lord of Lulan. Yu Ling is a great creature born from the weapon of the Lord of Lulan, Yang Xiuyu. As long as the body of Yang Xiuyu is immortal, she will have an immortal life. The great lords of Lulan all died in the long river of time due to exhaustion of lifespan. But Yu Ling has survived to this day. Although Yu Ling was trapped by the Lord of Warcraft, the Abyss could not do anything to her. Of course, apart from the weapon of the Lord of Lulan, Yang Xiuyu, which gave birth to a weapon spirit, he had never heard of anyone else's weapon having such a blessing. But from what Lin Yong said at this moment, the 10,000 souls banner he forged actually had a spirit. How could he not be overjoyed by such shocking news? As a result, his voice began to tremble, and he could hardly suppress the excitement in his heart. "You are saying that this 10,000 souls banner has a spirit?" After he said this, the Lich King realized his own gaffe, but he no longer cared about that. Because once a weapon possesses a spirit, the power of the weapon will experience a qualitative leap, and it will even automatically protect its owner in times of danger. Seeing how horrified the Lich King was, Lin Yong immediately re-evaluated the importance of the weapon spirit. The fact that a mythical master would pay so much attention to it meant that the weapon spirit must be very powerful. It could even be said that even a mythical master could hardly reach this threshold. It seems that he was very lucky to have forged this 10,000 souls banner, which has a spirit. During the last enchantment, Lin Yong melted the corpse of the unicorn sacred beast he had killed into it, so this weapon spirit was most likely transformed from that unicorn sacred beast. I just don't know if this thing, after turning into a spirit weapon, will be hostile to Lin Yong. After pondering for a while, Lin Yong slowly spoke and told the Lich King how to activate the weapon spirit. "Yes, Your Majesty the Lich King. This 10,000 souls banner that I forged has a weapon spirit by chance. Now I will tell you how to activate the weapon spirit. You only need to use your own blood essence and drip it into the 10,000 souls banner. Once it merges with the banner, the spirit of the weapon will be activated. The spirit of the weapon is now in the fetal light stage and should still look like a baby." When the Lich King heard that he had to use his essence and blood, he hesitated. But then he smiled again. If Lin Yong wanted to harm him, he would not be so frank and bold, because he felt sincerity in Lin Yong's eyes, which could not be deceived. So the Lich King bit his middle finger and injected his essence and blood into the banner of 10,000 souls. As a trace of blood dripped into the 10,000 souls banner, mysterious scriptures and talismans began to rotate all over the banner, as if activating some mysterious ritual. A moment later, a cautious little head emerged from the 10,000 souls banner, and it looked like a mini unicorn holy beast. After seeing Lin Yong and the Lich King, the unicorn holy beast was so frightened that it quickly retracted its neck and returned to the 10,000 souls banner. But I don't know if it was just curious, but after a while, seeing that there was no movement outside, it stuck its head out again, staring outside with its big eyes blinking. Lin Dong and the Lich King, one its creator and the other its user. Both possess a unique aura of branding. So after the little unicorn holy beast sensed the familiar aura from the two people, a few puffs of white air hissed out of its nostrils, and it came out of the 10,000 souls banner, shaking its head. It first rubbed against Lin Dong, and then ran to the Lich King's arms and rolled around. After a moment, it no longer felt unfamiliar with the strangers. The cute little unicorn holy beast neither despised Lin Dong for having killed his predecessor, nor was it afraid of the Lich King's terrifying appearance. Instead, it ran around the two of them happily. Seeing the lively little unicorn holy beast, the Lich King was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. "Haha, be good. Come here, Grandpa will give you something delicious." The little unicorn seemed to understand what the Lich King said. It ran to the Lich King happily, looking at him with its big eyes, as if waiting for him to feed it. The Lich King excitedly took out the Warcraft zombie meat that had been stored for 1,000 years from his storage ring and used it to entertain the little unicorn holy beast. But the little unicorn just sniffed and tilted its head, indicating that he didn't like to eat these things. His vivid appearance was so charming that it made people fall in love with him. The Lich King thought about it again and took out various rare treasures from his ring for the little unicorn to choose from. But the unicorn turned around and still tilted its head, indicating that it didn't like it. This time, the Lich King was in a difficult situation. Is this weapon spirit so delicate? It doesn't like this, it doesn't like that. What does it want to eat? Lin Dong, do you know what weapon spirits usually like to eat? This time Lin Dong was also stumped. He was also a grown-up girl, and this was the first time he created a spirit weapon. He really didn't know what the spirit of the weapon liked to eat. I could only try to say, why don't we feed him a few pieces of equipment? After all, his body is a weapon. Maybe he'll be interested in the equipment. Yes, that must be it. The Lich King slapped his skull and felt that what Lin Dong said made a lot of sense. So he took out a bunch of equipment and placed them in front of the little unicorn to see if there was anything it liked. When the little unicorn holy beast saw the equipment, his eyes suddenly lit up. It sniffed around the equipment happily, then picked out a piece of equipment, made a huge bite in it, and then ate it with relish. But after eating, it looked around with an unsatisfied look, and there was nothing in the equipment that caught its eye anymore. This made the Lich King very sad, because that piece of equipment was also one of the Lich King's favorites, but I didn't expect that the unicorn was so tricky and ate that piece of equipment directly. Although he has some equipment, they were accumulated over the years, and the landlord's family does not have much surplus food. If the little unicorn continued to eat at this rate, it wouldn't take long before he was eaten out of money. The point is, the little unicorn that has eaten the equipment with special features no longer cares about those ordinary equipments, and doesn't even look at them. It still stares at the Lich King with its big eyes, licking its tongue with a look of being unsatisfied. This way of eating, even I, the Lich King, can't afford to feed you. The Lich King wiped the sweat from his forehead guiltily. It was the first time he felt pressure. Although the weapon spirit is powerful, it is not something that a poor guy like him can afford. What if he eats up the equipment every day? It won't be long before he will go bankrupt. But the little unicorn seemed to understand what the Lich King meant. It blinked its big eyes and seemed to have come up with an idea. It picked up the Lich King's sleeve, then stretched out its front hoof and pointed at a storage ring in Lin Dong's hand. Its intention was self-evident. I was just about to say, I want this. The Lich King looked at Lin Dong in amazement and asked tentatively, do you have any equipment with attributes in your ring? Ahem, if you have any, can you sell some to me? The Lich King said this with great generosity. As long as the little spirit can be well fed, he doesn't mind exchanging all kinds of rare treasures with Lin Dong for equipment. The Lich King just has fewer equipment items, but that doesn't mean he has fewer other treasures. His possessions accumulated over thousands of years are still very rich. Hearing the Lich King's question, Lin Dong immediately started to plan a great business idea in his mind. Holy shit, he had thousands of bronze equipment in his storage ring for training. Although they are all garbage to him now, the advantage is that they are in large quantity. I just don't know whether this little unicorn holy beast likes to eat these bronze-level equipment. So Lin Dong took out a speed-up glove from the storage ring and placed it in front of the little unicorn holy beast. As soon as the little guy saw that it was an item of equipment, he immediately drooled. It rushed over and swallowed the food in just 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Then it looked at Lin Dong with a keen gaze, waiting for him to feed it. After confirming that the Holy Unicorn Beast did not mind the low level of bronze equipment, Lin Dong felt relieved. Senior Lich King, I do have some of these low-level bronze equipment, but not too many. If you need them, I can sell them all to you. After hearing Lin Dong say that there were not many equipment items, the Lich King felt a little regretful. But in order to feed this cute little spirit, he had to accept even the mosquito leg. If there aren't many, just take them all. Hey, for this little spirit, I'll have to search everywhere for entry equipment in the future. I remember you were madly trading for the best flame crystals just now. I have plenty of these things. Back then, they were everywhere on Ram Continent. For one item of equipment, no matter its level, I will give you 1,000,000 best flame crystals. You can take as many as you want. You can also sell them to me when you have them in the future. The reason why Lin Dong collected the top-grade flame crystals was to take them back for the Chinese military and civilians to use, so that they could upgrade quickly and cope with the upcoming Warcraft craze. Now hearing the Lich King's promise, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly poured out all the unused equipment in his storage ring. Some of them were forged by him, and some were dropped by monsters. No matter what the attributes are, they all have entries. Add up all these equipment items, and there are more than 6,000 pieces in total. If Senior Lich King feels that this is not enough, I can forge some more on the spot. Such a huge number made the Lich King's jaw drop. Oh my god, this isn't too little? Then in your opinion, what is too much? The Lich King smiled bitterly. Over the past 1,000 years, he had only collected 500 or 600 items of equipment, some of which were still unusable. But once Lin Dong took action, he collected 6,000 items. It was really scary. I originally thought that I had cultivated to the mythical level and had become accustomed to everything in the world, and I was calm and indifferent to everything. But after he met Lin Dong today, he found that he was really a frog in a well, and his previous knowledge was completely insufficient. But in this way, he will have no shortage of food to feed the little unicorn holy beast. Okay, I'll take them all. But I may not have that many top-grade flame crystals. Can I use other materials instead? Lin Dong grinned and laughed. 163. The notoriety of the bandit spreads far and wide. Please call me the sharp knife in the forest to cut the waste. China is poor in advanced materials and lacks everything. As long as the Lich King can give it, Lin Dong will not refuse anything. So he spent almost all of the remaining enchantment points and forged a large number of equipment for the Lich King. As a result, the Lich King paid at least 1/3 of his wealth to exchange the equipment in Lin Dong's hand. But the Lich King didn't feel sorry at all, because those materials were nothing compared to this spirit weapon. From now on, relying on this spirit weapon, he may even have the possibility of becoming the supreme being. I don't know if it's because the Lich King is usually very lonely. He dotes on this little unicorn holy beast spirit, just like he treats his own grandson, holding it in his mouth for fear that it will melt, and holding it in his hands for fear that it will fall. But the little spirit was very naughty. It rushed directly into the pile of entry weapons and ate them with relish, eating until its cheeks were wide open. If it weren't for the horns on its head and its big, sparkling eyes, Lin Dong would have suspected that it was a pig, not a horse. As for what it was, Lin Dong no longer cared. He completed this deal and made a lot of money. He even signed a friendly acquisition agreement with the Lich King. Every year thereafter, the Lich King would come to Lin Dong to order a large number of bronze-level equipment, which meant that Lin Dong never had to worry about sales. Although he had no problem with sales, Lin Dong was now worried about the fact that he only had 5 points of enchantment left. If he didn't hurry up and get some enchantment points, he really wouldn't be able to afford a single item of equipment. After chatting with the Lich King again for a few hours, Lin Dong walked out of the palace. The moment he walked out, he felt many extremely fiery gazes. These challengers all rushed towards Lin Dong with fiery eyes, wanting to seize this opportunity to communicate with Lin Dong. But Lin Dong's gaze wandered around and finally fixed on Wang Rulong. He spread his wings of wind and thunder, flew directly over the crowd, grabbed Wang Rulong, and came to the entrance of the trade fair. Everyone, I have some important things to do. We will continue the transaction when I come back later. Having said that, Lin Dong closed the door of the trade fair. The reason why I chose Wang Rulong is because Wang Rulong and he have an enemy bond effect, so it is faster to increase the enchantment value. After Wang Rulong landed, he waved his little fist at Lin Dong, expressing his dissatisfaction. Lin Dong, you just touched me in front of so many people. How can I face others? Lin Dong was too lazy to go through the foreplay and went straight to the point. Tell me what equipment you want to forge. While I have time, hurry up. Wang Rulong was still aggressive a second ago, but after hearing Lin Dong's words, she immediately became gentle like a lady from a noble family. Even her words were sweet. Oh, Lin Dong, the more I look at you, the more I like you. It's worth my support just now. Stop, stop, stop. Just tell me what kind of equipment you want to forge. Don't mess around with these useless things. Lin Dong waved his hand and interrupted Wang Rulong's coquettish behavior. Wang Rulong was so angry about Lin Dong's lack of understanding of romance that his teeth were itching. You bastard Lin Dong. I hate you so much. I've never acted like a spoiled child with anyone before. This is the first time, and you actually despise me. In that case, I'm going to get some equipment from you. Otherwise, I'll be sorry for my coquettish behavior just now. Wang Rulong's clever eyes moved, and he hummed softly. This time, she must make Lin Dong bleed profusely. Having made up her mind, Wang Rulong directly stated her needs. I want knee pads, wrist guards, capes, helmets, accessories, belts, hairpins. Wang Rulong wanted not only combat equipment, but even some accessories that girls liked. But to her surprise, Lin Dong did not refuse the difficult questions she asked and accepted them all. This surprised Wang Rulong. Normally, it would be extremely difficult for her to ask Lin Dong to make a piece of equipment. But today Lin Dong was so proactive. Could it be that he had changed his personality? Or does this guy with expressionless face have some different thoughts about her? He couldn't understand what Lin Dong meant, but the more he thought about it, the more Wang Rulong wanted to explore what kind of person Lin Dong was. This feeling of exploring secrets made Wang Rulong very addicted, and he even wanted to follow Lin Dong to do research. However, Lin Dong didn't have any extra thoughts at all. He was trying his best to stimulate the system to issue a temporary task. Ding! The host has a strong desire to forge equipment for Wang Rulong. The system has issued a temporary task to forge the gold-level accessory colorful wing butterfly for Wang Rulong. The forging book has been distributed to the system space. Forging rewards, experience value, plus 10,000 proficiency, plus 10 enchantment value, plus 100. Ding! The host has detected his care and concern for Wang Rulong. The system has issued a temporary task to forge a gold-level helmet for Wang Rulong. The forging book has been distributed to the system space. Forging rewards, experience value, plus 10,000 proficiency, plus 10 enchantment value, plus 100. Bite! After being busy for an hour, Master Lin finally completed all the temporary system tasks. When he wanted to activate the tasks again, there was no response from the system. Obviously, at this stage, Wang Rulong's equipment has reached its limit. If he wants to increase the enchantment value again, he can only wait for Wang Rulong to upgrade again. So Lin Dong took out a storage ring, which was filled with millions of top-grade flame crystals. Use it. If it's not enough, come back to me. Upgrade quickly. You are too weak now. Wang Rulong took the ring and felt it, and was immediately shocked by the rich ingredients inside. He had been searching for this top-grade flame crystal in the Flame Kingdom for a long time and only found a few pieces, but Lin Dong paid 1 million for it. He was really generous. What a guy who looks cold on the outside, but is actually warm on the inside. I don't know what's going on in his mind. Is he trying to act cool and domineering in front of me? Although he pouted, Wang Rulong was actually very happy in his heart. She was an orphan and had never felt such caring from others. Unconsciously, all her dislike for Lin Dong disappeared. But when Wang Rulong raised her head to thank Lin Dong, she found that Lin Dong had left her and returned to the trade fair. Lin Dong, you are such a nuisance. You want to run away after lighting the fire? No way. Just wait for me. Wang Rulong stomped his feet in anger and returned to the trade fair. Lin Dong obtained a total of 1,200 enchantment points from Wang Rulong. These enchantment points were enough to support his resource trading with families in other large galaxies. His goal now is to take advantage of this rare opportunity of the 10,000 Races trade fair to bring back as many supplies as possible. After all, there may not be a chance to meet so many people from other galaxies in the future. It is not Lin Dong's style to not kill a fat sheep. So after this trade fair, Lin Dong also earned the nickname Lin the Waist-Cutting Knife, which means that Lin Dong's asking price was too high. He was literally cutting people's waists. But the things that Lin Dong forged, others couldn't forge them, so they had to follow Lin Dong's sky-high price. After all, as long as you get the equipment forged by Lin Dong, even if it is only gold level, but as long as the attributes are powerful enough, you can easily fight across levels. During the 3-day, 10,000 races trade fair, Lin Dong made a ton of money. Unlike others who left with empty pockets, Lin Dong left with a huge fortune. Even the Lich King was jealous of such efficiency in making money. At the end, the Lich King even held Lin Dong's hand and joked, "Boy, I have held so many auctions for all races, but I still can't earn as much as you do in just one. You are really good at making money." Lin Dong chuckled and bowed to the Lich King. "Thank you very much, Senior Lich King, for your help. I will never forget this kindness." With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong led everyone from the God of War Academy through the teleportation array and returned to the Lost Land. But after coming back, Lin Dong was surprised to find that Shui Hong and Song Tianke both had bruised faces and noses, obviously having experienced a fierce battle. The man who could beat these two top war gods into this state is obviously no ordinary person, and he must be of great importance in those galaxies. So Lin Dong asked curiously. For the first time, Shui Hong hesitated and didn't dare to answer, and his eyes were a little evasive. It was Song Tianke, who covered his swollen cheek and explained the reason to Lin Dong. "Brother, this is what happened. Old Shui met a girl from the Andromeda Galaxy at the Myriad Races auction. The two of them fell in love with each other right away, and then secretly got married. It was nothing at first, but the girl's brother found out. He didn't agree with what was going on between the two of them, so he got into a fight with old Shui. How could I bear to see old Shui being bullied? So I went up to help. Who would have thought that the other party had so many people and surrounded us directly? They were so cruel, and they beat us with the equipment you forged for him. I really can't swallow this humiliation. If I have the chance to see him again, I must beat this bastard to death." Song Tianke was cursing loudly here, but Shui Hong was humming and whining and seemed unwilling to listen. "Old Song, actually Wanru's brother, didn't do it on purpose. After all, he is my eldest brother-in-law. If he takes your last name, then I, old Shui, must also take your last name. You are taking advantage of me in disguise. Fuck, Lao Shui, can you tell the difference between good people and bad people? I am speaking for you." Shui Hong's words are really hard to complain about, but everyone is also curious about what kind of beauty could make Shui Hong defend her so attentively. But after seeing Wanru's photo, everyone just smiled and said nothing. Lin Dong had no choice but to pat Shui Hong on the shoulder. "If you have vision, every fat person has potential, an interesting soul, and often weighs more than 800 pounds. Shui Hong was immediately overjoyed, with a look that said, "Big brother understands me." But Lin Dong then changed the subject and changed the topic directly. "With the harvest from this trip, we will not be short of materials for the time being. We can put the collection of materials aside for now. Time is running out. We need to quickly clear the remaining 8 prayer temples." 164 Opening the 3rd Blessing Temple, Sword Slave Trial. Quickly passing through the prayer temple is our top priority next. Lin Dong's words were powerful, because through this 10,000 races auction, Lin Dong has realized the huge impact of enchantment value on him. As long as he completes the mission in the Blessing Temple, he can easily obtain 10,000 proficiency and 10,000 enchantment value. Not only can it improve the blacksmith's forging level, but it can also forge more equipment. Those scarce resources can be obtained by exchanging entry equipment. Thinking about it this way, he realized that he had taken many detours before. After going around in circles, I realized that the key is to obtain more enchantment values. If you want to obtain enchantment points, in addition to completing the tasks in the Blessing Temple, Lin Dong also has 2 mascots that can be used to gain enchantment points. The 2 mascots are Wang Rulong and Su Runin. Wang Rulong's equipment has reached saturation. If he does not upgrade to Diamond, he will not be able to obtain enchantment value by forging equipment. However, Wang Rulong has one advantage. That is, he can use Faith Absorption to borrow Lin Dong's attributes and increase Lin Dong's enchantment value. So when coming out of the 10,000 races auction, Lin Dong specially encouraged Wang Rulong and asked her to borrow more attributes. As for Su Runin, he hasn't updated his equipment for a long time since he was promoted to Legend. If she wanted to upgrade her equipment, she had to reach level 70. Now she still had at least 6 billion experience points to reach level 70. Even if one takes the premium flame crystals and experience potions every day, it will still take 4 days to reach the destination. So now Lin Dong has no other way to obtain enchantment points and can only complete the system tasks of the Blessing Temple seriously. According to the coordinates of the third prayer temple obtained by Lin Yong, everyone crossed the central area of the Lost Land and came to a desolate civilization relic. Whether it is the broken weapons on the ground or the runes carved on the broken walls, they all show that this place was once extraordinary. Obviously, there once was a splendid civilization in this place. At the very least, there must have been a powerful person of epic level who once appeared here. But such a powerful civilization has now disappeared into history. Lin Yong stroked the railing of a dilapidated palace, feeling a surge of emotion. There may be a great and magnificent era here, but the pen of history will always be left to us, the descendants, to write. When Shui Hong heard Lin Yong's sigh, he immediately moved his big face closer. Brother, do you think that in China, will there be an epic warrior born in the future, and will we become one of the top powers in the universe? Song Tianke held a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth and made a disdainful sound. Old Shui, you really haven't seen the world. Epic-level warriors are nothing compared to the galaxies in the universe. To be ranked, I think at least a mythical warrior like the Lich King must be born. After the two of them had this discussion, everyone immediately became interested and chattered nonstop. Su Runin looked at Lin Yong and clenched her fists with confidence. If our China can really give birth to a legendary strongman, I guess it will definitely be Lin Yong. Only he can do it. Lin Yong looked at Su Runin with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness. But he did not refute Su Runin's words. Yes, Lin Yong also believed that he could definitely grow to that level. Although Lin Yong is still a long way from reaching the mythical level, having forged a mythical weapon, he already has a vague understanding of that realm. He believed that he could eventually reach that state and enjoy the scenery on the top of the mountain. After resting for a while, Lin Yong opened the jade coordinates of the third prayer temple, and suddenly a temple appeared here. Outside the temple, there was still the flying general with swords in both hands. Lin Yong was already very familiar with this NPC. He came up to the flying general and checked the conditions and rules for entry. Hidden Dungeon, the Third Blessing Temple. Entry conditions. 100,000 level 60 magic beast energy cores must be paid. Entry level, level 60. Copy introduction. Prayer Temple. Those who meet the requirements will receive the blessing of the goddess, including a lot of experience and props. Tomb of Heroes. You can obtain the Stone of Heroes by influencing the heroes. Flying General's Sword Slave Trial. Flying General, who became famous for resisting monsters, has strong combat experience. With all his sword experience, he has created a group of extremely loyal sword slaves. Intruders will be attacked fiercely by the sword slaves. Kill all the sword slaves to pass the level. Passing the level will get 1 billion experience rewards and the coordinates of the fourth blessing temple. After reading the entry information, Lin Yong smiled faintly. If it were before, it might be difficult to gather the energy cores of 100,000 level 60 monsters. But he had just returned from the 10,000 races auction and had hundreds of millions of energy magic cores to show off, so this entry requirement was nothing but a drop in the bucket for him. With a wave of his hand, he gave each of them 100,000 energy cores of level 60 monsters, and they successfully entered the Temple of Blessing. As soon as they entered, a grand sound began to sound and colorful light began to cover their entire bodies. Just like before, everyone received a reward of 1 billion experience points and the insights of an epic-level warrior. To be honest, when they first entered the Temple of Prayer, they felt that 1 billion experience points meant a lot, and they could directly upgrade to level 10. But now, the experience progress bar has only moved forward a little bit, not even as much as they would have if they had swallowed the top-grade flame crystals and experience potions. They are no longer sensitive to this little bit of experience. However, this time, Lin Yong and his companions did not see the Moon Spirit Daughter, because the Moon Spirit Goddess statue took away the incense burner in the middle when the blessing began. Lin Yong shook his head helplessly at this naughty girl of the Moon Spirit. In fact, ever since he learned from the Lich King that the mother of the Moon Spirit Daughter was an artifact spirit, he has been very curious about this goddess. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to enter the prayer temple to observe, but in the end they directly cut off his access to the meeting. But it doesn't matter if he can't see it. Lin Yong can still collect the heroic soul stone. He nodded at Yuan Hong, signaling him to move the incense burner on the right. Yuan Hong immediately understood, moved the incense burner, and entered the Tomb of Heroes with Lin Yong. With the successful experience from the last time, This time Lin Dong directly took out the two heroic stones in his hand and negotiated with the light and shadow of the hero in the ancient bronze coffin. In the end, he successfully took another heroic stone. It was a smooth deal, but after he came out, he couldn't help shaking his head. It turned out that the group of guys took advantage of the time he was trying to obtain the Stone of Heroes to enter another copy. Humph, these guys never learn their lesson. Don't they know that this dungeon is dangerous? Why are they still so reckless? Lin Dong did not hesitate and brought Yuan Hong with him into the teleportation array in front of the incense burner on the left. As soon as I entered, the copy information was transmitted into my mind. Current instance, Flying General's Sword Slave Trial. Instance description. In this instance, there are 12 sword slaves made by the Flying General. These sword slaves only obey the orders of the Flying General and will mercilessly attack anyone who enters the instance until the opponent dies. If you want to pass the instance, you must defeat all the sword slaves or make them stop attacking. Instance rewards. Each practitioner will receive 1 billion experience points and the coordinates of the 4th prayer temple. The information in this copy is simple and direct, and it can be seen at first glance that this Flying General is a straightforward person. It's much stronger than the old Deng in Lich King. The entire dungeon rules are still full of twists and turns. If Lin Ji had not been alert, perhaps the anthropomorphic soul beast would have really infiltrated their group last time. However, as soon as Lin Dong landed, he heard the wailing of Song Tianke and others. Oh, this sword slave doesn't follow the rules. Why does he keep attacking my vital points? If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have lost my happiness for the rest of my life. Shui Hong was also howling, as if he had encountered something incomprehensible. No, there are only 12 of them. Why do we feel like we are facing hundreds of people? We don't have any chance to fight back. Chui Bingbing, set the fire quickly. And Brother Chingfeng, why don't you use your forbidden spell? Chui Bingbing's aggrieved response was full of helplessness. These sword slaves are all made of ice meteorite iron. My fire has no effect on them at all. Before it can be released, it has been suppressed by the cold air on their bodies. It has no effect at all. Zhuge Chengfeng couldn't help but complain. It was obvious that this battle made him very unhappy. These sword slaves are very strange. They seem to be immune to forbidden spells. My forbidden spells can't hurt them at all. If we say that the calmest person among these people is Bai Xingxue, he actually studied the swordsmanship of these sword slaves seriously. He is indeed a sword fanatic. Have you noticed that the attack methods of these sword slaves are completely different from the sword techniques we have learned? They seem to only attack the vital points of people, and their attack speed is extremely fast. It is an attack method that uses offense as defense, and interprets the saying that offense is the best defense to the extreme. This sword technique gives me some kind of epiphany. Could this be the legendary simplicity in complexity? They were shouting and screaming there, but only Su Runin was sharp-eyed and noticed the arrival of Lin Dong and Yuan Hong, and immediately called for help. Lin Dong, hurry up and save us. If you come later, you might not be able to see us. These sword slaves are too powerful. Of course, Lin Dong also noticed these sword slaves. He frowned and felt that something was wrong. There are 12 sword slaves in total, all of which are forged from the rare material, ice meteorite iron. Ordinary weapons cannot cause any harm to them. The most outrageous thing is that the ice meteorite itself has the effect of being immune to spell attacks. Even the skill attributes have little effect on them. Therefore, relying solely on the combat power of a warlord, their ferocity even surpassed that of an ordinary war saint. The best way to defeat them is to destroy the control center and energy core of these sword slaves. However, both the control center and the energy core are inside the sword slave's body and are not so easy to access. Lin Dong observed for a long time, but couldn't come up with a solution. How should we deal with these sword slaves? 165. Is it difficult to deal with a sword slave? Forge a voice changer to make it recognize its master. Seeing Lin Dong in a daze, Su Runin couldn't help but urge him. Lin Dong, come quickly. We really can't hold on any longer. Sister Qingqi's recovery magic is far behind the speed at which we are losing blood. Hyunya is also seriously injured and will soon be unable to hold on any longer. Seeing Su Runin's extremely anxious look, Lin Dong suddenly had the idea of playing a prank. I remember when they were still level 0, Lin Dong often played pranks on Su Runin while clearing the trial copy. I didn't expect that time would pass so quickly, and several years had passed in the blink of an eye. I miss that time so much. Thinking of this, Lin Dong deliberately hugged his shoulders, chuckled, and teased Su Runin. Humph. Now you remember me. Let me see if you guys will sneak in without waiting for me next time. Every time you enter the dungeon recklessly, you encounter danger every time. You really have no memory at all. This time, I must teach you a lesson. Lin Dong's original intention was to teach those reckless guys a lesson, not to target Su Runin. He knew that it must be Song Tianke and Shui Hong who led the way in, and the others followed in because they were afraid that they would be in danger. But Lin Dong's scolding made Su Runin feel a little aggrieved. Her eyes turned red and tears fell out. Lin Dong, I did try to persuade Song Tianke and Shui Hong, but they had already barged in, so we had no choice but to follow them in to prevent them from getting into danger. Lin Dong hated to see Su Runin cry. He also knew that his tone just now was a bit harsh, so he touched the back of his head embarrassedly. Hey Runin, I was just joking with you. Why did you take it so seriously? I was wrong. I'm coming to save you right now. Lin Dong actually admitted his mistake. This behavior directly refreshed the cognition of Shui Hong and others. Suddenly, Shui Hong and Song Tianke drank and started to flatter Su Runin. Sister-in-law is indeed the best. She can easily make brother surrender. If it were another girl, even if she cried her shit out, brother wouldn't even look at her. Sister-in-law, you see how much my brother listens to you. Can you ask him to forge a few more pieces of equipment for me? I don't want much, just a few dozen pieces will be enough. Sister-in-law, I want some too. Can you ask brother to give me a few dozen pieces? I'm in great need of them. Su Runin simply rolled her eyes at these two funny guys. It's already this late, and they are still in the mood to joke around. If they delay any further, they will surely be killed here by these sword slaves. Because sword slaves are immune to spell attacks, all of their skills are invalid. And now, they have become ordinary war gods with higher attack power. However, facing these iron-skinned sword slaves, their attacks couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. This feeling of powerlessness that made them unable to cause harm to the opponent, while the opponent could attack them unscrupulously, also sounded a wake-up call for Su Runin and the others. It doesn't mean you can ignore everything just because you have strong fighting power. In this world, there are too many things that restrain each other. In fact, it was not unfair for them to be defeated by these sword slaves. Although these sword slaves are only at the battle master level, the 12 of them just form an extremely powerful sword formation. With the help of this sword formation, this set of sword slaves even killed epic-level strongmen in the past. If Su Runin and the others knew the battle records of these sword slaves, they would definitely not barge in rashly. But it's too late to say anything now. They can only hold out for 2 minutes at most before they will be defeated by these sword slaves one by one. Lin Dong and Yuan Hong, observing carefully from outside, were also having a headache, because he found that the attributes of these sword slaves were too abnormal. Target: sword slave puppet sky level. Material: frost meteorite iron, immune to all spell attacks. Life: 50 million. Attack: 65,000. Defense: ice meteorite resistance defense. 10 million points of damage per second will break the defense. Attack speed: 600%. Movement speed: 600%. Swordsmanship: flying general sword cannon. Formation: 12 Palaces infinite sword formation. To be honest, this attribute is a bit confusing. However, it was this exaggerated defense that made it impossible for Su Runin and others' attacks to break through it. Not to mention Su Runin and others. Even if Lin Dong went up, it would be difficult to break through their defense. Although Lin Dong could deal tens of millions of damage per second to break the defense, the problem was that these 12 sword slaves worked very well together. He was afraid that before he could do anything to one sword slave, the others would rush up and cut him into pieces. After all, 600% attack speed and movement speed are already at the ceiling level. What's more, these sword slaves obviously have an extremely powerful sword formation. Even if he enters one of them, he will probably end up like Song Tianke and others. This is a bit difficult to handle. Lin Dong's eyes flickered as he kept thinking about how to fight back. Ding! The host is detected to be threatened by sword slaves. The system issues a temporary task. Please forge a special voice changer for the Flying General. This voice changer can simulate the voice of the Flying General and let the sword slaves obey your orders. The forging book has been distributed to the system space. Forging rewards: experience value, plus 100,000 proficiency, plus 10 enchantment value, plus 20. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Dong was immediately overjoyed. This system is so lovely. Whatever you want will come true. If he could imitate the voice of the flying general, wouldn't he be able to recruit these sword slaves for his own use? If he could release them when he encountered danger, they would scare the hell out of their opponents. So Lin Dong directly took out the forging furnace and shouted to Su Runin and the others. I don't care what method you use, you must hold on for 3 minutes. After 1 minute, I will find a way to save you. 3 minutes. At this time, Su Runin and the others really couldn't bear it anymore. Zhuge Chengfeng, the forbidden spell master who was originally the strongest among them, has become the weakest one because his sword slaves are immune to spell attacks. Not only can he not help, but he also needs their protection. Bai Ji, Cui Bingbing, Cui Hyunya, Yao Qingxing, Su Runin, these girls have been injured to varying degrees and are almost losing their combat effectiveness. If Shui Hong, the meat shield, hadn't been taking the damage, they would have been in danger long ago. The output also depends entirely on Bai Xingxue and Song Tianke. Without them to attract firepower, the situation would be even worse. But Bai Xingxue and Song Tianke can't bear it anymore. Blood drops like plum blossoms bloomed on Bai Xingxue's white clothes, all of which were caused by the sword slave. There was a hideous sword wound on Song Tianke's chest, and it was obvious that he was at the end of his strength. Judging from the condition of these people, I'm afraid they can't last even 1 minute, let alone 3 minutes. Lin Dong certainly understood their situation, but before the equipment was forged, he had no time to take action. Yuan Hong, go help them. Roar! Yuan Hong immediately took out the Dinghai Shenzhen, transformed himself into a body as huge as a mountain, and rushed forward. However, Master Yuan Hong was a war master, and under the desperate attacks of these sword slaves, he was soon covered with wounds. But the good thing is that Yuan Hong is a warcraft, and his health bar of 160 million played a decisive role at this moment. This is the advantage of warcraft. At this moment, Yuan Hong became the patron saint of everyone, and its bared fangs no longer looked ferocious, but amiable. With Yuan Hong joining, the pressure on them was instantly reduced a lot, especially after Yuan Hong started to dance with his Dinghai Shenzhen. The shadow of his stick floated everywhere on the battlefield, attracting all the attention of the sword slaves. Although these sword slaves have good output, it will take at least 5 minutes to drain Yuan Hong's health bar. Roar! Yuan Hong used his stick to knock a sword slave away. The feeling of his strength and power that could move mountains and overwhelm the world made everyone look at him with awe. Su Runin wiped the blood off her body excitedly and finally found the long-lost sense of security. Luckily, Yuan Hong is here. Otherwise, we might have been killed by these sword slaves. Zhuge Chengfeng deeply agreed with this. This battle also gave him a new understanding of team coordination. That's right. In this kind of physical attack contest that tests strength and speed, only Yuan Hong can compete with these sword slaves. We are no match for them. Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing started chattering away, without showing any sense of crisis. Look, Yuan Hong is also injured. These sword slaves are too fierce. It's okay. This injury is nothing to Yuan Hong. With him, we can hold on for 5 minutes without any problem. Once brother Lin Dong forges the necessary equipment, we will be saved. These sword slaves also have intelligence. Of course, they also noticed Lin Dong who was forging equipment, so they immediately sent out 2 sword slaves to organize Lin Dong's forging process. Lin Dong chuckled and wanted to stop him, but it was impossible. Lin Dong picked up the forging furnace, spread his wind and thunder wings, and flew into the air. Calculating that the time was almost up, Lin Dong directly opened the lid of the forge and took out a piece of equipment that looked like a sound card. After seeing this equipment, everyone who had been looking forward to Lin Dong's forging equipment was suddenly shocked. What did you forge, boss? A voice changer? The kind that turns a man into a woman into a man, or an uncle into a lowly. I often use it when I play PUBG, but what effect does this have on sword slaves? Shui Hong wiped his nose and found it a bit difficult to understand. Song Tianke directly hit Shui Hong on the back of the head. This was a punishment for Shui Hong for questioning Lin Dong. He admired Lin Dong 100%, and he believed that whatever Lin Dong did was right. Look at your little achievement. Big Brother forged the equipment for a purpose. Maybe these sword slaves like the royal sister voice. Once our Big Brother changes his voice, he may conquer them. Shui Hong covered the back of his head and turned his big head around. Old song, you are too blind. I mean, the voice changer is useless to these sword slaves. What's wrong with that? Nonsense, what Big Brother does must work. Just watch if you don't believe me. Song Tianke pointed at Lin Dong in the air, attracting everyone's attention. 166 boss, you are too shameless. You even lied to the sword slave. Lin Dong put the imitation microphone to his mouth in the air with a smile on his face. This time, if I can really control these sword slaves, I will make a lot of money. If these 12 sword slaves were sent to a battlefield like the one on the Blue Water Star, they would definitely be able to sweep away thousands of enemies. Lin Dong clenched his fists, feeling secretly happy. From today on, these treasures belong to me. He looked down at Yuan Hong, who was already riddled with holes on the ground, and Su Runin and others who were protected by Yuan Hong behind him, and cleared his throat. I am here, you damned sword slaves. Why don't you stop? His originally clear voice became rough and powerful after being converted by the imitation microphone, with a wild and unrestrained atmosphere in his voice. Just by listening to his voice, you can imagine what kind of temperament General Fei has. As soon as this voice came out, the 12 sword slaves suddenly trembled and looked up at the sky in disbelief. The person in the air was obviously not the flying general. But why did he make the voice of their master the flying general? This made them a little confused. But they all stopped what they were doing and stopped attacking. Hey, it works. The system never deceives me. Lin Dong was delighted and began to talk endlessly about forcing these sword slaves to do PUA. You bunch of dogs and slaves actually attacked my distinguished guest. How dare you? What are you looking at? Just because I look more handsome and younger, do you not recognize me? What did I teach you? You must obey my orders absolutely. My orders are the imperial decree and your first principle. Have you forgotten all that? Also, remember my current appearance and the voice I will use later. Even if I don't use this voice to talk to you, you must obey my orders. Do you understand? If you understand, kneel down. Those sword slaves looked at Lin Dong in bewilderment. Their CPUs were almost burning out. They had never seen such an outrageous thing. The other party was obviously not their master, General Fei, but both the voice and frequency were exactly the same as General Fei's, making it impossible for them to tell the real from the fake. However, they had constraints at the beginning of the design, and the first principle was to obey General Fei's orders. So after confirming that the voice was correct, they immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Lin Dong. The 12 sword slaves who were originally full of murderous intent now knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, waiting for Lin Dong's decision. Seeing this, Lin Dong had even more fun. Ahem, very good. I'm glad you guys are so obedient. Today I have found a new master for you. His name is Lin Dong, and he looks like the one you see now. Soon, I will be leaving. From now on, you can only obey Lin Dong's orders, understand? Remember, even if I show up again in person, you cannot disobey Lin Dong's orders. You can disobey me, but you must listen to Lin Dong. Do you understand? If you understand, nod your head. To put it bluntly, these sword slaves are just some powerful puppets that can only execute orders mechanically. After a moment of program correction and information input, Lin Dong had been designated as the first master, the highest level commander, surpassing the flying general. Lin Dong felt relieved when he saw these sword slaves nodding one after another. He tried to take off the imitation microphone and communicate with these sword slaves with his own voice. You guys are my soldiers from now on. You must do whatever I tell you to do. You cannot act without my orders. Do you understand? Applause if you understand. These sword slaves immediately clapped their hands, licking the cries even more than dogs. After all, Lin Dong is their master now, so he must be loyal. Seeing this scene, Shui Hong and Song Tianke were both envious. Shui Hong covered the wound on his buttocks and sighed with his, but sticking out. The world is really going downhill, and people are no longer the same as they used to be. I always thought that Big Brother was a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was an honest man, but today I see that Big Brother is too shameless, and even lied to the sword slave. Bah! Why didn't he appoint me, old Shui, as the successor to the flying general? Song Tianke slapped Shui Hong on the back of the head again and scolded him viciously. Old Shui, are you itching for trouble again? You can't make up stories about the boss. If you keep talking nonsense, be careful, or I'll scrape your tongue to help you detoxify. Humph! Even if the boss appoints a successor, he'll appoint me first if the order is counted. You have to stand aside. Shui Hong grumbled in dissatisfaction, covering his, but with one hand, and the back of his head with the other. Old song, if you hit me again, I'll be angry with you. I feel like you've almost made me stupid. My IQ has dropped recently. You know you have a low IQ, but not only do you have a low IQ, you also have a low EQ. Haven't you noticed? Fuck. Just say what you want to say. Can you please not tell the truth? It's not nice to kill someone and destroy their soul. I'm just telling the truth, so what? Come and hit me if you dare. You think I don't dare to hit you? Then come and fight. Song Tianke looked like he deserved a beating and kept provoking Shui Hong. Shui Hong stood up cursing, moved to another seat, and vowed never to sit with Song Tianke again. It's not that he doesn't want to fight with Song Tianke. The main thing is that he is a meat shield and Song Tianke is an attacking player, so he will definitely get beaten. He is not addicted to being beaten, and he has fought with Song Tianke many times before. He is no match for Song Tianke at all, and there is no need to try again. When Song Tianke saw Shui Hong admit defeat, he immediately looked around with a smug look, feeling complacent about his victory. Finally, he turned his gaze to the imitation microphone in Lin Dong's hand, and his eyes lit up. This thing is great. I need to find a way to trick this mimicking microphone from Big Brother. Oh no, I need to borrow it. Song Tiang's eyes lit up. He had already imagined the scene of himself commanding the 12 sword slaves to kill people in all directions, and the drool at the corners of his mouth was about to flow out. Lin Dong glanced at Song Tianke out of the corner of his eye and knew that this guy was up to no good. Now that the 12 sword slaves have been subdued, the conditions for clearing the dungeon have been met, so the settlement information of the dungeon was sent over soon. The current instance has been cleared, and you will be rewarded with 1 billion experience points, the coordinates of the 4th prayer temple, and the Wilderness Gate entrance identity token. After receiving the reward, Lin Dong picked up the Wilderness Gate entrance identity token and examined it carefully. Engraved on it was a map of the route to the Wilderness Gate from their current location. Lin Dong had never seen this map before on the map given by Marshal Xiao. He took out Marshal Zhao's map, compared it with the map on the identity token, and understood clearly. Marshal Zhao's map only recorded the situation in a small area in the southeast of the Lost Land, while the northwest area, which occupied 4/5 of the map, was completely blank. The location where Lin Dong and his companions are now is beyond the area that Marshal Xiao explored back then. In other words, Lin Dong and his companions would have to rely on themselves to walk the rest of the way. The map, given by Marshal Xiao, had already accomplished his mission. It is said that a teacher does not have to be better than his disciples. Lin Dong's current achievements have far surpassed those of Marshal Xiao back then, so it is normal for him to encounter such a situation. Lin Dong carefully put the map away and placed it in his storage ring. After all, this was a gift given to him by Marshal Xiao, and it accompanied him for nearly 20 days, so he wanted to treasure it as a witness to the friendship between master and disciple. After coming out of the prayer temple, they continued along the remains of civilization, looking for the door to the wilderness. The prehistoric scenery along the way deeply shocked them. Whether it's the towering trees that soar into the sky, the rugged rocks covered with vines, or the eagles that flap their wings and cover the sky, this area is simply a paradise for Warcraft. Not to mention level 70 monsters. Even level 80 monsters are common, and even level 90 monsters occasionally appear. Everyone who originally thought they were extremely powerful became silent after seeing this scene. The first one to speak was Zhuge Chengfeng. There was a look of deep worry on his incredibly handsome face. No wonder the seniors haven't explored this area. These magical beast isolation zones are simply natural barriers. Without the ability to reach the sky, it is impossible to pass through here. We originally thought that we had grown very fast, but now it seems that we are still frogs in a well. If any of the monsters here get out, it will cause a devastating disaster to our China. I don't know when we will be able to fight against these powerful monsters. Zhuge Chengfeng is a quasi-war saint and is already close to level 80. However, when he saw the ancient ruins of a civilization where monsters were rampant, a hint of self-mockery appeared on his face. Now they finally understood why the remains of a civilization had become a ruin when there were powerful men of epic level in charge. In the face of such a powerful group of monsters, it is completely unstoppable. Lin Dong also felt quite touched. In this area where huge monsters live, humans like them seem too small. Even with so many of them, they were not as big as a claw mark of a monster. Even the grasshoppers in the grass were several times bigger than them. Now think about it, the magical beasts that entered the blue water planet are simply the most inconspicuous ones, or even the lowest level existences. However, even these low-end magical beasts caused enormous damage to the blue water planet and almost destroyed the entire human world. No matter what, we must use our strength to prevent the monsters from entering our world. This is our mission and our responsibility. Lin Dong's words were so powerful that they filled the hearts of these boys and girls with a heavy sense of responsibility. They tried to be as sneaky as possible along the way, bypassing the activity area of the super monsters, and finally arrived at the location marked on the map, the Wilderness Gate. In front of you is a huge portal that towers into the clouds, as if it was the area where giants once lived. Inside the gate, there are also relics of human civilization. Apparently, a brutal war broke out between humans and monsters here. Huge skeletons can be seen everywhere on the ground, and even the broken weapons and armor are of unimaginable high levels. However, these Warcraft materials and high-level weapons that were regarded as treasures were just scattered on the ground casually, as if they were unwanted junk, covered with rust. However, this originally solemn and murderous scene changed because of Lin Dong's words. "Oh my God, I'm rich. All these are treasures. It's such a waste of resources. No one wants it, but I do." 167 The Eye of Jotty shows its power. Heroes fight against ghouls. Lin Dong was not polite at all. He waved his hand and ordered the 12 sword slaves to rush forward and start collecting the remains of magical beasts and various weapons in the ruins of the Wilderness Gate. Baby, they are all babies. There are bones of epic monsters, weapons of legendary masters, sky-level equipment, and monster carcasses everywhere, as well as various materials and storage rings scattered on the ground. If you take these out, the people of the entire Blue Star will go crazy. It's coming. Even though Lin Dong had traded a large amount of supplies and materials in the 10,000 races transaction, he couldn't control himself at this moment. The supplies in front of us are all high-grade materials, and those above sky-grade are everywhere. The materials in the 10,000 races trade fair are basically below the sky level, and the concept is completely different. What Lin Dong really lacked were these high-level supplies. At this moment, he was like a greedy capitalist, harvesting these supplies madly and ruthlessly. Su Runin and the others finally came to their senses at this moment. There were treasures everywhere on the ground. Although most of it has to be handed over to the team, even if some is brought back to the family, it will have a huge impact on the family. Fearing that if they acted too late, Lin Dong would take everything away, they began to sort out the bones and equipment on the ground. But they were slow to organize themselves, and Lin Dong and the 12 sword slaves had already rushed out several kilometers. Song Tianke shouted anxiously from behind. "Boss, this is not fair. You are cheating. I brought 12 sword slaves to collect the treasures, but you took all the good stuff away." Shuehong also showed off his big belly and yelled, fearing that he would fall behind. "Yes, big brother, please leave some soup for the brothers. You can't set a trap to kill the whole family. Leave some shrimps for the brothers. The brothers are almost starving to death." It's no wonder that these two guys were wailing, because what Lin Dong collected was so clean that nothing was left wherever he went. It was even cleaner than the land after spring plowing. At this moment, Shuehong saw a hole on the ground, and a strange sound came from inside the hole. Shuehong was overjoyed. "Ah, there's a treasure here. Big brother was careless and left some good stuff behind." Shuehong crouched down, sneaked to the entrance of the cave, and reached down to touch something. Unexpectedly, when I touched it, I felt creepy. "What is this thing? Why is it so slippery and long, and feels a little warm?" Confused, he grabbed the thing with his hands, only to find that it was actually a long tongue. Just when Shuehong was puzzled, a dark head appeared from under the tongue, with a ferocious face. "Oh my God, what the hell is this?" Shuehong was so scared that he let go and jumped several feet away. The head in the hole also jumped out, and it turned out to be a monster more than 3 meters long. Although his head is not big, his tongue is long. Moreover, his whole body was just skin and bones, and was covered with thick mucus, emitting a disgusting stench like corpse water. All 4 of his limbs had long claws that shone with a cold metallic luster under the scorching sun and were obviously highly poisonous. A long skeletal tail swung back and forth, making an attacking gesture towards Shuehong. The movement from Shuehong's side also alarmed others, and everyone looked over here. The knowledgeable Zhuge Chung Feng, immediately recognized the origin of this monster. This is a ghoul, a saprophytic monster that feeds on the corpses of other animals. They usually like to hide underground. They're a very hard-working race of monsters. If you don't provoke them, they won't attack others first. However, they also have great destructive power and should not be underestimated. After learning the origin of this monster, everyone began to observe this zombie. Race ghoul. Level 70. Life 120 million. Attack 36,000. Defense 50,000. Magic defense 50,000. Movement speed 200%. Frenzy, the ghoul's innate skill. When angry, it will enter a frenzy state and be wrapped in dark energy. It absorbs 80% of the damage received without causing any side effects to itself, and its attack speed is increased to 300%. The duration is 5 minutes, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. For a Sky-class monster, this attribute can only be described as average. The only point worth paying attention to is this fanatical racial talent. But Xue Hong can easily solve this problem by himself, so there is nothing to worry about. After Xue Hong saw the information about the zombie clearly, he also curled his lips. Just a piece of trash. One-on-one, the advantage is on me. Having said that, Xue Hong prepared to rush towards the zombie. But the next second his expression froze, because this zombie seemed to realize that something was wrong and started making chirping sounds, calling for help. Suddenly, holes appeared on the ground beneath their feet like bamboo shoots breaking out of the ground, and a large number of black zombies crawled out of them. The levels range from level 70 to level 79. Their strength is not too strong, but their numbers are astonishing. In the blink of an eye, at least several thousand zombies appeared in this ruins. Among them, there are even a few level 80 zombies, which are larger than the others and look hideous and terrifying. Xue Hong grumbled and swallowed, feeling that he had said it too early. Why the hell? Why are there so many? How can Master Xue have fun with this? Xue Hong looked at so many zombies that were eyeing him hungrily and immediately ran away. He was not afraid of 1 or 2 of them, but with so many sky-level monsters rushing towards him, he had no chance of defeating them. However, the direction he ran was exactly the direction of Song Tianke. Song Tianke looked at Xue Hong, who was rushing towards him with a huge army of zombies, and he was so angry that he cursed in his heart. Damn it, old Song, you want to kill me? Who can defeat this bunch of frenzied zombies? Before he could finish his words, Song Tianke ran away. A hero will not suffer a loss in front of him. A hero who suffers a loss in front of him will die. The 2 men ran wildly around the ancient battlefield and soon dragged others in. Looking at this troublemaking duo, everyone was so angry. But now is not the time to complain. We can only fight these zombies head-on. Suddenly, a great battle was ignited, and all kinds of brilliant skills cut through the sky. Chui Bingbing activated the flame formation, burning an area of several miles. Zhuge Chengfeng's innate forbidden spells were released one after another, including tears from the sky, meteorites rolling down with flaming flames, violent ice and snow, and biting gales. Both of their skills cause area damage, and with wide-ranging effects, it feels like a landslide or the earth is splitting apart. However, such fierce skills cannot overshadow the brilliance of the remaining few people. Bai Shengshue's Tianyuan sword cut through the sky, vibrating out an indestructible sword energy in the air. Bai Ji's moon rainbow sword summons rays of moonlight to launch indiscriminate attacks on the zombies. Song Tiang's blood-crying sword roared loudly like a dragon, weaving a blood-red color. Su Runin is as graceful as a dragon, and her deadly scissor kick can reap lives. Xue Hong swung his vanguard shield, and the spirit of Black Tortoise appeared to block the attack of the zombies. Yao Qingxing activated his skills to restore health and mana for everyone. Choi Hyun'e shot 10 arrows, and every arrow hit the target. Yuan Hong even directly imitated the laws of nature and became the size of a mountain, and activated the Dinghai Shinjin to uproot the mountain. Everyone cooperated very well. Facing thousands of zombies, they did not retreat and fought back. Lin Dong was originally collecting supplies on the battlefield. When he heard the noise, he turned around and saw, wow, this skill is so brilliant. Unfortunately, after the ghoul goes into frenzy, it becomes immune to 80% of damage. The attacks from everyone didn't even cause 20% of the damage to the zombie, wasting such a good skill effect. Lin Dong wanted to urge the 12 sword slaves to help, but when his faith was shaken, he stopped. The Eye of Jotties that he bought from the Lich King at the trade fair of all races. The Eye of Jotties is used in conjunction with the Eye of Moro. The Eye of Moro is used for attack, while the Eye of Jotties is used for recovery, which complement each other. Moreover, the Eye of Moro can also activate the hidden properties of the Eye of Jotties. Lin Dong took out the Eye of Jotties and played with it for a while, then began to repair the Eye of Jotties and used the enchantment value to directly upgrade the quality. A few minutes later, a sky-level Eye of Jotties appeared in his palm. Equipment: Eye of Jotties Sky Level. Life: 65,000. Attack: plus 79,000. Defense: plus 30,000. Magic defense: plus 30,000. Gaze of Appreciation. After being gazed at by the eyes, all attributes of the target will gain 50% increase, lasting 60 seconds, cooldown time 1 hour. War Inspiration, active skill. After activation, it can provide 50,000 attack points and 50,000 defense points for team fighters. The duration is 5 minutes and the cooldown time is 1 hour. Hidden entry. You need to hold the Eye of Moro to activate it. Shield of Courage, active skill. It casts a shield of courage on team warriors who bravely kill the enemy. It can rebound 30% of the opponent's damage and provide a health and mana recovery rate of 10,000 per second for each person. The duration is 5 minutes and the cooldown time is 1 hour. Hidden entry. You need to hold the Eye of Moro to activate it. The two active skills, War Inspiration and Shield of Courage, are both Team War God skills. Especially the Shield of Courage, which is simply abnormal. Normally, health and mana recovery increase by 1 point per second, but after the buff, 10,000 points can be recovered per second, which is terrifying. At this moment, Lin Dong did not plan to go to the battlefield to help in person, but to use the Eye of Jotties to enhance the entire team. War Encouragement. As soon as the skill was released, Su Runin and others who were besieged suddenly felt their strength greatly increased, and their attacks became more fierce. Shield of Courage. Once the skill is released, the health bar caused by the damage dealt by the ghoul can be restored almost instantly. It is more powerful than Yao Qingxing, the Night Elf Priest. Yao Qingxing. I'm going to be unemployed? She turned her eyes in confusion, only to find that Lin Dong was nodding at her from the sky. Kill. 168 Body Protecting and Corpse Suppressing Oil, the nemesis of the Warcraft Hidden Thorn. The boost brought by the Eye of Jotties greatly increased the morale of Su Runin and others, allowing them to attack the zombies without paying any attention to the damage. However, the zombies had thick skin and tough flesh, and everyone could only work together to kill one at a time. Facing an endless stream of zombies, they were clearly powerless. They wouldn't be in any danger for the time being, so Lin Dong didn't pay too much attention to them. He is now studying the wonders of the Eye of Jotties and the Eye of Moro. Just now, Lin Dong discovered that the Eye of Jotties, which had been upgraded to the Sky Grade, had actually activated the hidden attributes of the Eye of Moro. This discovery shocked Lin Dong greatly. It turns out that the attributes of the Eye of Moro, also known as the Eye of Punishment, have been greatly improved. Equipment: Eye of Punishment, Sky Level, also known as Eye of Moro. Life: plus 60,000. Attack: plus 85,000. Defense: plus 35,000. Magic defense: plus 35,000. Evil Gaze, hidden attribute, has been activated by the Eye of Jotties active skill. Creates a phantom of the Eye of Punishment in the sky, which takes effect on any target within a 1,000-meter range. The hostile target being gazed at will fall into fear, and all attributes of the hostile target will be reduced by 50%, including health points. It will become invalid after escaping the gaze range. The current skill is invalid for mythical level and above. Corrosive Beam, hidden attribute, has been activated by the Eye of Jotties active skill. After being illuminated by the eye, the body will rot, causing 20,000 damage for 60 seconds. If the target is a monster, the damage value increases 10 times. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Time stands still. Hidden attribute has been activated by the Eye of Jotties active skill. Causes 1,000 hostile targets within your range to be in a state of time standstill for 20 seconds. During this period, damage incurred is accumulated. After the effect ends, the target directly suffers all accumulated damage within 20 seconds. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. Compared with the previous properties of the Eye of Moro, it is many times stronger. First, The Evil Gaze skill has been changed from a single attack skill to a group attack skill. It is effective for all hostile targets within a 1,000-meter range. The damage of the corrosive beam has also been greatly increased. The cooldown time has been shortened to 60 seconds. The control time of the time standstill skill doubled, giving Lin Yong more time to attack. The most important thing is that the time standstill skill changed from a single attack to a range attack, increasing its power many times. In this way, when fighting in a team battle, Lin Yong would no longer be afraid of the other side having more people. For example, in the current scenario, Lin Yong's Eye of Moro is simply the nemesis of team battles. Intending to test the power of the Eye of Moro, Lin Yong directly activated the Evil Gaze. Suddenly, a huge eye appeared in the sky. Its cold and ruthless pupils exuded a vast evil aura that filled the space between heaven and earth. The area within a radius of 1,000 meters is under the gaze of this eye, making every zombie within it feel boundless fear and mental trembling. These zombies even forgot their targets and looked up at the eyes in the sky, hissing sounds expressing their resistance. However, their fanatic skills had no effect on the Evil Gaze, and their physical attributes were directly reduced by 50%. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yong used the corrosive beam skill again. The damage value of this skill to Warcraft is directly increased by 10 times. The original damage of 20,000 points per second has now become 200,000 points per second. This caused the health bars of the zombies, which had already been reduced by half, to drop again wildly. As soon as these two sets of skills came out, everyone who was familiar with Lin Yong's abilities was stunned. Shui Hong rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? How come all of Big Brother's skills have become group attacks? Weren't they single-target attacks before? This one caused so many ghouls to lose a lot of blood. This is too exaggerated. Song Tianke kicked him in the butt, very dissatisfied with his attitude of questioning Lin Yong. Old Shui, I think you deserve a beating. How dare you question the boss? What kind of person is the boss? His methods are endless and unpredictable. There are too many things we haven't seen. Please don't use your narrow-minded eyes to judge our great boss Lin Yong. This kind of blind and fanatical worship has risen to the level of mindless flattery. Although Song Tianke is not picky about food or meat, his worship of Lin Yong is genuine. Even little fans like Bai Ji and Chui Bingbing are not as devout as him. This is also the reason why Song Tianke jumped out to educate Shui Hong when he was expressing his feelings. However, the shock to the crowd did not stop there. Next, the time-stopping term released by Lin Yong really shattered everyone's worldview. Shui Hong spat out a mouthful of phlegm towards the sky. He really couldn't feel better until he spit it out. Fuck boss, my boss. How come your time stop has become an AoE skill? And it controls for 20 seconds. Zhuge Qingfeng's pretty face was also full of disbelief. And of course, more surprise. Brother Lin, you are such a pleasant surprise. I think you alone can destroy an army of monsters. Following you is the best choice I have made in my life. This is my destiny. Su Runin clenched her fists and encouraged herself with some hesitation. Lin Yong, you're getting stronger all the time. I am so afraid that one day I will not be able to catch up with you. It seems that I have to work harder. At this moment, Lin Yong had already commanded the 12 sword slaves to use the sword formation to kill the group of zombies. To be honest, the sword slaves' damage power is extremely explosive. Although the single output is not high, the movement speed and attack speed are high. Coupled with the blessing of the sword formation, it is simply invincible. Lin Yong looked at the dazed Su Runin with a smile. Now, Su Runin's fatal scissor kick, after many upgrades, can now directly kill targets with health below 40%. This entry can be said to be the second only to Lin Yong's Evil Gaze in this team, and it is extremely powerful. Runin, quickly use your deadly scissor kick. You are the one who will handle these low-health zombies. Hearing Lin Yong's instructions, Su Runin was delighted. I am still very useful to the team. Lin Yong and I are a perfect match. No matter how powerful the monster is, as long as it is not one level higher, we can kill it instantly. So Su Runin wore jacquard stockings and kept performing 720-degree aerial turns in the air, her movements as graceful as a white swan. But wherever she went, those zombies with low health were basically killed instantly with one move. During the 20 seconds when time stood still, Su Runin killed hundreds of zombies in seconds. After seeing the ferocity of these humans, the other zombies quickly dug up the soil under their feet, quickly dug a big hole, and drilled into the ground. Lin Dong did not kill them all, because their main task was to find the fourth prayer temple, and everything that happened here was just a small episode. But at this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding. Rare resource ghoul corpse detected. The system issued a temporary task. Please use the ghoul to forge the body protection and evil-suppressing corpse oil. The corpse oil emits a foul smell and has a repelling effect on magic beasts. Invisible magic beasts contaminated by the corpse oil will reveal their bodies. The system forging book has been distributed to the system space. Forging rewards. Experience value. Plus 10,000 proficiency. Plus 10 enchantment value. Plus 50. Body protecting and corpse suppressing oil? What is this? Lin Dong held the forging book in his hand, feeling a little surprised. However, the products of the system must be of high quality, so Lin Dong threw the corpses of these zombies and forging books into the system forging furnace. No matter whether it is useful or not, he will forge it first. Anyway, as a blacksmith, he has plenty of storage rings. But fortunately, he forged this protective corpse oil. When he found the fourth blessing temple, he finally understood the use of this corpse oil. Because in front of the flying generals matters, the dangers they are about to face have been clearly stated. Hidden dungeon, the fourth blessing temple. Entry conditions. 100 level, 70 monster energy cores are required. Entry level, level 70. Copy introduction. Prayer temple. Those who meet the requirements will receive the blessing of the goddess, including a lot of experience and props. Tomb of Heroes. You can obtain the Stone of Heroes by influencing the heroes. The assassination journey of the invisible monster. There is a level 80 invisible monster hidden in this dungeon. It is a stealth assassin in the Warcraft world. They are good at hiding behind humans and attacking them. If they hit humans from behind, they can kill them with one strike. They are the biggest enemy of human masters. Killing this invisible assassin will clear the level, and you will get 1 billion experience rewards, props, and the coordinates of the fifth blessing Temple Jade. Now, the only thing that can pose a threat to Lin Dong and others is basically the third copy in this prayer temple. After reading the copy introduction clearly, Lin Dong couldn't help but gasp. Stealth assassin. If you hide behind a person and attack, you can kill the person with one blow. Then the backstab attack of this invisible assassin could probably reach millions. After all, the biggest shortcoming of humans is that their health bar is too short, and they cannot have a health bar as long as that of Warcraft. But for ordinary monsters, because of their thick and long health bars, their attacks are generally not too high, and their attack speed is 3 to 5 times slower than the normal attack speed of humans. But according to the introduction of this copy, this invisible assassin seems to have broken this inherent perception and possesses extremely explosive output. Fortunately, Lin Dong forged the body-protecting corpse-suppressing oil, which can not only repel monsters, but also make invisible monsters appear. This way, it will be much more advantageous when dealing with invisible assassins. Therefore, before entering the copy, Lin Dong pinched his nose and took out the body-protecting corpse-suppressing oil and placed it in front of everyone. Rub this on your body. It will protect you when you enter the dungeon. Such a smelly thing is something that even men would despise, let alone girls like Su Runin. After they smelled the scent of the protective and corpse-suppressing oil, they vomited immediately. Wow, it stinks. I might as well die if I put this on myself. Lin Dong Geijai, can I not wipe this thing? I really can't bear it. Brother Lin Dong, please forgive me. I really don't have the courage. Seeing these girls shaking their heads, Lin Dong touched his chin, intending to make an example of them to scare others. Come on, Choi Hyena, come here first and put it on. Ah, damn Lin Dong, why me? 169 corpse oil becomes perfume, the best understanding of women's hearts. Choi Hyuna walked forward reluctantly, but hugged her shoulders, looking as if she would never obey. There was no way. The smell of this body-protecting, corpse-suppressing oil was so terrible that even Lin Dong found it hard to accept. But Choi Hyuna obviously overestimates the friendship between her and Lin Dong, because Lin Dong didn't care whether she applied oil or not. Lin Dong just pointed his finger to the empty space on the side, without any intention of persuading her. You don't have to wipe it, but you can't enter the assassination journey of the invisible monster. Just stand here and wait. Choi Hyuna originally thought that Lin Dong would persuade her, but she never expected that Lin Dong would be so straightforward and directly cancel her qualification to enter. If you don't enter the assassination journey dungeon of the invisible monster, not only will you lose 1 billion experience points, but you will also lose many rare items. These things are very useful for her, who has just reached level 50. After hearing what Lin Dong said, Choi Hyunya waved her fist angrily, expressing her dissatisfaction towards Lin Dong. Why? Lin Dong, if you have any problem with me, just say it directly. Don't use such a despicable method to prevent me from getting the reward. But the next moment, she was so frightened by Lin Dong that she dared not speak, because Lin Dong glared at her. If you want to die, you can disobey my orders. Lin Dong was not exaggerating. In this instance, there was a level 80 stealth assassin beast. If the other party came from behind, it would most likely kill the person with one strike. There was no room for maneuver. Therefore, only by applying the protective corpse-suppressing oil can you effectively prevent the invisible assassin from coming to your side and launching an attack. If you don't apply it, you will not be able to effectively detect the trace of the invisible assassin, and the probability of being killed with one blow is almost 100%. Choi Hyun-ae was choked by Lin Dong and was speechless for a moment. She knew that what Lin Dong said was true, but because of her self-esteem, she refused to admit her mistake and stubbornly believed that Lin Dong was deliberately making things difficult for her. I don't care. I'd rather die than wipe this damn thing. The scene froze for a moment. In fact, not only Choi Hyun-ae, but even Su Runin, who usually obeys Lin Dong's words, showed great resistance. At this point, Lin Dong felt a bit stuck. He couldn't just leave these girls behind and let the men go in. If he did that, they would get a lot less rewards. Ding. It is detected that the host cannot convince Choi Hyun-ae. The system issues a temporary task. Please use the body-protecting corpse-suppressing oil and water at a ratio of 1 to 1,000 to forge a top-level romantic and elegant perfume. This perfume can last for a long time, is fresh and elegant, and also has 108 effects such as whitening, anti-aging, wrinkle removal, and weight loss. It is a favorite of girls. Forging rewards. Experience value. Plus 10,000 quantity. Plus 10 enchantment value. Plus 100. The system's temporary task caught Lin Dong somewhat off guard. He glanced at Choi Hyun-ae suspiciously, still unable to understand how this annoying young lady could trigger the system's temporary task. But since I'm here, there's no reason not to finish it. Using corpse oil to forge perfume? System, this idea of yours is quite creative. Ding. Please do not doubt the system's taste. The body-protecting corpse-suppressing oil is originally the main ingredient for forging top-level perfume. Hearing the system's response, Lin Dong felt a chill. However, when he successfully blended the top-quality romantic and elegant perfume according to the system's blending ratio, a unique fragrance lingering around his nose made him feel his heart and lungs relax. This smell was so intoxicating. The girls who smelled this charming fragrance couldn't help but open their eyes wide and look at the perfume in Lin Dong's hand. Equipment: top romantic and elegant perfume. Ingredients: body-protecting and corpse-suppressing oil, mountain spring water. Function: long-lasting fragrance, clear and elegant, whitening, anti-aging, weight loss. When they saw the third line, the girls couldn't control themselves anymore. Chui Bingbing, who had a big heart, was the first to fall. Oh my god, I've been tanned recently, and I need a whitening perfume. Also, is this really effective for weight loss? It's just that it doesn't work wherever you spray it. As smart as Su Runin was, she also made a terrifying deduction at this moment. She arranged the logic clearly. I understand. Just like the top-grade spice ambergris is made from diluted sperm whale excrement, this body-protecting and corpse-suppressing oil is also a top-grade concentrated spice, and it also has many benefits that are more friendly to us girls. Lin Dong, applying this perfume, can also have the effect of expelling magical beasts and revealing invisible magical beasts, right? Lin Dong met Su Runin's beautiful eyes that were full of curiosity and nodded gently. Although the effect is a little weaker, it still has what it needs. Hearing Lin Dong's affirmative answer, Su Runin immediately showed great interest. She walked up to him, took the small bottle of perfume from Lin Dong's hand, and gently patted it on her body to apply it. The perfume trembled and was faintly visible, and her movements were extremely beautiful. With Su Runin's demonstration, the protective corpse-suppressing oil in Lin Dong's hand is no longer an evil thing that makes people shudder. Instead, it has become a high-end spice that these girls are chasing after. Even Choi Hyunya, who had been unwilling to give in just now, snatched several large bottles of body-protecting and corpse-suppressing oil from Lin Dong, saying that she would keep them for mixing perfume in the future. Lin Dong couldn't believe that the goal that was originally difficult to achieve was completed so easily. It turns out that this woman is so obsessed with whitening, weight loss, anti-aging, fragrance enhancement, and so on. After everyone applied the blended perfume, they moved the incense burner and entered the teleportation array of the Invisible Warcraft's Assassination Journey copy. As for obtaining the heroic stone, it was a simple matter, and Lin Dong had already completed it. After entering the copy, the information of the copy is quickly transmitted to the brain. Current copy: the Assassination Journey of the Invisible Monster. Instance introduction. In this instance, there is a level 80 stealth-type Warcraft stealth assassin. As a unique race in World of Warcraft, they have powerful attack and killing abilities and are proficient in stealth, backstab, creating fog of war, and other skills. They pose a huge threat to human warriors and are the main assassins in the Warcraft army. Being able to defeat the invisible assassin's attacks is a sign of becoming a strong human being. Challengers, please work hard. Killing the shadow assassin will be considered a clearance. Instance rewards. Each practitioner will receive 1 billion experience points and the coordinates of the 4th prayer temple. After landing, Lin Dong immediately began to make arrangements. Work in pairs, stand guard with your backs to each other. Don't give this invisible assassin any chance. Although perfume and corpse oil are applied, you still need to be careful. Sure enough, just as they were ready, a twisted black shadow appeared beside Bai Ji. But after the other party revealed his figure, he immediately retreated and hid. Because the perfume has been diluted, the range of its manifestation and invisibility is limited. It is unlike the protective and corpse-suppressing oil, which has a longer manifestation range. So the invisible assassin will only appear when he attacks the girl. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong immediately made new arrangements. This invisible assassin is very cautious. Now it is in the dark, and we are in the light. The initiative is in its hands. Listen to my instructions. Immediately use the sprayer to spray the corpse oil in your hands to all areas within our reach, so that this invisible assassin will have nowhere to hide. Lin Dong is trying to force the invisible assassin out. The threat posed by an invisible assassin who cannot become invisible will be greatly reduced. At this moment, everyone no longer disliked the stench of the protective corpse-suppressing oil. Following Lin Dong's instructions, they took out sprayers and began to spray the surrounding space on a large scale. This copy is the size of a palace, and the space is not very large. The invisible assassin was eventually forced into a corner by everyone, and his true form was revealed. Race: Invisible Assassin Legendary. Level: 80. Life: 15 million. Attack: 100,000. Defense: 20,000. Magic defense: 20,000. Movement speed: 200%. Stealth: when the invisible assassin does not launch an attack, he is always in stealth mode, and the attack that breaks the stealth has double damage. Backstab: Backstab has a strong penetrating ability and can hit the opponent's heart directly. No matter how much health the opponent has, there is a 50% chance of killing him with one hit. Fog: the invisible assassin can create a fog of war with a range of 100 meters. In the fog of war, all means of revealing and hiding are ineffective. The invisible assassin is always in stealth mode regardless of whether he attacks the target or not. The duration is 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 60 seconds. But as soon as everyone saw the invisible assassin's panel clearly, the invisible assassin directly released a cloud of gray mist, making it impossible for everyone to tell the direction. This kind of change made Shui Hong scream loudly. Damn it! Why can't I see anything? I can't even see my own fingers. There's no one in sight. Am I blind? Old Shui, are you stupid? This is the fog of war of the invisible assassin. He is going to fight to the death and wants to take someone with him before he dies. Song Tianke curled his lips, feeling that Shui Hong was really stupid. He couldn't even see such a simple thing. Hearing that they were still teasing, Lin Dong immediately frowned. They really don't take the legendary world of Warcraft invisible assassin seriously. As long as the invisible assassin gets behind anyone, he can kill them with one strike. It would take only 10 seconds to kill them all. I don't know how Shui Hong and Song Tianke can still laugh. Lin Dong knew that this was a matter of life and death, and he had to take it seriously. So he shouted loudly to the others, "Hurry up and gather around me. I'm invincible and will help you survive the 10 seconds of the fog of war." But before Lin Dong could activate his invincibility, a chilling murderous intent had already enveloped Lin Dong. Lin Dong turned around suddenly and didn't see any enemies, but his sense of crisis became more and more intense. Just as Lin Dong frowned, a voice sounded behind his shoulder. "Haha, kid, don't look for me. I'm on your back." As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Today, I will kill you first for giving such a blind command. 170 kill the invisible assassin and explode the fog of war. It turns out that Lin Dong is the invisible assassin's first target. The invisible assassin has a very high IQ. Through Lin Dong's actions, it could tell at a glance that Lin Dong was the soul of this team. As long as Lin Dong is killed, this seemingly powerful team can be defeated one by one with his legendary strength. But unfortunately, its plan was good, but it ignored Lin Dong's abilities. Lin Dong showed no fear at all, and even had a hint of a smile on his face. "Want to kill me? Have you asked for my consent?" This sentence confused the invisible assassin. "Chow, I have to ask your consent before killing you. Is that so weird?" But in an instant, it understood the meaning of Lin Dong's words, because a layer of golden protective halo suddenly popped out from Lin Dong's body, quickly spreading outwards and directly knocking the invisible assassin away. "What? You're actually invincible. You actually have an entry skill." This time, the invisible assassin was caught off guard. He thought he had the upper hand over the guy, but he actually gave him such a big surprise. But the invisible assassin is worthy of being a legendary beast. It adjusted its strategy in an instant. "Since I can't kill Lin Dong, I might as well kill other people. After all, other people won't be able to cheat like Lin Dong." The next second, it stopped retreating and rushed towards Cui Bingbing, who was closest to it. At this time, Cui Bingbing was still moving towards Lin Dong with a confused look on her face. However, in the fog of war, she could not tell the direction at all, and she walked extremely slowly. Lin Dong's invincible halo has not yet spread to her and enveloped her, so Cui Bingbing is the easiest to kill at this moment. The invisible assassin twisted his body and came behind Cui Bingbing, with a sinister and terrifying smile on his face. "Haha, little girl, you're my first sacrifice today. I have waited for hundreds of years, and now I am finally going to open my business. As long as I kill you, I can get rid of the forbidden spell and leave this damn copy." When Cui Bingbing heard the invisible assassin's voice asking for her life, she turned back in horror. But it was too late. A dagger pierced its heart directly, and bright blood gushed out immediately. The invisible assassin cut hard, trying to take out Cui Bingbing's heart. A girl's heart is the most delicious. It's the best tonic. I haven't tasted this flavor for many years. But to its surprise, when it reached into Cui Bingbing's body, it touched nothing. No heart? How is that possible? Just when it was wondering, it saw Cui Bingbing's body melted and turned into a dazzling sun, so bright that it couldn't open its eyes. And with the appearance of this sun, the temperature around it began to rise dramatically. Even a legendary strongman felt a little dry in the mouth. What happened? Why did it happen so suddenly? When the invisible assassin saw the properties of the sun in confusion, his face distorted. What? Oh shit, what the hell? What kind of skill is this? Endless Nirvana? After encountering a fatal attack, it will turn into a scorching sun and enter a state of suspended animation. The scorching sun can withstand 1 billion points of damage. After 5 minutes, the scorching sun will revive and revive in full state, with no cooldown time. Cui Bingbing's Nirvana heart necklace saved her life and directly turned the dead Cui Bingbing into a huge sun with 1 billion blood points. That's 1 billion blood. One hit from the invisible assassin will damage 100,000 blood, so he has to cut 10,000 times. But who would give it time to output 10,000 swords? At this moment, the invisible assassin felt for the first time what despair and powerlessness meant. The invisible assassin could no longer use human language to express its feelings at the moment. It opened its mouth and shouted in animal language. Although Lin Dong and others didn't know what it said, they knew from its expression that it must be cursing in a very dirty way. Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. An invisible assassin, who was originally invincible, was completely speechless when he met this group of cheaters. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Dong has enveloped everyone with invincible golden light. The invincibility lasts for 60 seconds, which is much longer than the 10 seconds of invisibility in the fog of war. So once the fog of war ends, Lin Dong and his men will launch a devastating attack on the invisible assassin. The invisible assassin knew that his life was coming to an end, and he was too lazy to make any more feeble struggles. He simply removed the fog of war and faced Lin Dong and the others. Although it was like a deflated ball, it was still cursing at Lin Dong and the others. Humans, you are so dirty. You can't even fight with real swords and real guns, but you cheat everywhere. I am really ashamed for you. But before it could finish its words, Lin Dong stepped on its face. If you can't afford it, don't play. Trash like you who can only play in favorable situations, and who will smash your keyboard when you lose, won't even give you a sense of pride when you win. After saying that, Lin Dong directly used a set of skills including Evil Gaze, Corrosive Beam, and Time Standstill, and then activated the Sky-Shattering Shuttle and the Flying Knife Blood Gourd to take the invisible assassin away. The health bar of 15 million is too low and cannot withstand Lin Dong's explosive output. Actually, there is no way to do this. For Warcraft like the invisible assassin, all its attributes are used for growth and output, so its health volume cannot be increased at all. Generally speaking, each has its pros and cons. This is also the law of balance in nature. If Warcraft wants to have the ultimate output, it must sacrifice blood volume. If it wants to have the ultimate blood volume, it must sacrifice output. This is also a difficult problem faced by Warcraft. Relatively speaking, humans have less health bars, so in terms of output, as long as they grow up, they will be quite explosive. After cleaning up the invisible assassin's body, Lin Dong uttered a soft because underneath the invisible assassin, there is a golden treasure chest. Before Lin Dong opened it, Shuehong came over with a shameless face, looking extremely excited. Hey, there's equipment explosion. Let me see what good stuff has been exploded. After all, these are equipment dropped by legendary Warcraft, so there might be some good stuff in them. So Shuehong clumsily opened the treasure chest, and suddenly a box of medicine boxes appeared in front of him. On the top, there was even a forging book and instruction manual. Oh my god, it's actually the fog of war. This is a good thing. Once the fog of war is spread out, others can't see us, but we can take the opportunity to kill crazily. It's a good deal. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong also took a closer look and was immediately overjoyed. This fog of war is actually the invisible assassin's third fog skill. Unexpectedly, it turned into a potion and exploded. This kind of thing is of great significance in war. Just imagine, when two sides are fighting, sending a group of experts to use the fog of war to rush forward and attack the opponent from behind. How much damage will it cause to the opponent? Moreover, it can also be used to behead the enemy's main target. It is truly a rare weapon of war. The most important thing is that this kind of explosive forging book can be directly entered into Lin Dong's forging book mall. In the future, as long as you spend the enchantment value, you can buy unlimited ones. This is much better than the forging books given by the system as temporary tasks. The forging books provided by the system's temporary tasks are all one-time use. It is basically impossible to forge them again. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Dong is having a headache. Lin Dong put the fog of war into his storage ring and prepared to lead everyone out of the copy. After all, the settlement information of the copy has been issued, and there is no point in staying here. After waiting for Cui Bingbing to be resurrected, they stepped onto the teleportation array, left here, and prepared to go to the 5th prayer temple. On the way, Shuehong found Song Tianke with a sly look on his face, pulled him aside, and showed him a treasure. Hey, Lao Song, what I got? Song Tianke took a look, and his eyes widened immediately. Damn it, old Shui. How did you steal the boss's flying general voice changer and the storage ring that holds the 12 sword slaves? Aren't you afraid that the boss will be mad? Shuehong covered Song Tiang's mouth with his hand and looked around carefully, fearing that others would hear him. Just now, when I went to open the treasure chest, I deliberately touched the boss's arm. Besides, can what scholars do be called stealing? This is something I brought back, and my elder brother doesn't even know about it. Old Song, let me ask you, do you want to experience the power of the 12 sword slaves? Imagine the scene of controlling the 12 sword slaves to kill all around in a group of monsters. How magnificent and invincible it is. I'll tell you right now, we're just trying it out. The boss won't blame us. After the experience, we'll go back. Lao Song, just tell me whether you'll do it or not. Song Tianke looked at Shui Hong's cunning little eyes and couldn't help but pull at the few long whiskers that had grown on his chin. To be honest, he was shamelessly moved. Just experience it and then return it? Yes, give it back after experiencing it. Shui Hong swore solemnly, appearing extremely pious. Then the two of them smiled at each other, and they both saw the strong desire beating in each other's eyes. Song Tianke and Shui Hong hit it off immediately. The two of them secretly left the team and planned to find a place where there were many monsters to kill. Let's go find a place to try it out. Hee, I wanted to try it out for a long time. Yeah, just play for a while. The boss and the others are resting up ahead. We can just catch up with them later. So the two guys sneaked to the vicinity of a pond. There are many sky-level monsters here, making it an excellent trial site. The two men couldn't wait to release the 12 sword slaves, intending to satisfy their desire to be the big brother. The 12 sword slaves have appeared, looking at the surrounding monsters and Shui Hong and the other two with murderous intent. Shui Hong quickly took out his voice changer and started to only know the 12 sword slaves. Hey, you bunch of sword slaves, listen to me. Kill all the monsters here. Don't leave any alive. When the 12 sword slaves heard the flying general's voice, they looked at Shui Hong in confusion, but still carried out the order. Seeing that it was effective, Shui Hongmei's snot bubbles came out. It works. Look, these sword slaves are so powerful. They are sky-level monsters, 1 per minute. Don't be too awesome. Lao Shui, please let me experience it. I haven't tried it yet. Come on, let me play it. Song Tianke ran over to compete with Shui Hong for the item. Shui Hong deliberately raised his arms and acted like a rogue to Song Tianke. Just as the two were playing and fighting, a deafening roar suddenly exploded in their ears. Human? How dare you disturb my deep sleep? 171 The epic salamander lord chases Lin Dong for 3,000 miles. The sound was like a huge bell, causing a dull pain in the eardrums. Not only were Song Tianke and Shui Hong frightened to death, but even Lin Dong and others who were resting more than 10 miles away suddenly stood up and looked around in horror. I have to say, this aura is so powerful that it still makes people tremble with fear even from a distance of more than 10 miles. Lin Dong frowned and looked towards the direction of the lake in the distance. There is an extremely powerful beast in that direction. According to preliminary estimates, it is at least epic level. We'd better move our resting place further away to avoid trouble. But at this moment, Choi Hyun-ae suddenly screamed. Shui Hong and Song Tianke are missing. Could it be that they provoked that terrible monster? Hearing this, Lin Dong was suddenly shocked. Although they are very powerful now, they can only sweep the sky-level monsters. Although they can defeat the legendary monsters, they're already struggling. If they face the epic monsters, their chances of winning may be less than 20%. So when they encountered an epic monster, their group had no choice but to run away. If Shui Hong and Song Tianke really provoke an epic-level monster, they would be in great danger. Lin Dong hesitated for a moment and gave the order. The rest of you, under the leadership of Brother Zhuge, move to a safe area ahead. You have to be at least 100 miles away from here to be safe. I have wind and thunder wings, which make it easier for me to move. I will go look for Lao Song and Lao Shui first. Everyone nodded. At this time, they could only follow Lin Dong's orders and must not cause any trouble. After arranging all this, Lin Dong vibrated his wind and thunder wings, flew at a low altitude, and began to move towards the source of the sound. He didn't dare to fly high in the sky because there were too many high-level monsters in this area. On the way here, he also saw a legendary sky-splitting brown bear with prehistoric bloodline and was almost caught up by it. With that experience, Lin Dong became very cautious when moving in the ruins of this civilization. He really could not have imagined in his dreams that Song Tianke and Shui Hong would be so bold as to cause trouble in such a dangerous relic of civilization. But it's too late to say anything now. We must find these two people first. At this time, Song Tianke and Shui Hong were unaware of the danger they were about to face. They were still using voice changers to command sword slaves to attack this epic monster. But they are not flying generals after all, and cannot mobilize these sword slaves flexibly. Moreover, under their blind command, the sword slaves, who had originally cooperated well with each other, were completely unable to form a sword formation and were torn to pieces by the epic Warcraft salamander. After knocking all the sword slaves away, The Salamander Lord looked fiercely at Song Tianke and Shui Hong with his eyes as big as mountains. At this point, the two of them could no longer sense the danger, so they immediately threw away the voice changers in their hands and ran away. Lin Dong happened to see two people running towards him. After seeing the huge Salamander Lord behind them, Lin Dong was so scared that his hair stood on end. Oh my god, this is too strong. Race: Lord of the Salamander, epic level. Level: 93. Life: 500 million. Attack: 150,000. Defense: 200,000. Magic defense: 200,000. Movement speed: 200%. Attack speed: 100%. Dodge: 1,000%. Turbulent waves. The Lord of Salamanders has a strong control over the laws of water. He can control the raging flood knife, giving the water 1,000,000 tons of gravity and carry out a destructive impact on the target that provokes it. Anything that stands in its way will be wiped out. The flood deals 50,000 damage per second and can be cast continuously without a cooldown. Dragon Tail Swing. The innate skill of the Salamander Lord. The tail has tremendous power and can attack all creatures within a radius of 1,000 meters. If hit, the creature will suffer 200,000 points of instant damage and be paralyzed for 3 seconds. 10 seconds cooldown. Ancient Bloodline. When the Salamander Lord encounters fatal danger, the Ancient Bloodline will be activated, instantly increasing its own blood recovery speed to 10,000%. And when the blood volume is below 80%, there is a 30% chance of full recovery at once. The duration is 10 minutes, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. The Salamander Lord, who has Ancient Bloodline, is very powerful even among the epic-level strong ones. After seeing the attributes of the Salamander Lord, Lin Dong had no intention of fighting with him at all. The opponent's combo can kill him instantly. What a fight! If you can beat them, that's called bullying. If you can't beat them, then you are stupid. Lin Dong never thought of himself as an idiot. He wisely chose to turn around and leave. When Shui Hong saw Lin Dong just greet him and leave, he shouted loudly, "Hey, big brother, we are here, come and save us. This guy is so fierce. If we hadn't run fast, we would have been hit by his tail just now." Song Tianke was also running and muttering, and the words coming out of his mouth were like a string of cannonballs. "Boss, you can't just stand by and watch us die. We are your loyal brothers. If we die, it will be hard for you to find such caring brothers again. Oh my god, there is a flood. The flood is so fast. I am about to be caught up." Lin Dongfenglai spread his wings and drew an arc in the air, trying to attract the attention of the Salamander Lord. But he scoffed at what Shui Hong and Song Tianke said, because he had already seen the 12 sword slaves who were scattered in pieces by the attack of the Lord of Salamanders, and even his flying general's voice changer. These two guys must have stolen his sword slave and voice changer and came here to show off, but they didn't expect to provoke such a powerful being. When the Salamander Lord saw the newly appeared Lin Dong, he naturally knew that he was in the same group with those two guys. So he swung his dragon tail and swept towards Lin Dong. I have to say, this tail is too big. It simply blocks out the sky and the sun. In front of this tail, Lin Dong was as small as a fly, incredibly small. Seeing the Salamander Lord's tail sweeping over, Lin Dong immediately increased the speed of his wind and thunder wings and rushed directly into the sky. However, the tail of the Salamander Lord was very flexible, and it bent into 4 or 5 curves in the air, and each curve happened to appear on Lin Dong's movement trajectory. Fortunately, Lin Dong kept dodging and circling in the air and managed to avoid the multiple waves of attacks from the Salamander Lord. But this also completely angered Lin Dong. "I didn't want to be your enemy, but since you're being so harsh, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Dong activated the Eye of Moro without saying a word. Evil Gaze. Corrosive Beam. Time stands still. Suddenly, a pair of eyes emitting a surging evil aura slowly opened in the sky. However, compared with the huge body of the Lord of Salamanders, this eye still seems a little small. It doesn't matter if it's small, as long as it's useful. With the use of the Evil Gaze skill, the attributes of the Salamander Lord suddenly dropped by 50%. Then, time stopped and acted on the Lord of the Salamanders. Lin Dong swung the sky-breaking shuttle, intending to rush up and teach it a lesson. But Lin Dong still underestimated the Lord of Salamanders. His time-stopping control skill is barely effective against ancient monsters of this level. In just a moment, the barrier formed by the stillness of time was broken by the Lord of the Salamander, and then it roared and activated its ancient bloodline. With an earth-shattering roar, Lin Yong was blown away hundreds of meters by the air wave. When he looked at the Lord of Salamanders again, he found that his health bar had been completely restored. Ancient bloodline, so terrifying, all of his best skills were broken by the Lord of Salamanders. Lin Yong knew that it was not advisable to fight, and that running away was the best option. So he immediately shouted to Shui Hong and Song Tianke, who were hiding from the flood on the ground. "You two, quickly follow the path to the northwest and meet up with Zhuge Qingfeng and the others. I'll try to lure this guy away." After saying that, Lin Yong simply waved his hand, collected the 12 sword slaves, deliberately flashed them in front of the Lord of the Salamander, and then flapped his wings and flew high towards the southeast. The Lord of the Salamander, as a noble ancient bloodline, became extremely furious when provoked by a tiny human like Lin Yong. It swung its limbs and moved towards Lin Yong at a high speed, determined to crush him to pieces. Just like that, Lin Yong galloped along with the Salamander Lord and led it directly out of its territory. Those towering trees and powerful sky-level legendary beasts are simply no match for the Lord of Salamanders. As it rushed forward, it directly cleared out a wide continent along the way, and countless weak monsters were trampled into meat patties by the Lord of the Salamander. Even a small hill along the way was flattened to the ground by the Lord of Salamanders. Lin Yong had no way to get rid of the Salamander Lord. Although the opponent's movement speed was not fast, his body was too big. Just one step would take Lin Yong a long time to fly. The Salamander Lord kept chasing Lin Yong, stopping and starting along the way, and flew for thousands of miles. He had no intention of letting him go. Just when Lin Yong didn't know what to do, a huge net blocking the sky suddenly appeared in the dense forest in front of him that he was about to rush into. This net was woven very densely, and the threads were extremely thick. If Lin Yong bumped into it, he would definitely be stuck. Seeing this scene, Lin Yong slammed on the brakes, turned 180 degrees in the air, and flew in the direction he came from. Just as Lin Yong was escaping quickly, a huge poisonous spider lying on the big web suddenly threw a ball of rope towards Lin Yong and tried to tie him up. The sky-shaking demonic spider. Oh, damn. This thing is even more terrifying than the Lord of Salamanders. Lin Yong no longer cared about hiding his figure and rushed directly into the sky, but his height was tied down by the sky-shaking demonic spider. But the Lord of Salamanders couldn't stop and rushed straight towards the big net. Hiss hiss. Goo goo. 172, both sides suffer losses. Lin Yong takes advantage. There was a violent collision on the ground. The Lord of the Salamanders crashed into the big web, directly breaking several surrounding trees that were several meters thick in half. Even the spider web of the sky-shaking demon spider was shaken by the impact. Little Salamander, you actually destroyed the trap I worked so hard to build. Are you itching for a fight? The sky-shaking demon spider glared at the Lord of Salamanders, obviously feeling very dissatisfied with the other party for destroying its masterpiece. It's just a broken web. You have plenty of time anyway, so why don't you make another one? But you got me entangled in so many spider webs and poisoned me for no reason. How should I handle this? The Lord of the Salamanders twisted his body and looked at the sky-shaking demon spider with majesty and dominance. He obviously had no intention of admitting his mistake. He even looked around, as if he was looking for Lin Yong's trace. Okay, you have learned the skill of putting the blame on someone else. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson today, so that you will know who is the real king in the eastern area of these civilization ruins. Humph, I've disliked you for a long time. A despicable race like you is not worthy of being the king of this area. You should have been the Lord of Salamanders long ago. Two epic monsters, not agreeing with each other, started fighting on the spot. In terms of size, the Lord of Salamanders has an absolute advantage. Although the heaven-shaking demon spider is also quite large, it is still dwarfed by the Lord of Salamanders. However, the heaven-shaking demon spider was also a notorious ancient-level monster, and was no match for the Lord of the Salamander. In fact, it was even stronger. It was seen spitting out spider webs from its tail continuously, wrapping around the Lord of the Newt in circles, trying to tie the Lord of the Newt directly into a cocoon. The Lord of the Salamanders was furious and directly activated the skill of crashing waves, which immediately caused floods on the ground and turned it into a vast ocean. Lin Yong took a quick look at the sky-shaking demon spider's attribute panel, hoping for a glimmer of hope. If it had really hit the spider web just now, it would probably have become the meal of the sky-shaking demon spider. Race, heaven-shaking demon spider, epic level. Level 95. Life, 550 million. Attack, 110,000. Defense, 35,000. Magic defense, 35,000. Movement speed, 300%. Attack speed, 200%. Dodge, 300%. Heavenly Dragnet. The innate skill of the heaven-shaking demon spider. The heaven-shaking demon spider can weave a spider web that even epic masters cannot destroy. It causes 80,000 points of poison damage per second to creatures entangled in the spider web. No cooldown time. Soul Stealing. The sky-shaking demon spider's innate skill. The sky-shaking demon spider will emit a shrill cry, causing sonic suppression to all creatures within a 1,000-meter range. After being hit by the sonic wave, they will fall into a coma and cause subsequent damage of 50,000 points per second. The duration is 5 seconds, and the cooldown time is 60 seconds. One man forms an army. The sky-shaking demon spider's innate skill. When the sky-shaking demon spider encounters danger, it will burn its own health points to create an army of sky-shaking demon spiders with 5% of its own attributes. For every 100,000 health points burned, a small sky-shaking demon spider can be created. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Putting aside other things, just the talent of being an army of one person is a bit incredible. As long as the sky-shaking demon spider is willing, it can even create thousands of small sky-shaking demon spiders in an instant. You have to know that each little sky-shaking demon spider has 5% of the main body's attributes. How terrifying would the attack of thousands of them be? By then, I'm afraid they would be able to directly kill the Lord of the Salamander. Just when Lin Yong was about to stop in the air to watch the show, the sky-shaking demon spider suddenly let out an extremely shrill scream. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This business is so unpleasant that it makes people's eardrums feel like they are being torn apart. Not only that, when Lin Yong heard about this business, he felt shaky. If he was a little later, he would probably fall asleep in the air. Oh no! This is the innate skill of the heaven-shaking demon spider, which is to hook souls. Fortunately, I was far away, otherwise I would have fallen into the trap of this beast. Lin Yong quickly flapped his wind and thunder wings and flew thousands of meters away. Only then did he feel a little better. I was almost knocked down by the soul-snatching skill of the sky-shaking demon spider just now. This made Lin Yong extremely alert, thinking that none of these epic monsters of ancient bloodline were easy to deal with. He was just a small warlord and could not participate in a fight of this level at all. Taking out a bag of melon seeds, Lin Yong stared intently at the fight between the sky-shaking demonic spider and the Lord of the Salamander, enjoying the show with great relish. He even did not forget to praise himself. Otherwise, you would say that I, Lin Yong, am smart. This is called diverting trouble to others and using the opponent's strength to defeat the ox. Now I can sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers. TSK. I have to say that the epic battle of Warcraft is indeed exciting, even simple and unpretentious. After being hit by the soul-hunting skill of the sky-shaking demon spider, the Salamander Lord fell into a brief coma. The sky-shaking demon spider took advantage of this opportunity to quickly create a rope web on its tail, which it wrapped around the body of the Salamander Lord in circles, attempting to control him. Although the spider web's poison damage is as high as 80,000 points per second, for a thick-skinned guy like the Salamander Lord, the health bar does not even noticeably decrease. A moment later, the Lord of the Salamanders woke up and let out a terrifying roar. Roar! How dare you, the bold spider demon, disrespect this king. As he spoke, the Lord of Salamanders swung his 1,000-meter-long tail and aimed it at the sky-shaking demon spider like a dragon's tail. The sky-shaking demon spider was paralyzed by the dragon's tail at that time. The Lord of the Salamanders also took the opportunity to open his bloody mouth and tried to swallow the sky-shaking demon spider into his stomach. Its huge teeth pierced the belly of the sky-shaking demon spider fiercely, and immediately green juice rolled out from the belly of the sky-shaking demon spider with a nauseating stench. In an instant, the Lord of Salamanders severely injured the sky-shaking demon spider. After the paralysis time was over, the sky-shaking demon spider hissed and roared again. It quickly dodged the attack of the Salamander Lord, and then glared at the Salamander Lord fiercely. Little Salamander, let me put it bluntly. I watched you grow up under my watch. Now that you've grown wings, you want to challenge my position as the sky-shaking demon spider. That's really a bit naive. I, the heaven-shaking demon spider, have always been the king of the southeast region of the ancient civilization ruins road. You cannot change this in the next 300 years. You dare to challenge my authority today. I will definitely teach you a lesson for your recklessness. Look at my innate skills. I am an army of one man. With a loud roar from the sky-shaking demon spider, its health began to drop rapidly. And from its stomach, a large number of small sky-shaking demon spiders quickly emerged. Each of these sky-shaking demon spiders possessed extraordinary attributes. As soon as these little sky-shaking demonic spiders appeared, they began to rush towards the Salamander Lord madly and started biting him violently. You know, these small sky-shaking demon spiders are more talented and skilled. With a series of sizzling and hissing sounds, the Lord of the Salamanders was forced to remain in a coma, and there seemed to be no way for him to wake up. These more than 3,000 small sky-shaking demon spiders can cause astonishing damage, causing nearly 20 million points of damage per second. And as they devour flesh and blood, these little sky-shaking demon spiders are growing rapidly, and their attributes are becoming stronger and stronger. In just over 10 seconds, the health bar of the Salamander Lord had dropped by 2/5. Lin Yong, who was far away, was also so shocked that his jaw dropped. He even forgot to put the peeled melon seeds into his mouth. This is too abnormal. He kept casting spells to seduce the soul and make the opponent unconscious. He was just trying to control the Lord of Salamanders to death. If I had accidentally rushed forward just now, I would not know how I died. This epic battle between Warcraft also brought Lin Yong huge gains. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to watch the battle between epic warriors. It can be said that this battle made Lin Yong thoroughly understand the terrifying gap between him and the epic level monsters. He decided to never provoke monsters of this level again before he was promoted to a war saint, because he had no chance of winning at all. The Salamander Lord on the ground soon had his blood bar turned red from the bites and was in critical condition, and it looked like he was dying. At this moment, the Lord of Salamanders struggled out of his coma and let out a deafening roar. Roar! Look at my ancient bloodline. With its loud roar, the health bar of the Salamander Lord began to increase wildly, and in almost the blink of an eye, it was full again. It smashed dozens of small sky-shaking demon spiders to death with one blow of its tail, and laughed out loud. I just performed this for you on purpose. You didn't take it seriously, did you, old spider spirit? It turned out that the Lord of Salamanders deliberately showed weakness to the sky-shaking demon spider, making the sky-shaking demon spider think that he had won. In fact, he was just teasing the sky-shaking demon spider. However, the sky-shaking demon spider just laughed and didn't care at all. My army of heaven-shattering demonic spiders has injected a large amount of toxins into your body. You can't just activate your ancient bloodline to save yourself. How about it? The feeling of losing millions of drops of blood per second is wonderful, right? At this time, the Lord of Salamanders realized that his health bar was still dropping madly, and even if his ancient bloodline was activated, he could not stop this trend. These little sky-shaking demon spiders are endless and impossible to eliminate them all. Therefore, the Lord of the Salamanders decided to capture the leader first and kill the sky-shaking demon spider, whose health bar was only about 100 million. Once the main body is destroyed, these small sky-shaking demon spiders will die automatically. So he directly controlled the endless flood, swung his tail, and rushed towards the body of the sky-shaking demon spider. The two epic monsters, neither giving in to the other, started to bite each other madly. In a short while, their health bars were reduced to only 10 or 20 million, and it was obvious that they were at the end of their strength. Lin Yong, who had been eating melons in the air, suddenly stood up straight at this moment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now both of their skills are on cooldown. This is a good opportunity for me to take action. If I do it right, I can directly obtain the corpses of two epic masters. These are complete corpses that can be refined into puppets. They are tens of thousands of times stronger than those skeletons I picked up on the roadside. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are found in danger. Let's do it. Lin Dong's mind raced and he took action. But he was also prepared to run away at any time if things went wrong. Evil gaze. Corrosive beam. Time stands still. With the activation of the 3 items, Lin Dong flashed and came to the front of the 2 monsters, attacking them both with 2 prongs. Ding! The flying knife special effect is triggered. This time the blood is cut by 3%. Ding! Triggering the heart-piercing special effect. This time the blood loss is 10%. Boom! Boom! 2 epic monsters fell to the ground. 173 is legendary level, so cool. I'll go straight to the immortal binding rope. Who could have imagined it? 2 epic level ancient bloodline monsters were actually killed by Lin Dong at the critical moment when their health was almost gone. Looking at this fruitful result, Lin Dong couldn't hold back his smile. These were 2 epic warcraft of ancient bloodline, and they were overlord-level existences in the entire Lost Land. But now he was lying obediently in front of Lin Dong, allowing Lin Dong to control him. This kind of complete corpse is extremely difficult to find, and its utilization value is increased by tens of thousands times. Lin Dong took out the storage ring and threw the corpses of the Salamander Lord and the sky-shaking demon spider into it. Just as he was about to leave after completing his mission, the system issued an urgent prompt sound. Ding! The rare epic material heaven-shaking demon spider web has been detected. The system has issued a temporary task. Please use the heaven-shaking demon spider web to forge the top-grade sky equipment immortal binding rope. The forging book has been distributed to the system space. Forging rewards. Experience value. Plus 1 million. Proficiency. Plus 100. Enchantment value. Plus 200. Ding! The rare epic material heaven-shaking demon spider web has been detected. The system has issued a temporary task. Please use the heaven-shaking demon spider web to forge the ultimate sky equipment Yunluo Skynet. The forging book has been distributed to the system space. Forging reward. Experience value. Plus 2 million. Proficiency. Plus 150. Enchantment value. Plus 500. Ding! The rare epic material heaven-shaking demon spider web has been detected. The system has issued a temporary task. Please use the heaven-shaking demon spider web to forge the ultimate sky equipment spider silk armor. The forging book has been distributed to the system space. Forging rewards. Experience value. Plus 3 million. Proficiency. Plus 100. Enchantment value. Plus 1,000. Ding! Considering the host's current blacksmith level, the system will issue a sky-level blacksmith experience card, which will be effective for 1 hour. This series of system prompts shocked Lin Dong beyond words. It was the first time that he encountered a situation where the system issued 3 temporary tasks in succession. Moreover, the rewards for these system tasks were more generous than the other, which made him overjoyed. It seems that the spider web of this heaven-shaking demon spider is a top-notch treasure. Even the system is moved by it. It is obviously not an ordinary item. Now that the crisis was over, he was not in a hurry to go back to find the team. He simply set up the furnace and started refining here. Lin Dong pinched the sky-level blacksmith experience card with both hands and used it directly. Suddenly, a mysterious aura emanated from his body, giving him a whole new understanding of the forging of sky-level equipment. And his knowledge reserves also made a qualitative leap. So this is what it feels like to be a sky-level blacksmith. Ha ha ha. Not only did I save a lot of enchantment points this time, I also gained valuable experience and insights. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. System, can I get a few more of these sky-level blacksmith experience cards? But the system did not respond to Lin Dong. Lin Dong shrugged helplessly and started his own forging. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the top-grade sky equipment binding immortal rope. Rewards to the host. Experience value. Plus 1 million. Proficiency. Plus 100. Enchantment value. Plus 200. Ding! The host's proficiency has reached the promotion requirements and has been automatically promoted. He can forge platinum-level equipment. Because the host uses the sky-level blacksmith experience card, the current blacksmith attributes have been hidden and will be restored after the experience card effect disappears. Lin Dong was delighted. His blacksmith level had been stuck at the gold stage for a long time, and this time he finally upgraded. For Lin Dong, the improvement of the blacksmith level can save him a lot of enchantment value, which is a great thing. After taking the immortal binding rope out of the system forging furnace, Lin Dong couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Equipment. Immortal Binding Rope Sky Grade. Life, plus 30,000. Attack, plus 55,000. Defense, plus 20,000. Magic Defense, plus 20,000. Speedy Flowing Light. The Immortal Binding Rope can directly cross the distance between the enemy and the enemy, lock onto the target, and hit the target with every strike. Binding Temptation. The Immortal Binding Rope knows a lot about binding postures, especially for the opposite sex. There are multiple welfare binding postures. After binding, it causes 80,000 points of toxic damage per second to the target and triggers a 10-second continuous paralysis. The paralysis cooling time is 60 seconds. Spell Seal. After the Immortal Binding Rope binds the target, there is a 30% chance to seal the opponent's spellcasting source, making the opponent's talent skill item skill invalid for 10 seconds. Invalid for targets above epic level. This Immortal Binding Rope provides him with another control skill. Now, apart from the control skill of Time Standstill, Lin Yong has no other effective means to control the opponent. With the addition of this Immortal Binding Rope, he can exert control over the enemy for a longer period of time. Next, Lin Yong began to forge the Yunluo Skynet. However, he was so focused at the moment that he did not notice the slight sound of branches breaking around him. Because of the disappearance of the aura of the Regional King monster, the sky-shaking demon spider, many courageous sky-level monsters and legendary-level monsters came forward to check what was going on. The chaos caused by the war was still vivid in my mind, with broken trees and crushed rocks everywhere. But to their surprise, the sky-shaking demon spider disappeared, but a human boy appeared. This human boy only looks like a warlord, just over level 70, which makes him the lowest level among the warlords. However, due to the residual power of the sky-shaking demon spider, these monsters did not move forward easily, but wanted to see what this human boy was doing. However, there are also some magical beasts with violent and reckless personalities, such as the sky-shaking pig king of the Wild Boar clan, which is a living example. It used its 2 huge fangs to overturn the towering tree in front of it and walked out with a swagger. I haven't seen a human in hundreds of years. It's really delicious. I miss that taste so much. There was a kind of greed in the eyes of the sky-high pig king. It was preparing to treat Lin Yong as its lunch. Lin Yong naturally discovered this uninvited guest, a legendary monster, and most a high-level bloodline. Race, sky-high pig king, legendary. Level, 81. Life, 150 million. Attack, 50,000. Defense, 70,000. Magic defense, 70,000. Movement speed, 100%. Charge. The sky-striking pig king has a powerful impact force. It will amplify the attack of its entire body to more than 2 times, and continuously impact and charge the target. The impacted target will be stunned for 1 second. It can launch a charge every 2 seconds, with no cooldown time. Precious Mud Spots. The mud on the Sky Pig King has a strong corrosive effect. He can twist his body to create mud rain at any time. The target hit will suffer 3,000 points of damage for each drop of mud. This property is quite satisfactory. It can only be said to be of ordinary legendary level, inferior to the sky-level dark gold phoenix of primitive bloodline that he had encountered before. Of course, since it is a legendary monster after all, Lin Yong cannot take it lightly. So he directly threw out the Immortal Binding Rope, wanted to try out the effect of this newly forged equipment. Call out! The Immortal Binding Rope automatically used the Flowing Light Speed attribute and flashed directly in front of the sky-bearing Pig King, tying it up tightly. Before the Pig King could figure out what was going on, he was tied up and turned upside down. What's going on? What happens? Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? The sky-bearing Pig King was completely confused. It felt like it hadn't even started to attack Lin Yong yet, but it had already fallen down. Not only that, traces of electric current were surging through its body, and its entire body was in a paralyzed state. What's worse is that its innate skills seem to be sealed and cannot be used at all. At this moment, terrifying footsteps sounded in his ears. Then, a kind human face appeared before its eyes. They're pigs. I love eating pigs the most. Little pig, do you want me to stew a big pot for you? It will be delicious with some vermicelli. I also need sauerkraut. These devil-like words made the sky-bearing Pig King feel a chill. It already knew the human's despicable idea, but now its whole body was paralyzed and there was no possibility of moving at all. It could only look at Lin Dong with pleading eyes, hoping that Lin Dong would be gentler and give it a quick death. Lin Dong took out the flying knife, blood-gored and sky-breaking shuttle, but suddenly put them down again. Because the system has received another big order. Ding! The Warcraft Beast Sky Pig King has been detected to have its intelligence activated. The system has issued a temporary task. Please subdue the Sky Pig King and sign a Master Servant contract. The Master Servant contract has been issued to the system space. Task reward: enchanting value plus 100. When Lin Dong heard about this mission, his expression became strange. What does the system want him to do? Does it think he is Tang Monk? First it asked him to take in a monkey, and now it wants him to take in a pig? Is this the whole journey to the west? Scratching his chin with his hand, Lin Dong tried hard to force a friendly smile on his face. But the more Lin Dong acted like this, the more frightened the sky-lifting Pig King became. 2 lines of tears of regret flowed from its big, double-lidded eyes. Hey, why am I so impulsive? People don't even get to eat it, but I'm sending it up here for them to make a feast. What a miserable life. Humph, it's all that damn spider spirit's fault. Why did you say it died for no reason? Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to check. If I hadn't come to check, I wouldn't have encountered this. Wait, something seems wrong. Let me sort it out. This bundle of immortal ropes is obviously made of the spider web of that damn spider spirit. The old spider spirit couldn't have been killed by this human. That's an epic boss. Thinking of this horrifying possibility, the look in the Pig King's eyes when he looked at Lin Dong changed. The human being in front of me is definitely playing the pig to eat the tiger. He deliberately only showed the strength of the warlord level, with the purpose of luring it into being deceived. Hey, old pig. Oh, old pig. Why are you so stupid? Aren't you walking into a trap? The sky-bearing Pig King is now full of regret. If it is given another chance, it will never rush up like it did just now. But the terrifying human in front of it didn't seem to have any intention of killing it immediately, and even took out a contract. I also waved it in front of its eyes and tried to reason with it. Little pig, I don't like killing. I'm a very Buddhist person. Look, do you want to sign a master servant contract with me? Don't worry, I'm a very reasonable person. I never force anyone. If you don't agree, just shake your head. If you don't shake your head, I'll take that as your agreement. The sky-high Pig King also wanted to shake his head, but his whole body was paralyzed and he couldn't move at all. So the very reasonable human in front of him nodded and continued. Since you don't shake your head, that means you agreed to sign the master servant contract. You're so good. Here, the contract is yours. As he said that, he placed one hand on the forehead of the sky-lifting Pig King. 174, what's a good name? How about Iron Pot Stew? The Pig King wanted to cry. This is the first time since it was a child that it feels so helpless. The feeling of wanting to speak but not being able to, wanting to move but not being able to, made it feel like it might as well just die. In its eyes, Lin Dong is a complete devil. Finally, with the signing of the master servant contract, a mark suddenly appeared in its soul. This mark can determine its life or death and order it to do anything. Once it tries to resist, the whole pig will suffer horrible mental torture. In the end, it resigned itself to its fate and lay there with its arms and legs spread out, feeling like its entire pig life had collapsed. Those magical beasts hiding in the dark were subdued to the ground without even a fight when they saw the legendary sky-lifting Pig King. They were immediately shocked by Lin Dong's methods. Brothers, retreat quickly. This human kid must be playing dumb to get the upper hand. He is definitely the most powerful human being. He is here to show off. If we don't run away, this will be our fate. Yes, humans are the most insidious and cunning. They can clearly use their strength to persuade us to retreat, but they pretend to be weak and seduce us to make mistakes. It's really hateful. Luckily, there was a fool like the sky-bearing Pig King to deliver us. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out by this human kid. But then again, there has been no trace of humans in the ruins of civilization in the Wilderness Gate for hundreds of years. Where did this human come from? Could he have escaped from the restricted area? If it came from the restricted area, it must be extremely terrifying. No wonder Lord Heaven-shaking Demon Spider was no match for it. That's how it is. In their minds, these sky-level and legendary monsters portrayed Lin Dong as a human demon who was capable of doing all kinds of evil and had extraordinary means. Therefore, they were extremely in awe of Lin Dong. Seeing that Lin Dong did not attack them, they fled away quietly and in disgrace, not daring to step forward and stand with Lin Dong. And Lin Dong didn't know anything about these things. If he knew what these monsters were thinking, he would probably laugh to death. He really only has the strength of a warlord, and he has a hard time even dealing with a legendary monster. If those monsters had rushed forward just now, they would definitely have scared Lin Dong into fleeing in a panic. But after these monsters' imaginations, Lin Dong has become invincible in this area. Later, the news that a great human demon walked out of the restricted area, pretending to be a warlord to seduce the monsters, spread throughout the ruins of the Wilderness Gate civilization. As the news spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, many monsters knew about it. Later, even the epic level bosses, upon discovering Lin Dong and his men, would stay away from them, for fear of offending this great devil, Lin Dong. This ensured that Lin Dong and his companions had a safe journey. Lin Dong later questioned this, because their journey was too smooth, which was too abnormal. But he never thought that what happened was the reason for what he did today. But now, he has just signed a master-servant contract with the Sky-High Pig King, and is patiently teaching this little pig how to be a pig. Hey, little pig, don't look at me like that. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. You will be proud to be my slave. How about this, little piglet? I'll help you untie the rope first. Then you can stretch your muscles and kneel down to kowtow to me a few hundred times. It doesn't have to be too grand. Little pig, you don't have a name yet. What should I name you? Pigs are incompetent? No, that's too tacky. Zhudajuang? No, that's not elegant enough. Pork bones? No, they're too nutritious. Why not call it iron pot stew? It's suitable for all ages and down to earth. Most importantly, it complies with the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It's simply the best name ever. Why? You don't understand. Let me explain it to you. The iron pot is gold. The soup in the pot is water. You need fire to stew meat. You need wood to make fire. And the wood turns into soil after burning. Isn't it amazing? Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are all here. I am simply a genius. The sky-bearing Pig King started foaming at the mouth as he listened to the endless chatter. But Lin Dong was right. It was better to live a miserable life than to die. At worst, it would become Lin Dong's slave, just eating without doing any work every day, being a lazy and gluttonous person. Let Lin Dong know clearly that his servant, the sky-lifting Pig King, is not so easy to keep. He must eat Lin Dong up until he takes the initiative to terminate the slave contract with him. Thinking of this, the sky-lifting Pig King suddenly had an idea. Yes, now that I think about it, I have found a stable job that works from 9 to 5. I don't have to work hard every day hunting, and I have food and clothes. Where can I find such a life? It's completely a life within the system. Many pigs wouldn't even dream of doing this. Therefore, based on the mentality of pretending to obey, but actually disobeying, the logic of the sky-bearing Pig King is self-consistent. It kowtowed to Lin Dong happily, acknowledged Lin Dong as its master, and then started to negotiate terms with Lin Dong. Thank you, master, for naming this dish iron pot stew. I, old pig, love this name so much. It has all 5 elements. I want to eat it as soon as I hear it. Master, I can't call you master for nothing. We need to prepare the food. This old pig doesn't have any weapons, so we need to get him some. We also need to pick out some gilts with big buttocks. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully made the sky-lifting Pig King recognize you as your master, and I will reward you with an enchantment value of 100. Ding, it is detected that the sky-lifting Pig King is in urgent need of a handy weapon. The system has issued a temporary task. Please ask the host to forge a sky-level weapon, the 9-toothed rake, for the sky-lifting Pig King. Task reward, experience value, plus 10,000 proficiency, plus 10 enchantment value, plus 100. 9-toothed rake? Lin Dong wrinkled his nose, feeling that it was becoming more and more like Journey to the West. This might be the system's evil taste. He still has time for the sky-level blacksmith experience card, so it shouldn't be too easy for him to forge a sky-level equipment. At this time, he was still forging the Yunluo Skynet in his system forging furnace, so the 9-toothed rake had to take the back seat. So Lin Dong patted the pig's head stewed in the iron pot and encouraged it. There will be bread, weapons, and little pigs. You stay here and keep watch. Once I finish forging the equipment in the furnace, I will forge you a 9-toothed rake. Taegwadun expressed his thanks insincerely, and then watched Lin Dong go to the forging furnace. It simply crossed its legs and basked in the sun in the woods. Let it keep watch. Dream on. The old pig is just here to take advantage. How can he do any work? It was idly driving away mosquitoes and flies, and even humming a childhood song. The king asked me to patrol the mountains and catch a monk for dinner. But just as the iron pot was stewing happily, it suddenly caught a glimpse of a terrifying smell out of the corner of its eye. What is this thing? Why does it look so scary? Taegwadun turned around and looked in the direction of Lin Dong. Lin Dong took out a net from the system forging furnace. Equipment: Yunluo Skynet Sky Level. Life, plus 50,000. Attack, plus 80,000. Resistance, plus 2,000. Toughness, plus 2,000. Poisonous natural disaster. Yunluo Skynet can extend a huge spider web with a range of 1,000 meters. Within the range of the spider web, all hostile targets will have their movement speed reduced by 50% and will receive 20,000 points of damage per second. Monsters will receive 10 times the poisonous damage. The duration is 60 seconds, and the cooldown time is 10 minutes. Dissolving weakness. Yunluo Skynet has inherited the special ability of the heaven-shaking demon spider and can release dissolving enzymes to hostile targets trapped in the web. Targets corroded by the dissolving enzymes will show signs of weakness, and when the target is attacked, the damage will be increased by 300%. Isolated heaven and earth. Yunluo Skynet has the special function of isolating teleportation. Any teleported items will be ineffective within a 1,000-meter range of Yunluo Skynet. Whether Yunluo Skynet is in a storage ring or worn on the body, the isolation effect always exists. As soon as the net was taken out, Taegwadun was so scared that he crawled up from the ground. In fact, Taegwadun once obtained a treasure, which was a random rune array stone that could be teleported freely. As long as it was used, he could appear freely within a range of 100 miles away. In fact, it had thought that if it wanted to escape from Lin Dong, it could just use this rune array stone to leave. After all, the master-servant contract had a limited effective range. As long as it ran far enough, Lin Dong would not be able to find it, and there would be nothing he could do. However, the entry of Yunluo Skynet that separated heaven and earth directly shattered his idea. Oh no, I'm afraid I can't escape this time. Could it be that Lin Dong forged this Yunluo Skynet just to target me? The pig in the iron pot blinked its eyes suspiciously, and the more it thought about it, the more it believed that this was the case. Although the human in front of him didn't say anything, he was able to predict the future and understand his thoughts at any time. It was really terrifying. Thinking of this, Taegwadun couldn't help but stand up straight, pretending to look around, fearing that Lin Dong would attack it again. Humph, Grandpa Pig, I'm just pretending. Don't think I'm really working for you. Although my body has been sacrificed, my mind is still pure. The iron pot stew's eyes were wandering, and it felt like every minute and every second was torture. From time to time, it glanced in the direction of Lin Dong, wanting to see if Lin Dong was forging something that would be disadvantageous to it. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a piece of jewel-colored soft armor came out. Taegwadun suddenly opened his eyes wide, wanting to see what was going on. Equipment: Spider Silk Armor, Sky Grade. Life, plus 100,000. Attack, plus 30,000. Defense, plus 100,000. Magic Defense, plus 100,000. Infinite Growth. Spider Silk Armor can increase entry attributes and basic attributes by devouring. After swallowing, the Spider Silk Armor will retain the attributes of the entries. The current number of retained entries is 1/5. For each level up, the number of retained entries increases by 5. The basic attributes of the devouring equipment. If it is lower than the Spider Silk Armor, the basic attributes will not increase. If it is higher than the Spider Silk Armor, the attributes will be replaced with the higher attributes. Equipment that can devour growth? Are humans so creative? Can such a thing be forged? The iron pot stew feels like an eye-opener. The human being before me seemed to have a special magical power that could constantly reshape people's worldview and bring all kinds of incredible things into reality. 175, the strong, one in the restricted area. Run, little beasts. Lin Dong was also very satisfied with the entry for the Spider Silk Armor. If it can devour attributes and entries, doesn't that mean that the attributes of the red armor on his body can be perfectly grafted onto the Spider Silk Armor? So he took off the red armor and put it on top of the Spider Silk Armor. After a moment, the Spider Silk Armor grew tentacles, wrapped around the red armor, and quickly dissolved into the Spider Silk Armor. Seeing the Scarlet Armor disappear without a trace, Lin Dong lifted up the Spider Silk Armor and examined it for a long time. He found that after swallowing the red armor, the spider silk armor was still so soft and smooth, and its appearance seemed to have not changed at all. Taking another look at the basic attributes, Lin Yong was extremely satisfied. The attributes of the scarlet armor had been perfectly transferred over. Equipment: spider silk armor, sky grade. Life, plus 100,000. Attack, plus 30,000. Defense, plus 100,000. Magic defense, plus 100,000. Magic resistance, plus 30,000. Infinite growth. Spider silk armor can increase entry attributes and basic attributes by devouring. After swallowing, the spider silk armor will retain the attributes of the entries. The current number of retained entries is May 5th. The number of retained entries increases by 5 with each level up. The basic attributes of the devouring equipment. If it is lower than the spider silk armor, the basic attributes will not increase. If it is higher than the spider silk armor, the attributes will be replaced with the higher attributes. Anti-armor. Formerly Crimson Armor, 30% chance to rebound all types of damage. Invincible. Formerly Crimson Armor active skill. After activation, you will be invincible for 60 seconds and immune to any damage. Rejuvenation. Formerly Red Armor, when HP is below 30%, there is a 50% chance to increase HP to full at once. Double experience. Formerly Red Armor, when killing monsters, you can get twice the normal experience value. With the Spider Silk Armor, any attributes that you are reluctant to discard can be perfectly integrated into it. However, the Spider Silk Armor already has 5 attributes. If you want to increase the attributes, I'm afraid the only way is to increase the level of the Spider Silk Armor. Lin Yong is only level 70 now. If he increases his level, he won't be able to wear it, so this matter can only be put aside for now. After completing these 3 items, Lin Yong directly gained 1,700 points of enchantment value, which finally gave him some confidence as he was short of enchantment value. After taking a look at the iron pot stewing around him, Lin Yong took out the forging book of the Nine-Toothed Rake. For Lin Yong, having a legendary Warcraft fighter is also a very cool thing. After all, who is afraid of too many soldiers? Including Yuan Hong and the 12 Sword Slaves, Lin Yong now has 14 powerful fighters. What Lin Yong didn't know was that Taegwadun was a guy who worked but didn't put in any effort, and Lin Yong was so angry about it for a long time afterwards. Bang! When the timer expired, the Nine-Toothed Rake came out. Lin Yong took a look and casually threw it into the iron pot to stew. Okay, grab your weapons and follow me to join the main group. Taegwadun was shocked when he saw the Nine-Toothed Rake dropped on the ground. Equipment: Nine-Tooth Rake, Legendary. Attack, plus 150,000. Defense, plus 80,000. Magic defense, plus 80,000. Attack speed, plus 300%. Armor break, plus 30,000. 9-turn Great Fortune technique. The Nine-Toothed Rake has a lot of secrets. By running the 9-turn Great Fortune technique, you can strangle the enemy's weapons. Note, the attack parts of the monsters are also counted as weapons. There is a 10% chance that the opponent's weapons will lose their attack properties. The duration is 30 seconds and the cooldown time is 10 minutes. Fruit of the Undead. For people or monsters killed by the Nine-Toothed Rake, dig a hole with the Nine-Toothed Rake, bury some soil, and count 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 times. Then, Fruit of the Undead will grow on the corpse's grave. The Fruit of the Undead can increase any one of the basic attributes. The effect of the Fruit of the Undead depends on the level of the buried corpse. For undead fruits below sky grade, the attribute is increased by 10 points. If there is no increase in the next level, the attribute of undead fruit will be increased by 10 points. Attribute Deception. The externally displayed attributes of the Nine-Toothed Rake can be upgraded by 1 level, disguising the user as a more powerful warrior, and the attributes displayed are at the average level of that level. For example, if the user is currently at the sky level, the attribute Deception entry can upgrade the user's level to the legend level, and the attributes displayed are at the average level of the legend level. It pointed at its pig nose with an expression of disbelief. This equipment, is it for me? It's not that it doesn't want it. It's just that it's afraid that this is a question that will kill it. Because the attributes of this equipment are so luxurious. What if Lin Yong is testing it? So even though it was envious, it still looked at Lin Yong very cautiously. Lin Yong couldn't help but laugh when he saw its cautious look. How could a legendary beast be so timid? After he forged this Nine-Toothed Rake, he used his enchantment ability to upgrade it to legendary level, which was just suitable for the level of Iron Pot Stew. But this cowardly guy doesn't even have the courage. It's a waste of emotion. It's for you. Don't be afraid. Just take it. Lin Dong curled his lips, took a step forward, and led the way. Taegwadun looked at Lin Dong's back suspiciously, then looked at the nine-toothed rake on the ground. Finally, he made up his mind. Even if Lin Dong was just testing it, this equipment was real, and he would rather take it. Don't think you can buy my heart this way. I'm telling you, no way. I'm just trying to get you food and drinks for free. Don't miss out. He picked up the nine-toothed rake on the ground, and suddenly, the aura around the Iron Pot Stew underwent a drastic change. At this moment, from the outside, it had become a level 91 epic monster. The terrifying aura kept spreading outward, scaring the surrounding insects and birds so much that they stopped chirping. Damn, is this attribute so deceptive? Since this attribute deception entry can increase the apparent attributes, then it must be able to reduce the apparent attributes. Thinking of this, Taegwadun scratched the big pig's head, as if he had an epiphany. He further confirmed a fact, that is, Lin Dong's current outward attributes at the warlord level must have been disguised. It seems that I, old pig, guessed correctly. This Lin Dong must be a super strong man from the restricted area. He may have surpassed the epic level. He has reached a higher level. When I thought about it this way, everything suddenly made sense. In Taegwadun's mind, Lin Dong's image became extremely sinister and cunning, and even his footprints were filled with evil thoughts. Humph! Humans are indeed the most despicable race. They are so calculating that they have tricked me to death. Fortunately, I am smart, and I saw through his true identity at a glance. But he walked so fast without even looking back at me. He must be testing me to see if I would follow him after I got the equipment. If I didn't follow him, he might kill me. Do you think I'm stupid? You forged the Yunluo Skynet just to test me. Do you think I don't know? I guess I'm not that stupid. I'm waiting to be cooked by you. I have to follow you and make sure you can't catch me. This imagination allowed Taegwadun to completely deify Lin Dong. At this moment, it can fabricate a lot of intentions for any action of Lin Dong. In any case, Lin Dong must have ulterior motives. Along the way, he followed behind Lin Dong, walking very carefully. Whenever Lin Dong stopped, he would stop immediately. Whenever Lin Dong hurried, he would follow closely. On the surface, he looks like a good kid, but inside, he's complaining like crazy. Along the way, they passed through many areas with powerful monsters. Little did they know that these monsters had already received messages from other monsters. Knowing that Lin Dong was coming, he had already hidden far away. After all, it is better to believe it than not to believe it. What if Lin Dong is really the big devil who walked out of the restricted area? If they rush forward without any eyes, they will be in trouble. It is more important to save their lives. However, there were some brave monsters that hid in the dark and did not leave their territory. Instead, they pointed at Lin Dong and Taegwadun. Brothers, this is a living example. This sky-bearing pig king was once a well-known figure in the ruins of civilization in the east of the Wilderness Gate. Now look at him. He was so foolish as to provoke the strong men in the restricted area of the human world. Now he is being treated like an animal and wandered around everywhere. How pitiful. Who said it wasn't true? This human is so cunning that he actually hid his attributes to seduce us. This is simply a heinous crime. If I could beat him, I would really go up and beat him. Hush, keep your voice down. Don't you know that the perception of the strong in the restricted area is extremely terrifying? If you talk like this, be careful that he will get angry and come to attack you. Do you want to become like the sky-lifting pig king? Lin Dong also heard these words, but he thought they were just ordinary noises made by wild beasts. But Taegwadun, who was well-versed in animal language, heard it clearly. He was so angry. He never thought that his reputation had become so bad. So it bared its teeth fiercely at the monsters hiding in the dark to express its dissatisfaction. Those monsters, feeling the terrifying aura coming from Taegwadun, were so frightened that they almost died. Oh my god, I didn't expect that the sky-bearing pig king is also a guy with hidden strength, but his life is too miserable. He is obviously at the epic level and can even compete with the old spider spirit, the sky-shaking demon spider, but he fell into the hands of this powerful human. It seems that this human must have come from the restricted area, without a doubt. Hurry up, hurry up. Let's leave before this powerful human gets angry. Don't offend him. Go quickly. It will be too late if you don't leave now. The sky level and legendary monsters that were watching fled for their lives, as if they had encountered a plague. I encountered some unknown monsters on the road, and those who were familiar with them came up to say hello. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Why do you look so nervous? What happened? These monsters didn't even turn their heads back, just left a word and ran away. Don't ask any more questions. Run quickly. The strong man from the human restricted area is coming. He can kill any epic monster. If you don't run now, you will lose your life. What? Run. So the monsters all over the mountains began a large-scale migration. 176, it was so quiet all around. Could it be that the monsters were causing trouble? Along the way, wherever Lin Dong went, the monsters would flee in panic. This strange scene made Lin Dong couldn't help but marvel at it. Iron Pot Stew, what do you think is the reason why these monsters are so panicked? Is there some ancient monster hiding around us that we can't sense? You have lived near this ancient gate for hundreds of years, so you should be very familiar with the powerful monsters in this area, right? Tell me the locations of those powerful monsters so that I can avoid them on the route and avoid getting into trouble. After hearing Lin Dong's words, Taegwadun couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Isn't it because of you that these monsters are fleeing in panic? Do you think that just because you hide your aura well and are only at the level of a warlord, the Warcraft will be stupid enough to come and die? Humans have underestimated the intelligence of Warcraft. The different groups of Warcraft can also communicate with each other. The fact that you, a human being, are a strong person in the restricted area has long been spread in this area. Anyone who doesn't run away upon learning you're coming would be an idiot, right? You want to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? That's impossible. Now they actually want to trick it into telling them the list of the big guys in this area. They really have vicious intentions. This human was so cunning that he actually wanted it to betray the Warcraft clan. He really underestimated its loyalty. So the head of the Iron Pot Stew shook like a rattle and refused to admit that there were any powerful monsters in this generation. Master, this is your illusion. Our generation is all small Karami. There are no powerful monsters at all. Besides, with you here, who dares to come up and twist the tiger's whiskers, it's simply a bold move. Really? Lin Dong looked around suspiciously, feeling that Taegwadun was not telling the truth. But he really couldn't figure out the specific reason. Anyway, it shouldn't be dangerous. Let's just keep going forward. We've run a bit far this time, and I don't know where Zhuge Chengfeng and the others are now. Seeing that he had fooled Lin Dong, Taegwadun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Then he glanced at a hidden bush and made a gesture, signaling the monsters in it not to stay. There were actually two magical beasts hiding in that bush. One is the War Black Bear, and the other is the Golden Money Magic Leopard. Both magical beasts are legendary. Unexpectedly, they hid their bodies, but were discovered by Taegwadun. Leopard, that pighead just now kept saying he was so brave. Was he secretly trying to attack us? Brother Xiong, from the message from this pighead, we can know that its epic-level external attribute is the attribute deception effect of the nine-toothed rake. In other words, that human really has bad intentions and deliberately concealed his attributes at the sky level in order to lure us into taking the initiative to attack. Humph, Leopard. I'm not saying that these humans have always had evil intentions. I think they want to take this opportunity to see how our generation of Warcraft has recovered. Then, like before, they will sweep away all the Warcraft above the epic level. They have been playing this trick for thousands of years to make us completely lose our high-end combat power. Brother Xiong, you're right. Fortunately, we now have the Sky-Bearing Pig King as our insider, which has allowed many big guys to successfully avoid this human search. Haha, this human is really smart all his life but confused for a moment. He definitely doesn't know that the Sky-Bearing Pig King is a traitor. The two monsters chatted for a while, then quietly retreated and continued to pass on the message. A group of patrol pigeons suddenly flew out from the mountain and flew quickly in all directions. Their purpose was to spread the news that the strong men in the restricted area were hunting epic monsters everywhere. That night, all the monsters in the Wild Gate civilization ruins were shaken. Lin Dong's appearance reminded them of the human reaper that appeared once every 500 years. Unexpectedly, this time he appeared several decades earlier. Those epic monsters would like to dig a hole and hide in it to prevent anyone from discovering their tracks. So Lin Dong didn't even encounter a toad along the way, and it was quiet everywhere. But this only made Lin Dong feel more and more uneasy. He always felt that the atmosphere was too weird. Because it's so quiet around here. That's right, it's quiet. The kind of silence where you can hear a pin drop. He stopped again and began to look around to see if he could find any clues. But this scene scared Tyaguadun, who was following behind him. Tyaguadun knew everything very well. This area was the territory of the epic warcraft Tyrannosaurus. Before Lin Dong arrived, Tyaguadun secretly sent a message to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, telling it to quickly go dormant and not to emit any breath. At this time, the tyrannical turbulent worm, a powerful being of epic level, was hiding in the cave trembling, fearing that he would be discovered by Lin Dong. It also paid close attention to every move on the ground. As long as Lin Dong had any abnormal behavior, it would definitely run away at the first possible moment. When seeing Lin Dong looking around suspiciously, the tyrannical planarian's heart almost rose to its throat. Sure enough, this human was coming for me. He was clearly moving forward very quickly just now, but when he got to me, he stopped. I won't believe him even if he says he's not targeting me. At this time, the blood-powered planarian has already prepared to run away, and is considering whether it is better to take the left foot first or the right foot first. However, the words that Tyaguadun said next made it prick up its ears again. I only heard Tyaguadun say, "Master, why did you stop suddenly? Is there something wrong here?" Lin Dong glanced at the somewhat nervous Tyaguadun and couldn't help but ask, "Tyaguadun, are there really no epic-level monsters around here? Why do I always feel that something is wrong with the environment here? It's too quiet." Lin Dong's question immediately made Tyaguadun's heart beat fast. As expected, this human being has no good intentions. He was testing whether Old Pig was telling the truth. Could it be that he had already discovered the trace of Lord Blood Planarian? So he said this on purpose? Beads of sweat dripped from the body of the iron pot stew, and it felt a little guilty. He didn't want to be killed by Lin Dong, but also didn't want to be branded as a traitor to the Warcraft clan. So he was extremely conflicted. In the end, it simply made up its mind and refused to admit it. "Master, my strength is weak, and the area I have explored is really limited, so I don't know if there are any epic monsters in this generation. But based on my daily experience, there shouldn't be any." When the blood-moving worm heard Tyaguadun's impassioned speech in the cave, it was so moved that tears welled up in its eyes. I never thought that this sky-lifting pig king was such a loyal and righteous person. Although he was imprisoned, his heart was with the Han Dynasty, and he had a strong character. No, if I can survive this crisis today, I must erect a monument for the sky-lifting pig king and write eternal immortality on it. Then, the bloodthirsty worm thought of another question. The reason why this human was suspicious of its hiding place was because the surroundings were too quiet. There is a loophole in this matter, and it actually leaves such an obvious flaw. So in order to make up for its mistake, it immediately and quietly gave orders, asking all the flowers, birds, fish, and insects around it to start making sounds. Listen carefully, keep playing the music and dancing. You have to keep singing until this evil star leaves. Suddenly, the area was filled with the loud chirping of cicadas and insects, as if they were afraid that Lin Dong couldn't hear it. The forest became lively again. Lin Dong, who was originally skeptical about what Tyaguadun said, couldn't help but smile when he heard the noisy sounds around him. "Hey, maybe I've been under a lot of pressure recently, and have been a little too cautious. Well, since there are no epic monsters, I'm relieved. The iron pot is stewing. Turn around, I'll sprinkle some water first." As he said that, Lin Dong untied his belt and poured water into a tree hole. Lin Dong was indeed under a lot of pressure. After all, he had experienced the danger of being chased by the Salamander Lord for 3,000 miles. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. Because of this, his urine is yellow and has a fishy smell. This huge bubble of water was poured onto the tree hole where the giant blood planarian was hiding. And I'm so cool. Damn it, you're happy, but I'm not. The tyrannical planarian was angry, but dared not say anything. It even thought that Lin Dong did it on purpose just to irritate it. So it endured the anger of having its hair washed and remained silent, acting like a tough guy. "Damned human, wait till this worm king ascends to myth, and I will kill you. It's never too late for worms to take revenge. Even if you die, I will still lift the lid of your coffin. The Tyrannosaurus will remember this grudge." After Lin Dong shivered for a moment, he swaggered away with the iron pot of stew. Tyaguadun looked back every 3 steps and made gestures to appease the blood-locking worm, telling it to be patient and calm and not to act on impulse. Looking at the back of Tyaguadun following Lin Dong closely, Tyrannical Planarian's eyes filled with tears once again. The sky-bearing Pig King has won half the battle by joining the game. He sacrificed himself to save his fellow Warcraft fellows from the entire ruins of civilization. I must help him get out. I can't let anyone bury his reputation. In this way, Tyaegwadun made a great name for itself in the Warcraft circle and was affectionately called Timely Rain, Tyaegwadun by many Warcraft players. Half a day later, Lin Dong finally met up with Zhuge Qingfeng, Su Runin, and the others. When they got together again, Lin Dong picked out Shuehong and Song Tianke and gave them a severe scolding. These two idiots actually stole his 12 sword slaves to show off and almost caused a huge disaster. The two guys lowered their heads and hugged Lin Dong's thighs, begging for a long time before Lin Dong calmed down. Okay, if you do it again next time, I won't let you off easily. Get ready. We're going to the 5th Prayer Temple right away. 177 Expedition Quest. Search for Frost Burst Arrows. The 5th Blessing Temple is located on a cliff. Here, there's a black vortex, which seems to be a portal. When everyone entered, they saw the stone statue of the Flying General again. Hidden Dungeon, the 5th Blessing Temple. Entry conditions. 1,000 level 70 Warcraft energy cores are required. Entry level, level 70. Copy introduction. Prayer Temple. Those who meet the requirements will receive the blessing of the goddess, including a lot of experience and props. Tomb of Heroes. You can obtain the Stone of Heroes by influencing the heroes. Adventure mission. Help the elves find and take back the Frost Burst Arrows and obtain the elves' friendship mark. The elves live in this instance. Their ancestor was once a great archer who obtained the sacred artifact Frost Burst Arrow. Later, the demon King Luglas appeared and deceived the elves' ancestor and gained the elves' trust. Then he got the Frost Burst Arrow and used it to brutally kill the elves. Warriors, please help the elves take back their sacred artifact Frost Burst Arrow and gain the elves' friendship. Warm reminder, among all the monsters, the elves are the ones who are naturally close to humans. If you can obtain the friendship mark of the elves, you will be regarded as one of their own. Lin Dong blinked as he looked at the introduction in front of the Flying General's stone statue. Through the experience of clearing the prayer temple several times before, Lin Dong discovered that the 3rd challenge task of the prayer temple actually has a deep meaning. In this mission, there seems to be a hidden historical thread that entangles the struggle between humans and monsters. Moreover, this method can help challengers realize which opponents in Warcraft are the most deadly and which opponents can become friends. For example, anthropomorphic soul beasts are spies in Warcraft, invisible assassins are killers in Warcraft, and the elves are traitors in Warcraft because they are close to humans. Perhaps the creator of the Blessing Temple wanted to use these tasks to warn future generations how to distinguish between friends and foes when fighting against monsters. Lin Dong and his companions paid the Magic Beast energy cores and successfully entered the Prayer Temple. After obtaining the goddess's blessing and the Stone of Heroes, they directly entered the adventure copy. The copy information is directly transmitted to the mind. Current instance, adventure mission. Help the elves find and take back the Frost Burst Arrow and obtain the elves' friendship mark. Instance introduction. Since being betrayed by the demon King Luglas, the elves no longer trust any outside intruders. They are extremely hostile to anyone who breaks into their home. If you are attacked by them, please do not harm them, as they are doing this to protect themselves. Warriors, please show your sincerity, influence the elves, and help them find the Frost Burst Arrows that were taken away by the demon King Luglas. In order to express their gratitude, the simple elves will carve the elf friendship mark for you. After obtaining the friendship mark, no matter where and when you meet the elves, they will regard you as their most loyal partner. After obtaining the friendship mark, it is considered as clearing the level. Clearance rewards. After clearing the level, you will be rewarded with 5 billion experience points, the coordinates of the 6th Prayer Temple Jade, and the elf archery skills. After landing, Lin Dong and the others were suddenly dazzled by the scene in front of them that looked like a fairy tale world. A chimera 2-headed dragon that was leisurely basking in the sun discovered the traces of Lin Dong and others, and immediately showed a vigilant look. Ho ho ho! The chimera flapped its wings and began to chirp rapidly. Obviously, he was full of hostility towards Lin Dong and others. It was also the first time that Lin Dong saw a monster that looked so cartoonish, with 2 small wings extending from its colorful skin. He even suspected that the chimera's wings were just for show and that it couldn't fly at all because the chimera's belly was too big. However, Lin Dong obviously underestimated chimera. Although its wings were small, it flapped very hard. Under the chimera's desperate flapping, it actually flew more than 1 meter off the ground. Shui Hong looked at the chimera with a round belly that was struggling to take off, and he burst into laughter. Ah, boss, look, there's only one stupid bird. It's so stupid. Song Tianke couldn't help but laugh out loud. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a cute monster. When I first saw the monster, Master Song, my first thought was not to kill it, but to take it home and raise it. If I fatten it up, I can stew it into a big goose. Song Tianke and Shui Hong looked at each other and immediately understood each other's intentions. Old Song, this stupid bird is plump and juicy. It's a great ingredient for stewing a goose in an iron pot. Old Shui, I have bay leaves, star anise, and cumin in my ring, which complements your idea perfectly. After a brief communication, the two of them rushed towards Chimera with a grin. The sky-high pig king Taeguadun scratched his head and looked at the two guys in confusion. He felt that the two guys seemed to have mentioned him, but it seemed that they were not talking about him. How strange. Ah, human language is so complicated. It clearly mentioned me, but it wasn't talking about me. I don't understand. Over there, Chimera saw two people rushing towards them and immediately turned around and wanted to run, but it was too clumsy and could not outrun Song Tianke and Shui Hong at all. In no time, the two of them skinned the Chimera, removed its internal organs, set up a large iron pot, and lit a fire with firewood. When Lin Dong wanted to stop it again, it was already over. How can we kill such cute little animals so casually? Hey, just eat 3 big bowls. On the first day, they entered the elf camp. They feasted on a chimera. Just when they were about to look for the elves, a sweet and clear calling voice came from afar. Huan Huan, where are you? Why haven't you come home for a whole day? Judging from the sound, it seems like he is looking for something. The voice is so sweet and melodious that one can't help but wonder what kind of person the owner of the voice is. Just as everyone was curious, a girl with a beautiful face, riding an alligator, appeared from a winding path deep in the forest. When they saw this girl, not only the men, but even the girls like Su Runin couldn't help but marvel at the natural beauty of this elf girl. It's so beautiful. The genes of the elves are so powerful. It's like they walked out of a painting. Look at her jewel-like eyes, flowing snow-white hair, and crystal-clear round lips. Wow. Even I, a woman, can't stand seeing them. Why can't I look like this? I want to ask her if she has any secret to whitening her skin. Her skin is so good, it's simply too beautiful. If women are like this, men are even worse. Song Tianke and Shui Hong had drool at the corners of their mouths and couldn't move their eyes away. Even the usually calm Zhuge, Cheng Feng, couldn't help but follow the girl's gaze, his eyes full of praise. Only Bai Xingxue, who was obsessed with kendo, lowered his eyes slightly, seemingly unmoved. Lin Dong also felt his heart pounding. For the first time, he felt that a woman's beauty was also a weapon with great lethality. The elf girl had obviously discovered them as well. She looked at Lin Dong and the others curiously, and was full of curiosity about these outsiders. However, due to the ancestral teachings of the elves, she was also wary of outsiders. She urged the alligator to come close to Lin Dong and the others and warn them. Dear guests from afar, this is the territory of our elves. Please do not disturb our peace and leave here immediately. Otherwise, you will be expelled by us elves. Clearly, these were words of warning, but coming out of her mouth, they sounded so pleasant and refreshing. Lin Dong threw away the bone in his hand, sucked the juice from his fingertips, and responded to the elf girl with a smile. Beautiful elves, the reason we came here this time is to help you. I heard that the demon king Luglas stole your elves' holy weapon, the frost burst arrow. This time, we came here to help you get the holy weapon back. Help us get back the holy weapon? The elf girl looked at Lin Dong in confusion, her big eyes full of distrust. The demon king Luglas is so powerful that even with all the strength of the elves, they are unable to fight against him. How can these 11 outsiders alone be a match for the demon king Luglas? They are just bragging. When the elf girl was about to reject Lin Dong tactfully, her eyes inadvertently swept across the skeleton thrown on the ground next to the big iron pot. Next to the skeleton, there is also the fur of Chimera. The elf girl, who was originally quite polite, suddenly turned cold-faced after seeing all this. and became dangerous. You actually ate my best friend Huan Huan. You are truly guilty of a heinous crime. It turns out that none of the outsiders are good. I want to avenge Huan Huan. As she spoke, the elf girl took off the bow, an arrow on her back, skillfully drew the bow, and shot an arrow towards Lin Dong. Her movements were smooth and flowing, and she had already regarded Lin Dong and others as enemies. After all, among the elves, Chimera is their most friendly partner. They fight and live together and have long established a lasting friendship. Killing Chimera is just like killing the elves, which is totally unacceptable. That's why this elf girl was so furious. Huan Huan is my best friend. If you eat it, you will have to pay with your life for it. However, the level of the elf girl is too low, only level 49. Although her archery skills are good, her attack is too low. Choi Hyun-ae and the team met an equally matched opponent. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she felt an urge to give it a try. I saw that she also took off the bow, an arrow on her back, her purple hair fluttering in the wind, exuding an indescribable heroic spirit. Call out! The arrow shot by Choi Hyun-ae just hit the arrow shot by the elf girl. The two arrows of the two men collided accurately in the air, as if they had been agreed upon. 178, the misunderstanding deepened, and the mark of hostility was planted. Seeing that there was such a sharpshooter among humans, the elf girl was obviously stunned. So powerful. She said this to praise Choi Hyun-ae, because she is a talented girl among the elves, and almost no one of her age is stronger than her. But today, this human girl, Choi Hyun-ae, made her feel like she had met her match. Little did people know that Choi Hyun-ae was the weakest one among Lin Dong's group, and was the last one in the group. And Choi Hyun-ae also showed a strong desire to fight at this moment. This was the first time she had seen an opponent using a bow and arrow since she awakened the rare archer profession, so she really wanted to compete with this elf girl. The two people's eyes met in the air, and intense sparks burst out. A hint of admiration floated across the beautiful face of the elf girl. Human girl, your archery skills are good, but it's a pity to use such good archery skills for evil things. Today, I will defeat you at your best, as punishment for your aiding and abetting evil. As she spoke, the elf girl drew her bow and arrows again. This time, she took out 3 arrows and aimed at Lin Dong, Song Tianke, and Chui Hyun-ae at the same time. Swoosh! 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 3 arrows were fired at the same time, showing the elf girl's superb archery skills. But Choi Hyun-ae was not at all inferior. Shooting multiple arrows at the same time was also her forte. Without hesitation, she took out 3 arrows from her back and tossed her long purple hair gracefully. They not only compete in archery, but also in beauty. Lin Dong did not stop this, because Lin Dong wanted to see how powerful the elves were. Moreover, he did not take the matter of eating chimeras seriously. He thought that he just ate a bird, and the elves should not have too much hostile reaction. But what he didn't know was that the elves regarded Chimera's life as important as their own, which also led to Lin Dong and his companions being extremely passive when they came into contact with the elves later. Wet. The arrows of the elf girl and Choi Hyun-ae collided with each other once again without any error, and they were still evenly matched. This time, the elf girl finally paid more attention to Choi Hyun-ae. She directly took out 10 arrows, intending to defeat Choi Hyun-ae completely. A smile appeared on Choi Hyun-ae's lips. 10 arrows? She can do that too. And Choi Hyun-ae's limit is to shoot 12 arrows at the same time and still hit the target accurately. So Choi Hyun-ae also took out 10 arrows from the quiver behind her and stared at the elf girl from a distance, neither of them giving in. The two sharpshooters were testing each other madly. Their eyes were so firm and full of faith, as if this competition was related to their glory. Finally, the elf girl took the lead in plucking the bowstring. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, Choi Hyun-ae also opened her 5 fingers, and the arrow shot out rapidly. The arrows of the two men once again staged a precise duel in the air. Once again, all the arrows were shot down, and a trace of solemnity appeared on the elf girl's face. Even 10 arrows are not enough. Does she have to reveal her trump card here to defeat the opponent? However, the human girl on the opposite side looked calm and composed and did not seem to have used her most powerful skills. Would she be able to defeat the other party even if she revealed her trump card? The elf girl has a feeling of mutual admiration towards Choi Hyun-ae. Among the elves, There is an iron rule in their ancestral teachings that anyone with powerful archery skills must have an indomitable will and a character that transcends ordinary people. So the elf girl applied the rules of their elves to humans. Your archery skills have earned my recognition. A person with such powerful archery skills should not be a bad person. Only a person with faith can cultivate such powerful archery skills. So, from now on, as long as you can withstand my strongest attack, I can let you outsiders go. I will not hold you responsible for killing Huan Huan. But please remember that Chimera is the best friend of our elves. You killed my friend Huan Huan. Maybe you just made a mistake for a moment, but you must not harm our elves' friends again in the future. Otherwise, our elves will definitely go to war with you. The elf girl is obviously a kind-hearted girl. After seeing Choi Hyunae's powerful archery skills, she mistakenly thought that Choi Hyunae was also a good person. But the rules of the elves are completely inapplicable to humans. Humans are a special race with all kinds of talents. They don't need to have good character to cultivate all kinds of powerful skills. Just as the elf girl began her final fight and let Lin Dong and the others leave, a handsome elf man with long ears and bare upper body came out from the bushes nearby. Luoying, quickly retreat to my side. These outsiders are very powerful. You are no match for them. Also, don't have any sympathy for these outsiders. They will play with the feelings of us elves. They are complete liars. As he said that, the handsome elf uncle took out the bow, an arrow in his hand, bent the bow, and drew the arrows, catching more than 30 arrows at once. These arrows are not ordinary arrows. Each one has a damage value of tens of thousands points. His eyes were cold, and he was fiercely on guard against Lin Dong and the others, especially towards the ape and iron pot stew behind Lin Dong. He showed great hostility. Sky-level elves should be considered the backbone of the elves. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the newly appeared elf man. Race: elf archer, boya, sky level. Life: 300,000. Attack: 90,000. Defense: 30,000. Magic defense: 30,000. Attack speed: 300%. Movement speed: 300%. Scorching arrow: the elves' innate magical power. Every arrow shot out has scorching damage, causing 3,000 points of continuous damage per second to the target, which lasts for 5 seconds. No arrow misses its target. The elves have a natural magical power. Every arrow has its own mission. They will not stop until they hit the target. After hitting the target, it will explode with 20,000 points of instant damage. The health of the elves is similar to that of humans, and they take the route of being fragile and high attack, which is one of the reasons why they are close to humans. However, the elves in this copy clearly have a deep hostility towards humans, which is obviously largely related to the fact that they were deceived by the Demon King Luglis. For example, the newly appeared Boya completely regarded Lin Dong and others as enemies. He was not like the girl Luoying, who tried to persuade Lin Dong and others. While Boya was shooting arrows at Lin Dong and the others, he called out to Luoying to quickly return to his side. At the same time, he let out a sharp whistle, apparently calling on other tribesmen. The atmosphere in the field instantly cooled down and became extremely quiet. A battle was inevitable. Luoying hadn't yet seen clearly the strength of Lin Dong and the others, and was still trying to show off. Uncle Boya, they killed my friend Chimera Huan Huan. I originally thought they were bad guys, but after seeing their archery skills, I think they must have extraordinary character. So I just want to teach them a lesson and let them stop provoking our elves. Please don't mobilize so many people like this, otherwise Grandpa and the others will put me in solitary confinement. And I've already fought with the strongest among them, the human female archer. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I haven't used my trump card yet. I will handle this matter. When Boya heard that Lin Dong and his friends had actually killed a chimera, he immediately flew into a rage. What? You dare to kill our most loyal companions of the elves? None of you outsiders can leave today. I will capture you and throw you into the abyss to feed the fish. As they were talking, a large number of elves had already arrived here and surrounded Lin Dong and the others. Luoying was riding the alligator, feeling extremely anxious. She didn't know how things had turned out like this. If her grandfather knew that she had communicated with outsiders, she would definitely be put in solitary confinement. But what she feared came true. Her grandfather, the leader of the elves, received a message about the appearance of outsiders and rushed here. After his grandfather arrived here, He saw the chimera's corpse on the ground, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Outsiders, do you want to go to war with us elves? Even though you are powerful, don't even think about taking advantage of us elves. I advise you to leave here immediately. As for the death of Chimera, I will forgive you for your first offense this time. But if there is a next time, we will definitely mobilize the whole clan to fight you. It's not that the elf leader doesn't want to go to war with Lin Dong and his group. It's mainly because the aura of Lin Dong and his group is too strong. Although Lin Dong and the others were wearing necklaces that concealed their aura, the elf chief, who was a legendary figure, still felt extremely nervous when he saw Lin Dong and the others. So although the elf chief was angry, he did not lose his mind. In order to ensure the safety of his people, he could only try his best to persuade Lin Dong and others to leave. However, when Shui Hong heard them say this, he felt a little angry. I say, you elves, can't you tell the difference between good and bad people? Our eldest brother came here to help you elves defeat the Demon King Luglas and retrieve the Frost Burst Arrow. Didn't he just eat one of your geese? Why is he nagging so much? How much is this goose? Can I compensate you? Shui Hong thought about this problem from a human perspective. He regarded Chimera as the elves' poultry. But after hearing this, the elves all became furious. Chief, these outsiders are so despicable. They actually treated our loyal companions as merchandise. Yes, Chief, plant the mark of hostility on them and let all of our elves hunt them down. Yes, we must treat these unrepentant outsiders in the most cruel way possible for our elves. Seeing that his fellow tribesmen were filled with righteous indignation, the elven chief sighed. Hey, outsiders, you asked for this? As he spoke, the elven chief slid his palm, and 11 spherical elves floated out from his palm, quickly flew into the bodies of Lin Dong and the others, and suddenly exploded, turning into diamond-shaped hostile marks that were imprinted above the heads of several people. If you see an elf hostile to a reporter, all elves must kill him. 179, you don't understand the truth, but I know a little bit about martial arts. I didn't expect that Shui Hong's words would cause such a big reaction among the elves. The enemy marks have all been arranged for Lin Dong and his team. Unfortunately, Lin Dong has a purifying handkerchief that can purify all negative effects, and this hostile mark can be cleared at any time. However, Lin Dong did not rush into it, but instead thought carefully about what had happened. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with what Shui Hong said just now. They just ate a big bird chimera, and they were willing to compensate the elves. Isn't such sincerity enough? Why did the elves react so strongly, feeling provoked and insulted? Is it true, as the elves say, that Chimera is their loyal companion? This series of questions flashed through Lin Dong's mind, and he seemed to have found the key to the problem. Sometimes we cannot just think about problems from a human perspective, we have to learn to think from other people's perspectives. Perhaps this is what the elves really think, which is why they have such strong hostility towards them. But while Lin Dong was thinking about the problem, the scene had become chaotic. On the elf side, their chief can no longer suppress the anger of his people. Among these tribesmen, all the adults are sky-level strongmen, and a few are even legendary level. There are only 2 or 3 legendary figures like the Patriarch. This kind of strength is not too strong among the tribes in World of Warcraft, but it is definitely not weak. At least in the human world, it would definitely be the Overlord. The tribesmen pointed at Shui Hong's nose and began to curse him, drawing their bows and arrows, looking very aggressive. Everyone, aim at this fat guy. We must shoot him into a hedgehog. He has killed our chimera, but he still dares to be so rampant. If we don't kill him today, we will be sorry to our friends. Yes, the fat guy must die. He is such a mean guy, he is really annoying. Kill him and stew a pot of meat to commemorate our chimera Huan Huan. The situation was tense, and the 2 sides were ready to fight. The elf girl Luoying came to the clan leader crying, "Grandpa, didn't you say that the ancestral precepts say that people with extraordinary archery skills have a tenacious character and extraordinary personality? I have seen the archery skills of these people. They are really powerful. They should not be bad people." The elf chief smiled bitterly, touched Luoying's head, and spoke earnestly. "Silly child, this rule is only for our elves. There is no such restriction for outsiders like them. You are still too naive. We have learned a lesson from the great Devil Luglas. We must never indulge these outsiders so easily again. So no matter who they are today, in order to quell the anger of our people, Grandpa will kill them, to pay tribute to the Chimera's spirit in heaven." Of course, the elven chief was also prepared to sacrifice his entire clan, because his perception was extremely sharp and he knew that people like Lin Dong were not easy to mess with. But for the glory of the elves, he had to fight with Lin Dong and the others. Hearing that the elves had decided to go to war, Shui Hong could not help but snort with disdain. He was not afraid of a big deal, so he pulled Song Tianke and got ready to fight the elves. You bunch of ungrateful elves, I've already told you I've compensated you. What else do you want? You've already eaten it, and you can come back to life if you spit it out. Besides, we didn't eat much. The half pot of meat was eaten by that stupid pig. If you want to collect debts, you should ask him for it. Why are you holding us back? Taegwadun was originally picking his teeth at the ribs of the chimera, still savoring every second of the meat. Unexpectedly, Shui Hong pulled it directly into the water. It immediately shrank its neck and hid behind the team. Old Pig is here to eat and drink for free. He can't do something as thankless as fighting, otherwise he will suffer a great loss. Seeing Taegwadun being so cowardly, Yuan Hong got so angry that he kicked Taegwadun on the butt. You stupid pig. I've never seen anyone as cowardly as you. You're already a legendary. Why are you afraid of them? Although Yuan Hong is only at the sky level, he is very strong. With this kick, he kicked Taegwadun directly to the center of the elves' encirclement. The sharp-eyed Taegwadun was about to hit the leader of their elven tribe, so the elven warriors immediately released the arrows in their hands and shot at Taegwadun. In an instant, hundreds of arrows exploded on the body of the pig stew in the iron pot, roasting even his pig hair. In other words, the iron pot stew had thick skin and tough flesh, and it managed to withstand the sudden millions of damage. But this also angered the ferocity of the iron pot stew. Damn you elves, are you tired of living? How dare you mess with your grandpa pig? Look at my innate skills charge. In an instant, the iron pot stew transformed into its original form, a dozens-meter-tall pig king, swinging its strong muscles, and rushed towards the elves. The charging skill of the sky-high pig king is very terrifying, with a 2-second cooldown and a 1-second stun. Many elves were unable to dodge and were stunned on the spot, being trampled back and forth by the sky-lifting pig king. The elves, a fragile race, could not withstand the attack of the sky-lifting pig king. In an instant, a large number of the tribesmen were injured, and even more than half of the sky-level warriors were injured. Long-range archers like them are most afraid of these monsters with high health and thick defense attacking them at close range. Seeing that his tribesmen's formation was in chaos, the elven chief immediately gave orders. All tribesmen, disperse immediately, find favorable terrain, and do your best to destroy this sky-bearing pig king. I will lead the legendary elf commander to stop the attack of this sky-bearing pig king. As he spoke, the elf chief waved the scepter of wisdom in his hand and launched the vine entanglement skill on the sky-bearing pig king. Suddenly, on the earth, vines of plants grew wildly from the ground like tentacles, each one thicker than a bucket, and they coiled around the limbs of the thing stewed in the iron pot. Although the iron pot stew was powerful, its speed was slowed down by the entanglement of the vines, and these fast-growing vines had to be cleared away. Here, Shui Hong and Song Tianke also brandished their weapons and went forward to fight with the elves. After all, brothers fight together and fathers and sons fight together. Hundreds of elves are fighting against a few of them, and the Ares Academy definitely cannot stand by and watch Shui Hong and his men suffer. So Shui Bingbing directly created a fire battlefield, and a raging fire burned in the area within a radius of 100 meters. Zhuge Chengfeng also formed seals with his hands and muttered something. Suddenly, strong winds, thunderstorms, blizzards, meteorites, landslides, and other strange phenomena appeared one after another, turning the elves' camp into a chaotic battlefield. Yao Qingxing directly used a recovery chain to allow everyone to quickly recover mana and health, fulfilling her duty as an auxiliary nurse. To be honest, when fighting in a group attack skills are still popular. Output like Song Tianke and Bai Xingxue are still somewhat useful in a one-on-one fight, but in this case, their output is far inferior to that of Zhuge Chengfeng and Shui Bingbing. Su Runan, Bai Ji, and Yuan Hong also each held a weapon to resist the rain of swords coming from all directions. The incident actually happened in a flash, and when Lin Dong came to his senses, it was too late to stop it. No, I just spent 2 seconds thinking about a question. Why did you guys start fighting? Lin Dong looked at the blazing battlefield awkwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. However, The person who tied the bell must be found to untie it. If this matter is to be resolved, we must negotiate with the elves. So Lin Dong seized the opportunity and flashed to the front of the elf leader. Chief of the elf tribe, since you are so stubborn, I have no choice but to use my fists and feet. Otherwise, you probably won't listen to anything we say. Let's go and find a quiet place to talk. Lin Dong flicked his finger, and the immortal binding rope turned into a stream of light, directly tying up the elf chief into the posture of an old man moving a car. When the girl Luo Ying saw Lin Dong, who had kidnapped her grandfather, suddenly appear, she immediately became alert and started shooting arrows at Lin Dong. Outsider, let my grandpa go. Otherwise. Although she really wanted to say something powerful, but after thinking carefully, she realized that her grandfather had been caught by Lin Dong in one move, and she had no way to do anything to Lin Dong. Lin Dong grinned at Luo Ying and did not hurt the lovely girl. I'm just looking for a quiet place to talk to your grandfather. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. Then, in front of Luo Ying's extremely shocked eyes, Lin Dong spread his wind and thunder wings and flew away. Half a day later, Luo Ying finally reacted and immediately screamed loudly. My grandpa has been captured by their people. Hurry up and save him. The elves were shocked when they heard this. The chief of the elves is a rare prophet who can predict good and bad fortune in advance, and can also use various control skills. How could he be captured so easily? The battlefield is so fierce and the outsiders are so powerful that we have no manpower to rescue the patriarch. Lin Dong carried the elf chieftain and flew to a forest dozens of miles away, then dropped the elf chieftain directly to the ground. Now, can we talk? The elf leader foamed at the mouth and rolled his eyes. He also wanted to talk, but the rope made him numb and he couldn't move at all. Just as he was complaining in his heart, Lin Dong retracted the immortal binding rope. We have no hostility towards you elves. We are here to help you defeat the Demon King Luglas and get back the Frostburst arrow. We did not lie to you about this, because this is the mission we accepted. We don't want to have a conflict with you either. Tell me, what exactly do we need to do so that you can trust us and allow us to successfully complete this mission? Lin Dong spoke very sincerely, and he had shown great sincerity. Intimidate with force and move with true feelings. The elf chief also knew that Lin Dong was not someone to be trifled with, so he frowned and thought for a long time. At this point, if we want to calm the anger of our people, there is only one way, and that is to revive the two-headed dragon Chimera. 180 The cloud net shows its power, forging the moonlight well. What? Resurrect Chimera? Could this request be any more outrageous? Lin Dong kept blinking his eyes. He felt that this elf leader was a little bit mentally retarded. This chimera has been eaten by them. How can it be resurrected? Just when Lin Dong thought that this was a request that was simply impossible to accomplish, Brother Tongzi's enthusiastic reminder sounded. Ding. The host is being bullied by the elven chief. The system issues a temporary task, asking the host to forge the Moonlight Well and revive Chimera. The Moonlight Well forging book has been distributed to the system space. Note: the Moonlight Well is a holy well in the legend of the elves. It can gather the power of moonlight and condense into moonlight spring water. The remains of the dead soaked in the moonlight spring water can be completely resurrected. This is also what the Demon King Luglas has been looking for. The host can use it to attract Luglas. Forging reward, experience value, plus 1 million, proficiency, plus 50, enchantment value, plus 1,000. Woohoo! A reward of 1,000 enchantment points. This order is big enough. So when Lin Dong was about to say no, he took it back. It's just resurrecting Chimera. It's not that difficult. Can you really do that? The elf chieftain said doubtfully. The reason why he said something like resurrecting Chimera just now was not because he was deliberately making things difficult for Lin Dong, but because he was a great prophet who could predict many things in the future. He just talked about the possibility of a corner of the future that he saw, but he didn't expect Lin Dong to actually agree. This time, the elf chief was also overjoyed. As long as you can revive Chimera, I promise that our people will lay down their weapons, invite you into our tribe, and entertain you with the best wine and the best girls. We will even give you a friendship mark, and you will become the distinguished guest of all our elves. Lin Dong and his companions entered the dungeon this time just to obtain the friendship mark. Now with the promise of the elf leader, things would be much easier. So Lin Dong brought the elven chief back to the area where the two sides were fighting, preparing to ask his men to cease fire. But at this point, both sides were already really angry and couldn't stop at all. The dense rain of arrows and the various indescribably gorgeous skills are simply dazzling. Even if Lin Dong and the elf chieftain roared as loudly as they could, it was of no avail. Seeing that both sides were unable to stop fighting, Lin Dong had no choice but to silently take out the Yunluo Skynet. Hey, I didn't expect that the first time I used this weapon was on my own people. What a surprise! As he said that, Lin Dong threw out the Yunluo Skynet. Suddenly, a huge net with a radius of thousands of meters appeared, covering the sky and the sun, and enveloping everyone. The Yunluo Skynet had a terrifying deceleration effect. The elves who were covered in it, as well as Shui Hong and others, all found it difficult to move. They stopped attacking and looked towards Lin Dong and the elf chieftain in the sky. When the elf leader saw the Yunluo Skynet, he was immediately shocked. Oh my god, this is actually made of the web of the epic Warcraft sky-shaking demon spider. It's so luxurious. No wonder it has such a terrifying deceleration effect. Everyone is controlled by this big web, and the more they struggle, the more they can't move. The elf chief saw the origin of the big net at a glance, and at the same time, he became even more curious about Lin Dong. This young man seems to be at the level of warlord. How could he have so many powerful magic weapons? Moreover, based on the future that he vaguely saw, the true combat power of this young man is so great that even a veteran legendary powerhouse like him cannot surpass him. Now, he already had a bold guess in his mind. Maybe Lin Dong could really defeat the Demon King Luglas and help their elves get back the holy artifact, the Frostburst Arrow. Lin Dong, on the other side, smiled warmly, with an approachable and easygoing manner, and a steadiness that did not match his age. The elf chief has good eyesight. Actually, I have no choice. Sometimes, you have to fight violence with violence to control the situation. The Iron Pot Stew, who was lying on the ground in the Yunluo Skynet and was dawdling, couldn't help but feel a chill after hearing Lin Dong's words. This human being is so shameless. Is this called fighting violence with violence? This is a completely gentle way of appeasement. Okay? Human, you are a strong man in the restricted area. You can crush these elves with just a little finger. Do you still need to use such means? Sure enough, this guy is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger again. Alas, humans still know how to have fun. They play wherever they go, but they are misleading young people. Forget it, old pig. I'd better cover my ears to avoid hearing words that may affect my mood. Just after Taiegwadun blocked his ears, Lin Dong and the elf tribe leader jointly announced something that shocked everyone. That is, Lin Dong wants to forge the Well of Moonlight and revive the dead chimera. After hearing Lin Dong's words, all the elves had incredible expressions on their faces. That is the Well of Moonlight. Outsiders may think it is nothing, but only the elves themselves know that the Well of Moonlight is the holy well of their elves. Hundreds of years ago, there was also such a moonlight well in their tribe, but since the Demon King Luglas occupied the holy mountain of their elves, they lost the moonlight well. The souls of their ancestors were imprisoned in frost-blasting arrows by the demon Lord Luglas, and became a tool to control their elves. The method of building the Well of Moonlight was also lost because the ancestors were captured and the tradition was completely buried in history. Without the Well of Moonlight, the elves can no longer even produce an epic-level warrior. So when they heard that Lin Dong could help them forge the Well of Moonlight, all the elves became excited. Especially the elf girl Luoying. She looked at Lin Dong with wings spread in the sky with encouragement, feeling that he was an angel who came to save the elves with a layer of sacred light. Humph! I told you that I can never be wrong when judging people. These people are definitely good people with extraordinary character. Unfortunately, when I told my tribesmen, they all didn't believe me. Now I can finally bravely express my judgment. Yes, Lin Dong helped this elf girl regain her long-lost self-confidence and completely opened her heart, becoming a ray of light in the girl's heart that she could not let go of. Later, Luoying left the elf tribe in order to find the light in her heart. Of course, that is a story for later. Now Luoying was looking at Lin Dong in the sky in a daze, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. The elven chieftain did not lie. After agreeing to forge the Well of Moonlight to revive Chimera, the elves warmly invited Lin Dong and his teammates to join their tribe. They even treated them to the sweet wine they brewed and the fragrant fruits they grew. But Lin Dong and his companions were pressed for time, So after a brief greeting, they headed to the center of the elven tribe and began forging a new well of moonlight. Just when the elves thought that this process was extremely sacred, Lin Dong only took out the system forging furnace, and then threw the moonlight well forging book, the fountain of life, and other materials into it. And the forging was completed after a few minutes. The whole process is incredibly simple, even a little outrageous. The elves began to doubt their own eyes. They couldn't believe that the sacred well of moonlight was completed in just a few minutes. Is this Lin Dong a liar? Why do I feel that he is so unreliable? It took our ancestors 3 years to build a moonlight well. Wan La, our entire tribe has been fooled by these hateful outsiders. Woo woo woo. The sow I raised was ruined by that iron pot stew. It hurts so much to think about it now. Humph. If he is teasing us, don't blame us elves for turning our backs on him. Just when a group of elves were gritting their teeth, the elf girl Luoying came up to Lin Dong with curiosity. She felt the pure breath emanating from the moonlight well and was suddenly intoxicated. Her little face turned red. Brother Lin Dong, is this the moonlight well you forged? Why does it look so small? Lin Dong held the well of moonlight in one hand and smiled slightly. That's because I haven't planted it in the ground yet. If I plant it in the ground, it will grow up in no time. Lin Dong was telling a fact. But the speaker may not have meant it, but the listener took it seriously. The elf girl Luoying's cheeks suddenly became even redder, because she suddenly thought of some secret things her deceased mother had told her, that parts of her body would become larger and larger as she grew older. Damn it, why would I think of such embarrassing things? Brother Lin Dong shouldn't be hinting at me, right? No, right? At this moment, many unrealistic associations began to appear in the girl's world. But Lin Dong didn't pay any attention to these things. He held the well of moonlight and gently placed it on the ground. The moonlight well sensed the strong elven aura around it and began to grow rapidly, and then turned into a huge stone well with a diameter of 5 meters. It is midnight now. The moonlight penetrates the clouds, casting a cool glow. A ray of moonlight shone into the moonlight well, and suddenly, a magical scene appeared. The originally bare bottom of the well suddenly began to gush out spring water, making a splashing sound, and then a spring of moderate size was formed, gradually filling the entire moonlight well. The elves who originally didn't believe that Lin Dong forged the well of moonlight all went crazy at this moment. Oh my god, it's the moonlight spring water. The moonlight spring water that can strengthen the physique of our elves and infinitely improve our levels. I never thought that after waiting for hundreds of years, we would finally see the holy well again. This is simply a miracle. It was all brought about by this young man named Lin Dong. We should thank him. I shamelessly doubted him just now. I really deserve a slap in the face. Yes, we were deceived by outsiders, but we cannot be dissatisfied with all outsiders. If it weren't for Lin Dong's magnanimity, our elves would have lost such an important opportunity. So, I think our elves must reform. The elves were filled with emotion. Only Luoying squatted beside the moonlight well in fascination. Brother Lin Dong, do you think the moonlight well can really revive Huan Huan? Certainly. Really? If you can really revive Huan Huan, I will. What about you? Lin Dong asked curiously. I won't tell you. Luoying deliberately turned her head away, not looking at Lin Dong, but staring at the moonlight well with a blush on her face. 181 Resurrect Chimera and find out the whereabouts of the Demon King. The prophet, the chief of the elves, saw Luoying standing with Lin Dong with a girlish look on her face and shook his head secretly. Oh, what a sin! 2 parallel lines are destined not to intersect. As soon as he finished speaking, a big face suddenly appeared in front of the prophet. It was chubby and looked silly, but a pair of small green eyes ruined this impression. Warrior Shuehong, how come you appear and disappear so suddenly? Shuehong looked the prophet straight in the eye with a shy face. Chief Elf, your theory is wrong. According to the latest scientific explanation, parallel lines can intersect at infinity. The elf chief's face darkened. He never expected that Shuehong would be so free as to come over and discuss Taoism with him. This is not the worst thing. The most hateful thing is that next to Shuehong, a young man with a look of asking for a beating came out and shook his head. No, Lao Shui, you are wrong. How can these parallel lines intersect? If they intersect, there must be a point of intersection. Where is this point of intersection? Can you prove it? It turned out to be Song Tianke, who came over to make fun of us as if he had nothing to do. Shui Hong straightened his neck, ready to engage in a debate with the scholars. But his eyes inadvertently swept over Lin Dong and Luo Ying, who were standing straight like parallel lines, as if looking for an intersection. That's what the mathematician said, not what I said. How can I prove this? I just moved the theory here. Besides, I can eat eggs, but do I have to know how to lay them? Old song, you're forcing me. But speaking of food, Shui Hong looked at the elf leader with his small, cunning eyes. Master, the meat of the chimera is really delicious and makes people linger. Anyway, the moonlight well forged by our boss can revive the chimera. Can you find a few more chimeras for us to enjoy? Shui Hong's words almost made the elf chief stumble and fall to the ground. How could Shui Hong have the nerve to say such treasonous words that would affect unity? He slammed the staff in his hand heavily to the ground, with a hint of murderous intent on his face. Warrior Shui Hong, let me emphasize to you again that Chimera is the most loyal partner of our elves. If you keep talking nonsense, another conflict between us will inevitably break out. Seeing that the elf leader's expression did not seem fake, Shui Hong made a face in dissatisfaction, but was pulled away by Song Tianke. You old man, you're so rigid, you can't even take a joke. Let's go watch how Big Brother resurrects Chimera. The elf chief watched Shui Hong and Song Tianke leave with a dark face, and really wanted to pick up his staff and beat these two guys up. At this time, Lin Dong has already started the resurrection ceremony. He took out a piece of Chimera's bone, gently put it into the well of moonlight, and began to mutter something. Great moonlight well, please take a look at your loyal people. Use your magical moonlight spring water to cheer up the Chimera, reshape its body, lead its soul, and return to this world. Lin Dong is not a charlatan. This passage was recorded in the Moonlight Well Forging book. As Lin Dong made a strange gesture, there was actually a reaction in the Moonlight Well. I saw layers of moonlight gathering towards the Chimera's bones, slowly wrapping the bones into a fantastic and mysterious ball of light. With the appearance of the ball of light, the water level of the moonlight spring began to drop rapidly, and all of it was used to nourish the growth of this ball of light. This ball of light grew very quickly, and in about 10 minutes, it turned into the appearance of a chimera. The chimera's cute head looked around in the ball of light, as if it was amazed at its own resurrection. At this moment, he saw two outsiders, one fat and one thin, picking their teeth with toothpicks and smiling at it with ill intent. Chimera was immediately frightened and flapped its little wings hard and ran into Luo Ying's arms. Luo Ying hugged the chimera in surprise, feeling the life force that had not yet dissipated from the light ball around its body, and her big eyes were full of joy. Huan, you are really resurrected. It's great. We can play together again. The chimera squeaked, as if complaining. It used its little wings to point at Shui Hong and Song Tianke, even with a hint of fear. Luo Ying immediately understood and pouted to complain to Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong, your two friends scared my Huan. It must have been these two guys who attacked Huan. Humph. Lin Dong knew this matter very well. After all, he himself had also tried Chimera before. He could only cough and change the subject. Ahem. What did you say you would do if I resurrected Chimera? Ah? Are you going to fulfill your promise so soon? Luo Ying was speechless for a moment, but the beautiful face came close to Lin Dong's ear and tapped it lightly without leaving a trace. Then he fled away like the wind. Lin Dong wiped the moisture from his ears and frowned. Hey, why are you the same as Su Runin, always liking to launch sneak attacks and making your face covered with saliva? Just when Lin Dong withdrew his gaze, his left ear was suddenly lifted up. Lin Dong felt pain and looked back, only to find Su Runin showing her little fangs with an intriguing expression on her face. Lin Dong, tell me, when did you get together with the elf girl? Getting involved? What do you mean? Our relationship is a pure one between a man and a woman, Runin. How can you doubt my noble character like this? This makes me very sad. Su Runin was originally just teasing Lin Dong, but when she realized how serious he was in explaining, she let go of the fingers that were pinching Lin Dong's ears. That's more like it. By the way, what do we do next? What to do? Of course, I have to get the whereabouts of the Demon King Luglas from the elves. Otherwise, how can I complete the dungeon mission? Lin Dong glanced at the elf leader. At this time, the prophet was also paying attention to Lin Dong. The two smiled at each other and began to discuss the next course of action tacitly. The elves' meeting hall. The elven chief pointed at the map on the wall and said in a deep voice, "This map records where the elves lived hundreds of years ago. Now our elves' range of activities is less than 1/3 of the original area. The demon king Luglas has turned our elves' holy land into a forbidden area, and our elves' holy mountain has also become a devil's mountain. Not only that, he also enslaved our elves, forcing us to work hard to collect wood essence for him and help him practice wood magic. The heavy labor caused our elf population to plummet. And tomorrow is the day when the messenger of Demon King Luglas comes to collect the essence of wood. If we cannot pay the amount he requires, he will execute dozens of our people in public." Hearing this, Lin Dong frowned, feeling a little unbelievable. From his understanding of these elves, he knew that they should be very brave. Even if their tribe was destroyed, they would fight to the end for their beliefs. So why would they submit to the devil Luglas? As if he had seen through Lin Dong's doubts, the great prophet and patriarch of the elf side. "Warrior Lin Dong, you don't know that the frost-burst arrow, the sacred weapon of our tribe that was stolen by the demon king Luglas, contains the soul of the ancestor of our elves. And the soul of the ancestor can control the blood power of our elves, making it impossible for us to resist his orders." After hearing this, Lin Dong immediately understood. The soul of the elven ancestor, just like his pet contract, can unconditionally control the contracted creature to do things. This demon king Luglas took the holy weapon of the elves and enslaved the elves to work. He is indeed a complete demon king. But fortunately, Lin Dong met him, and now the elves are saved. Thinking of this, Lin Dong patted his chest heroically. "Don't worry, elf chief. I will take care of defeating Luglas and taking back your holy weapon." When the elf girl, Luoying, saw Lin Dong's confident look, her eyes immediately filled with admiration. This is the real hero. He is nothing like the wimps in the tribe. When he saw the devil Luglas, his legs went weak. Therefore, Lin Dong's image was further elevated in her heart. The elf chief also excitedly held Lin Dong's hands, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, Warrior Lin. I knew you were our savior. You are the one that the elves have been waiting for in the prophecy." Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a little flattered by being complimented by the elf chief. It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. However, to be cautious, Lin Dong still asked the elf leader, "By the way, what is the current strength of this demon king Luglas?" In Lin Dong's opinion, no matter how powerful this demon king Luglas is, he can only be a legendary subversion. After all, no higher-level monsters had ever appeared in the dungeons he had played. But the next words from the elf chief were like a bucket of cold water poured on him, instantly waking him up. He was already epic hundreds of years ago. Now, he should be almost epic. What level? Lin Dong almost fell off the chair, and his hands holding the fruit were shaking. Epic? Still at the peak? Holy shit, this guy is exaggerating. In the ruins of the Wild Gate civilization outside, a few epic early-stage monsters chased him all over the map. Now an epic peak monster comes. What's the point of fighting him? At this moment, Lin Dong wanted the elf leader to quickly give him a friendship mark and run away. The epic warcraft is impossible to defeat. It is completely not on the same order of magnitude, because monsters of this level have developed the power of their domain and have a certain resistance to many skill items. For example, the Salamander Lord he encountered used the power of the domain to break his time stop skill, making Lin Dong extremely passive. But now, he really doesn't dare to face the epic subversion of Luglas. 182 The stubborn girl, Luoying, challenges the powerful wood demon. Noticing Lin Dong's unusual expression, the elf chieftain became a little suspicious. "What's wrong, Warrior Lin Dong? Are you frightened by the power of the demon King Luglas? Otherwise, why is your face covered in sweat?" "Ahem, this, that." Lin Dong poked each other with his middle fingers again and again, not knowing how to explain it. It would be so embarrassing to just say you want to run away. You need to find a suitable reason. Lin Dong's teammate Taeguadun, who had always been protecting Lin Dong, had a different understanding of Lin Dong's behavior. "Humph, this damn human is playing dumb again. He is obviously a strong man who came out of the restricted area, but he pretends to be weak and pitiful every day. He is so shameless. Based on my understanding of his despicable character, he must have wanted to ask for benefits from the elf leader, so he deliberately showed this expression. But he acted so well that I am willing to call him a god of acting. Unfortunately, his little trick has been seen through by me, the smart old pig. For the friendship of the Warcraft tribe, I will never let him defraud the money and property from the elf tribe chief. So Tyaegwadun's eyes rolled, and a plan immediately came to his mind. He decided that he would be the conscience model of the Warcraft world. He would be the embodiment of justice in the Warcraft world. He would expose Lin Dong's hypocritical lies. It took out the nine-toothed rake from the ring, and the attribute deception term took effect immediately. The aura around Tyaegwadun suddenly changed, and the raging and powerful aura was not concealed at all. What happened? Was it an enemy attack? This terrifying aura. Could it be that the Demon King Legolas has come to our elven camp in person? Oh my god! This aura is so terrifying that I can't help but want to kneel down. The iron pot stewing made the elves who were originally chatting around couldn't help but look back in horror. But what surprised the elves was that the one emitting such a terrifying aura was actually the big pig head beside Lin Dong. At this moment, the aura of Tyaegwadun was clearly that of an epic Warcraft boss. Seeing that it worked, Tyaegwadun raised the nine-toothed rake in his hand and looked at the elf leader with a beaming face. Chief of the elf tribe, look at my strength. The elf chief narrowed his eyes slightly, looking a little doubtful. He had seen Tyaegwadun's strength before, and it was nothing more than a medium-level legendary monster. However, the huge aura displayed at this time was something that only a real epic-level Warcraft could possess. Why is this happening? Is this idiot hiding his strength? Before he could even wait for a response, Tyaegwadun winked at him smugly. Chief of the elf clan, don't worry. I am so powerful that I am willing to serve our master. You can imagine how powerful our master is. How dare you question our master's strength? You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Let me tell you this. Our master was shaking all over just now because he was excited, thrilled, and relieved. Because our master has finally found a decent servant again. To be honest, the level of the Demon King Legolas is not even worthy of licking our master's feet. Just put your heart at ease. There is nothing our master can't do in this continental fragment. These elves were all very excited when they heard the words, Iron Pot Stew. Oh my god, the warrior Lin Dong is actually a hidden talent. I just talked to him, and he didn't act like a big boss at all. He is really approachable. He is simply a role model among big bosses. Yeah, I also thought that big guys were all high and mighty. I didn't expect that the appearance of Lin Dong warrior would directly overturn my view of big guys as high and mighty. It turns out that big guys can also be as gentle as Jade and modest as a gentleman. It's a blessing for our race. It's a blessing for our race. This time, our elves are completely saved. Puff! Seeing that the scene was completely derailed by the iron pot stew, Lin Dong was so angry that his breasts hurt. Both of them hurt. He almost vomited blood. You are such a jerk. Why are you interrupting me when it's not your turn to speak? This flattery is not appropriate at the right time. What a stupid teammate, jumping out at this time to cause trouble. Although you're just saying New Year greetings, this is just pushing your master into the fire. Now the elves all regard him as their savior. How can he explain this? Actually, that's not the case. Elf Chief, When Lin Dong was about to explain to the Elf Chief had already knelt down in front of Lin Dong excitedly. Warrior Lin Dong, I was blind. I never thought you were such a powerful person. I even doubted you before. Now that I think about it, it's really ridiculous. With you, Warrior Lin Dong, we, the elves, will definitely be able to return to the Holy Mountain and take back the holy artifact. Fellow elves, follow me and shout, Long live Warrior Lin Dong. After hearing the order from the Elf Chief, all the members of the elf tribe knelt on the ground and bowed down to Lin Dong. Long live the Warrior Lin Dong. Long live the Warrior Lin Dong. Long live the Warrior Lin Dong. We are going to erect a monument for you, Warrior Lin Dong. We will write you, Warrior Lin Dong, into the history books of our elves, so that future generations will always remember you as our great benefactor. Lin Dong looked at the situation, which was getting out of control, awkwardly. His heart was shaking. Spicy. This is a big deal. There is absolutely no way to end it. What to do? What to do now? Just when Lin Dong was at a loss, a huge noise suddenly came from the sky above the elves' meeting hall, causing the entire hall to shake wildly. What happens? Everyone looked up and found that countless dust and tiles had fallen from the top of the meeting hall. Then, a huge light shone in, and a hole dozens of meters in size appeared on the top of the meeting hall. In the hole, 2 wood demons with huge teeth and fangs fell from the sky, with an unparalleled arrogance and domineering attitude. Wood demons are monsters that are transformed from trees when they grow. They usually have hard keratin armor, unparalleled recovery capabilities, and high attack power. Except for the slow speed, there are basically no disadvantages. It is a typical hexagonal warrior among Warcraft. Both of these wood demons have reached the legendary level, and their strength should not be underestimated. After seeing these two wood demons, the elves became nervous reflexively. Oh no, it's the messenger of Demon King Luglass. Are they here to collect the essence of wood? According to the schedule, shouldn't they come tomorrow? How come they came a day early for the only time they did? Did they find something unusual about our elves? What should we do now? We haven't collected enough wood essence yet. I'm afraid we'll have to sacrifice dozens of our tribesmen again. Just when everyone in the elves was in danger, the elf girl Luoying looked at the two wood demons in the sky with hatred. She walked out from the crowd of male elves and gnashed her teeth at the two wood demons. Her voice was stubborn and tough. It was you two who killed my parents last year. I want you to pay with blood. I'm telling you, we've invited the powerful Lin Dong warriors. This time, your wood demon clan will definitely be completely wiped out by Brother Lin Dong. Just wait for your clan to be exterminated. Damn wood demon clan. Luoying's words were full of admiration for Lin Dong. It can be seen that she has regarded Lin Dong as her spiritual pillar, and even dared to resist the wood demon clan that had enslaved them for hundreds of years. Luoying's words made the two wood demon messengers. Ha! This is ridiculous. Just these few little humans want to fight against our wood demon clan? Fragile humans are no match for our wood demon clan. But you actually sought outsiders to deal with the great Demon King Luglas. Your rebellious intentions are obvious. Do you, the elves, want to exterminate your race? Today, we will kill these humans in front of you with our own hands and completely destroy your hopes. In addition, starting this year, the amount of wood essence that you elves must hand and will increase threefold. This is a punishment for you. As they spoke, the two wood demons shook their bodies, and their bodies were covered with thorns and barbs, transforming into powerful fighting forms. These thorn barbs contain deadly wood toxins that can suffocate people, cause hallucinations, and even slow down their movements. If you are hit by them, you will inevitably suffer serious trauma. Seeing the wood demon in this form, most of the elves took a few steps back in fear, fearing that they would be hit. But Luoying stood there stubbornly, refusing to give in, her eyes full of determination. The two wood demons sneered disdainfully and rushed towards Luoying. Very good. I'll start with you, the hard bone of the elf. You look good, and you can entertain the two of us for a while. Ha ha. The legendary level of pressure was simply not something Luoying, who was only at the platinum level, could resist, but she still stubbornly took out the bow and arrow from her back and aimed at the two wood demons. This spirit of meaningless sacrifice shook Lin Dong's heart. He was afraid that Luoying might get into trouble, so he flashed to Luoying's side. Then the eye of Moro opened, and an extremely evil aura instantly filled the entire place. This terrifying aura caused the two wood demons to stop immediately and look at Lin Dong in surprise. Who are you, with such pure demonic energy? Lin Dong was too lazy to answer them and directly used his strongest killing move. Evil Gaze. Corrosive Beam. Time stands still. 183. The wood demon's innate skill. Take root. At this moment, Lin Dong looked murderous. These wood demons were really going too far, and Lin Dong couldn't help but teach them a lesson. Luoying, who was rescued by Lin Dong, felt the amazing explosion coming from Lin Dong's chest, and her heart was beating fast, and she was confused and overwhelmed. I feel so safe. This is the safest place in the world. It's like I'm hiding in its embrace forever. Her cheeks turned red, and she looked indescribably shy. But beauty is always short-lived. Before she could enjoy it, Lin Dong put her on his back and rushed forward to attack the two wood demons. Flying Knife Blood Gourd. The Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. Skybreaking Shuttle. After a powerful general attack, the light curtain where time stood still began to shatter, and the two wood demons turned into countless wooden fragments and fell to the ground in the meeting hall, as if they were already dead. But Lin Dong frowned and looked at the ground, feeling that something was not quite right, because the look in the eyes of the two wood demons, before they died, seemed to be full of mockery towards him. Why do these two wood demons have such expressions? It's totally unreasonable. Just when Lin Dong was confused, Shuehong suddenly covered his butt and jumped high. Damn, what's that thing pushing against my butt? Are you looking for shit? He jumped into the air, rubbed his butt hard and looked down, only to find that on the ground, where he was originally, a huge branch suddenly stretched out, with the bark on it rough and thorny, looking extremely hideous. What is this? How could such a strange thing suddenly grow out of the ground? But when the elf leader saw this branch, his face suddenly changed. Oh no, everyone, leave the meeting hall immediately. These two wood demons are not dead. They are starting to attack. What? Not dead? Lin Dong's eyes trembled, and he felt a little horrified. He had clearly killed both of these wood demons just now. With his fighting power, he could kill 2 legendary monsters in seconds. There was no doubt about it. Besides, the health bars of these 2 wood demons are less than 100 million, so killing them is no pressure at all. How come they are not dead? However, just when Lin Dong was feeling puzzled, countless sharp branches stretched out from the ground. Many elves who did not have time to escape were pierced by these branches and screamed in pain. However, as the wood poison was injected into their bodies, these elves began to turn pale, became stiff and motionless, and completely lost the ability to move. If rescue is not carried out in time, the person will probably die immediately. What kind of attack method is this? Lin Dong was completely confused. Could it be that the wood fragments that fell to the ground just now turned into these sharp branches that attack people? If that's the case, these wood demons are too terrifying. If every piece of wood can be resurrected, then it will be invincible, right? But now is not the time to study these things. Saving lives is more important. So Lin Dong directly opened up his invincibility and quickly spread the golden light to the entire meeting hall, enveloping all the elves and teammates. The invincible golden light curtain was immune to all damage. Those sharp branches could not penetrate the invincible light curtain, so they could only release the elves who were trapped by them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Dong spread his wind and thunder wings and broke through the roof of the council hall, bringing all the elves and teammates to the vicinity of the Moonlight Well. The elves who escaped death all knelt down before Lin Dong and expressed their gratitude profusely. Thank you, Warrior Lin Dong, for saving my life. These wood demons are the nemesis of our elves. Warrior Lin Dong, please kill them. I beg you. Lin Dong nodded, turned around, and looked towards the direction of the meeting hall, his heart heavy. He hasn't found a suitable way to deal with the wood demon's strange attack methods. The 2 wood demons obviously had no intention of letting Lin Dong and the others go. Instead, they followed the direction in which Lin Dong and the others left, continuously growing huge branches on the ground that pierced through the ground, and quickly chased after them. After arriving in front of Lin Dong and the others, the 2 wood demons walked down from the sharp branches growing on the ground, shaking their heads, with mocking smiles on their faces. Foolish human, do you think you can harm our wood demon clan with your methods? You are so stupid. Lin Dong's eyes focused as he began to observe the panels of the 2 wood demons. Because the opponent who cannot be killed is worthy of Lin Dong's attention. But the innate skills of these 2 wood demons made Lin Dong frown. Race: Wood Demon Legendary. Level: 80. Life: 81 million. Attack: 21,000. Defense: 100,000. Magic resistance: 100,000. Armor: 50,000. Movement speed: 60%. Attack speed: 80%. Come and hit me. The wood demon's innate skill. When attacked physically, it will convert the damage into decomposition force, breaking its own body into small pieces. Each piece of debris retains its original vitality and can quickly reassemble the body, completely removing the damage of physical attacks. Take root: the innate skill of the wood demon clan. Every torso that the wood demon decomposes has the ability to transform into the original body. As long as it falls on the ground, it can quickly absorb nutrients from the earth and turn into a full-blooded original body again. Once a fragment turns into the original body, the other fragments will lose the ability to transform and can only grow into branches. Piercing Poison Attack: the Wood Demon Clan's innate skill. After entering the underground, the wood demon can use the power of the earth to sense the location of the enemy target and create sharp branches on the ground to attack the target. The target attacked by the piercing attack will fall into a poison state after 1 second and will remain unconscious for 60 seconds, with 10,000 damage per second. Of these three innate skills, the first two are life-saving skills that can give the wood demon an extremely terrifying vitality. Any piece of sawdust has the ability to transform into a full-blooded body. It is really too abnormal. It is similar to Zhuge Qingfeng's blood rebirth. The third talent skill is piercing poison attack. Although the method is simple, it is really useful. The coma lasted for 60 seconds, with an output of 10,000 points per second. For the humans and elves whose health points were only a few 100,000, it was a sure kill. However, the only drawback is that the target being attacked has 1 second to react. If he reacts in time, he can still escape. After analyzing for a moment, Lin Dong extended the middle finger of his left hand towards the two wood demons. You two do have some skills, but you don't have the capital to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Dong's confident words made the two wood demons laugh again. He is just a human boy at the warlord level, but he dares to talk to them like this. He is really shameless. Although this human's physical attack is unusually high, physical attack is completely useless against them, the wood demons. As long as the wood chips fall to the ground, their innate skills can allow them to be resurrected with full health without any injuries. But it is extremely difficult to prevent their wood chips from falling to the ground. Therefore, wood demons basically never die, and they have a long lifespan, so it is easy for them to grow to a higher level. This is something other races cannot do. Otherwise, in this instance, the wood demons wouldn't be so rampant and become the dominant race in this instance. The originally dominant races like the elves have been almost suppressed by them to the point where they have no room to survive. The two of them pointed at Lin Dong's nose, their disdainful expressions evident in their expressions. Human, use whatever means you have. Believe it or not, even if you die of exhaustion, you can't kill us. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth and responded sharply. Really? Then let's give it a try. Chui Bingbing, use your firewall technique. Burn these two stupid guys to death. When the two wood demons heard that Lin Dong actually wanted to burn them to death, they immediately burst into laughter, with undisguised mockery on their faces. Boy, we are in a good mood today, so we will play with you for a while. Aren't you going to set us on fire? Come quickly, so that you can see how our powerful wood demon clan dominates this world. Listening to the tone of this person, he is full of strong self-confidence. But Lin Dong didn't believe it, because in his opinion, fire can overcome wood. As long as you don't attack them into pieces and just burn them to death, they shouldn't be able to revive. When Chui Bingbing heard Lin Dong's call, she immediately raised her hand, and a huge fire field hundreds of meters in size was formed in an instant, completely surrounding the two wood demons. The huge branches on the ground were crackling and exploding due to the fire. But the two wood demons did not move, allowing the fire to spread all over their bodies, and even showed an expression of enjoyment. It's so comfortable. I haven't had a sauna in a long time. Today is a good time to enjoy it. TSK, little flame. It's so comfortable. It makes my heart burn. Lin Dong looked at the two wood demons who were chatting as if no one was around, and his brows furrowed more and more. He really couldn't imagine how the wood demon, who was burned by the fire, could remain so calm. Could it be that they really have some special methods? At this moment, Lin Dong looked down and found that the feet of the two wood demons had already turned into huge roots and inserted into the ground. The flames could not extend along the ground at all, which means that they only burned the parts above the ground, but could not damage their roots. Sure enough, after the flames went out, as a breeze blew up the ashes on the ground, the two wood demons grew out from the ground again, and the expressions they looked at Lin Dong were still full of mockery. Boy, if you have any other tricks, use them now. We have been trapped for so many years. If an outsider comes in, we must play with him first before killing him. Otherwise, it would be a waste of opportunity. Ha, kid, hurry up. If you don't attack us, we will attack you. And then you may not even have a chance to fight back. 184 Forbidden Spell Master. The power of gold damage. The words of the two wood demons made Lin Dong feel a little pressured. As the saying goes, wildfires cannot be extinguished. They will grow again with the spring breeze. The tenacious vitality of the wood demon made the fire attack plan completely fail. But if even fire attacks don't work, then these wood demons will be impossible to kill. These are just two legendary wood demons. If they were to face the epic Demon King Luglas, wouldn't they have no chance of winning at all? Lin Dong couldn't help but get a headache when he thought of these things. At this moment, the forbidden spell master Zhuge Qingfeng seemed to have thought of something. He stretched out his hand, and an anthropomorphic soul beast that looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. This anthropomorphic soul beast has been refined into an incarnation by Zhuge Chengfeng, but it still retains some of its previous memories. Anthropomorphic soul beasts are different from other Warcraft races. They have extremely high IQs and possess special racial talents, which is that they can use their essence and blood to transform into all racial forms. Once they change into the forms of other races, they will be able to know the weaknesses and strengths of these races. So Zhuge Chengfeng picked up a piece of sawdust that the wood demon had dropped and put it in the hands of the anthropomorphic soul beast clone. The clone immediately understood, absorbed the sawdust, and transformed into the image of a wood demon. Zhuge Chengfeng smiled slightly. His anthropomorphic soul beast clone finally came in handy. Duplicate, according to the memories you obtained, do these wood demons have any fatal weaknesses? When the clone heard Zhuge Chengfeng's words, he couldn't help but hold his chin up and think. The Wood Demon clan is an extremely powerful race of magical beasts. They are both offensive and defensive, and can be said to be the hexagonal warriors among magical beasts. If we must say that the Wood Demons have any shortcomings, it is that they belong to the Wood race and will be restrained by gold damage. Gold damage? I see. It turns out that they use the principle of the 5 elements to restrain these wood demons. How could they forget such a simple thing? How stupid. In fact, it was no wonder that they couldn't remember it for a while, because among the 5-element monsters, there were very few that were as abnormal as the wood monsters, and basically any physical attack could kill them. So it didn't matter whether or not to use the 5-element countermeasure method. But these wood demons are different. Their innate skills allow them to completely ignore physical damage, and even some magical damage. So at this time, the characteristics of the 5 elements mutual generation and mutual restraint become the only means to deal with the wood demon. It just so happens that Zhuge Chengfeng, as a forbidden spell master, possesses many forbidden spells that cause gold damage. So he planned to use these 2 wood demons to conduct an experiment. So he walked up to Lin Dong and volunteered. "Brother Lin, let me deal with these 2 wood demons." Seeing Zhuge Chengfeng full of confidence, Lin Dong nodded. He also wanted to see what Zhuge Chengfeng had. The 2 wood demons on the opposite side suddenly burst into laughter, and their laughter was extremely unbridled. Ha ha ha, these humans are so funny. They haven't even realized their own ignorance. Who said it wasn't true? There's an old saying among humans. Don't turn back until you hit the wall. They haven't given up yet. It's just right. Let's play with them for a while, and let them know how powerful our wood demon clan is. Ha, that's right. I bet that no matter what skills they use, our health bar won't drop at all. That's right. Any attack they use on us will be useless. Our wood demon's innate skills can be said to be invincible in the world. The 2 wood demons pointed and criticized Lin Dong and Zhuge Chengfeng and the others, seeming to enjoy the feeling of disliking them but not being able to kill them. Because only in this way can you feel the pleasure of showing off. These 2 are both well-versed in the art of showing off. But Zhuge Chengfeng, who was standing opposite them, had a smile on his face. "Brother Lin, I'm about to start my performance. Remember to cheer for me later." Lin Dong nodded and looked at Zhuge Chengfeng intently, hoping that he could really find a good way to deal with the wood demon. Zhuge Chengfeng took out the book of weapon wisdom and began to flip through it, muttering something at the same time. Golden forbidden spell. Blue blade / infinite. Golden forbidden spell. Moon gazing dagger. Deprivation. Golden forbidden spell. Dragon's soul emerges shock. Golden forbidden spell. Sword of breaking the enemy. Drinking blood. The blue blade / infinity. The gold element increases damage by 50,000 points. Moon gazing dagger. Deprivation. Gold damage increased by 80,000 points. The dragon soul is born shocking. The gold element increases damage by 60,000 points. The sword that breaks the enemy, blood drink, increases the gold damage by 90,000 points. Although these forbidden spells have a constant cooldown period, after a series of large-scale actual combat by Zhuge Chengfeng, a scene of skills flying everywhere appeared on the scene. It can be said that Zhuge Chengfeng alone is as powerful as a pair of peak war masters, and his attack had an immediate effect. In just a dozen seconds, the 2 wood demons were inflicted with millions of points of damage. When the 2 wood demons saw their health bars decreasing, they realized that Zhuge Chengfeng had discovered their fatal weakness. Oh no! It's actually gold damage. How did he know our weak spot? We must not let this boy live. Use the piercing poison to kill him immediately. After killing him, no one will pose a threat to us. The two wooden golems were like snakes whose tails were stepped on. They became furious and could no longer maintain their previous composure. The two of them shrank into the ground and turned into huge sharp branches that constantly pierced the ground, attacking quickly in the direction of Zhuge Chengfeng. Zhuge Chengfeng was not to be outdone and continued to release forbidden spells. Earth-type forbidden spell, earth-shattering and sky-collapsing chasm. Forbidden wind spell, hurricane moving mountains, flying sand. Forbidden water spell, the flood of Songlong water. As these three forbidden spells were released, a powerful hurricane with rolling torrents, flying sand, and rocks suddenly appeared in the direction of the two wood demons. The ground was also covered with huge gullies, blocking their way forward. The two wood demons were forced to reveal their figures, looking at Zhuge Chengfeng with gritted teeth. It's actually the most abominable profession among humans, the forbidden spell master. Human, you have already found your way to death. Because among us Warcraft, there is an old saying, forbidden spell masters must die. Haha. Luckily this human hasn't grown up yet, and is only level 79. Otherwise, it would be really hard for the two of us to deal with him. Kill him. You must kill him. You can't let him leave alive. The two wood demons once again turned into a form covered with thorns, and then they shook their bodies violently, and all the thorns on their bodies shot out. Don't underestimate these spikes. They are all fragments of the wood demon. If you are hit, you will fall into a coma after 1 second and suffer 10,000 points of damage per second for up to 60 seconds. This kind of damage data is simply fatal to humans and elves. These two wood demons released no less than tens of thousands of thorns at once, with extremely destructive power. Such a dense attack of thorn spikes was impossible to avoid. Not only Zhuge Chengfeng, but even everyone behind him could not avoid it. No wonder the wood demon can become the hexagonal warrior in World of Warcraft. With this attack alone, it is simply the DPS in the group attack and can definitely become the MVP of a war. However, just as the rain of thorn spikes was about to fall on everyone's heads, a large net suddenly appeared and collected all the thorn spikes. Cloud Net. The one who saved everyone was Lin Yong. Through the observation just now, he has been certain that gold damage can pose a huge threat to the wood demon. In that case, Lin Yong has a treasure that he has never used since he got it, and that is the Golden Wind Flag. Because he had too much equipment, he was too lazy to use equipment like this one that consumed a lot of resources. But today, this Golden Wind Flag finally came in handy. Speaking of which, this battle flag was obtained by him in the Golden Sword battlefield, and it is only at the gold level now. If you want to use the Golden Wind formation that can cause damage to legendary level enemies, it would be a huge waste of resources. Therefore, the best way is to upgrade the Golden Wind Flag to the same level as his current one, the Sky Grade. This will reduce the consumption of gold spirit stones by at least 1,000 times. So Lin Yong, who took out the Golden Wind Flag, did not hesitate at all and directly started the quality improvement. Ding, quality upgrade failed. For enchantment points consumed. Ding, the quality has been upgraded successfully. The Golden Wind banner has been upgraded to the Platinum level, consuming 4 points of enchantment value. Ding, quality upgrade failed. 5 enchantment points consumed. Ding, quality upgrade failed. 5 enchantment points consumed. Ding, the quality has been upgraded successfully. The Golden Wind banner has been upgraded to Diamond level, consuming 5 enchantment points. Ding, the quality has been upgraded successfully. The Golden Wind banner has been upgraded to the Legendary level, consuming 6 points of enchantment value. Ding, the quality has been upgraded successfully. The Golden Wind banner has been upgraded to the Sky level, consuming 7 points of enchantment value. The entire lifting process only takes a few seconds. Seeing the Golden Wind banner that had been upgraded to the Sky level, Lin Yong smiled grimly. Now his consumption of gold spirit stones has been reduced by a full 10,000 times. Equipment: Golden Wind banner. Flexible formation. Using formation flags, you can directly create a Golden Wind formation that lasts for 24 hours and has a radius of 10 kilometers. The initial level of the formation is 70. Each use consumes 1,000 gold spirit stones and has an absolute suppressing effect on level 70-80 life forms. Each time the level of the formation is upgraded, the number of gold spirit stones consumed is 10 times that of the previous level, and the power is increased 10 times. For example, a level 70 golden wind formation consumes 1,000 gold attribute spiritual stones, and a level 80 golden wind formation consumes 10,000 gold attribute spiritual stones. The original level 40 gold grade golden wind array consumed 1,000 gold attribute spirit stones, but now the level 70 sky grade array only consumes 1,000 gold attribute spirit stones. If you want to pose a threat to a legendary monster, you only need to consume 10,000 gold spirit stones. After shaking his hands and throwing out 10,000 golden spirit stones, Lin Yong could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Now it's time to hunt. 185 Golden Wind Formation, strangling the Wood Demon Army. The hunting time has begun. The Golden Wind Formation is activated. As Lin Yong waved the Golden Wind flag, a layer of gray light appeared between heaven and earth, covering the area within 10 kilometers in front of him. In that area, the wind was howling with a shrill and terrifying sound, like the sound of metal hitting glass, making people's hearts tighten. Just by listening to the sound, everyone felt an invisible pressure appearing in their hearts. The heavy force made it almost impossible to breathe. The whole body felt as if it was being cut by an axe or a knife. The elves are still outside the Golden Wind Formation. One can imagine how much pressure the two wood demons are under inside the Golden Wind Formation. Almost in an instant, the two legendary wood demons began to quickly disintegrate in the wind under the destruction of the Golden Wind Formation. However, the sawdust formed this time had no luster at all, as if it had lost its spirituality and no longer had the ability to take root. This is the gold damage, which absolutely suppresses the wood attribute ability. A pair of pig eyes stewed in the iron pot rolled back and forth, increasing Lin Yong's fear. The human being in front of me is so terrifying. Any move he makes will bring out all kinds of incredible equipment, all with incredible powers. Although this Golden Wind Formation is mainly effective against wood attributes, if it enters it, there is almost no doubt that it will die. I'm afraid it won't last even an hour before being crushed into dust. I guess right? He is indeed a strong man in the restricted area. With just a little attack, he can break the limit of this world. How miserable will my life be if I follow such a human being? I burst into tears just thinking about it. Just when Taegwadun was feeling sad, he was suddenly hit by a slap in the face. Who hit me? The old ape hit you. What's wrong with that? You stupid pig? Are you dissatisfied? How dare you be disloyal to your master? Be careful, or I will kill you and make you into a real iron pot stew. Yuan Hong was shaking the Dinghe Shin's-hand in his hand, and Lei Gong was chewing a peach in his mouth. But the monkey's eyes were very sharp, and he obviously saw through the little tricks of the iron pot stew. Taegwadun originally wanted to get angry, but when he saw that it was Yuan Hong, his momentum was immediately dampened by 3 points. Although its level is higher than Yuan Hong is a popular figure in front of Lin Yong, so it doesn't dare to provoke him at all. Moreover, this dead monkey was full of equipment. The last time it had a sparring match with it, it couldn't beat this dead monkey at all. Let this stinky monkey be proud for a few days. I will trick some equipment from Lin Yong and then find a place deep in the forest where few people go and bury this stinky monkey. So Taegwadun pretended to smile foolishly, looking like a foodie. Hey, brother monkey, I'm a good talker and I like to talk nonsense. Can you give me one of your peaches? I ate it too hastily just now and I couldn't taste it. This peach is a special variety among the elves. It is sweet and sour and very delicious. However, this kind of peach only bears fruit once every few decades and is extremely rare. Even the elves themselves rarely get to eat it. Just now when they were resurrecting Chimera, the elves took out peaches to treat them, stewed them in an iron pot, and ate them all. Yuan Hong, however, secretly kept a few of them and ate them as snacks. Now Taegwadun changed the subject and asked Yuan Hong for peaches, which immediately made Yuan Hong relax his guard. Go away, you dead pig. I won't give you anything extra. If you dare to tell lies about the master behind his back again, I won't let you off easily. Taegwadun put on an apologetic smile and kept saying yes, but he kept this grudge in mind. Wait, you stupid monkey, you will regret it one day. While Taegwadun and Yuan Hong were battling each other in a battle of wits and courage, the two wood demons in the Golden Wind Formation let out miserable howls. The Golden Gale in the Golden Wind Formation completely destroyed their origins, causing their health points to quickly drain away. Even if they spread their roots underground, it will be of no use. Because the effect of the golden wind array is not entirely on the ground. As long as it is within a range of 10 kilometers, the underground is also completely assimilated by the golden aura, and there is no escape at all. This force, like the pressure of a billion-pound weight, caused their wooden bodies to disintegrate bit by bit, and eventually turned into ordinary debris without spirituality, scattered on the ground, without any ability to resist. But before they died, they still threatened Lin Dong. Damn human, our great demon king Luglas will definitely avenge us. Just wait for your death. You will eventually be nailed to the Demon King Mountain, with thousands of branches piercing your chest and die. And we will meet again. The Demon King will use the power of the Moonlight Well that he possesses to revive us. Lowly human, you will never know how powerful the Demon King is. Faced with their impotent rage, Lin Dong simply shrugged. Don't worry, your great devil will soon follow in your footsteps. This time, Lin Dong finally had a little confidence in fighting against the Demon King Luglas. With the 5-element suppression of the Golden Wind Formation, the combat power of the Demon King Luglas can be at least reduced by 1 level, giving Lin Dong and the others the possibility to fight against him. Although it is still a bit risky, it is much better than the previous situation where we were powerless to resist. It's time to kill this Demon Lord Luglas. The chief of the elves brought Lin Dong and others to the location of the original holy mountain of the elves. This place is now called Demon King Mountain and is the base camp of the Wood Demon clan. Here, human-shaped trees can be seen almost everywhere. They look strange and bizarre, and none of them are pleasing to the eye. When they arrived at the foot of Demon King Mountain, the elf chief stopped. Warrior Lin Dong, I can't go any further. Once I step into the holy mountain, I will be discovered by the Demon King Luglas, and then it will be difficult for you to launch a sneak attack. Lin Dong nodded, understanding what the elf leader meant. But does he need to launch a sneak attack? With the Golden Wind Formation in his hands, why not just deploy it and be done with it? The range of the Golden Wind Formation is as wide as 10 kilometers in radius, enough to cover the Demon King Mountain. So Lin Dong had no intention of doing it himself, but was thinking about wearing these guys down. Touching his chin, Lin Dong planned to upgrade the Golden Wind Formation to the mythical level and directly crush the Demon King Luglas to death. With a thought, 1 million golden spirit stones were placed in the center of the formation. Then he gently shook the flag of the Golden Wind Formation, ready to start. However, the Golden Wind Formation could not be activated. What's wrong? At this moment, a piece of information from the formation flag entered Lin Dong's mind. Warning. The user does not have the power of the domain and cannot activate the mythical level of the Golden Wind Formation. Please reach the mythical level before trying again. Tip. The highest level that the Golden Wind Formation can currently activate is the epic level. To activate a Golden Wind Formation that exceeds the epic level, one must possess the power of the domain. This, as expected, the formation cannot be infinitely improved. There are still rules to suppress it. Lin Dong took back the 900,000 spirit stones in dismay and could only activate the epic Golden Wind Formation. The epic Golden Wind Formation alone is so terrifying that it is beyond description. At the moment when the Golden Wind Formation was activated, the entire Demon King Mountain was severely twisted and deformed as if it was grasped by a fist. The Golden Gale raged across the heaven and earth, causing ripples even in space. The originally lush vegetation and trees were even more vulnerable and were directly crushed into powder by the Golden Gale. The epic Golden Wind Formation is more than 10 times more powerful than the legendary Golden Wind Formation. The powerful destructive force has far exceeded Lin Dong's expectations. If this formation is allowed to continue, I'm afraid the entire Demon King Mountain will be razed to the ground. At this moment, an angry roar was heard in the center of Demon King Mountain, obviously because of the frustration after suffering a severe blow. Who is it? Who is attacking this Demon King? All the wood demons. Follow me to fight and kill the enemy. As this roar appeared, densely packed wood demon warriors appeared on the Demon King Mountain. The weakest of these wood demon warriors are at the legendary level, and the vast majority are at the sky level and legendary level. There are tens of thousands of them, which is enough to make people's scalp tingle. If such a powerful lineup were placed on the blue water planet, it would probably be a disaster for all mankind. However, even such a powerful team seemed vulnerable under the influence of the epic Golden Wind Formation. Those wood demon warriors rushing in the front were blown into powder by the golden strong wind before they could make any move. Those sky-level and legendary wood demons in the back could not hold on for less than 5 minutes before they lost their luster and were completely deprived of their vitality. In less than half an hour, the entire Demon King Mountain was littered with corpses, and the bodies of those dead wood demons were piled up like small hills. This was the first time in hundreds of years that the Wood Demon Clan had encountered such a huge loss, and every member of the Wood Demon Clan was frightened. Everyone, run away quickly. This is a gold-attributed formation. It is our nemesis and will prevent us from being resurrected. Great Demon King, please take action quickly. We have been completely restrained, and there is no way we can fight them. Please kneel down and ask the Lord Demon to come out and save your people. Following the calls of the Wood Demons, behind these wood demons, an indescribably tall tree man suddenly stood up inside the Demon King Mountain. It swayed its body, and the branches and leaves made rustling sounds. Damn you elves! I, Lou Glass, spared your lives back then, but I never thought you would collude with outsiders to attack this Demon King. It seems that it is time for you weak races to be completely destroyed. Do you really think that gold-attributed damage will be effective against this Demon King? To tell you the truth, this Demon King has touched the secret of the domain and will soon become a legend. Ha! All of you, tremble under the might of this Demon King. I will make all of you be buried with my dead wood demon people. 186 breakthrough on the battlefield. The power of Luglas's domain. The moment they saw the giant tree man, Lin Dong and the others couldn't help but retreat hundreds of meters in horror. Because this tree man is so huge. Its huge trunk is hundreds of meters thick and has a nose, eyes, mouth, and ears, just like a human face. And its tree canopy stretches for kilometers, and every step it takes casts a huge shadow on the ground. The several hundred-meter-long salamander lord they encountered before was nothing but child's play in front of this tree man. It seemed that it could cross the 10-kilometer range of the Golden Wind Array with just a few steps. This epic behemoth will really give people a terrifying vision of the giant, and it will make their scalp numb. The chief of the elves looked at the giant tree man with some lingering fear and whispered to Lin Dong, "Warrior Lin Dong, this is the Demon King Luglas. Be careful. I will go outside to watch the enemy's formation for you." Before Lin Dong could react, the elf chief had already run away. His speed was several times faster than when he came here. Before leaving, he did not forget to encourage Lin Dong. "Warrior Lin Dong, as a great prophet, I have seen a glimpse of the future. You will definitely be able to defeat the Demon King Luglas. You will always be loved by our elves. This, even if what you said is true, I believe it, but the question is, why are you running away?" Lin Dong sucked his teeth and suddenly felt that the elf leader was a little unreliable. Although he is unreliable, his granddaughter Luo Ying is still very reliable. Luo Ying was seen riding an alligator, walking to the front of the team in a heroic and confident manner, and started shouting at the Demon King Luglas. There was a hint of excitement and pride on her beautiful face. "Luglas, you evil devil, the great warrior Lin Dong is leading her team to destroy you. Your weak cultivation is nothing in front of Lin Dong's warriors. Why don't you hand over our elves' holy weapon, the Frostburst arrow?" When she said this, there was no trace of timidity. Obviously, this was what she believed in her heart. It seemed that in her cognition, Lin Dong had become an omnipotent god, and there was no enemy he could not defeat. Even Choi Hyun-ae, who was always arrogant, couldn't help but shrink her neck in fear when she heard Luo Ying say that. That is an epic demon king at the pinnacle of the world. Not to mention in the human world. Even in the world of Warcraft, he is one of the top ones. A platinum-level elf actually dared to speak to him in such a tone. It was really rare to see such a thing in my life. Even Lin Dong embarrassedly touched his slightly hot cheeks. "Hey, am I really as good as she described? I suddenly feel a little unconfident. In fact, I wanted to run away just now. After all, he is an epic demon king. I don't know if this Golden Wind formation can completely suppress him." Lin Dong's principle has always been to fight if you can win, and run away if you can't. It's stupid to insist on fighting if you can't win. He has encountered epic Warcraft before. The power of the domain that has been initially formed should not be underestimated. It can form a certain resistance to his entry skills. I don't know if this golden wind formation can ignore the power of the domain and directly kill this big devil. Anyway, judging from the current situation, the Demon King Luglass seems to have suffered considerable trauma. Its huge crown keeps dropping huge branches, which are stuck in the ground and cause waves of earth tremors. After all, it was an epic golden wind formation. Even a powerful demon like Luglas had to pay a heavy price for it. Moreover, the huge golden pressure created by the golden wind formation made the Demon King Luglass unable to move on the spot. He could only passively accept the cutting of the mature golden gale and had no way to fight back. Its health bar is slowly decreasing, but it still has some effect. Lin Yong estimated that at this rate, it might take 3 days before he could kill the Demon King Luglass. Although it took a little longer, it's not unacceptable. After all, if we rush up to him and fight him head-on, the risk is too high. He might kill us with just one slap. But Luglas will not sit still and wait for death. Although it also suffered severe injuries, there was no trace of pain on its face. Instead, it showed a bloodthirsty and hideous look. It's just right that these dead branches and leaves have fallen off, so that this Demon King doesn't have to prune them myself. After saying that, it shook its huge body violently, and suddenly a gust of wind formed, starting to fight against the golden gale. The huge tree canopy shook, startling countless flying monsters. The rustling sound covered up the noise of the entire world. The gold attribute damage of this golden wind formation is very powerful. This Demon King likes it very much. However, this also happens to create a godsend opportunity for this Demon King to break through. Ha ha ha! Ignorant humans, ignorant elves, I will show you what a powerful domain is. Power of the field. All is silent. Experiences gained. It was indeed completely quiet, for apart from the rustling of leaves, almost no other sound could be heard. Even when Lin Yong and the others were shouting at each other, they couldn't hear what was being said clearly. The noise made by the Demon King Luglass was so loud that it covered up all other sounds. What kind of skill is this? Lin Yong couldn't help but open his eyes wide and check the panel of Demon King Luglass. Name: Luglass, Epic Demon King. Race: Wood Demon. Level: 89. Life: 600 million. Attack: 330,000. Defense: 150,000. Magic resistance: 150,000. Armor: 210,000. Movement speed: 70%. Attack speed: 90%. Seal: +2. Field range: 3,000. Within this range, it has partial resistance to entry skills. Come and hit me. The Wood Demon's innate skill. When attacked physically, it will convert the damage into decomposition force, breaking its own body into small pieces. Each piece of debris retains its original vitality and can quickly reassemble the body, completely removing the damage of physical attacks. Take root. The innate skill of the Wood Demon clan. Every torso that the Wood Demon decomposes has the ability to transform into the original body. As long as it falls on the ground, it can quickly absorb nutrients from the earth and turn into a full-blooded original body again. Once a fragment turns into the original body, the other fragments will lose the ability to transform and can only grow into branches. Piercing Poison Attack. The Wood Demon clan's innate skill. After entering the underground, the Wood Demon can use the power of the earth to sense the location of the enemy target and create sharp branches on the ground to attack the target. The target attacked by the piercing attack will fall into a poison state after 1 second and will remain unconscious for 60 seconds, with 10,000 damage per second. All sounds are silence. The exclusive domain power of the Demon King Luglass, forming a powerful silent field within a range of 3,000 meters around him, which can reduce 80% of the damage received and can absorb the experience gained by the deceased in his lifetime, converting 5% of the other party's experience in his lifetime into his own experience. Can we learn from the deceased's experience during his lifetime? Lin Yong looked at the entry of this field and was a little confused for a moment. What a concept! If the Demon King Luglass were on the battlefield, wouldn't he be able to upgrade infinitely? Fortunately, he isn't a copy. If he was released, he would have evolved to an extremely terrifying level. Suddenly, Lin Yong seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "Oh no! Tens of thousands of Wood Demons have just died on this Devil's Mountain. If the experience of these Wood Demons were absorbed by the Demon King Luglass, it would be very likely that they would be able to break through the shackles of the epic level and advance to the mythical level. If it reaches that point, I'm afraid the golden wind array will no longer be able to have any effect on it. But what you fear will come to you. The dead bodies of wood demons on the ground have begun to change under the influence of Luglas's field. On the bodies of these wood demons, winding air currents formed and converged towards the body of the demon king Luglas. Once these air currents connect to Luglas's experience bar will suddenly increase a little. Experience bar progress 13%. Experience bar progress 13.7%. Experience bar progress 14.3%. Experience bar progress 15.1%. The rapidly increasing experience allowed the Demon King Luglas to completely ignore the slowly decreasing blood volume. It couldn't help but open its huge mouth and started laughing. Foolish human, if it weren't for your formation, I really wouldn't be willing to kill so many obedient tribesmen. And now, I can learn from their experience without any psychological burden. Now it seems that you have helped me a lot, allowing me to successfully break through to the myth sequence. In order to thank you for your contribution to me, I have decided to imprison your soul and use it as my servant in the actual combat of this Golden Wind formation. The Demon King Luglas shook his crown vigorously, and the power of his domain was constantly stimulated. The huge noise covered up all other sounds in the world. At this moment, it doesn't look like a trapped beast, but rather like a king dominating the battlefield. Lin Yong looked at Luglas's ever-increasing experience bar and knew he couldn't wait any longer. He gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. Evil gaze, clothing beam, time stand still, immortal binding rope, cloud net, flying knife blood gourd, sword slave puppet. At this moment, Lin Yong used almost all the attack methods he could. However, almost all of these attack methods were affected by the power of the domain, and the attack damage was directly reduced by more than 80%, while the control terms were almost all ineffective. There is no way around this. After all, Lin Yong and Luglas are not fighting at the same level, so there is no way to fully utilize the ability of the entry. In addition, the field itself has a strong resistance to entries, so it is not surprising that such a situation occurs. The only ones who can pose a danger to Luglas now are the 12 sword slave puppets that are casting sword formations. With the help of the gold damage of the Golden Wind formation, they can cause hundreds of thousands or even millions of damage to Luglas every second. Although the output of these sword slave puppets is not low, after being attenuated by the domain, it is already commendable that they can exert such damage. However, Luglas didn't care at all. This speed could not keep up with the speed at which his experience was upgraded. It has made up its mind to wait until it breaks through to the mythical level before settling accounts with Lin Yong and others. Brother, why don't we run away? Why do I feel a chill on my back? Shui Hong squinted his small green eyes and looked at Lin Yong slyly, and the space walk under his feet had already started to glide. Song Tianke also asked in a low voice, obviously realizing the seriousness of the situation. Boss, the situation is not good. If he really breaks through, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape. Mythical masters are no joke. I'm still scared of the scene at the Lich King's 10,000 Races Trade Fair. Lin Yong grumbled and swallowed his saliva. His heart was also beating fast. Just when Lin Yong was about to accept the advice and run away, his expression suddenly changed. Who did you just say? The Lich King. 187 calling for help. The Lich King has descended upon Demon Mountain. Lin Yong's eyes lit up. The name of the Lich King gave him a glimmer of new hope. I remember that in the Lich King's private palace, the Lich King promised Lin Yong that if he sought his help when he encountered trouble, he would personally come forward to solve the problem. The current Demon King Luglas has exceeded the limit of what Lin Yong can fight against. If he cannot kill him before he advances, it is very likely that Lin Yong and the others will not be able to leave this copy and will all be killed by the Devil Luglas. This is no joke. It is a real problem facing us. It seems that we can only ask the Lich King for help and give it a try. Lin Yong held the exclusive communication stone given to him by the Lich King in his hand and began to call for external assistance remotely. At that time, the Lich King was teasing a jumpy little unicorn holy horse and having a lot of fun. For him, who had been lonely for thousands of years, the appearance of this little spirit completely filled his empty, lonely life. He poured almost all his love into the unicorn holy horse. However, this little unicorn holy horse is very greedy. It doesn't like to eat the low attribute equipment collected by the Lich King himself. What it likes most is to eat the high-attribute equipment forged by Lin Dong. Even though most of these equipment are bronze level, it still enjoys eating them. In the past few days, the unicorn holy horse has grown noticeably bigger, which is obviously due to the equipment it has acquired. A smile flashed across the Lich King's sunken eyes as he looked at the little unicorn horse lovingly. TSK, you naughty boy, it seems I need to prepare more equipment for you that Lin Dong forged. Where has this kid been recently? He doesn't even bother to greet me every day. He really has no manners at all? Just as the Lich King was muttering in secret, his exclusive communication stone suddenly lit up. Hey, it's Lin Dong. This brat finally remembered me. Hey, besides the little unicorn holy beast, this brat is the only one I like. So he pressed the answer button, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a hint of imperceptible relief appeared. What's wrong, brat? What do you want from me, an old man? Lin Dong's voice was heard from the communication stone. Senior Lich King, this is urgent. Please come and save me. If you don't come, no one will forge equipment for you. Lin Dong's voice was urgent, and he seemed to be really anxious. After hearing Lin Dong's voice, the little unicorn holy beast immediately came over and rubbed against the communication stone, curiously trying to figure out where the sound came from. When it heard that Lin Dong was in danger, it became extremely anxious. It bit the Lich King's sleeve with its little mouth and wanted to run out, as if it wanted to save Lin Dong. Seeing the little spirit with its elbow bent outward, the Lich King chuckled. Little guy, you are more anxious than I am. Be patient. It won't be too late until I find out the coordinates of this guy. The Lich King comforted the little unicorn and spoke slowly to the communication stone. Kid, take your time and don't be anxious. You won't die with me here. Tell me your coordinates first. The coordinates are the exploration copy of the 5th Blessing Temple in the Lost Land. 104552 743589. The 5th Prayer Temple. Did you encounter that little wood demon? If it was it would be a bit beyond your scope. The Lich King vaguely remembered that when he created this dungeon, he put in a small wood demon, which was probably of legendary level. However, this wood demon is a little special. It seems to have comprehended a little bit of the power of the domain, which is slightly different from other monsters. After several hundred years, it should have reached epic level. So after receiving Lin Dong's request for help, he decided to go and take a look in person. After all, Lin Dong is related to the future food source of the little unicorn holy beast, so Lin Dong must not be allowed to get into trouble. Well, let me go and see what's going on. As he spoke, the Lich King casually set up a teleportation array, directly connecting to the coordinates sent by Lin Dong. After activating the teleportation array, the Lich King let the little unicorn stand on his shoulder and stepped in. A moment later, the Lich King's skeleton-like figure appeared beside Lin Dong. When Shui Hong and others saw the Lich King appear, they were so frightened that they shrank their necks and took a few steps away. The fear of the Lich King is truly engraved into their bones. Only the slightly naive elf girl Luoying was not afraid. She even came forward to tease the little unicorn holy horse. Wow, what a cute little Pegasus with a horn, so beautiful. Come, let your sister hug you. I have a chimera two-headed dragon named Huan Huan, who is as cute as you. You two can definitely be friends. She didn't care about the Lich King's ugliness at all. Under the Lich King's scrutiny, she moved closer to the little unicorn. Her eyes were full of little stars, and her love for the little unicorn was beyond words. The little unicorn felt the pure elven aura from Luoying, and it waved its little wings happily, circling around Luoying, seeming to be very happy to play with Luoying. Lin Dong was worried about Luoying, fearing that the Lich King would suddenly change his temperament and kill Luoying directly. After all, the Lich King has a weird temper and no one can figure him out. But strangely, the Lich King was not angry. Instead, he looked at Luoying with a little complacency, as if he was showing off the little unicorn holy beast. The meaning was as if to show off. See, this horse is mine. Although the Lich King didn't say anything, Lin Dong read the meaning from his eyes. Seeing the Lich King coming, Lin Dong hurried forward and pointed at the Demon King Luglass and made some gestures. Senior Lich King, it's great that you can come. I'm talking about this with Demon. If he breaks through, I may not be able to see you again. The Lich King looked at the Demon Lord Luglas with his sunken eye sockets. After a moment, a trace of shock flashed across his skull face. Oh wow, it's great. This little wood demon is almost breaking through to the myth level. It's really surprising. If he succeeds in breaking through, he might be able to leave this instance and affect the balance of the entire secret realm. Oh, I see. With the domain skills gained from experience, no wonder you can grow so fast. Fortunately, I came here today, otherwise it would probably cause a disaster. As one of the managers of the dungeon, the Lich King will never allow such a thing that disrupts the balance to appear. Therefore, the Demon King Luglas must be destroyed. So he directly took out the 10,000 souls banner forged for him by Lin Yong, and then took a look at the little unicorn holy beast who was playing enthusiastically with Luoying and chuckled. "Little naughty boy, go play with this elf first. I'll be back soon." The little unicorn nodded intelligently, and then started to play with Luoying heartlessly, even stretching out its little tongue to lick Luoying's fingers. The Lich King carried the banner of 10,000 souls and swaggered into the Golden Wind formation. A Golden Wind formation of this level had no effect on him at all. He simply waved the 10,000 souls banner and used the entry skill directly. Elegy of the Soul. With this low groan, the dead bodies of wood demons on the ground were immediately summoned by the 10,000 souls banner and turned into skeleton centurions with 45% of the attack power of the original bodies. After they stood up, they shook their skeletons and rushed directly towards the demon Lord Luglas, who was gaining experience under the order of the Lich King. The demon Lord Luglas was originally absorbing the experience from the corpses of these wood demons, but he never expected that these corpses were suddenly summoned by the Lich King and turned into skeleton soldiers, which directly affected his experience absorption, causing the experience he could absorb to drop rapidly. It looked up at the Lich King in horror, only to see that the Lich King had summoned 5,000 skeleton soldiers rushing towards it. Although these skeleton soldiers are nothing in its eyes, a large number of ants can still kill an elephant. If it does not resist like it did just now, it is very likely to be killed by these skeleton soldiers. So Lu Glassling extended the roots under his feet, forming huge spikes on the ground, trying to destroy the skeleton soldiers who came to besiege him. The Lich King waved the banner of 10,000 souls and revealed a sinister smile. Lock Blood Covet. With the activation of this term, the health bars of these skeleton soldiers are suddenly locked, making them immune to any damage within 60 seconds. Luglas felt that its attack was ineffective and suddenly became nervous. There are more than 5,000 sky level and even legendary skeleton soldiers. If they rush forward in these 60 seconds, its 600 million health points will not be enough to kill them all. So he pulled the roots out of the ground and wanted to run away. But unfortunately, their wood demons were not good at speed, and at this time they were suppressed by the Golden Wind formation, so every step he took seemed to be in slow motion. If it weren't for the realm of absolute silence that protected it from damage, he would probably have died in the first wave of attacks from these skeleton soldiers. But it is impossible to let the Lich King go. A magical beast that affects the balance of the secret realm must not exist. In all secret realm copies, epic monsters above level 95 must be cleared. This is also the reason why the monsters in the civilization ruins of the Wilderness Gate are so afraid of being harvested by the strong in the restricted area, because they really come out to harvest the monsters once every few hundred years. And the Devil Luglas has grown to the danger warning level. Therefore, the Lich King would not hold back on it at all, but choose to kill it directly. He looked at Luglas, who was moving in slow motion, and smiled contemptuously. "Want to run? You're overthinking it. I was just trying out my new weapon. I'm going to send you off soon. Little Wood Demon, be a good boy and reincarnate again. After 18 years, you'll be a good Wood Demon again."